been drunk all day.
We always do about this time.
Refer to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small.
All right, what do you say we just hop right in because we got a lot to get to and not a lot of time to do it. How's everybody doing? It's Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics. I appreciate you joining me. Not only everybody here in the Blunt Politics chat, but also everybody joining us on this space as well. Shout out to the mod, shout out to Matt, shout out to all the great creators. I very much appreciate you guys and all the time that you commit to this cause. But, you know, like I said, a lot to get into. Before we start talking about that, let's bring in some of the chat. Let's thank the mods over here as well, because we have some of the best mods in the game, some of the best people in the world. Thank you so much for keeping that chat a safe place. Thank you so much for volunteering your time. We very much appreciate it. Thank you. That goes as well for everybody in the chat. David, what's up, brother? Appreciate you joining us from Colorado. Tanya, appreciate you so much. Stephanie, I appreciate you. What do you say here? Who else is in the chat? Who else is in there? We got No Money G, Roxanne, Victor, Petrazi, Dame Dog, Alyosha. What's going on? Emo Vulcan, for Flipper, Kristen, Michael. How are you guys? I appreciate you very, very much. So we'll be talking about a little more of the ICE idiocracy. Trump demanding $230 million from his own DOJ now. We'll really be getting into this. You know, what's really starting to piss me off in a way that it, you know, before was kind of expected, but now, you know, since Donald Trump gets off the phone with Vladimir Putin as he's about to have a meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and starts touting Russian propaganda, like word for word, and then right after that, we see Vladimir Putin attacking civilians again, attacking schools. I mean, it's just, if that doesn't piss you off, if that doesn't give you like some rage built up inside you, I'm not sure what will. We'll also be talking about the non-existent Gaza ceasefire and the settler violence that has exploded. Not only that, but Israel has detained some 45 people in the West Bank. So we'll be taking a look at that violence kind of exploding on both sides there. So anything but a ceasefire is what that should be called. And then we'll be talking about a little bit later on what we can look at tonight. We also have our podcast coming up tonight, 8:30 p.m., 5:30 on the West Coast. So make sure you check that out. But lots to get to. What do you say we jump right in? So thank you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. We're on our way to 14 and then hopefully 15,000 subscribers here. It's a slow roll, but I think we're doing it the right way, and I think we're getting real people. So thank you to everybody that, you know, contributes, whether it be via Venmo, whether it be, you know, signing up underneath me here for a YouTube membership, whether it's patreon.com/BostonBrian, or whether it's just a simple super chat or a super sticker or gifted memberships. You guys are truly the backbone of this community, and I can't thank you enough for all the help that you've shown, you know, all the help and all the passion that you've shown this channel. So what do you say we jump right into it? There's a couple quick stories that I wanted to show here, a couple quick clips just to kind of detail the latest ICE idiocracy been going on in the news. So I don't know if you guys saw this one. Let me throw this up on the screen. Oh, thank you, No Money G. Let's go. I appreciate that. Keep on kicking, mag ass, Brian. Let's fucking go. Sorry, for some reason it doesn't give me the emojis. It just kind of gives me like the wording of it. I'm never sure how to change that, but I appreciate you, No Money G. Thank you so much for the $10 contribution. I appreciate you kicking this off in the right way. It means a lot, and I really do appreciate you being here. So thank you so much. So this is never a good headline that you want to see. Let me see if I can. ICE agent opens fire, right? And then hits a U.S. Marshal with a stray bullet. So let's see if we can just dive. This is just a quick minute, 2-minute video kind of giving you the details of what happened. And then we'll take a look at, you know, a recent clash with the people in New York City, just kind of giving you an update, you know, showing that this stuff has not stopped. It has not, you know, this hasn't been quelled at all. And they continue these ridiculous, illegal, unconstitutional policies of just literally roaming the streets looking for trouble. So what do you say? Let's jump right into this one. I'll play this from the beginning. Pause. Let me see if I can play this from the beginning here. Check this out. So, a suspect U.S. Marshal struck by ICE gunfire. Never the headlines that you want to see. And again, this is just real quick, just to kind of give you a little example of some of the stuff that's been going on. So, take a look at this.
Developing right now, the Department of Homeland Security says ICE agents opened fire on a suspected undocumented immigrant and also hit a U.S. Marshal in the process. Fox 11's Nick Garcia is at California
So
Hospital.
great. Not only do they have really good, like, I don't know, decision-making skills, but they're really, really skilled when it comes to those decision-making skills. Like when it comes to performing those skills, clearly they're just, spot on with the great training. Was that Dean Cain? Let me guess. Was that Dean Cain that took that shot? Because we all know the training that Dean Cain got. I'm surprised Superman would hit one of his own instead of, an undocumented immigrant that they were trying to shoot. I mean, this is crazy.
Medical Center in downtown LA. Nick, what have we learned about what happened here?
Well, Christine, first of all, this shooting happened just a few blocks away from the hospital here, but crowds have gathered throughout the day. Protesters, immigrant rights activists have been gathering here and speaking outside the hospital. Again, this is where both that alleged suspect and the marshal were rushed and are now recovering. Here's what we know. A U.S. Marshal caught in the line of fire in South L.A. Tuesday morning. The Department of Homeland Security confirming ICE officers shot a man they say is undocumented. The marshal hit by a stray bullet in the hand.
Now, again, what is the reason that they're opening fire on somebody that is suspected to be undocumented, right? Like what possible motive could you have? I mean, I've seen many of these videos where, we played one on the show where the ICE officers actually had to use their vehicles to ram the vehicle, and we thought that was overkill. Like, why would they have to conduct a high-speed chase in a neighborhood for, somebody that they just suspect is undocumented? Didn't mention anything about crimes or murders or, violent history or anything like that. Just the fact that they were, possibly undocumented was enough to lead them to a high-speed chase in a very populated area or to open fire in in downtown LA. Like, come on now. Like, they're just getting openly brazen and blatant about, their authority, the power that they've been bestowed by Donald Trump.
The shooting happening just down the street from Sandee High School, which was placed on a brief lockdown. The incident...
Right. Just outside of high school. High school has to go on lockdown. You think they cared? You think they thought about that at the moment that they opened fire in the middle of the street? No. They don't care. Are they going to face any repercussions for that? No.
Concerning for the community.
I've worked in this community for the last 2 or 3 years, and to see this happening to our community, it's just absolutely upsetting.
DHS says it was conducting a targeted traffic stop of a man who they say previously escaped from custody, saying, quote, the illegal alien weaponized his vehicle and began ramming the law enforcement vehicle in an attempt to flee. Fearing for the safety of the public and law enforcement, our officers followed their training and fired defensive shots.
So basically, after we boxed this vehicle in and didn't announce ourselves or, didn't give a reason for what the hell we were doing, the guy who's probably, I don't know, maybe with his family, feared for his life, and these guys just decided instead of, moving to the side, letting him drive away and handling this maybe in a, a more delicate manner that didn't pose so much danger to, society and the public at that time, that they were just going to open fire on the vehicle. Right. Again, putting one of their own officers in danger, shooting one of their own officers in the meantime. But that's not the only thing. Right. So you got that. And then there was, let me see if I can go back to this one as well, because you got this here, too. In New York, there was, this one. Check this out. Play this from the beginning. So this is New York City.
Overnight, protesters demanding the release of migrants detained during an ICE raid in Lower Manhattan. Canal Street, a famous destination for bargain shopping and knockoff designer goods, descending into chaos yesterday. Federal officers, including ICE agents, searching the street for undocumented immigrants as part of an operation.
They're quite literally just roaming down the streets looking for people. That's quite literally what they're doing. We're going to go here to a place where there's, known to be suspected, undocumented immigrants, and we're just going to roam the place in riot gear with our loaded weapons and just kind of round people up and maybe hope people cause trouble and we can have a reason to round them up. Like, this is like they're literally just roaming the streets looking for people. And we wonder, and everybody's wondering why everybody's so upset and out in the streets protesting and pissed off and comparing this to Nazi Germany and like any other authoritarian dictatorial regime that we've seen. This is why, right?
Security Department says was focused on criminal activity relating to selling counterfeit goods. Vendors packing up their
So what happened to going for, I'm sorry, but what happened to going for the violent criminals? What happened to going for the murderers in the gangs, right? What happened to going for the worst of the worst? Where's the MS-13? Are these MS-13 goods being sold on Canal Street? Are they fake Louis and Gucci fucking MS-13 hats and watches and purses and fake Oakleys being designed by MS-13 somehow? Is there any relation? Because I was told that you guys were going to go after and deport the worst of the worst, right? Like the violent criminals, the people, the thugs, the people that are out there robbing and stealing and killing, right? Because I don't see that. I see literally families that have stalls on this street that literally sell these goods, whether it be fucking illegal or not illegal. Fucking kiss my ass, right? I mean, come on, let's be serious here. You're gonna go down and bust a couple of these fucking shops up, and you think that's gonna solve the problem? There's no other, there's no other stands throughout the fucking country that are illegal now because you guys took down this one street. Like, come on, fuck off. These people are sitting there trying to make a couple bucks, right, to fucking put food on the table for their kids, send them to school, pay the taxes that they receive no benefit for. And we're just roaming down the streets with loaded weapons, masked on, fully body armored up, fucking disrupting, rounding up, arresting, destroying. What happened to the gangsters and the criminals and the murderers? I mean, they're literally advertising right now that they have nobody else. They've got nobody better to go for than the fucking shopkeepers and the people with stalls and stands on Canal Street. I mean, come on. If that doesn't give you a clear, indication as to who these people are actually going for and not the worst of the worst. And, when we look at the numbers of the people that have criminal records, compared to the number of people that have been deported or rounded up, it's something like, I don't know, not to make it too much higher, but it's definitely over 50% of the people that have either been rounded up or deported have basically zero criminal record. Not an egregious criminal record, not an old criminal record, none. Fucking zilch, nada. There was the report that 60 Minutes did, I believe, on the people that was sent to the CCOT prison in El Salvador, and it was something like 70% of those people had no criminal record. And now we've seen another report where it's something like almost 200 U.S. citizens, real fucking U.S. citizens born in this country, documented, passport holding U.S. citizens, have been deported or rounded up or arrested in these illegal, unconstitutional ICE activities.
It's trying to flee. Agents making multiple arrests.
It's gotten a little hairy at points with people running, people falling.
Oh, sorry, I was playing that again, and you guys weren't watching it. My apologies.
In the street and federal agents running after them.
Crowds forming as bystanders and protesters confronted the agents, leading to shouting, shoving, and at least one protester being arrested.
They were protesting what you guys were doing.
Homeland.
All right, so just to kind of give you a taste of what's still ongoing in the streets of cities like New York, Chicago, Portland, and any of the cities that Donald Trump and this administration has his eye on to send these people into next. But that just kind of leads us, from one story of corruption and abuse of power to another story of corruption and abuse of power, because there's this story that that's got everybody talking as well, where this may be the most blatant sense of corruption, the most blatant, fucking use or abuse of fucking power that we've seen, right? It may not be the most dangerous. It definitely sets a dangerous precedent, but it may not put the most lives in danger at this point. But this has to be one of the most blatant moves to, again, enrich oneself while holding the office of president that we've ever seen in the history of this fucking country. Okay, so now Donald Trump is demanding that his DOJ pay him $230 million. Nope, and that's on top of the 250 that we'll be spending for the ballroom, because of the 2 Justice Department probes that he faced. So basically, he wants to be compensated for what he deems to be the weaponization of government, hypocritically at the same time, and ironically at the same time, as we're seeing him weaponize the government in ways we just proved in, those 2 clips that we just saw, amongst a multitude of other ways that he's also weaponized the federal government. But this is nuts. Let me make this a little bigger so it's not so small on the screen for you guys, right? So this is, and again, we'll play the 2-minute, but Donald Trump is pressing his Justice Department to pay $230 million as a settlement for investigations he faced during the Biden administration in his first term in office. Sources familiar with the matter confirmed to ABC News on Tuesday. We've also heard this directly from Donald Trump's mouth here. I might as well put this on the screen here. We'll play this real quick. Play this from the beginning. Check this out.
Sources tell ABC News that President Trump is pushing for a personal $230 million payout from the Justice Department as compensation for the federal investigations he's faced.
Well, I guess they probably owe me a lot of money for that.
And again, this clip right here, I don't know if I have it pulled up somewhere else, the clip in more detail, like the full clip, but he tries to play stupid for about 35 seconds in this. Well, like doesn't know what doesn't know what the reporter's talking about. And then finally he's like, oh yeah. He decides to kind of, lay it all out on the line here. But this is craziness where this is going to be taxpayer money. He's now demanding $230 million of taxpayer money to be paid directly to himself that he claims is going to be given to charity, which fucking ain't nobody buying that bullshit. But that's going to be taxpayer money paid directly to Donald Trump because of what he deems to be weaponization against himself. I mean, again, it's hard to explain the levels of corruption here and the most, like how out in the open this is. Ready?
Yeah, that's true.
That money would ultimately come from American taxpayers. The president now in charge of the department that investigated him for allegations of Russian meddling in the 2016 election and mishandling of classified documents in 2022.
And I'm still convinced the new ballroom is literally just a big storage facility for the classified documents and maybe the Epstein files that he's hoping to, fucking hide from everybody. I think he's just going to pitch everything in there and then he's going to light that thing on fire right when he fucking gets booted out or run out by the public.
Storing them in a ballroom, storage room, and even a bathroom. The president filed 2 claims against the DOJ when he left office, claiming his privacy rights were violated.
So now we know what he's demanding $230 million for. I thought that I had the clip. Let me see. I thought I had the full clip. Is it this one? It might be in that one, but I'll wait till later just because I don't want to have to sift through that. I don't know how much time we have. But there's a full clip if you want to look at it of that press conference with Donald Trump there, where you can see the prolonged trying to kind of deny and obfuscate and make it seem like he has no idea what you're talking about. Like, he's got this new line where anything that his lawyers are talking about and demanding, he has never heard about. He's never talked to the lawyers about it. He's in the dark about everything. His lawyers don't communicate any of what's going on in any of these separate cases that he's opened or is involved in. Like he's out of the loop, ladies and gentlemen. He's out of the loop. Meanwhile, he has opinions and can say that whatever the other side is saying is not factual, but has no idea what's going on, but also knows what's going on. Right. So I'm not going to, let's see if we can play this just for, what was it? This one right here. So let me see. Yeah. So we'll go into this. So the extraordinary arrangement has reported by New York Times would likely first need sign off from top officials in the department who previously served as Trump's defense attorneys and otherwise represented his allies. So he's got people at basically every step of this process that will basically A-okay it for him because they're just Trump sycophants, right? Like whoever's working under Pam Bondi is going to okay it. The Pam Bondi is definitely going to okay it, right? Anybody else that needs to okay that as a top official that is previously worked for or under Donald Trump is going to okay it. I mean, it's unbelievable. The second claim was previously reported last year related to accusations. Let me see if I can find that whole clip, actually. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's in this one. Let me see. Bear with me just a second. Let me see if I can find that one moment because it's kind of enlightening to see how he doesn't want to bring this up and then he does bring it up. So let me see if this is it. Oh yeah, here it is. Got it. Pull this up right here. I'm going to rewind this just a second.
And look for compensation and how.
So she's asking here about the compensation that he's requesting. All right. So listen to how he kind of makes her ask the question 45 fucking times, right? It's very clear what she's asking, but she has to ask this and repeat this question 10 times while Donald Trump tries to figure out in his little tiny pea-sized brain whether or not he either A, wants to answer it or he's just going to, continue to lie and say he doesn't know about it. Or if he feels like he's comfortable enough to actually bring this out right now and say that, yes, he is demanding it. So you can see him kind of the rusty wheels burning and starting to smoke inside his ears. And then he's just like, okay, you know what, screw it. So I'll answer it. So check this out. Ready?
Department to look into the federal investigations into you and look for compensation, and how much are you asking for?
Who's asking for what?
Are you asking the justice?
All right, so very clear already, right? If you're the person that feels you've been I don't know, mistreated or whatever it is by the weaponization of the government, and you're the one seeking to get $230 million, wouldn't that be very clear what she's talking about? Isn't that a very clear question? Okay, but the federal weaponization, you're demanding, some fucking, some sort of back pay or whatever you want to call it. Like, how much are you demanding and what's that all about? And he tries to be like, what? Who's asking for what? I'm not asking. Okay, play.
And how much are you asking for?
Who's asking for what?
Are you asking the Justice Department to pay you compensation
Who's
for
compensation?
your
Okay,
federal-
so she clarifies the second time. Are you asking the DOJ for compensation, right? And she doesn't even get the second clarification out before he tries to answer it already and is already asking more questions. What compensation? What Justice Department, right? You can tell he's just repeating what she's saying to be like, okay, to try to buy himself some time. So he's like, I don't know if I want to answer this. Should I answer this? And listen how long this goes on.
the federal investigations into you. Are you asking them to pay compensation, and how much?
Into me? I don't get any compensation. I do.
So he's still right there, knows exactly what she's talking about, and compensation, like he still was like, I'm going to pretend to play dumb on this one still.
Nothing. I gave up my salary. Into me?
No, it's going to be the Justice Department. Are you asking them to pay you compensation for the federal investigations that happened to you?
Okay, so that's now the fifth time she's reworded it in the most, I don't know, fucking memorial school way you could possibly think of in order to get this guy to understand what she's saying. And he's still sitting there with like this blank stare in his face, like, I don't know, it just make no sense to me. I know the language.
Okay, well, I guess they probably owe me a lot of money for that.
And then right there, he's just decided in his brain, like, okay, I'm sick of this. I might as well just answer this. I am the king. There's nothing they can do about it. So what am I afraid of? So this is where he actually lays it on the line, puts it on the table here.
Investigations that happened to you, and how much are
Okay,
you asking
well,
for?
I guess they probably owe me a lot of money for that. Probably, yeah, that's true. That's very interesting. No, I get no salary. I gave up my salary. It's a good salary. Not as much as these guys make.
This is the guy that sold the perfume, the watches, the NFTs, the crypto, has real estate deals all throughout the fucking planet right now. The guy that has taken money in from 60 Minutes, from what was it, ABC or CBS? Pardon me if I'm getting that wrong. To the tune of, we're talking about like billions, if not fucking trillions of dollars at this point. This guy's like somehow, the billions that Jared Kushner from Saudi Arabia. This guy's talking about the couple $100,000 in the salary that he like. And meanwhile, in the back end, he's got this is the most corrupt and the most profitable fucking term for a president in the history of our country. Like no president has ever profited and fucking, I don't know, like shysted this office, right? Grifted this office in a way that we've seen Donald Trump and his family do in this second fucking term that he has. Never. And hopefully never in this country ever again will we ever see a president grift and shyst and steal from the fucking people. And like I said, just in every way possible, rob and cheat the American people and everybody else for that matter too.
But that's okay. It's a lot of money. And I don't, as you know, I didn't take it in the first 4 years. I'm not taking it in these 4 years either. But as far as all of the litigation, everything that's going to go, yeah, they probably owe me a lot of money. But if I get money from our country, I'll do something nice with it, like give it to charity or give it to the White House where we restore the White House. And
again, we're talking about U.S. taxpayer money. I just want to reiterate that is your tax dollars. Those are my tax dollars. This is not like, just some fucking fund that we have sitting around to pay the president just in case if this happens, right? And there's just 230 mils sitting around that he could just up and donate to charity. Like, we're talking about taxpayer money, and anybody that really believes that that's going to be donated to charity, I got a couple bridges to sell you. All right. But before that just kind of irks everybody and pisses everybody off too much. Let's hop on to our next story, because again, we don't have too much time in our early show here. But I do want to go on and continue to talk about this position that Donald Trump continues to put Volodymyr Zelensky and the Ukrainian people in, right? Because we have been getting played. We have been getting embarrassed. Donald Trump has been getting used and abused and led by the nose by not only Benjamin Netanyahu, but Vladimir Putin for the last 10 months, right? He has allowed not only Benjamin Netanyahu several added months of destruction, but he has also allowed Vladimir Putin several more months of destruction on the Ukrainian people, right? So the deadlines, calling for a ceasefire. We talked about it on yesterday's show, where we were talking about the list of things that we can go down, where Donald Trump has reversed his course, seemingly was coming around to knowing that Putin was kind of jerking him around and, wasn't serious about a peace plan. And then it seemed like he was back in Ukraine. Remember that tweet, the Truth Social post that we highlighted yesterday, where he said, Ukraine has the ability to take back all its territory and possibly even more. And then that turned into the summit, and it's turned into the phone call with Putin. And then we see the direct 180-degree turn every time Donald Trump speaks to Vladimir Putin. Doesn't matter. And he decides to do this at the worst time possible, just before his meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, which again gives him these like Russian propaganda talking points just floating around his head, and he blurts them out. And we talked about the blow up and the throwing of the maps and the yelling and the screaming, and how of course Zelensky was not going to go back and make a big deal out of that and probably report that to the media. Playing his part as a dignitary, as a head of state that cares more about his people than he does about, that singular incident, and obviously the need and the necessity for good relations with the United States. But we highlighted that. I think it was a Financial Times article. But I just want you to hear it from not me. Like, I want you to hear it from somebody else that has, more subscribers, that has more prominence, that has more visibility in this scene, somebody that may have more knowledge or does have more knowledge on the ins and outs of what's going on, not just an ex-plumber, not just some schmuck from Boston who, sits here and talks about politics, but, I want you to hear it from somebody else. And we've seen a bunch of this gentleman's videos recently. This is Preston Stewart, and this is his video titled, "We Got Played." And again, we just have to play the first couple minutes of this, and I want you to kind of, like I said, not just hear it from me, but hear it from somebody else that we respect, somebody else that we know has knowledge on this whole issue, and somebody else that's been covering this in depth, so has seen all of the plays, have seen all of the movements, has seen all of the changes in rhetoric and the stances. So just a couple minutes of this, that way I can kind of pad what I've been saying on this show. So here's Preston. I appreciate you guys. If you are a fan of this, if you like, supporting Ukraine, then I would definitely recommend subscribing to Preston's channel, because again, we've been watching a ton of his stuff here recently, and he's done a fantastic job. So let's get into just a couple minutes of this, so you can hear it from, again, the horse's mouth, somebody else that again has some maybe more knowledge on this area than I do.
Russia has rejected our ceasefire proposal. The White House confirmed that there is no meeting planned between Trump and Putin, and congressional leaders said they're ready to vote on the next sanctions package as soon as Trump and Putin meet, which, like I just said, isn't actually happening. So I don't know. From my perspective, it kind of looks like Putin got everything he wanted and more this last week, and all he had to do was nothing.
Took him one phone call, right? Meanwhile, Volodymyr Zelensky flew halfway around the fucking planet for a planned meeting to come here to talk about Tomahawks, to come to talk about Patriot missile systems, to talk about, putting more pressure on Putin. And what did he get? He got a vibrant Putin Kremlin fucking puppet, right? That was freshly lathened with like Kremlin talking points, had them like ready to go. Like they were just fucking rapid fire coming out of Trump's mouth, right? We even saw it in that press conference, and how like kind of stunned and shocked Zelensky was with not only the rhetoric from Donald Trump, but also the questions coming from the right-wing media. And he was just kind of like, sitting in this position like this. Here we go again, right? Here we fucking go again. But one phone call to Donald Trump is all it took for Vladimir Putin to be able to manipulate Donald Trump in a way that made this meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky totally irrelevant, totally meaningless, and probably more beneficial for Putin and Russia than it was for Ukraine and Zelensky, right? We highlighted yesterday how RT, Russian Today, and the propaganda networks were already talking about Donald Trump's statements where he said that he doesn't believe that Ukraine can take back the territory. Again, another reversal from what we've seen come out of his mouth, another reversal from what we've seen him post on social media, right? Again, calling for a ceasefire for so long, and then talking to Putin in Alaska, all of a sudden came out of that meeting and ceasefire was no longer. That wasn't even a question. Why are we even talking about it, right? I mean, it's unbelievable the way that we've seen this flip. But just a couple more minutes of this.
Oh, they didn't do anything. They certainly didn't give anything up. Just an absolute masterclass by the Russian leadership. Now, there have been a couple updates here in the last 24 hours that I wanted to share, specifically with some key statements from the Russian side, starting with a comment made by Foreign Minister Lavrov after a meeting with a phone call with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier today, where Lavrov said, quote, "I want to officially confirm that Russia has not changed its position compared to the understandings reached during the
that
lengthy
reminds me. Have you seen, you guys see Hegseth's tie? You guys see this? Somehow Pete Hegseth's tie got Jake Bro on Russian state media. If you can believe that, but it's true. Somehow that is true. In today's, news cycle, in today's insanity that we live through, that is somehow a thing. That is just somehow a thing. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Just in case you guys didn't see this. This is Pete Hegseth's tie that he wore to that, the diplomatic meeting, right? And people are, Jake Bro pointed out on Twitter that this was a Russian tie, right? If you Google Russian tie, this tie comes up. And then J.D. Vance, who retweeted Jake Bro's statement saying that it was the colors of the United States, which again, if you Google U.S. tie, U.S. flag tie, or anything like that, this tie doesn't come up because all of those ties have stars on them. The stripes are white and red. They're not blue. This is 100% the Russian Federation colors. You can see white, blue, red. White, blue, red. It's 100% made to look like that when you wear it. And again, the Russian state media had a field day. Let me see if I can. Do they talk about it in this article? And you can see, what an actual, a tie might look like with the stars and stuff. But let me see, because they actually played this. Let me see if I can pull this up on the side. How do I say a Russian media, Jake Bro, Hegseth tie? I got to do this quick. I know we don't have a ton of time. My apologies. Let me see if I can pull up the video. Is this it? Show my... Oh, yeah, here it is. Here's Jay kind of explaining it right here. I'll put this on the screen. This is wild to me. This is just wild to me. I just kind of want to share this, and I know this is kind of a little bit off topic, but, to show the disdain that these people actually have for our country, and I do mean Pete Hegseth. I don't necessarily mean the Russian propagandists or the Russians in this moment in time. I'm talking about Pete Hegseth, but just to kind of highlight the disdain that he has and the little fucking, the little slight towards Russia that he gave, or he's just so fucking stupid that he didn't realize that he's wearing a literal Russian tie, a tie dedicated to the fucking Russian flag, that literally if you Google, hey, Russian tie, find me a Russian tie, that tie comes up, right? And then J.D. Vance so dumb enough that he defends it. But here's Jake Bro explaining this situation. Check this out. This is wild. This is wild.
Вот что-то я не знал про Хексета. Что-то я не знал. Но когда Hegseth приходит на встречу Зеленского...
So he's saying when Hegseth came to meet Zelensky in this tie, this is what the Russian state media is talking about, and they got a picture up on the monitor here of Pete Hegseth in that tie.
В таком галстуке, то хочется сказать: капитану Хексету срочно погоны, майором будешь.
So right now he's joking that he wanted to kind of, accept Pete Hegseth as one of their own soldiers, right? He wanted to kind of put the epaulets on him, as he said, and say he will be a major, right? So he wanted to kind of salute Pete Hegseth and kind of give him credit and respect for wearing this tie, right? Of course, he's being facetious in this moment, but you can see how they're making light of this as well, and how this is used by Russian propaganda. Our own defense secretary wearing this. Check this out. It keeps going too.
При этом J.D. Vance попытался сказать: ну прекратите. Это же так же.
J.D. Vance tried to say, stop it. Those are also the colors of the American flag.
И цвета американского флага.
Right, and this is Jake Bro's. We've played Jake Bro. We've had Jake on the podcast here. Does amazing work in this field. This is Jake Bro's tweet that they're highlighting on Russian state media, that was also highlighted by the Vice President of the United States, that was also highlighted by the White House, the official White House rapid response account. Like, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. You really can't. So this is them putting it into, obviously translated into Russian.
Что злые люди тут же выложили откуда-то
So now they're actually talking about the website where this tie is sold.
сайта, где это продается, что галстук в цветах
And it's literally titled "A Tie with Colors of the Russian Flag."
российского флага. То есть так он и отмаркирован.
And of course, that Jake Bro posted a picture of the listing online. He also called it out correctly for what it was. And then again, it's just wild to see them using this so one-to-one, like how good they are at picking up on this shit and just how stupid you'd have to be in our fucking government, to be the Secretary of Defense. I refuse to call him the Secretary of War. The Secretary of Defense, and rock up to a meeting with that fucking tie on. It's crazy.
Я вам так скажу.
And then it goes on to congratulate Pete Hegseth and say that, there's two holidays, and he brings up the two major Russian holidays that he celebrates. It's just a wild scene. You know what I mean? It's just things that you'd never really think that you'd see. And then, the reason that it pisses me off is because as Donald Trump is praising once again and lying for once again Vladimir Putin, we're seeing shit like this. Okay. So this number is probably even higher since I pulled this up this morning. But as this report states in the Kyiv Independent, 6 killed, 29 injured in Kyiv and Oblast during mass Russian overnight missile and drone attack. Okay. So as we're hearing, I think I have it pulled up somewhere. Let's see here. My apologies, because I do have the moment. Yeah, I think it's right. Yeah, here it is right here. Remember when Putin said this? We played this on the show yesterday. Remember when Putin says this? Check this out.
We strike with high-precision weapons at locations where they make decisions, where military personnel and mercenaries gather.
Okay, so remember that? We played this on the show just yesterday. And there's many more where that came from. Many more instances where you can look up Vladimir Putin claiming that they don't strike civilian targets and this and that and bullshit. This was repeated by Donald Trump, or at least kind of, I don't even know how you kind of put it. Was kind of put to the side by Donald Trump, continuing to highlight that the majority of people killed are military, are soldiers, right? Not recognizing, not willing to recognize just the massive extent of civilians that are being killed, regardless if the majority are militants, right? The whole purpose is to not target any civilians. Civilians should not be targeted at all, ever. It is a war crime. It's against the Geneva Convention, international law, the rules of war. I mean, it's so antithetical to everything that that the humanity stands for. And again, I know that's kind of crazy to say as we're talking about war, but still, there are definitely lines in the sand that humans, that people have agreed upon, even in these circumstances, that go too far, that are over the line, right? That's why we have the Nuremberg trials, and that's why the whole thing has started, the United Nations, and So let's go back, because we just heard from fucking Putin's mouth. He doesn't attack civilians, right? He doesn't attack civilians. So 6 killed, 29 injured in Kyiv Oblast. Let's see. I'll make this a little bigger on the screen so you guys can see it a little better. How's that? So a large-scale missile and drone attack on energy infrastructure across Ukraine killed 6 people and injured at least 44 overnight, October 22nd, according to authorities. In Kyiv, 2 people were killed, 29 injured, while 4 were killed in the Brovary district of Kyiv. Regional authorities in the Zaporizhia Oblast, at least 15 civilians were injured, Governor Ian Fedorov said. The strikes were widespread, Zelensky said on October 22nd. That Russia had also struck sites of Odessa, Chernihiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Kirovrad, Poltava, Vinnytsia, Cherkasy, and Sumy Oblast. Later, October 22nd, a Russian strike hit a kindergarten in Kharkiv. A kindergarten in Kharkiv. Now, I'm sorry, I could have just sworn that we heard some fucking Russian piece of shit talk about how he only hits military targets. Let me hear that one more
about
time.
Not targeting civilians.
We strike with high-precision weapons at locations where they make decisions, where military personnel and mercenaries gather.
Okay, where mercenaries and military personnel. So a kindergarten in Kharkiv. Is a kindergarten in Kharkiv, was that occupied by some mercenary force of the Ukrainian military? Were the 15 civilians that were injured in, just one of these oblasts alone, were they, also mercenaries? Or were they exactly what they were stated as, civilians? Ukraine's biggest private energy firm, Deter, said emergency power outages were in place in Kyiv, the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and reported significant damage in the energy infrastructure in Odessa Oblast. I was sitting in the corridor waiting out the attack when I heard a powerful explosion. Halnaya Ivanivka Shari, a resident of the building in Dnipropetrovsk district located on the left bank of the capital, told the Kyiv Independent. For a moment, I thought the building was collapsing, but it turned out that was the one next door. It was terrifying, but what can you do? It's not the first time my building has shaken like this. We just have to endure it. This is war. So they heard explosions around 1:10 local time. Let's see here. Tachenko said 2 people had been killed in Kyiv and 29 injured, including 5 children. Again, are those 5 children, are they mercenaries? Is that where military combatants were being stationed? I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it. This seems like a residential building. This seems like a civilian. If this doesn't piss you off, again, these are shots right here of residential buildings in flames following large-scale Russian attack. This is not from mercenaries. This is not a militant base. It goes on. And this is happening night after night. And again, this is after Donald Trump sitting there talking about how, Putin, if he really wanted to, again, probably the worst of the Kremlin propaganda, that if he really wanted to, could just steamroll Ukraine at any moment, which is just the most and utter horseshit that I could possibly imagine. But Zelensky was actually questioned on this. He sat down with Kristen Welker, who I am not a fan of whatsoever, on Meet the Press. He actually made the rounds on a few of these stations. A few of these networks, which was good to see. This was after the press conference that he had with Trump. So it was good to see him get out there and be able to, speak for himself, not in a crowd of fucking hyenas. But again, I don't even care for the way that this question is posed by Kristen Welker. I think it's absolutely ridiculous to pose the question this way, and she knows better. But let's see here, when posed with the question by Kristen Welker, does Trump need to get tougher with President Putin? I mean, if that is not blatantly obvious, and again, as she kind of she poses this question as we're seeing peace in the Middle East, like as we're seeing actual momentum, as like we're seeing fucking actual like an actual ceasefire is happening. Let's just put it that way. Kristen Welker placing this question like Donald Trump is actually seeing any progress whatsoever in this ceasefire, which he's absolutely not. But she is trying to give him credit. But let's hear what Zelensky has to say in response to this question, whether or not Donald Trump has to get tougher with Vladimir Putin.
Okay. Part of President Trump's success with Israel and Hamas was that he applied pressure to all sides.
Just a ridiculous framing of the question. As we're currently reporting on, things like this that we're seeing where, Israel continues deadly attacks in Gaza despite U.S. broken ceasefire. Israel forces detained 45 people in the West Bank. UN warns about settler violence. We have on camera the settler violence. This is an older woman being attacked with a club by an Israeli settler. We got that video we'll take a look at. So again, as all of these stories and many more like this, and again, violence on both sides, I will say, rightfully so, to call it out on both sides, but to think that this is in some way a success or to give Donald Trump credit for what we're seeing right now is just absurd. It's just absolutely absurd. And again, is another way for these organizations, these media outlets to kiss Donald Trump's ass. You know what I mean? And to stay on the right side of this so they can continue to get their fucking coverage in the press, the White House briefing room. But let's go on.
Does President Trump need to get tougher with President Putin?
Yes, and even more, because Putin is something similar, but more strong than Hamas. It's more bigger war. And he is the second army in the world. And that's why more pressure.
And I think it's very smart the way Zelensky handled that question, because he actually takes this like fake praise, this like, the applause that Donald Trump is like not, doesn't in any way deserve for what's going on with this non-ceasefire. right? And he's taking that and using that to his benefit and saying, okay, well, if you're saying that he was strong against Hamas, if you want to, praise him for what you think he's done over there, well, I got news for you. Vladimir Putin and the Russian military are far more dangerous than Hamas. They're far more dangerous and far more capable and far larger, and we have a far bigger war going on than anything that was going on over there. So if you think, if you're going to give him credit for that, then you have to rightfully calling him out, for not putting pressure on Vladimir Putin, right? Because this is clearly a much more capable military force, the second biggest on paper, at least, military on the planet. Then why don't we use that to our ability, which is, I think, a good way to approach that question by Zelensky here. But, that kind of brings us into this, because Trump was also questioned. I'm going to put this on the screen here. This is, the first question that he takes in this meeting here. And I just want to play this for you guys and see if you can catch it. I know the audio might not be great. Let me see if I can turn it up even more. No, that's all the way up. If not, I can repeat it for you guys. But here, listen to the question.
Mr. President, the meeting with Vladimir Putin is canceled or put on hold. Do you know what happened there, and does that affect your decision whether or not to send
So
him
he's questioned as to why his meeting with Vladimir Putin, as we just heard Preston talk about. So no meeting, no more voting on sanctions until another meeting happens. So we're kind of in limbo there. There's a circle. There's the dog chasing its tail. So one can't happen until the other happens, but one can't happen until the other happens. So not only that, but Vladimir Putin gets more time to, again, attack more kindergartens. He gets forceful rhetoric from Donald Trump against Ukraine, against Zelensky. He gets the president of the United States on television talking about and spewing Russian propaganda and Kremlin talking points, right? So he's got a win in this situation from 1 2-hour phone call. And now he's being questioned as to why he canceled this meeting. And let's hear what he says. Almost sounds like he's given up entirely on this mission.
No, I don't want to have a wasted meeting. I don't want to have a waste of time. So I'll see what happens. But we did all of these great deals, great peace deals. They're all peace deals. They're agreements, solid agreements, every one of them. But this one, and I said, go to the line of battle, the battlefield lines, and
go to the line of battle. Again, just picture yourself being a military commander. Right. Picture yourself being on the battlefield and somebody that knows what's going on and procedures and, tactics and the language and the rhetoric surrounding these things. And then listening to Donald Trump try to talk about these things. And you'd be like, oh, my Lanta, like, what is he like? Listen to what did he just say? Listen.
Go to the line of solid agreements, every one of them. But this one, and I said, go to the line of battle.
Go to the line of battle. Okay, you got that? Because we know the military genius that this guy is. We've heard several times before this guy's military capabilities, such
Army
as
manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
It did. And then in case you didn't, that wasn't enough.
Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was. The Battle of Gettysburg. What an unbelievable. I mean, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways. It represented such a big portion of the success of this country. Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch.
Yeah, as do a lot of people. And again, in case that doesn't float your
Never
boat.
fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. He lost his great general. And they were fighting. Never fight uphill, me boys, but it was too late.
Okay, so in case you question in Bone Spur's, military capabilities here, check this out. So far we got go to the line of battle, and then what?
The battlefield lines. And
the battlefield lines. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay, what's next?
You pull back and you go home.
So we're going to the battlefield lines, and then we're pulling back. Okay, so then why are we going to the battlefield lines? Like, so that kind of just means that we're going to the front just to pull back. So why would we do that again? Why wouldn't we just pull back from where we are? Like, why go forward just to go back? Makes no sense, right? But again, cut him some slack.
Everybody take some time off because
everybody just take some time off, take a week or two, go on vacation. We'll pick this up in about a week or two. Don't worry, we'll hold your position. Your guns will be safe. Just lay them in the trenches. Everything should be, spick and span and ready to go rock and roll when you guys get back. But everybody just take a break, take a breather, go get a sandwich, go see a movie or something, and we'll resume this fighting in about a week or two, because that's the thing that happens.
Countries that are killing each other. Two countries are losing 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week. So we'll see what happens. We haven't made a determination.
It hasn't made a determination. Again, no plans, no fucking meetings, no ceasefire, no more sanctions going on, no rhetoric and pressure being put on Putin. Again, just a win-win-win for Vladimir Putin in every facet of this negotiation, or lack of thereof negotiations that are undertaken. But again, that leads us to, and I know we only got about 10 minutes left, so it should be plenty enough time to, again, as I was saying, let me put this on the stage. We were talking about this, the non-ceasefire, the irrelevant and ceasefire that does not exist, that Donald Trump continues to talk about and everybody continues to praise him for. But again, it's anything but a ceasefire. That's what it should be called. Anything but a ceasefire, where we've seen, again, violence on both sides of the equation here. This is a headline this is Democracy Now! Israel continues deadly attacks in Gaza despite U.S. brokered ceasefire. Make this a little bigger on the screen. Let's see here. Israel's continuing its deadly attacks in Gaza despite the U.S. brokered ceasefire. Al Jazeera is reporting that hospitals in Gaza received 13 bodies over the past day, and the Palestinians say they have seen no real change in their lives since the ceasefire. That's because there is no ceasefire. The Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis is reporting that Israel has handed over 30 bodies and remains of slain Palestinians. Hamas has handed over the bodies of 15 Israeli hostages as part of the ceasefire deal so far. On Wednesday, a funeral was held for the bodies of 54 unidentified Palestinians returned by Israel. It comes as the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, says the amount of aid currently entering Gaza is a drop in the ocean of what is urgently needed. Here's Abir Atifa of the World Food Program. Since the ceasefire started on 11 October, we now have over 100 and over 530 trucks into Gaza supporting bakeries, nutrition programs, general food distribution. So far, we've had over 6,700 tons of food. That's enough for close to 500,000 people for 2 weeks. Daily deliveries continue, and they are now averaging around 750 tons. That's much better than when we had before the ceasefire, but it's still well below our target, which is around 2,000 tons a day. So 2,000 tons a day is the target, and they're averaging around 750. So again, not enough to sustain. But that just continues on here, where we talk about Israeli forces detaining 45 people in the West Bank as UN warns about settler violence, right? So the Palestinian Prisoners Society says Israeli forces have detained 45 people, including a child, in raids since last night in occupied West Bank. 45 people in a night. The group describes Israeli forces as having vandalized homes and repeatedly assaulted detainees and their relatives. It comes as the UN Human Rights Office in the occupied Palestinian territory is warning about an alarming rise in Israeli settler violence against Palestinians, as the olive harvest season gets underway, which is hugely important for these Palestinians right now, especially in this time. So far in 2025, there were over 750 Israeli settler attacks, which is a 13% increase from last year. Right. And then we have this that we wanted to take a look at just in case, a lot of people are like, well, you can't prove that. There's nothing to prove. Let's see if I can go to this one, put this on your screen. And again, this is an American lawyer, in case you're wondering if this is some Hamas video to kind of make the Israeli settlers look bad. This is an American lawyer, and it gives its description throughout the way. Let me see if I can do this. Why is it following my mouse? I don't know. I'll put it at the beginning. Right. Put this like this. So October 19, 2025, settler attack on the first day of olive harvest in Termasaya. Israeli soldier led us directly into an ambush. Can I speed this up? No. So 7:28, for safety purposes, all the local farmers gathered to head out to the fields in one caravan. $7:38, settler with a gun blocks the road and several other settlers behind him. Caravan turns around to try another route. So they're blocked from going to their own farms by Israeli settlers with weapons, and they try to find another route. Here's one of the settlers with the weapons you can see. More up top there. And again, it's crazy because there's a lot of reporting and a lot of video that suggests a lot of these like Israeli settlers are younger, like a lot younger than we have been seeing, in recent past. It's kind of weird.
That's it. Okay,
Right, so they go on.
He has a gun. He has a gun? Yeah. Where's the gun?
The other route is successful. Farmers and workers disperse, and then I'll go on and play because I know we don't have a ton of time, but let's go on here where they go up. The guy finds that his trees were, totally empty, and they try to leave. And then settlers are waiting at the top of the hill we came from, so we try to exit through the other side. Soldiers are waiting at the top of the hill. They actually go over to the soldiers and tell them what's going on, that they kind of fear for their lives. They're being threatened. The Israeli, the IDF or the soldiers that were up there kind of seem like they give them safe passage, and we're like, okay, yeah, we'll help you and come up there. When basically they just set them up. They just set them up. This at 8:37 says, I get out of the car and walk with my hands up to talk to the soldiers. They point their guns and question me. I tell them I'm an American. We are just trying to, excuse me. Go back and read it. We are just trying to drive back into town, but there are settlers blocking us. They say they'll let us drive through, talking about the soldiers. His phone's in his pocket. So we go on. He doesn't want to record. And then I walk back to the car as we drive up. I mistakenly believe the soldiers said that they would make the settlers leave. Instead, as soon as we pull up to the car, the soldiers sped away and leave us with the two settlers on an ATV, including one with a gun. There are also a few other farmers with a car with a smashed windshield. So now you can see these farmers come up. They start to bash the cars. There's a broken window, hit the side of the car. And then we got this guy basically running for his life in this moment. Ready? Check this out. So this is the American lawyer running. Being chased by one of the settlers, as you can see. And then later on, he films one of the women farmers, one of the women that were working here being attacked. So ready?
Hey!
Ready? Right here.
Hey!
So he's throwing rocks at the lady. There's the lady you can see.
Hit her! Hey! Oh my God. Hey! Hey! Hey!
8:53, same settler with the club starts attacking activists who had been providing protective presence, injuring at least two of them.
Holy shit. Hey! Oh no.
So again, to call this anything other than to call this a ceasefire is a joke. It just, words have no meaning at that point. And again, this is, examples on both sides of this that we could point to, that we could highlight, that you could talk about. It just, on no side of this does it look like this is going anywhere. Does this peace agreement look like it's going to be anything that's going to come to fruition, especially with the way that we've seen this handled? If they're just going to continue to lie about what's going on. And then JD Vance, as we'll talk about later on tonight, we also have Megyn Kelly coming out with a video talking about how she hates protesters now. Apparently all these right-wingers just hate the fact that we have rights in this country and that we exercised our rights peacefully and protested without violence, without the violence that the right that said was definitely going to come. So Megyn Kelly's got a video. She doesn't care for the way that we protested. JD Vance has his bullshit that he was talking about in Israel. Again, I wanted to kind of highlight what we've been seeing and what we've been playing on this show to what you're hearing from JD Vance. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner had that 60 minutes, so we might take a dive into that as well later tonight. But this whole thing is just, it's ridiculous to be, for the media to out there giving this guy credit or to even continuously call this a ceasefire. It's just, it's demeaning to the word. It just totally shits on the fact that, ceasefires in any other place. And then, especially with the propaganda you hear from, people like JD Vance and his refusal to put a timeline on this, just kind of gives you the idea that they really don't know what they're doing. They don't have a plan. They don't have any ideas, and they're just kind of winging this. And you can see it because it's leading to chaos on both sides. It's leading to, destabilization basically on both sides, and just kind of a free for all, right? This is just kind of a mess at this point. There's no really coordinated activity. It's just, both sides kind of doing anything and everything that they choose. But, we're kind of run out of time here on the first hour here on the early show. Make sure you're tuned in tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 here on the West Coast for Blunt Politics, our Wednesday night show. I really appreciate you guys, especially everybody over there on this space. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt. I'll kick it over now to Jeff over there. I hope you have a great show, my man. I appreciate all the work and the fight that you are doing over there. So thank you once again to everybody on this space. Make sure you stick around here on Blunt Politics, everybody on the Boston Brian channel, so I can thank and highlight and appreciate all you guys that contributed to the show today. So I very much appreciate you guys. Thank you on this space. I will catch you guys next Wednesday at the same time, same place. I appreciate it. Take it away, Jeff. Kick some ass, brother. I appreciate you.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it?
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Jeff Waldorf, and you're watching Logically Left right here. This Space Wednesdays, you know what that means. We're not on the usual channel, my home channel, which is, of course, Logically Left over on YouTube. But this time, we're on this space. So, and we're going to have a great show. All right. So, look, first of all, I got to thank Boston Brian for the very, very warm welcome and intro into the show. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it, brother. Great show as usual. But I have a great show as well. So I'm going to be talking about how MAGA is super racist. I know, shocker, right? I've got a great example of that. Another innocuous holiday post that just gets absolutely shit on, okay, by Trump supporters. Then we've got the DOJ, and mainly like this is us. We're, you know, the taxpayer here may end up paying Trump hundreds of millions of dollars. What the hell is going on? So I've got the details on that. You're going to be pissed when you hear that story if you haven't already. We've got House Republicans that are facing a lawsuit because they have been refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva and are choosing to protect the pedophile. So I'm just saying, we got the pedophile protection network over here in the Republican Party. So another example of that. We got New Yorkers confronting ICE during an enforcement action, and then we might be going to war with Venezuela. Okay. Hey, where's all the anti-war voices on the right? Where is the MAGA anti-war voice? Okay, because I don't see him. Especially when we're staring down a possible war in Venezuela. And look, even if that doesn't happen, Trump is unilaterally executing people on boats. I mean, that's absolute insanity that this is happening. And yet, here we are. And almost nobody's talking about it, by the way. Nobody's talking about it. So, look, those are the stories that I'm going to be talking about today. So, if you haven't already, please like and share the stream. Very important that you do so. Help out all the independent creators here, myself, Boston Brian, Andrea Rovenski, and many others, okay, that are taking part in this worker-owned network. All right. With that said, let's do it. Let's dive in. And we'll start out with MAGA racism. Fun times. Okay. Or maybe not. So what happens when one of Donald Trump's most loyal soldiers, okay, in the MAGA movement, decides to celebrate his own cultural heritage? Nothing good. I can tell you that. Nothing good. The MAGA base immediately turned on Kash Patel for posting a simple happy Diwali message. Okay, here it is. This is what he posted. Happy Diwali, celebrating the festival of lights around the world as good triumphs over evil. That's about the most innocuous, no non-problematic posts I've ever seen. But of course, MAGA had a problem. In fact, a lot of the commenters told him to, quote unquote, go back to his country and worship his sand demons. Sand demons, everybody. Wow. Look, here's the thing. Before I get into some of the more, some of these responses, okay, the more controversial ones, the more racist ones, I got to note that almost no one has shown more unwavering commitment to Donald Trump than Kash Patel. All right. Now, you would think that loyalty would pay off, especially with the MAGA base, with everything that he's doing to defend and protect Donald Trump and to go after his political enemies, right? But, of course, you would be mistaken, as the backlash to this post was anything but subtle. Let's start with one of the most direct examples here. This is from Pastor Joel Webbin, who I like to call Discount Matt Walsh. The Matt Walsh that you order if you order him off Wish, okay? Which I don't know why anybody would want to order Matt Walsh anywhere, but there you go. Now, he said, go back home and worship your sand demons. Get out of my country. Your country, bitch. This ain't your country. This is our country. So, no, I may have... Well, okay, so I have a lot of problems with Kash Patel. None of them have to do with his Indian heritage, okay? And that's really the difference between, people on the left and racists, okay? I got a problem with Kash Patel because he is a loyalist for Donald Trump, and he is right-wing. But, again, I'm not a racist, and so I don't look at a brown person and go, ooh, you, get out of my country. No, that's not what we do, okay? That's un-American to tell someone who looks different than you and who has different beliefs to get out of the country, okay? So now another user stated, this is a Christian nation. Check your foreigner stuff at the gate. No, we're not a Christian nation, okay? We are a secular nation. There's also a Christian nationalist known as Sons of Korah who responded to a meme that read, not today, Satan. Okay, that's not, of course, the worst of it. You had ex-user Scott Hambrick, who symbolically flagged Patel's account with DHS. Remember, Patel is the head of the FBI. Okay, responding to his Diwali post with just one word, quote unquote, deport. You want to deport him? Really? And he's not the only one who put that. Okay, a self-described Project 2025 respecter on the site with the name Rusty Shackelford, okay, wrote, we need to deport all Hindus. Ben Garrett, pastor at Refuge Church in Ogden, Utah, said, quote, go back. Go back where? Where? Gabriel Wrench, host of the Cross Politic podcast, said basically, quote unquote, convert or leave. Here's the deal. Either go back to your home country or assimilate into Christian America. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Another asked, what the hell is this? This is America, not India. These people, funny enough, they claim to be American patriots and completely miss the point of America, okay, which is religious freedom, okay? So what does this all mean? Well, look, the vicious reaction to Patel's post is more, it's just more than, an ugly social media moment. I think anybody who boils it down to that kind of is ignoring the forest for the trees. No, what this shows is a self-destructive obsession on the right with purity politics, which is at the heart of the MAGA movement. Purity. That's what it's about. This isn't about being anti-Democrat, okay, which Republicans are, all right? Obviously. It's not even about being anti-woke, okay? No, this is a movement that is fundamentally against any form of cultural or religious pluralism, even among its own ranks. All they want is straight white Christian males. MAGA claims to be America first, but their definition of who is an American, who's considered to be an American, is not based on citizenship. It's not even based on loyalty to the country. It is based on an ethnic and religious litmus test. That's it. If you do not look and pray like they think that you should, then they do not consider you to be an American. Period. They're not America first. They're a very specific, culturally narrow version of America first, which is white people first. Let's be honest. And Kash Patel isn't the only one where, that had received this kind of backlash online. They went after Tulsi Gabbard, who was, again, also Hindu. Nikki Haley. Ironically, this doesn't seem to be a problem for Donald Trump, who also posted a video of him, wishing people a happy or whatever Diwali, right? So Donald Trump doesn't care. Okay, he doesn't care, and apparently neither do his fans when it comes to him wishing people a happy Diwali, right? But if you're a Hindu and you actually post something like that, or if you're just if you're not Christian and you post whatever non-Christian holidays up, then you're going to get this backlash if you're MAGA. Okay, the racist backlash here is not an anomaly. It can't be dismissed as a few fringe voices. No, this was a widespread visceral reaction from a very vocal part of the MAGA base. And of course, it reveals the movement's deepest, ugliest truth. That they are animated by xenophobia and a demand for absolute cultural conformity. For all their talk of patriotism and their definition of what an American is so completely narrow that it excludes millions of their fellow citizens, even people that are on their own side, even Donald Trump's most devoted allies. It really shows you that loyalty is not enough. Service is not enough. Hell, even being born in America is not enough. They're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, after all. Birthright citizenship. No, if you are not part of their perceived cultural in-group, then you are and will always be the other. And I know it feels like I'm preaching to the choir here, but really my hope is that someone who happens to be a conservative that is either Hindu or, Muslim or, I know, crazy, or Latino, or someone who is not straight white Christian, okay, sees this and understands that you will never fit in with these people because at their core, they fundamentally hate you. Okay? This movement, by the way, is deeply un-American and is so completely consumed by its own purity tests that, of course, they turn against their own. This is an example of what always happens to extremist fascist movements. So there you go. But you know what? There's a good thing though. When they do turn on each other and rip each other apart, well, that'll just hopefully make it easier for us to win. Okay, so at least there's that. All right. Here we go. Here we go. President Donald Trump is demanding that the Department of Justice pay him, or maybe he'll end up paying himself because he is running the government after all, a staggering $230 million of your taxpayer money. Why? For the trauma of being investigated for his own alleged crimes. Yes, that's right. This is according to a Tuesday report in the New York Times. Now, the Times sources say that before Trump returned to the White House, he filed 2 administrative claims, which is just formal requests for relief from a government agency. Relief, of course, being money. That's usually what happens there. Now, one of those claims seeks damages for the investigations into Russian election interference and ties to the Trump 2016 campaign. You know, the whole Russiagate, basically, where everybody was looking into whether or not Trump had ties to Putin, or that, we know that, yes, Russia attempted to interfere in our elections by posting memes and getting into Facebook groups and buying ads and things like that. Yes. Okay. We do know that. How effective that was, I mean, it depends on who you ask. I don't think that it was all that effective because, it is social media. That said, there's a lot of people who would argue that it was very effective, and it was one of the reasons that Hillary Clinton lost. Again, I don't necessarily agree with that opinion. I think her campaign died a death of 1,000 different cuts, many of them self-inflicted. That said, after that whole thing happened and Trump won, he got investigated. Okay. Now, Trump, of course, called that investigation a witch hunt, like all the time. He still calls it a witch hunt, even though you had multiple U.S. intelligence agencies, as well as a bipartisan congressional report, which confirmed that there were some links. Okay. His lawyers, though, claim that Trump's rights were violated during that probe. With what evidence? None really. But again, it's one of those things where it's forget about the evidence, as old Mike Pillow would love to say. Okay. Now, there was another claim that was filed in 2024, and that is for the 2022 FBI search of Mar-a-Lago for the classified documents. Yes, those documents, the ones that were basically being hidden in his bathroom next to the toilet. Okay, that's it. I mean, in his shower. I mean, all sorts of closet. All these documents being hidden just in weird rooms around Mar-a-Lago. Documents that didn't belong to him, that he had taken from the White House. So, and wouldn't give them back. That's why the FBI had to, quote unquote, raid, which really it wasn't much of a raid. It was them asking nicely to come in and take a look around. Okay. Or say, we know that you've got documents. We're here to come pick them up. All right. Since apparently you're too lazy to pick them up by yourself, we're going to come in and do it. But that, of course, raid. Oh, what a raid. Oh, my God. It hurt my feelings. Now, look, that case led to dozens of felony indictments, but was dismissed on the technical grounds that special counsel had been unlawfully appointed. You know who made that ruling? His own appointee, Judge Eileen Cannon. Now, the Justice Department said that it would appeal that dismissal, but now Trump says, I want you to pay for that. I want you to pay, for that investigation, okay? Pay me for the trauma of having to endure it after doing crime. Oh, when asked, he told reporters, all I know is that they would owe me a lot of money, but I'm not looking for money. Bullshit. Total bullshit. Everybody knows that this is way more than just money. Okay, it is actually about the integrity of our justice system. Okay, Bennett L. Gershman, who's an ethics professor at the Pace Law School, told the New York Times that the ethical conflict is just so basic and fundamental that you don't really need a law professor to explain it. You really don't. What do I mean, though? Well, this is how this entire thing would work. You see, according to Justice Department rules, any settlement claim over a certain amount has to be approved by the Deputy Attorney General. Now, who is the Deputy Attorney General right now? Well, that would be Todd Blanche, okay? The same man who happened to have been Donald Trump's personal criminal defense lawyer in both of the cases, the Mar-a-Lago documents case and January 6th. That's the guy who would have to sign off on a taxpayer-funded giveaway. Because, yes, this would be paid for by our money. That's the same lawyer who signs off on that, who was on Trump's payroll to defend him against these very charges. This is absolutely unprecedented in the case of, in any case in American history. I mean, you got a sitting president who's trying to get compensation from the government, okay, that he leads for being investigated. That is something that has no parallel in American history. Look, if a president can be investigated and have the case thrown out by a judge that he appointed, and then can demand hundreds of millions of dollars from the taxpayer for his troubles, what's to stop any future president from doing whatever the hell they want, committing whatever crime they feel like, and then stealing money afterwards? I mean, there is nothing that can stop this. There is absolutely no accountability. Okay, this is not about getting justice, okay, for a wrongful investigation. No, this is about getting paid for being investigated for actions that had threatened our nation's security and integrity. I mean, it's just absolutely sick that this is happening. Absolutely sick. All right. House Republicans are facing a lawsuit to force House Speaker Mike Johnson to actually do his job, which is to swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, the Arizona Democrat who won her late father's seat in the special election nearly a month ago. That's right. This woman has not been seated yet. Gee, I wonder why. Oh, it turns out that she's the crucial 218th vote for the discharge petition to release the Epstein files. Yes, that's right. No wonder Johnson is using a dick move in order to block her. Cock blocker, perhaps. I don't know. I know. What do I mean, though? Well, Johnson is blaming the Democrats for shutting down the government and saying that that is why he has not seated Grijalva yet. Now, that excuse, of course, is absolute garbage. Why? Because Johnson has the power to basically swear her in using a pro forma session. Okay? He is refusing to do that. He's absolutely refusing to do that, which is now leading to these Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays into filing a lawsuit against him. That lawsuit argues that the speaker's delay in seating her is depriving the 813,000 residents living in Arizona's 7th district of any congressional representation. It lists the state of Arizona and Grijalva herself as plaintiffs in the U.S. House, as well as House Clerk and Sergeant at Arms as defendants. Yeah, suing the House of Representatives. Awesome. Now, May said in a statement that Speaker Mike Johnson is actively stripping the people of Arizona of one of their seats in Congress and disenfranchising the voters of Arizona's 7th congressional district in the process. By blocking Adelita Grijalva from taking her rightful oath of office, he is subjecting Arizona's 7th congressional district to taxation without representation. I seem to remember that there was a bit of a Tea Party that happened as a result of that. Okay, that entire no taxation without representation. So I don't know if anybody's going to go to the harbor and start throwing tea, but something's happening here. Okay, and I guess the first step is this lawsuit. But anyway, she adds, by blocking Adelita Grijalva, oh, I'm sorry, I mentioned that already. I will not allow Arizonans to be silenced or treated as second-class citizens in their own democracy. Awesome. So now Johnson has a response to this. He's claiming, hey, I'm not actually stopping her from doing that. That's Chuck Schumer. And you know what? For all those who are criticizing me, I'm just following the Pelosi precedent. I mean, it's classic Republicans to start blaming Democrats for stuff that they're doing. Of course. Now, he noted that then Speaker Nancy Pelosi had taken 25 days to administer the oath of office to then Representative-elect Julia Letlow. Letlow had won a 2021 special election to fill the seat of her husband, who had died of COVID complications just days before he was set to be sworn into office. So, it's the Pelosi precedent. That's right. Now, hold on here. The House was out on recess following her election because of COVID. And this man had died from COVID. So I'm just saying. By the way, she was sworn in the week that they returned to session. Now, Johnson, of course, said, I will administer the oath to Grijalva. I hope on the first day that we come back to legislative session. I'm willing and anxious to do that. Well, that would involve, of course, ending the government shutdown. But right now, the only way that the government shutdown would end is if Democrats fold and give in and not continue to fight to extend the ACA tax credits. Okay, so that's what the shutdown fight is really about. Okay, it is about making sure to fight to keep healthcare costs a little bit more affordable. They're still pretty unaffordable these days, but without the ACA subsidies, we're looking at up to $1,000 a month in additional costs for working class, everyday Americans when it comes to health insurance. So, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. And of course, Republicans are like, yeah, no, we promise that we'll have a vote on it if you just reopen the government. That would be like Lucy with the football. Okay, no, I promise I'm not going to yank it away at the last moment. Just go ahead and give away all of your leverage, Democrats. Please do so. We promise we won't screw you over again. Yeah, this time so far, it looks like Democrats are not falling for it. For now. Okay, but I have no... Look, if they give away their leverage, then, yeah, Republicans are going to walk all over them because it's what they do. You cannot trust Republicans. You cannot trust Mike Johnson. So yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm sure you're willing and anxious to seat Grijalva. Now, here's the thing. Not seating Grijalva, it actually doesn't have anything to do with the government shutdown. What I believe this is about is the Epstein files. I think that Mike Johnson is protecting pedophiles. Look, he doesn't want the Epstein files to come out. Neither does Donald Trump. I think they would rather talk about anything other than the Epstein files, which have been kind of forced out of the news cycle as a result of the shutdown. So this is benefiting them greatly. Okay. Now, the Epstein files, really important. They've become a pretty big headache for both Trump and Johnson. In fact, in an interview with the Capitol, in the Capitol with Representative Ro Khanna, who's been pushing for the release of the files, he said Johnson should just swear in Grijalva and hold the vote because that issue is not going away. Quote, they gotta swear in Adelita Grijalva. I don't know why they're delaying the inevitable. They're kind of hoping the story dies and they get it out in of the front pages, but then it comes roaring back once we get the votes. I wish we could just swear in Adelita Grijalva and have a vote on the release of the Epstein files. Now, look, Ro Khanna being super diplomatic here, all right? Whereas Ruben Gallego, not so diplomatic. In fact, last week during a news conference, he said, quote, Speaker Johnson is protecting pedophiles. That's what this is all about. The only reason Adelita Grijalva is not being sworn in right now is because he wants to protect whatever is in those files and all the pedophiles that would be revealed. Look, Ruben Gallego, I might not be a fan of his, brand of centrism, but wow, that's a pretty tough statement. Okay. Yes, more talk like that. Okay. We get more Democrats out there talking about how, you know what, the Republican Party seems like it's the pedo protection network. Then I think that's pretty effective. Quite effective. Okay. Now, speaking of people who might be, in the files, let's just say that. You had recent disclosures that Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and Steve Bannon are in those files. You got some pretty big names there. In fact, Politico notes that the new files that were recently released are notable in that they suggest that all three powerful men had a relationship with Epstein following his controversial plea deal that had forced him to register as a sex offender but didn't give him any prison time. You know, that deal, that sweetheart deal, was offered by Alexander Acosta, Donald Trump's former labor secretary, who ended up having to step down from that position over this deal that let Jeffrey Epstein, a pedophile, avoid prison time. In fact, many people have argued that the non-prosecution agreement, which was signed back in 2007, allowed Epstein to continue to prey on young women and girls for years before his subsequent 2019 arrest. Yeah. So now, of those three that were in there, yeah, I mean, some of them were like, well, I just had breakfast with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, having breakfast isn't the same as joining him in raping little girls. Fair. However, if you knew that he was doing that and you would still pal around with him, then you're basically admitting that pedophilia is not a deal breaker for you. And that's almost just as bad. Okay. You know that someone is doing this and you're still hanging around them for whatever reason? Man, that doesn't look good on you, bro. And neither, by the way, does preventing a woman who won her election with about 70% of the vote from being seated. Just saying. Yeah. Roe is, if anything, too diplomatic. Yeah. Seems like a nice guy, but I don't think this is the time for diplomacy, folks. Just say. All right. Here we go. So that was part of the scene in Canal Street, New York City on Tuesday after ICE began one of their sweeps. An Associated Press reporter had observed dozens of agents detaining a street vendor for selling bedazzled smartphone cases. Wow, you really going after the worst of the worst, aren't you? Now, in response to that and other various arrests here, protesters, many of whom just appear to be on their way home from work, decided, oh, hell no, not in my city, and fought back. Surrounding masked officers blocking their vehicle as they would shout, ICE out of New York. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. According to HuffPost, agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Border Patrol, and other federal offices, for example, FBI, tried to clear the streets of protesters, in some cases shoving them to the ground and threatening them with pepper spray before detaining them. There were several arrests, but eventually there were enough New Yorkers, enough pissed off citizens that had joined in on this to chase away some of these federal agents. They retreated. That is before they got reinforcements armed with long guns, tactical gear, and riding in a military tactical vehicle. This is what's going on in our cities now. Okay? We're under military occupation, essentially. Okay? If you're in New York, if you're in LA, you're in Portland, you're basically under military occupation. And look, this is it, and it's especially worse because this rogue agency, ICE, just got $170 billion in new funding. And what are they spending that money on? Weapons, of course. According to a report in Popular Info by Judd Legum, ICE has actually increased their spending on small arms, ordnance, and ordnance accessories manufacturing by a factor of 700% this year compared to 2024 numbers. That's right. They're buying 700% more weapons, guns, bombs. Okay. Now that number, I mean, that's amazing already. It completely dwarfs ICE spending during the first Trump term, when they spent about $8.4 million annually on small arms, and even during President Joe Biden's administration. I mean, it just completely blows all that spending out of the water. Now, the other alarming thing should be what kind of equipment that they're buying. Legum noted that while most of the agency's spending was on guns and armor, already problematic, there have also been significant purchases of chemical weapons and guided missile warheads and explosive components. What the hell does immigration need with guided missile warheads? And why? What do they need tactical vehicles for? What do they need any of this for? I mean, that should concern you. That should concern everyone. Okay. But no, according to the White House, though, spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin, these agents that had all this equipment were just conducting an enforcement operation against people selling counterfeit goods. Oh, so apparently the correct response to someone selling knockoff handbags is to send in heavily armed government shock troops in armored vehicles. This isn't Fallujah in 2003, okay? This is the middle of New York. Insanity. But obviously, this is not about counterfeit goods. Not at all. No, what this was, it was targeted, okay? Based off of information from a racist far-right influencer who had shared on X a video showing a group of men selling handbags out on the street and urging ICE to go and check it out. Check this corner out. I think that these are foreign people, obviously. They're not white. And so obviously that's a big red flag for me. And so and it looks like they're selling bags. Oh, you might want to check that out. This looks very, very dangerous. You understand that this is a government agency that is better funded, more well funded than some of the nation's militaries now, thanks to Donald Trump and his one big beautiful bill, okay, and Republicans that passed it. This is that government agency taking tips from Nazi Twitter, which is what X has become. Okay? That is incredibly messed up. Okay? I mean, Justin Brannon, a member of the New York City Council, spoke out against it, saying a few days ago, this far-right poverty tourist and provocateur discovered Canal Street, which apparently, yes, Canal Street, known for people selling counterfeit goods. And now he said, today, Trump's ICE cowboys marched in. They're not hiding it. They're telegraphing it now. Yeah, telling you exactly where they're going to go. Because they're getting it from, again, random commenters on social media. Now, there's a statement from the office of New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul, who described this person who posted this as a bigot and denounced the operation in the city. Now, for their part, the person who posted this online was thrilled, saying, quote, illegal immigration and the crime tied to it have been plaguing our city, or your city, sorry. I make no apologies for reporting on what real New Yorkers have to deal with every single day. Lady, you don't even live there. You don't have any idea what the hell you're talking about. And obviously, many New Yorkers do not agree with you. They don't want this Gestapo to come in. They don't want this, all right? Look, this very raid, by the way, ended up sparking an impromptu protest in Lower Manhattan later on. This was outside of federal buildings. Now, residents were out there protesting, denouncing Trump, as well as the behavior of the agencies that have been operating in the city. One person who attended it, named Nicole Parcher, said, I am so angry. What are they doing to our city? It's terrible. So that's a real statement from a real New Yorker and not some, again, poverty cosplayer tourist, coming in and saying, oh, you need to take a look at this. I'm seeing somebody who doesn't look white and automatically assume that they're a criminal illegal alien. That's what that is. Okay. Now, Murad Awaude, president of the New York Immigration Coalition, also responded to this, saying, ordinary New Yorkers on their way home or coming home stood up and said, what you are doing is shameful. And ICE's response to that was escalation and violence. This operation had nothing to do with public safety and everything to do with terrorizing immigrant families and communities. And that's the reality on the ground. Okay? That's what this is all about. That's what it was out. That's what it was about in LA. That's what it was about in Portland, Washington, everywhere that this is happening. It is not about law and order. It is not about, getting the worst of the worst. It has always been about terrorizing immigrants. I guess maybe in the hopes that they will self-deport and leave us as a white nation. Because that's definitely a goal of a lot of these far-right people. To get all the immigrants out, all of them, everyone who is not white, so that we can have a white majority nation, an ethno-state. Thankfully, though, New Yorkers are showing everyone that we're not going to sit here and take it. We're going to stand up, we're going to shout, and we're going to push back. I love it. I love that New York is another one of the cities that refuse to be intimidated by Trump and his ICE thugs. And there you go. One more story for you here today. It's hopefully you're enjoying the show so far, even though I'm talking about some pretty heavy, horrible topics. But it's going to get a little bit worse. I saved the worst for last. And that is a possible war with Venezuela. Yay. Okay. The so-called anti-war America First president seems like he's pretty intent on escalating us to go to war in Venezuela. Now, the Trump administration has, of course, unilaterally bombed at least 7 fishing boats in international waters, claiming that they were drug boats. What's their evidence for that? Just trust us, bro. We say it's a drug boat, it's a drug boat. But other than that, other than your word, which doesn't mean jack, what's your evidence? Don't have any. Now, that said, these strikes have killed people. The first strike killed all 11 people on board the ship. In the week that followed, at least 6 more boats were hit, raising the death toll to over 27 people. 27 people that were just flat out murdered, even though we don't have evidence that they did anything wrong. And they could have been fishermen, for all we know. Doesn't matter. Now, Trump, of course, has been called out by a group of UN experts who had labeled this as quote-unquote extrajudicial executions, which seems pretty accurate. Now, Trump's repeated threats against Venezuela, they say, violate the fundamental international obligations not to intervene in the domestic affairs or threaten to use armed force against another country. Look, I wish I could say that this is unique to Donald Trump, but it's not like we haven't done the same thing to other countries, especially in the using the excuse of drugs, the drug war. Ronald Reagan, all that. Even President Obama with the drone strikes, the kill lists that he had, extrajudicial killings, via drone. Still just as illegal as what Trump is doing now, and still just as bad. Now, that said, the trio of experts, warned that Trump's belligerence represents an extremely dangerous escalation with grave implications for peace and security in the Caribbean region. According to a report in Common Dreams, the statement from the UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial executions, expert on the promotion of a democratic and equitable international order, and Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism, came amid growing alarm over Trump's actions and posturing against Venezuela. Now, you might not be aware of all this with everything that's going on. Let's be honest. There's a information overload. There's a lot of news. There's a lot of things going on pretty much at all times. It's really difficult to keep up with everything. But this is important. Earlier this month, Donald Trump had authorized secret CIA operations within Venezuela. We don't know any details. What's the CIA doing there? What are they doing? Are they going to try to assassinate Maduro? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that Venezuela, they haven't done anything to us. Okay? They're not a threat to the United States. The United States is the threat to Venezuela. And you know what? Trump is escalating that threat because he has already gathered an unusually large force in the Caribbean, consisting of around 10,000 troops, at least 8 warships, and a squadron of fighters. I don't know. It kind of looks like he's ready for some sort of military intervention there. Perhaps an invasion, although kind of seems a little small for an invasion force. But still, I don't know. It kind of seems like we might be pushing for some regime change. Okay? That should be concerning. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is as a result of him not getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe he's taking it personally and decides, I'm going to do some war. I don't know. But look, seriously, even if this is really about stopping drug smuggling, smuggling is not a capital crime. It's not. What he is doing, what Trump is doing is murdering likely innocent people. Again, we don't know. Over the possibility they could be smuggling drugs into the country. Now, even if that were true, and we don't have the evidence to prove this is what's happening, that they're actually smuggling drugs, right? The fact is that the drug market in this country only exists because Americans want the drugs. It's simple supply and demand, right? Trump is murdering people, though, with no charges, no trials, just murder. Okay, just murder over this. He is a criminal. He ordered this. That's a big problem. And now his actions could lead to an armed conflict in the global south, in which, of course, more people will die. Not over drugs, okay? No, a lot of people are saying that this war on drugs narrative is actually nothing more than a cover for the administration's longstanding goal of doing regime change in Venezuela. I mean, everybody remembers, hopefully, Juan Guaido, okay, and how this administration during that time was like, oh, yeah, no, Juan Guaido, he's the official president of Venezuela now. No, he's not, though. He's not. They are desperate to do regime change there. Okay. And look, experts have pointed out that most illicit drugs that enter the U.S. do not come from the Caribbean. They actually come via the Pacific coast or overland from Mexico through the southern border. So what they're doing here is, I believe that they're using drugs as a pretext to do regime change so that they can get at the oil. Venezuela has massive oil reserves. And all I can think of is Donald Trump's oil, fossil fuel baron friends all licking their chops at the idea of being able to tap into those reserves. And I can't help but go back to Elon Musk. And I know he was talking about a different South American country. I believe talking about their Ecuador's lithium reserves, where he said, we coup who we want to coup. Or something to the effect of that. Okay. So yeah, we coup who we want to. Or we do regime change. Wherever we want. Doesn't matter. When you're in the United States, they let you do it. At least that would be Trump's answer if you asked him. Okay. Either it would happen through military action, which I think is on the table, although it probably won't be the first thing that they try. more likely they're going to try to scare Maduro into resigning so that they could put in someone like Juan Guaido. Okay. I don't know if it would be him, might be someone else. It'd have to be someone who is totally fine and aligned with the US on foreign policy and our giant multinational corporations, and would have to be comfortable with allowing those corporations to come in and take over those oil reserves. That's my read of this situation. Now, my question here, okay, is that if this is the case, then where is the anti-war MAGA? I mean, you guys made a big deal about, oh, yeah, no, we support Trump because we don't like war. You see, we're against war. We don't want to go fight foreign wars. Okay. Well, where are you guys? Where are you? Why are you not speaking out against this military buildup? Do you not actually care? Because what? It's Venezuela? Or did you buy into the whole drug war narrative and think that, oh, this is just, we're just trying to protect the United States from the drug smugglers? I don't know. But those so-called anti-war voices that are supposed to be on the right are pretty silent right now about all of this, which kind of shows you that I don't really think that they care too much about opposing wars. All right. So, wow, that's all I got. Scott Bloom points out, we're in agreement here. There is no such thing as anti-war MAGA. Exactly. If Donald Trump goes all in for a conflict, you know that these MAGA people are going to be like, well, he's got good reason. He's just trying to protect us. Donald James says, not if it suits their needs. Exactly. And so, yes, they would do all of that. Do whatever war, whatever military action that Trump wants. They'll do it. Because, it's a cult. It's a cult. All right. Fantastic show. It was heavy but good. Yeah, I generally do pretty heavy shows. There's nothing light and fluffy about this one. Because there's a lot of bad in this world, and I got to show it. What are you gonna do? Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna get some more comments here. DDS76 says, this is what's coming, talking about the ICE story and buying all those heavy weapons, munitions, the missiles. I mean, that's insane. They're border patrol. Why do they need missiles? Look, the budget is now just now being appropriated here. Yeah, they're arming up, and I think they're going to use ICE as Trump's own personal military force. I mean, look, there is a reason that he said, oh, you only have to vote for me once. You'll never have to vote again. I mean, maybe he plans on staying here forever. I mean, I hate to think about it, but that very well could be what's in store for our future. It ain't looking good, everybody. It ain't looking good. And you know what? Coming up next, after this show, momentarily, is an explanation of how we got here. Where's here exactly? Fuck Bill.
Testing. That was weird. Anyone see that? That was weird. Can we restart? Roll the just reset. Are we live? Testing. Are we live? It's a lot of stuff in the news. Today's show, Informissimus Liberi. In other words, I'm going to talk about some characters that don't quite add up, right? We're going to talk about some characters. We're going to be talking about some ways that some of these aforementioned characters will interact with and describe other characters, and how characters will, the collision. So you got character and then they do this, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about. We're talking about some characters. You ever hear the phrase "let kids be kids"? You ever hear that phrase? Recently, the vice president of the whatever this is said that kids were just being kids in response to some news story about like a 38-year-old talking about Nazis and how much he loves Hitler and how much he can't wait, to operate the gas chambers. And that 38-year-old, who was, by the way, like 3 or 4 years younger than JD, was described as a kid, just being a kid. All right, you ever think about this? Right, it's the shape-shifting child. Right, the child is like a fucking magical creature. 1 minute they're 38 years old. They wake up in the morning. I'm 12. What is this? Group chats. Who's Adolf? Never heard of him. Right? It's like like those vampires where they drink the blood and then they can like become like youthful. Like you drink the blood and then that like reverses your biological age. So you're like 178 years old, drinking on some virgin blood or whatever. There's always virgins with these people. I don't know what's going on. And then, then now instead of being or looking like 178, you look like you're like 22 or whatever. And, and then so you keep drinking the blood and then now you're 12 and then you join the young Republican group chat, right? Right. But we're talking about JD. We're talking about Republicans here. But then now we got this new guy. That's why I'm talking about news today instead of some, whatever this show normally is. We're talking about news. So you have that guy on the right. Then you got this guy running for whatever in Maine. He's got main character syndrome. Right? Because he's a character in Maine. Stephen King is from Maine. Stephen King, is this one of those characters or one of those books? Stephen King, of course, recently coming out against releasing the Epstein files. I don't know what's going on with that. But either way, back to the character in Maine. So this character, this guy in Maine, joins the military, right? Commits mass murder against children, presumably brown people, blows them up, shoots them, snipes them, right? Goes back to America and then says like, man, I miss that. And then joins a private military company, right? A mercenary outfit to gun down some more kids or whatever the fuck he's doing. And then he gets a fucking tattoo of a gas chamber operator on his body, right? This guy in Maine. And then now you have these liberals out there, these motherfuckers, and they're going like, oh, it's just, it's let kids be kids. He was just so young. You ever make a mistake? You ever regret tattooing Nazi shit on your body when you're young, a young man in his like fucking 20s or 30s going overseas to murder children and snipe brown babies, right? And then getting Nazi fucking shit tattooed on his body. He was just so young. He didn't know any better. It's Schrodinger's child. 1 minute he's a grown man, the next minute he's a kid. But what's the similarity here between J.D. Vance calling his Nazis just kids, and then you got now libs are talking about their Nazis are just, oh, they were so young. It's a regrettable tattoo. Didn't we all get regrettable tattoos of gas chamber operators on our body? Right? Don't we all get these things that we regret? And hey, there's an opportunity to have a discussion about reformation and all this, but we're not talking about some guy got a Nazi tattoo and then like a week later, he was like, oh shit, that's a Nazi tattoo, and then gets it changed or whatever. Whatever, okay, we'll have that conversation. But we're talking about a guy who got a Nazi tattoo and then left it there for like 15 years. I mean, I don't know what's going on there, right? So on one side, it's like, let kids be kids when they're Nazis. On the other side, it's like, oh, he was young and dumb, which is like the liberal version of let kids be kids. And we're talking about guys that are in their 40s here, like at the very least in their 30s. And, what the fuck? Right? Isn't that weird? Like they're just children 1 minute, next minute they're a grown man shooting fucking sniping brown people overseas with fucking rocket launchers and whatever the fuck they're doing over there. Right? They come back to America, they say, damn, it's like a drug, I'm going through withdrawal. I want to kill more babies. So then I'm going to join a fucking mercenary. What is it, like Black Stone, Black Water, Black Rock, whatever the fuck, dude. They're all the same. Right? And then he's going to go over there and then get a Nazi tattoo. And then now everyone's about to say, oh, it's just young, regrettable. Right? So this is something that pops up in politics. I've been around a couple cycles, right? I'm 29 years old, everybody. I've been here for, a couple cycles. I've seen 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 cycles. God forbid if I were 50, I'd have to bear through whatever the fuck the last 50 years or 30 years, seeing the cycles. Or we're spinning in the cycles. So I've been here. I've seen a lot of these stories come and go. Someone does something bad and they talk about how they were young and dumb and stupid. And there's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of people out there, myself included, all of us, that do a lot of stupid shit when we're young, and we move on and we grow and we change and we advance and all that kind of good stuff. And that's great. That's what we want to see. Right? But like, if that were true, right? If someone did grow and did change, right? Like, you would expect them to have done that growing and changing. Let's say you got the Nazi tattoo when you were like 25, right? And then like you get it removed when you're 30. And then like you spend 10, 15, now you're 40, 45. And now you're like, okay, I've reformed, I'm back in. But we're talking about someone who was like, oh, that's a Nazi tattoo. Well, shit, I'm going to cover it up. And this is like this morning. This guy announced that this character, what is his name? Some shit like fucking something. I don't know. I forget. It doesn't matter. Because it's just another one of these fucking characters that are just coming out of the woodwork. It's every once in a while you see these characters, these people that just like, they're like, some of them are trust fund babies. Most of them are trust fund babies. But the thing about trust fund babies is like, at least in the modern era, is that trust fund babies know that being a trust fund baby is not very popular. So like, for example, this guy in Maine, forget his name, I don't know. This guy like loves to claim, like a lot of lefties and liberals are talking about how he comes from an authentic working class background. That's like the 1984 bullshit word phraseology they're going to be seeing. Authentic working class. He's working class. He's authentic. He's working class. He's authentic. Like they use that same bull fucking shit about that fucking moron, that fucking long bearded freak with the fucking guitar singing his little song about fucking poor people eating muffins or whatever the fuck. They use that same bull fucking shit. Authentic working class. He's working class. He's authentic. He's a real American. Right? And then you find out This guy in Maine, actually, he's a trust fund baby. His entire family is full of rich people owning several businesses and all this stuff. And then you find out, like, actually, he's never really had to work a real job and all this kind of shit. And that, he actually joined the military to boost his political career. And then maybe he probably also joined because he's a Nazi. I mean, he did have a Nazi tattoo after all, but hey, maybe he was just too young. So, you see these characters once in a while, these people that try to appeal to the working class, because ultimately, like, that's what Republicans understand. I mean, that's their whole fucking gimmick. That's their whole party gimmick, is that they're going to pretend to care about kitchen table issues, like trans people in sports. Yeah, everyone's talking about that on the kitchen table. Does anyone even eat at the kitchen table anymore? I haven't eaten at the kitchen table in a long time. I eat my food in front of a TV. I watch cartoons. I watch horror movies when I eat food. I was watching Scream last night, eating pizza, just shoving my fucking face with pizza while fucking people on the TV are getting hung from trees and stabbed and fucking thrown off of the balcony. Everyone ever watched Scream? Scream? Anybody? Great movie. Anyway, so, but Republicans, their whole thing has been kitchen table. I'm sitting at the kitchen table and I got a fork in my hand and I got mashed potatoes, right? But all they seem to talk about are like black people just walking outside and how the cops need to gun them down, which, by the way, ICE is now purchasing missile warheads. Did anyone see that news story? ICE, Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. Or is it Immigration and Enforcement and Customs? I don't know. One of them. Whatever. Who cares? But they're buying missiles. They're stockpiling missiles, warheads. ICE. Why would they be stockpiling warheads? I mean, I don't fucking know. Maybe I do know. Maybe it's because we're in hell. But I don't know. That's some crazy shit. Right? But think about it, right? There's a lot of motherfuckers are in ICE right now. And memorize these motherfuckers, because in 20 years, these guys are going to be running as Democrats, saying that, I regretted joining ICE when I was 37 years old and I shot and killed several people. I bashed an old lady against the fucking pavement. I disabled 17 fucking children. I fucking shot the eye out of. I was young. I was stupid. I got carried away. So I joined a fucking paramilitary force and gunned down American citizens on American soil. It was all an accident. You're going to be seeing these guys running as Democrats in the future. I mean, unless we get our shit together, right? Unless we get our fucking shit together and say, hey, maybe if you're running as a Democrat, which, by the way, are we even going to have elections in 10 years? Are we going to have elections in fucking 1 year? I don't fucking know. Probably not. All right, so this is probably all a bunch of waste of time talking about this shit. But again, in 20 years, Democrats are going to be former ICE agents. Yeah. That guy that fucking busted into your apartment at fucking 2:30, and fucking stripped your child, zip-tied them, and threw them in the back of a fucking moving truck for 7 hours? Yeah, that guy, he's running as a Democrat now? Yeah. He's a Democrat. So you got to vote for him. Lesser of two evils and all. Pretty interesting. Hey, remember that guy? Yeah, well, he's on your side now. And we should embrace that. Otherwise, I don't know, bad things are going to happen. You ever notice that, embracing people with problematic backgrounds, it never happens to people that have problematic backgrounds that really aren't that bad. And then now they're super cool, That like those guys, they're nowhere. You don't see them anywhere. Those people, 0% of them are running for office. The people with problematic backgrounds are like, oh yeah, I have a Nazi tattoo. Oh yeah, I wrote gas chamber fan fiction. Oh yeah, I was a part of a fucking private military corporation and gunned down a bunch of children overseas and all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, they do the 180 or whatever, but they never become like super communists. It's always they become like milquetoast liberal, like social democrats or whatever the fuck. Right? Like, I just want to see someone for once that maybe their background, maybe they were a bully in fucking middle school and then they got their shit together and then they decided I'm going to become a freedom fighter. and then they were like a fucking activist for 30 years, and then now they're running as like a super communist. For once, I'd like to see it the other way around. But anyway, today's show, we're talking about how the concept of inexperience, the concept of youth, the concept of being a child, right? Acting like a child, a phrase you often hear, is weaponized in politics. It's weaponized often. Because like you could make a genuine argument, let's take it seriously for a moment. The JD Vance, the now this week liberal argument, that when you're 33 years old and you get a Nazi I actually don't know how old this guy was when he got the Nazi tattoo, and to be honest with you, I don't care. But like when you're like 26 and you get a Nazi tattoo, right? Like, is there an argument to be made that like when you're 26, you're actually really stupid, and that the age of adulthood being 18 is a social construct? I mean, your brain stops developing anywhere from 23 to 30, depending on your genetics and, all kinds of toxins that you're exposed to and all that sorts of good stuff, your nutrition, your diet, your exercise, of which, of course, we're all getting a lot of in this current moment. But like, you could argue that being 30 should be the threshold of adulthood. If you're 30, almost every 30-year-old, their brain has fully developed, whatever the fuck that means, by the way. I don't know what that means. But like when you're 30, your brain, at least according to science, has fully developed. So maybe the age of consent should be 30. Maybe the age of adulthood should be 30. Maybe the age of getting a driver's license should be 30. Have we ever considered that? Right? I don't know. If we're really going to sit here and then make an argument that getting a Nazi tattoo in your 20s and joining a fucking paramilitary force and gunning down a bunch of children overseas and in Iraq or Afghanistan, and then like going back again and over and over and over again, and then, are we going to make an argument that that's okay because he was 27? Well, if that's an argument, then you shouldn't be allowed to drive a car until you're 30. You shouldn't be allowed to fucking drive a forklift until you're 30. That's my argument. All right? Like, I'm totally down to say, yes, 27-year-olds are too stupid. They're not actually adults. Hey, you got to be 35 to be president, right? Why is that? 35 to be president? But it's 18 to fucking, I was going to say drive a car, but it's not even, in some states you can drive a car when you're fucking 15. But you got to be 35 to be president of the United States. Interesting, right? Isn't that weird? I don't know. That's a little interesting. What is the limit for House? You got to be like 25 to join the House of Reps or whatever, 24, one of those. What is that? You got to be 21 to drink alcohol. You got to be like 23 to run for office? What the fuck, right? Very strange. I don't know. That's a little weird. So again, I'm totally down to have this conversation about let's rethink the age of consent. Let's and by that I mean raise it. I mean, don't take me out of context. I know you motherfuckers. But like, if you were to ask me what I think the age of consent should be, what the age of adulthood should be, I'm saying 30. I'm saying at the very least 25. I'm going to say minimum 25 should be the age of consent, the age of being able to drink alcohol, the age of being able to drive a car. Right? That's what I'm saying. Okay. Maybe you could say I'm a little bit fucked up, but I'm seeing the results of the other end of the spectrum. Right? In a lot of these Republican states, you can get married. You can sell your child off to marriage when they're 8. Right? So, in a lot of these Republican states, you can drive a car when you're fucking 14. In a lot of these Republican states, right? Like 22-year-olds can fuck 14-year-olds and that's legal or whatever in a lot of these Republican states. And look at them. They're not doing so well. Right? So I'm willing to make that argument. But of course, that's not what this show's about. And of course, no one's going to entertain that argument. And really, do I even really think this? Or am I just throwing out the ideas out there to get your brain juiced up? How did you react when I said the age of consent should be 30? Maybe that says a lot about you. Maybe you think that that's way too old. Maybe you think that's still too young. I don't know. Maybe further examine that. But again, if getting a Nazi tattoo in your 20s or 30s, you're young and stupid, I don't know, man. I don't know, right? Being a part of a group chat where you talk about how much you can't wait to pull down the levers at the gas chamber and you're 37, if that's young and dumb and you're just a kid, well, then I don't know. Let's take that seriously. Let's entertain this idea, this argument. But of course, no one wants to entertain that argument. We're all different. We're all human beings. We all develop and age at a different rate. I would honestly tell you that there's a lot of 70-year-olds that I've met in my life that are probably more similar to 15-year-olds than they are any sort of reasonable adult. Right? I know a lot of people that are in their 60s, 70s, whatever, that act like fucking teenagers, that act like fucking preteens all the fucking time, right? So what even is age, right? When we think about things like the age of consent, right? Like, and that's, that's one, there's a lot of people talk about it, get you in trouble if you talk about it sometimes, but I'm going to try to thread this needle here. Maybe I'll get in trouble. I don't know. But what is the thought behind the age of consent, right? So we've determined as a society that sexual activity is something else. It is a special difference between drinking alcohol or driving a car. This needs its own thing, right? And maybe there's a reason for that. I can argue that there's a reason for that. I personally think that should be higher, right? So maybe they're right. But like the reason is, like you say, like a 17-year-old is just too young. They can be smart. They can have read a lot of books. They can be extremely book smart. They can be extremely academically intelligent, right? But a 17-year-old is just too young. They're too inexperienced. They haven't been on our planet long enough to fully understand the ramifications of engaging with sexual intercourse with a 47-year-old, right? So we've determined that 18 should be the age of consent for that reason, right? As if when you turn 18, all of a sudden, now you've had enough life experience, right? Just being on rails, right? On this American dream bull fucking shit that expired 40 years ago. You got to go to school. You got to get good grades. You got to go to college. You got to get a job. You got to fucking get good grades. You got to get a diploma. Got to get a new job. Got to get a spouse. Got to fuck. Got to have kids. Got to get a retirement account. Got to buy a house. All this fucking horseshit. You're running on the script. You're not really thinking for yourself, right? So, like, again, maybe there is an argument that you can be 33 years old and you followed this script your entire life and you've never actually thought for yourself. Maybe we can make an argument that, yes, you are too young and you are too inexperienced, right? There's an argument to be had there, right? So everyone develops at a different time versus, like, let's say you're 11 years old, right? Your parents died in a car crash. You're the oldest of like 4 siblings, right? You got like a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old sibling or whatever. And now you're the new parent. Let's say you move in with an uncle or whatever. And let's say the uncle's pretty chill or whatever, but all the siblings, right? They're going to look to you. You're the new parent. You got to grow up fast, motherfucker. You ever hear that? I grew up fast is something, people say, like, I had to get a job when I was 13. I grew up real fast, right? Are you really growing up fast, right? Or like, cause I don't know, if you're 12 years old and now you have to like fucking take care of 3 young siblings, that doesn't make you an adult all of a sudden, right? So, there's a complex thing here of how people age, how they grow, at what rate they grow, and how, and how that kind of that happens, right? So again, what are we talking about today? We're talking about how, like, there's these motherfuckers that can be, like, in their 30s. They can do the stupidest shit you've ever heard, and somehow it's okay because let kids be kids, right? And now we've seen this happen on both sides, Democrats and Republicans. Democrats are pro-Nazi tattoo because he was young. Let kids be kids. Republicans are pro-Nazi flag in the background of your Zoom call because let kids be kids. We don't really know. They're pro-gas chamber, discussions because, I don't know, the 37-year-old, maybe he was held back in high school a couple times, and maybe he graduated high school when he was like 21, and maybe like maybe he's really aging really slow. Maybe he lived with his parents until he was 32, and maybe like that means something or whatever, and that's why he wants to pull the gas chamber lever. I don't know, whatever. Let kids be kids. Whatever. But I've only been talking about white people today. I know we're going to be flipping the script. We're going to be talking about black people on today's show. If you're black, oh, dear God, right? If you're black and you're like 10 years old and you're playing with like a clear, translucent looking like a Game Boy Advance type of water gun. You ever see this shit? These water guns that are like clear, pink, orange, green, looking like a Game Boy Advance, right? Like you're like 9 years old playing with a water gun, squirting your fucking other 9-year-old friend at the fucking playground. And these cops will pull up and shoot the fuck out of you. And then later on, they'll sincerely argue in court. Oh, well, it looked like an adult. It looked like gang activity, right? You could be a 9-year-old black kid and you get tried as an adult. You get shot in the street because some cop thinks you're an adult or whatever. They're lying. They just want to shoot black kids. But hey, whatever, right? You can be a kid in Gaza. You can be 7 years old in fucking Gaza, and you have to fucking hunt for food from underneath the rubble every fucking day. You get your fucking knees shot off or whatever on a daily goddamn basis, right? You know, they don't treat those motherfuckers as kids. 37-year-old with a Nazi tattoo, let kids be kids. 7-year-old in Gaza, well, they're a terrorist. You know, 9-year-old black kid with a water gun, oh, well, might have been a gang banger. You know, you ever think about that? Isn't that weird? You know, when you're white, you can be a kid until you're 70. When you're black, you have to be an adult when you're 6. Very interesting. Very interesting society. It's almost like words don't have any meaning. Now, maybe words don't have meaning. Maybe, you know, like it's like we're looking at fucking peacocks or whatever, and they make all those fucking noises. We don't know what the hell they're fucking saying, right? But to them, they're saying like, get the fuck away from me. You know, you're scary. I don't know who you are. Why do you have a gun? Get the fuck away from me. And all we hear are whatever the fuck peacocks make, right? Like, so maybe we're not saying anything. Maybe we're just spewing some fucking garbage and it's just noise. I don't fucking know. But all I do know is if you are 30-something, whatever the fuck, talking about pulling down the lever at Auschwitz, you're probably not a motherfucking child, okay? I'm just throwing it out there, okay? Now, with that out of the way, what are we at? 27 minutes in? Oh man, we're only halfway through. I've done all my material and we're only halfway through. Okay. Here's what I got to do. I got to slow down. I got to talk like this. You ever wonder why people from the South are often dumber and uneducated? Now, a lot of people say you shouldn't talk like that. There's a lot of smart-ass people in the South. But people in the South, I lived in the South. I've been there. I lived there many times in my life, you know. So I'm not coming out here saying it from any lack of experience. But the reason motherfuckers in the South are so goddamn dumb is you ever hear people in the South, they speak really slowly, right? They speak like they're on half speed, right? So think about this. You're 7, 8 years old. You're growing up in Georgia. You're growing up in Carolina, whatever the fuck. When you're 7, 8 years old, you've heard on average half the amount of speech, half the amount of sentences, half the amount of just words, just by being in the South. Because people speak slow as hell down there because they're just sitting on their goddamn rocking and back and forth, and you go pew, and then the thing makes their sound, and then they're just kind of having a sweet and slow time. Whereas you live somewhere in the fucking goddamn Northeast, it's fucking cold as shit outside. You got to go somewhere, motherfucker. You don't have time to have this long ass fucking conversation. It's a blizzard. All right. I'm cold as fuck. My nose is about to fucking fall off. I'm going to die. Right. I'm fucking working overtime to just maintain homeostasis. Right. So we're going to be talking loud as hell. We're going to be talking really fucking fast. Right. So I don't know. Just something to think about. Right? Something to think about. So maybe under this fucking logic, maybe when you're 30 and you grew up in Georgia, right? Maybe you really are 15. Huh? Right? Because like you've had half the amount of exposure to words because everyone around you is dumb as hell and speaks like they fucking have nowhere to go. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. I'm just here to do a show. Welcome to Fuckville is the name of the show. We have been here for quite a while. A lot of people would say, when did we get to Fuckville? Well, we got to Fuckville whenever you started paying attention. Right? That's usually things started getting really bad whenever you noticed them the first time. Right? That's usually when things start to get really bad. It's not like, you know, there's multiple thousands or millions of dead canaries in the coal mines or anything that died before you or anything that maybe could have given us some information of which we could use to maybe predict the future without having to go through anything negative ourselves personally. But hey, whatever, we're here in Fuckville. And for a lot of people, they've really started to notice it for the first time this year. I know. I know a lot. If you're watching this program at this moment, October 22, if you're watching this program right now, 2025, you probably are somebody who's at least paid attention for a considerable portion of time, a year, 2 years, at least, like maybe even 5 years, maybe you've been following politics 10 years. Maybe you've been maybe you're a hippie from 1967 or whatever, and like you're about to die of like emphysema or some shit, and you like want to fucking on your deathbed, you're listening to fucking This Space or whatever. So maybe you've been around for a goddamn motherfucker, right? But for a lot of people, they've discovered politics for the first time this year because grocery prices are through the roof. And that's politics. How much money does the bread cost? That's politics. That's how most people engage with politics. Not dropping carpet bombs on fishing boats. That's not politics. No. Using racial slurs and talking about the gas chambers and putting minorities in gas. That's not politics. That's just comedy, really. It's just being comedic. That's a comedian. Sniping children in Gaza or whatever. That's really not politics. That's more in the lines of like, it's just a conflict. It's so complicated. But as soon as my car insurance goes up more than 3%, now all of a sudden, now it's politics. Now I got to get really involved. So again, there's a lot of people getting involved in politics for the first time this year. I would argue that if you have not been involved in politics, what does it mean to be involved with politics? It means like reading the news, number one, and then like at least kind of understanding what the fuck you're reading. Like you can read the news and not understand a motherfucking word of what the shit you're reading. I know that. I like to read books in other languages. That's how I like to expose myself to other languages. I've read books in at least 3 different languages, not all the way through, but I'll just pop them open, read a couple things out loud, work on my pronunciation or whatever, check out some grammar over time. You build a little base in there. But I couldn't tell you what the fuck that shit was talking about. I don't fucking know. I don't know the language, right? So I feel like that's a lot of people, how they interact with the news. They don't really know what the words mean. Most people are illiterate. So you can make an argument. If you're illiterate, you don't know what words mean, and you're, 55, and you get a Nazi tattoo, and you don't even know what Nazis are, you've never heard of the Holocaust. Hey, maybe there's an argument. You're just a kid. You don't even know. But I don't know, man. There's like a level of like, are we joking here that, I personally feel like I need to levy out in any one of these situations, because I don't know, man, if you're like 50 years old and you don't know how to even read a news article like at all, I question like you as just a fundamental person. Like, I don't know, man, 50 years and you never thought, hey, let me read the news with a critical eye just a single time. Just once, just trying a single time, like once at all. I don't know, man. Hey, we got a nation of children by that logic. And, it's hard to say because all of this stuff is a social concept. The concept of a child, the concept of becoming an adult, the concept of becoming mature. What does that mean? These are all things that we describe with words, just sounds, concepts. We all don't even understand ourselves. My understanding of the English language, I think, is very different than the vast majority of Americans in the United States of America. Their understanding of the English language, right? So I don't know. Can we really even have communication when we can't even have any sort of again, like with Republicans, right? They think that like Democrats are woke. A black man became president, and he beefed up the surveillance state, conservative. Beefed up the wars, conservative, gave a lot of money and arms to local police forces, conservative, picked a conservative healthcare plan, conservative, but he was black, so that means he's woke, and that means wokeness destroyed America because, I saw a trans person in the new Hellraiser, and that's a problem. And so now we need to vote for fascism to bring the prices down, right? Like, so can we make an argument that these people are children? Absolutely. And that can we make an argument that if you're 35 and you don't know how to do anything and you are MAGA and you like Nazis, that you're just so uneducated that that's why you came to that position? Absolutely. But then you have to say that there is that level of personal responsibility, right? Like if you're 35 years old and you still believe in Jesus, like, I don't know, to me, that's hilarious. hilarious. Like, I was 12 and I figured out that shit ain't real. And you're like 40 and you believe in God and the Holy Ghost. Like, I mean, that's some crazy shit, right? So can we make an argument that, like, you know, it doesn't matter really your chronological age, right? You're the year of the calendar when you were spawned into this world. Can we just admit that maybe that's not correlated with like intelligence or good decision making? Because I mean, I don't know. I'm looking around and it seems that that's the case, right? Like, you turn 18, you don't magically become an adult. You don't magically become capable of making decisions. Oh, I turned 18. Yesterday I was 17. Now I'm 18. So now I have everything I need to know to consent with sexual activity with a 78-year-old, right? I'm 18. I turned 18, right? I turned 21. So now I've been alive and my brain is developed to such a degree that now I can drink some beer. I turned 27. So now is just the right time to tattoo the gas chamber fucking picture onto my goddamn so that I can go back into fucking Afghanistan and snipe a bunch of children, right? So, hey, I don't know. But we really need to think about where we are at as a society when, in my opinion, I do think it is reasonable to say that most of these motherfuckers are as dumb as little fucking babies. Little fucking babies. Little goddamn motherfucking babies. That's what most human beings are. Let's take a classical conservative argument. The kind of strong, the survival of the fittest argument. Of course, they don't know what those words mean because they don't understand how to use English or speak English or really even read English in the 21st century, let alone the 19th century. So they don't really know what that term survival of the fittest even means. But let's try to take that approach, that conservative, might makes right. You know, I'm a big, strong man. I punch you down. That means I'm correct. That means I win the argument because I punch you in the face. That means I win. That means I win. I win. Right? Let's take that to its logical conclusion, right? The people that have done the most hard work, they're not Americans. Let's be real, okay? The people doing the hard work are in fucking like Vietnam. They're in fucking South Korea, right? People doing hard fucking work, they're in the Congo, motherfucker, right? People doing hard goddamn work are in Gaza. If you're living in America, let's be real. Right? What you think is hard work is like a fucking day in paradise, all right? If you're living somewhere else in the world, right? So by that argument, right, even conservative Americans, they haven't done any hard work. They haven't earned their stripes, right? They're a bunch of global trust fund babies who sit on a fucking computer screen and operate fucking drones. This is the average American's consideration of might makes right. Pew, boom. Pew, boom. Dead kids. Oh, there's an ambulance. Pew, boom. And then they go home from work at night. They beat the fucking shit out of their family and say, "Wah, I have PTSD. Wah, I have PTSD." These little fucking crybaby fucking losers, right? These fucking combat veteran motherfuckers. "Wah, I have PTSD. I don't belong in the real world, so I'm going to go back to Afghanistan and kill more kids because I'm running for Senate in Maine in 15 years or whatever," right? Wah, these little fucking maladapted fucking little toddler ass bitches, right? So I don't know. I don't know. I think that this whole concept of let's kids be kids and what even is a kid, I really don't know, man. We can even make an argument that let's say maybe 5 years old is the cutoff to being a kid. And, maybe we need more, categorizations, right? We have kid, teen, adult. You're 19. Well, teen's in the fucking age, right? But hey, that's just the English language, The English language developed, of course, over many, many years, and not all languages use the term teen, right? But hey, we use the term teen to describe children because of the English language, and we decided somehow 18 and 19 aren't teens, even though they have teen in the name. I don't fucking know. But and then also, are you a teen at 12? Or 13. Well, people say you become a teen at 13, right? Because of teen, and yet at 19, you're not a teen. Make it make sense. I don't fucking know. Okay, I don't get it. Right? Another phrase people use, adolescent. Right? But what does adolescent mean? Adolescent's more of like a biological kind of term, It means you're like, you're still developing, but maybe you developed a couple things. Maybe you've entered a new stage of development like puberty or whatever. But of course, then that stage of development ends when you're 30, right? So are you an adolescent at 28? If so, well, then we really need to reshape our society a little bit, I think. But ultimately, what we're dealing with in the United States of America are a bunch of fucking babies, a bunch of motherfucking goddamn motherfucking shit for fucking brains kids, a bunch of motherfucking children who genuinely, and I mean this sincerely, as much as it may make your brain hurt, but they genuinely don't know any better. They really don't. Because they're that fucking goddamn shielded from like anything decent in the world. Right? When that motherfucker got a Nazi tattoo, he genuinely didn't know any better. Right? He knew what the Nazis were. He knew about the Nazi symbols. He knew the tattoo. He knew what that meant. He didn't give a fuck. He didn't, because he liked that shit. He didn't know any better. He was raised in violence in a business owning family. And let's be real, most business owners are Republicans, right? And most Republicans are generally violent people, right? Let's also be real. If you grew up in the 80s, you probably, to some degree, got your ass beat as a kid to some degree. A lot of kids in the 80s got their ass beat on a daily or weekly basis by their parents, or maybe monthly, whatever. I'm being a little hyperbolic, right? So, where I'm getting at this is that, I don't know, man, this is a complicated setup. I don't know. Getting the Nazi tattoo, did he, maybe it was regrettable. He regretted it so much that he decided to wake up today and say, maybe now's the time, Hey, I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Just doing a show. Welcome to this space, everybody. I am here on this space. Television here today to bring to you a spatial program where we talk about the spatial dimensions of time as well as space. And here today we're talking about on today's show, just for all our new listeners, all the people that decided, oh shit, it's 3:42 p.m. Let me log on to this space, see what's going on, right? I know someone's out there doing that. But to anyone joining us, we're talking about what it means to just, make a bad, dumb decision because you're just so young. Let kids be kids, let boys be boys. You hear that a lot of the times too. Usually that's in the context of rape and sexual abuse and battery and murder and all that kind of stuff. But let kids be kids, let that 38-year-old who was writing gas chamber fan fiction, let him just be a kid. I mean, just be a kid. We like back in the day, right? Kids, like if you're like 40, 50, maybe even 60, like back in the day when you were a kid, you got to play outside, right? Like there were like empty lots and like like fucking random patches of forest that hadn't been mowed down for fucking housing developments and fucking shopping malls and strip malls and shit. So like you could run around outside. You could actually be a kid, right? You could play fucking hockey in the street and like, a car would just like, they would know that kids are playing on the street and the car would like drive at like actually like 5 miles per hour in a school zone in a residential neighborhood. Right nowadays, people drive through your fucking suburb at like 70 miles an hour because they really got to get home or they really got to get to McDonald's because they really got to get their fix or whatever the fuck. Right. But back then in the 70s, in the 80s, let kids be kids meant like, let's go play with the fucking kickball in the fucking street for fucking 30 minutes or whatever, or like an 7 hours until like the fucking sun goes down. Nowadays, right, we don't have any of those spaces anymore. All the empty lots got turned into condominiums. All the forests that you could play in and grab sticks and play little Star Wars with the sticks, never even seen Star Wars, but I played Star Wars with a stick, never even seen the movie, but I've done it. Very interesting, right? But you can't do that anymore. All the forests have been ripped apart. They've been burned to the ground from fucking shit. You're going to step on some fucking flame crispy bits. You probably have yellow tape. You're too afraid to go past the yellow tape. So when kids are wanting to be kids, what do? They have to go into the virtual world and they have to go LARP about being, Auschwitz gas chamber operators. So that's really what let kids be kids means in the current age, right? We can't like go in the street and play kickball. We can't play dodgeball anymore at the parking lot behind the shopping, behind the grocery store. And so because of that, we have to go put on combat gear, fly over to Iraq and snipe a bunch of fucking children, and then come back to America for a few weeks of vacation, get a Nazi tattoo, and then fly back to Afghanistan and join a private military organization, right? Because we can't be kids anymore. We can't go outside and play kickball. We can't fucking play with the fucking garden hose in the front lawn anymore, right? So we got to go over to Iraq and snipe some children, right? And that's happening right now too. There are Americans joining the IDF. They're going to go to Gaza, snipe some kids. There's Americans like joining the fucking Ukraine war, not because they care about the independence of the country of Ukraine, but there's a lot of motherfuckers that just go to Ukraine just to shoot some people. Like, they don't give a fuck about the politics. They don't give a fuck about that shit. They don't give a fuck. They're just going to Ukraine just to shoot some motherfuckers, right? Then they go to Gaza, join the IDF just to shoot some motherfuckers. You see these politicians drawing their fucking smiley faces on fucking bombs that are going to blow up a bunch of fucking kids, right? So I don't know. There's a lot to think about when it comes to the concept of let kids be kids. But frankly, I think I don't know. I think that it's reasonable to suggest that if you're in your 20s or 30s and you're getting a Nazi tattoo, that you're probably a Nazi. I mean, I think there's a reason to suggest that. And if you're going to say you didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo and you just like found out today, like no one told him, like this guy in Maine got a Nazi tattoo, had it for like a decade, and no one told him it was a Nazi tattoo, like 2 decades. I don't know when he got the tattoo. I don't care. But like no one told him? Really? I mean, I don't know. What do I know? I mean, shit. Fuck. And then, but hey, at the end of the day, working class. Yeah, just like you and me. We're all working class here. My daddy owned a business and my uncle owned a business, and they employed me at their business, and they gave me their business money, and I got inheritance. But we're just working class, whatever, because words have meaning. And kids be kids, even though they're 37. Because again, this all goes into really what the main scope of this show, Welcome to Fuckville, is really about. And it's really about the death of language. I don't know what the fuck anything means anymore because you people stopped understanding the English motherfucking language. All right. If we are going to say, let kids be kids, right? And then the subject of the conversation is 43. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know how to navigate that world, right? It's like if it says like I'm a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk, and then I want to cross the street, and then that fucking orange bullshit with the hand disappears, and then it says walk, right? And then I walk in the street, but then all the cars are driving because it's a green light, and then I get hit. Well, what the fuck? Like words have meaning. We need to know what shit means in order to operate in a fucking society, right? But when kids are 43, and adults are 10 if they're black, or I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Like, if someone's working class, but like all of their family members are rich and own businesses and give all the kids a bunch of jobs for free, then I don't know what the fuck's going on, right? I'm lost, right? I'm fucked, and not in the good dick way, not in the good dick way whatsoever. And maybe that's one of the problems. But either way, to summarize today's show, is what we really need are spaces where kids can genuinely be kids and they can learn and grow without being propagandized, without being told they're going to go to hell if they, I don't know, played fucking Mortal Kombat. You're going to go to hell. You ever think about that? You ever think about so there are adults that believe in Jesus and then they teach the kid about Jesus, a 6-year-old. And then part of that teaching is like, yeah, if you make a mistake, you go to hell where you suffer forever. You ever think like, wow, that's a weird thing to tell a 5-year-old. I wonder if that's going to have any long-term issues with their cognitive development. When you're 5 or 6 and your parents are saying you're going to go to hell if you watch this movie. You're going to go to hell if you have a black friend. You're going to go to hell if you do fucking, I don't know, if you're gay or whatever, right? I don't know, maybe teaching an entire multiple generations of 6 and 7-year-olds about hell, maybe that's caused some long-term issues that maybe we should really think about. I don't know. Just throwing some ideas out there. Questions, comments, or concerns. I'm going to be looking at the chat. Q-Cock, you got them. I don't. Questions, comments, or concerns. Q-Cock. That's the first thing I see. John Lithium says, at Donald James X, you shouldn't have to apologize for having an opinion. Now, first of all, normally I would agree with you, John Lithium. However, with Donald James in particular, this guy, I mean, questionable at the very least. So maybe, if I haven't even read the opinion yet, very questionable. But I know Donald James to some degree. I know a little bit about him. And I can say, out of anybody, if you're going to say he doesn't need to apologize, well, I don't know. I think maybe he should. I haven't even read the opinion yet, but maybe he should apologize. I don't know. GZ Doom is done. What is the new standard port to use? Well, GZ Doom was never the standard port to use. GZ Doom is the port of the low IQ or the people that want to play, those Steam games or whatever. And some of those look pretty good, I will be honest. But if you're playing Doom on GZ Doom, you're doing it wrong. And you should be using a port like DSDA Doom. Let's throw Woof out there. You know, I've seen stuff like Nugget Doom looks pretty good. Chocolate Doom, Crispy Doom. So GZ Doom is dead, which is good, and it should stay dead. This is, for all of you that are probably don't know what the hell I'm talking about, there's a source port of my favorite game called Doom. The lead developer basically had a big fight with the whole development staff. Basically removed all their bullshit and replaced it with some AI code or whatever the fuck. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't look at it. I don't care that much about that shit. I play real Doom, not whatever that is. But then the whole team was like, I've had enough of this fucking guy. Like, he's just a piece of shit. And he is a piece of shit, by the way. And so they forked off their bullfuck, and now it's a redemption arc. Now, all of a sudden, it's okay to play fucking Doom with jump and crouch now. So that's my opinion on that. I am a little drunk, so let's put that off the screen. That was an accident. But I am a little drunk at the moment, so bear with me here. Is Plattner a plant for white nationalist control? Probably. That's the most likely option. I apologize. I didn't mean to be so rude. It was just, it's less the face, like as in what you look like, and more the expression when that brought up. And if that spurred you to change your profile picture, then I apologize, because I did not mean to offend you in any capacity. It was just, like sometimes you take a picture and you look like you just killed somebody. I don't, whatever. Sometimes it happens. I've done it before myself. So it happens every once in a while. All right. If we tank the for-profit healthcare system, could it be a serious springboard into Medicare for all? Dude, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If we tank the profit healthcare, what are we going to do to tank it? Just boycott hospitals until they fucking do Medicare for all? I don't know. How do we tank the healthcare system? The for-profit. Explain to me what that means, and I can possibly answer that question. But I don't know, man. We're in year 7 almost of a pandemic that almost all lefties don't even acknowledge anymore. So as far as I'm concerned, Medicare for all is a dead dream. That shit is dead and gone. Died in the gutter like fucking little Georgie. Holy fuck. Here's a good one. I get all my opinions from other people, as you should. Especially if they're me. All right, let's scroll down. What we got? Questions, comments, or concerns? Everybody, this is the QCOC portion of today's show. Usually, we have a show coming on after this. It's called Left of the Box. I believe that Sandee said that they won't be joining us for some reason. I don't know. I get this shit like through 17 waterfalls. I don't read all these updates. I just, right before I came on, some motherfucker was like, you can go long if I want. I've been told I could go long, right? I've been told I could go like an extra 10 minutes. I'm not. Dear God, right? Can you imagine? Fuck. But I will be back here tonight for Left Past 10. It is our 2-year anniversary show, or was that last week? I don't know. We will be here for Left Past 10. There's also some like election debate thing happening today. I don't live in fucking New York City, and frankly, I'm sick and tired of hearing about New York City. I don't give a fuck about New York City. That said, I will be joining the New York City debate coverage tonight because I love New York. I heart New York, and so we love New York City. in the world. I love America. I love the birthplace of Wall Street and capitalism. And well, technically that kind of shit started in Day Nader lands or whatever. But hey, we'll give them a pass, man. Those motherfuckers, they've caused some havoc. Let me tell you. Okay, but hey, you know, we'll table that one for another day. But anyway, that will be happening. I may show up for that. We got some other shit. We got questions, comments, or concerns. Q-cock, everybody. I'm going to finish my beer real quick. Pads Blue Ribbon, because I'm an authentic working class individual that just happened to join a private military institution, shot and killed a bunch of fucking brown children in Iraq, and also got a Nazi tattoo. But I'm authentic. I'm working class. So I'm going to drink some beer like an authentic working class individual would, and I'm running for Senate. I got like a hardcore, like I drank an energy drink right before the show, and then I started to drink beer. So I've got like a hardcore, like Hitler at the Olympics types of situation going on. You ever see that video? Hitler at the fucking 1936, I think it was, Olympics, where he's got that leg thing going up. And that's where I'm at right now. I'm Hitler at the Olympics right now. That's where I'm at. My leg cannot stop bouncing. I feel like I'm about to have some sort of like amphetamine overdose from that energy drink. I had like some energy. I usually drink coffee. I'm more of a coffee person, but sometimes I buy an energy drink and they have all these fucking chemicals in it or whatever. I don't know what the fuck's going on. My leg is bouncing up and down. It is causing me some chaos. I cannot feel my my toes right now because I'm but anyway. So Q-cock, questions, comments, or I think I said and last time, and that's not true. Questions, comments, or concerns. Q-cock, you got them. I don't. And so I'm gonna look at the chat again. Jesus. Oh God. We got Boston Brian. Shout out. Donald James. Andrea, apologize. I can't remember if I've apologized once or twice. I've been there. I think I just did a couple minutes ago, actually. But I may be wrong. Not buy insurance, or in my case, switch from Medicare Advantage to straight Medicare. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, if we're gonna do a general strike, I think it's easier to do a general strike from like, you know, working at fucking Kmart, or what is Kmart still a thing? Working at like fucking you know, Toys R Us, or is that still there? Working at just what company still exists? I haven't left the house in like 5 years. I don't know what's going on. Target, are they still around? I don't know. Like, it's got to be better than working at Target, staying home, right? Like, I don't know, man. Like, telling someone who was got leukemia, hey, maybe skip the hospital. I don't know. That's a good idea. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not gonna do that. But if you want to tell people that are having an asthma attack to not go to the hospital because they gotta stick it to the man, I don't know, man. But I will tell you, I actively don't go to the hospital. I don't go to the doctor. Of course, we are in year 7 almost of the pandemic. Severe acute respiratory syndrome 2, also known as COVID-19, was originally discovered sometime in November in China in 2019. So we're almost in year 7 of this pandemic. I don't go to doctors. Fuck that shit. I'm not going to a hospital where no one wears a respirator. Like that motherfucker from Star Wars. They broke their leg, went to the hospital, got COVID, and died in the hospital. They got their leg healed. Their leg was fine. They got a cast. Everything was good. They were stable, hanging out in the hospital for a day or two, just, before they get out there. Then they get COVID and die because they went to the hospital. Isn't that pretty crazy? So I don't go to the doctor. I don't do any of that. I just deal with all of my infections. If I bleed profusely from a gaping wound, I'll just hope it doesn't get any worse than that. And typically it hasn't until, maybe at some point in the future it will be. And maybe you shouldn't take advice from me. I don't know. It's possible. But I'm a little bit of a, I'm an individual. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. It's the B vitamins. It's the B Qcock, when did I start learning Latin? I will not reveal the answer to that question. If you get the fancy energy drinks, you pay extra for clean leg bounce. That's true. That's true. Where is Max? He is woofing it up. Max. Max, they're talking about you. Max, you're famous. I don't know where he is. Somewhere? The Black Panthers Party for self-defense set up free health clinics back in the day. That's what we need. We need some doctors in this space chat room to ask if if this pimple or this thing on my shoulder is going to be cancerous or not. That's what we need. We need some doctors in this space chat room. I can send a picture of that thing on my foot, and they can tell me if I should go and get it checked out or not. Because I don't know, it's starting to glow red a little bit, but we'll get that. You got to get your bullfuck. That's for sure. It's a lot more difficult. I was on the phone with 17 different locations over the last couple of days trying to find a store location that supplies Novavax, which is the superior COVID vaccine to Moderna and Pfizer. One thing that a lot of liberals love doing is they love saying, just get the vaccine, get the vaccine, get the vaccine. A lot of people, they have negative reactions to Moderna and Pfizer, and then they get negatively polarized to becoming anti-vaccine, which is really ridiculous. But if you have a negative reaction to Pfizer or Moderna, I highly suggest Novavax, because it does not use mRNA technology. And to be honest with you, it has longer lasting statistics on everything else. It's just that Moderna and Pfizer bought the government back in 2020, and they got their shit into the mainstream public consciousness. So finding Novavax is a little bit difficult, but in my opinion, it's worth it. To be clear, I also own Novavax stock. So, factor that into your decision. But just throwing that out there. Duct tape works good on gaping wounds. I've heard that. So. Oh, shit, it's 4:02. I got to get out of here. Producer, hold on. Let me get to the bottom of the chat here. Help support independent creators on this space. Yeah, do that. Give us a like or whatever. I don't care. Anyway, whatever. Is the producer here? Hey, producer. Come on.
Leftist Mafia. Eclectic of skeptics. The Leftist Mafia. All type of hustles and all type of grips, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they talk it fast. They take it swift. They got to get the gab and know just how to recite and strip the formula to keep you mad. Show you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips, but they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip. They here to get rich, but I ain't here to trip. Just offer my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown at glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my dude, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it. The stance is against it. Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers, killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you. Something fishy going on is still too strong to lobby us, so we formed a coalition here. Our main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How you all doing?
Happy
How you
Thursday.
doing?
Sorry we're late, everybody. I blame myself. I just got here 20 minutes late, and it wasn't Matt and Ariana that are super
No,
late.
Mike
It
was the
me.
Mike was the first person here. Please.
I'm taking the bullets for you all.
There's no
metaphorically speaking.
There's no heat to take because I mean, what's gonna happen? We're gonna anger our commercial sponsors. Like, who cares if we're 5 minutes late?
I was just trying to cover for you all. The chat was getting very antsy, so
It's all right. They'll wait. They'll wait. They know how we roll. They know whatever we take away at the beginning of the show, we make up for it tenfold at the end.
That's true. But I just wanted to explain because we're always on time, very punctual podcast. So I just wanted to let them know that we're aware that we are tardy this time, which is unique for us.
Someone else just jumped. Oh, look, we got everybody.
Yeah, Rebecca.
We have 4 out of the 6. Not bad at all. How you doing?
Finally, it is gender equal tonight. No more misogyny. We've cured misogyny.
Yeah,
we did it on this podcast.
It used to be like that for me, Ariana, when it was just me.
Or Rebecca didn't have a chance.
Yeah,
it was
so
always outnumbered.
You came and gave us a good balance, so
So let's while we got 4 out of the 6 here, let's jump right in. So I think the big thing right now, everyone's talking about or watching because it's still going on. There's still another 7 or 8 minutes of it. The New York City mayoral debate between Zoran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah, I have some highlights prepared. It's still
Rebecca.
going on.
Rebecca. You're. I think your mic is the wrong mic.
Every time.
I hate that it doesn't
Make it
default
wrong.
to the good mic. But yeah, so we've got some clips queued up, and the first one that really stood out to me was this moment from Zoran Mamdani. Let me play it for you all. Let me know if you can hear that.
This is not a job for a first timer. Any day you could have a hurricane, you have, God forbid, a 9/11, a health pandemic.
Oh, hold on. This is very reminiscent to me of that time Eric Adams was like, there's nothing like New York, baby. One day you could be walking down the street and ordering a New York City hot dog. Another day a plane could be flying into our World Trade Center. It's New York, baby. Remember he said that? That was very, you got to be, there could be a storm. There could be a 9/11. That's just so like, listen, the reason why, and I see this from a lot of conservatives, and Cuomo is obviously trying to appeal to them. The whole Islamophobic, racist cudgel of 2001 all the way to like what 2011, 2012, when like the Ground Zero Mosque was a big thing. That's like the last. That was like the last gasping breath of the post 9/11 like Islamophobia craze. Like obviously Islamophobia still exists, but that was like everything during that time feels like it was just one big Islamophobic attack. But like this is like something that New Yorkers don't put up with anymore. Like New Yorkers don't never forget 9/11. This is a Midwest. This is anyone who lives anywhere but New York City thing. People in New York fucking solemnly like recognize that day when it comes, and then that's it. It doesn't. Our lives cannot and do not revolve around an event that happened 24 years ago. Let's keep playing.
Mr. Mamdani, want to respond?
And if we have a health pandemic, then why would New Yorkers turn back to the governor who sent seniors to their death in nursing homes? That's the kind of experience that's on offer here today. What I don't have in experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
Yeah.
Goddamn. That, my friends, is how
That's
you
a
did
great
that.
line at the end. That's a great line at the end.
That was
Wow.
very good. That was very good. I'm kind of going in chronological order from
No,
the
that's
earlier
the
portion of the debate.
that's the way to do it, I think.
So this is another highlight that I'm going to bring in, where Cuomo basically, I don't think this is in the clip, so let me set it up for you. He basically says that Zoran Mamdani is not representative of Muslims, and Zoran comes in with a clapback that I think is really, really good. So let me go ahead and share.
Two totally separate things.
Mr. Mamdani, want to respond?
You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except that's totally false. I worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were the governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here. They were
before I was here.
Before you were even in state government. I worked with the Muslim community. Imams presided over State of the States. We worked in religious working groups, tolerance groups, anti-Semitic groups, etc.
All right, gentlemen. Mr. Sleewa.
I don't understand.
Anti-Semitic groups.
Yeah, he worked with anti-Semitic groups. I don't understand that. But notice he did not name a mosque. So, yeah.
No, because he's so violently Islamophobic. Also, Cuomo has commissioned this. Do you guys remember the Big Time Rush guys, the band who went full Hasbara, just brain rot?
Right.
It was James
I did not
Maslow, another
know
guy.
that.
You didn't know that? Well, it was all.
I
over
mean,
TikTok.
I wasn't a Big Time Rush fan. I'm sorry. I had no idea what they were up
really
to.
Was. It
Right,
was
that's true.
like, they fell off. This was the best. It's kind of like the Azealia Banks effect, right? Like nothing was working out for her, so she went to Israel and she started chilling. But anyways, Azealia is a different type of piece of shit, though. Fuck that bitch. But anyways, so these Big Time Rush people, it's James Maslow and his little stooge. They're both like besties. They've been doing Israeli Hasbara since October 7th, right? This kid will go out to Washington Square Park and he'll be like, where would you live in the Middle East? Like, what about Israel? Did you know that they kill gays in Palestine? Just like stupid shit like that, right? And so Cuomo commissioned him to make advertisement videos for him, like to go out and do man on the street videos for Cuomo. And I'm like, you want to lose. Like you really want to lose at this point.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wait, that recently, like right now, and for this, for him, his campaigning now.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I did not know that James Maslow of Big Time Rush fame was doing man on the street interviews like TikTokers.
I gotta
That's
go
funny.
find.
Don't even know who
not
James
Maslow.
Maslow
James
is.
Maslow was doing green screen videos.
Oh,
His
he was.
little
The other
dude
Big Time-
is the one that does.
Okay.
So they're both from Big Time Rush.
I believe so. Yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. I sent it in the chat. Okay,
Looks like a big time bust now. Haha. Okay. That was not a very good pun. Let me see. Oh, this just goes to stream. Can you resend the link? It goes to stream. Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. Now?
There we go. Okay. Loading. Have some waiting music.
Not something went wrong.
What the hell?
Who did the elevator music?
I turned on some music while we wait. I didn't know we had music, but we have music. Hey, let me.
It's in StreamYard for real?
It's in StreamYard. I just found this out.
Oh wow!
All right, I think something's wrong. Let's not stick around and wait for this. This is not
okay.
Wait, hold on. I'll find another video and I'll send it. I think it's because it's Threads. I don't know why Threads is tweaking. I'll send it in a second.
Oh my gosh! I cannot believe that this is on. Yeah, that's good. That's actually effective. This is like waiting on the phone calls when you call in to find out about your bill, and they put you on hold. When you call Apple to figure out why they took that $9.99. This is the hold music.
It's actually very relaxing.
Because I'm about to get, once they take me off a hold, I'm gonna cuss them out. So.
Well, if you want, while we wait, we can play a different clip from the debate. This one I wanted to watch through.
I found the Twitter clip. I'm
You did?
sorry.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Let's see. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I saw this. I didn't watch it though. Okay.
My friend here, Mr. Mamdani, is running to be the mayor of America's largest city. But his critics say, who would hire someone with such a blank resume?
Hey, this
Let's
guy was
find
in
out.
Big Time
Hi, how
Rush.
are you? Are you guys hiring? Hi.
Let me go back and for reference.
This guy was in Big Time Rush? I don't think he was.
I think I just saw him in the group.
Huh.
I just
No.
Yeah, but he was like one of the lesser
what-
known. Like James
what's his
Maslow was
name?
the main guy.
What's this guy's
yeah,
name?
he was.
Sage?
I see him.
Yeah.
Sage Fox or something like that, right?
This,
What's
for
his
those who
name?
don't know what we're talking about, this was like a Nickelodeon show, right? Oh, the 2000s
It was like,
style.
I was in college at this time, but I know that
No, this guy wasn't in Big Time Rush. This guy's name is Zach Sage Fox. He's someone else.
Well, he looks like he could be.
dang, all white people look alike to me. I seen him twice in the group.
They literally like. Are these not the same person?
He was on
Are
the
these not
right
the same?
and left for me.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sending out misinformation. He's not. But him and James Maslow do so many videos together, so I thought they were together. But...
Honestly,
I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they are
No.
together. They don't listen. They don't need to be in a early 2000s Nickelodeon produced band to be.
So that's a Nickelodeon produced. They had the show. Was the show called Big Time Rush, or they were just like? It was like one of those-
it was a Nickelodeon thing. I don't know if Nickelodeon put
but they
them
switched
together.
over.
Or...
So the one guy you're talking about switched over, and this is not the guy though. This
So the
guy-
main guy, yeah. So the main guy of Big Time Rush is James Maslow, and him and this guy got commissioned at the same time to make Hasbara videos right after October 7th. And they're both Jewish, and they both like force this like integration of Zionism and their Jewish identity. But the fact that Cuomo decided to hire this guy, like the most man on the street Hasbara piece of shit, is like, honestly, it's like the nail in the coffin. He's definitely not going to win. So
Let's see. So he's looking for a job for Mamdani. Is that the whole bit?
I mean, he gets a coin. He's gonna get a coin doing this.
I'm
in the
sorry, but
meantime. It
Cuomo
pays.
doesn't get to make this argument. Like, this is a dude who got into politics because he's a Nepo baby. His daddy was governor, so he got to be governor. Like, are we really going to make this critique of Zoran Mamdani? This is crazy.
wait,
My friend is looking.
guys, my chat disabled for the stream. How do I able it again?
Oh yeah, somebody's saying that in my chat that there something is happening with yours.
Wait.
You have to go into YouTube and enable it manually. It's like in your video settings for the.
No.
It does it to me every time I have to enable it. All right, let me press play here.
Okay, so
Looking for a job? Are you guys accepting job applications at the movie theater? Shit. He wants you to go upstairs now and make an interview. It's for him, so I'll just leave you the resume. His resume is a little empty. He interned for his mom at Disney. His mom's like a multimillionaire filmmaker. It's like a Nepo baby. Do you guys think he could get a job at Equinox? Is he qualified? Oh, shoot. So you wouldn't hire him even at a pizza shop? A lot of his critics say it's a very weak resume. Do those qualify for him to work at your nail salon? Why? What scares you the most? He was a rapper, but it failed miserably. He rapped like saying how much he loved terrorists, the Holy Land 5. Are those qualities that you would hire to like sell popcorn? No.
I need someone with experience. Without experience, I can hire him.
Katz's Deli. This is my friend Zohran Mamdani. Can I give you his resume?
Would you hire this person to keep New Yorkers safe?
No. He never had a real job till he was 30. His current job, he's a New York State Assemblyman, but he showed up to work less than half the time. Doesn't seem like qualified. Okay.
Would you hire this guy to manage nearly $500,000?
Okay, I get the shtick already. I think that the way that Mamdani counters this is just he gets a cardboard cutout of Andrew Cuomo and just like with pervert on his head, like tattooed on the head, and like, hey, would you let this guy around your daughters? He was accused of sexual harassment by 13 women and he killed old people. Like, this is so lazy and it's trying to be quirky, but it just comes off as cringeworthy.
It is very cringy, but it's also a nobody, right? That he has pushing this information for him. And, I looked up the Zach Sage Fox guy to see if I can get any other information. And there's nothing beyond 2024 when the news of what happened in Israel came out in October, and Fox started using his accounts and how he was spreading the news, and they started using him and his information to push out different things, and they gave him basically a platform. So knowing that he's connected to Cuomo is interesting, but at the same time not surprising. Pro-Israel, all those type of things, we know that they will push those conversations to the forefront, but it's like it pays to be in this type of position. And right now, whether Cuomo loses or wins, homie's gonna get his little coin, and that's just what it's gonna be. It sucks, but this is what I like when we have so much an opportunity at our hands with Mamdani, like all these things. You have people like this who are wasting our time, and people will believe these stupid little things that they put together, these comical things that are entertaining, but spread misinformation or allegedly hurtful to the other candidate. But it's like, this is a waste of time. It's coming from a nobody, a man that just popped up out of nowhere just because he had a viral few tweets about the incident, and it pro-Israel, and this is where we are now. He's of course, anti-Gaza, anti-Palestine, and this is where we are now. Fox pushed him, and he getting the check. And this should let people know where Cuomo is. It's to me desperation. Like, let's get some of these social media people out here to push it. They say this guy's hot and he's pro-Israel. Maybe we can gather, those people or those.
Are they saying that this guy is hot? I hope they're not saying.
Well, I don't mean hot like in that way, but hot. No, he ain't.
I see what you're saying.
And I thought he looked like every other white person from Big Time Rush. So I don't know.
You can swap him out with somebody from Big Time Rush. I have no way of knowing.
Two of them.
Okay, so getting back to the debate, there is a clip that I want to show you, but I want to watch it through Hassan's stream, and you'll see why I want you to see his reaction. The chat already knows. Don't spoil it, though, but here we go.
I just want to say my chat works again, so.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Won't just be protected, but they will belong.
Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you first. I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community.
Thank you, Universal Power User, for this one.
A terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the assemblyman created the perception himself. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do
older
it.
Jewish
That's
Americans
the
are
issue.
looking
And
up
his
right now.
divisiveness is
Hamas and Hassan. Please answer about your own relationship with the Muslim community. You did not visit mosques for many years. More recently, you have been.
So I just want to take the time now to condemn Hamas Piker, okay? Make that clear. This was a surreal moment to watch. Very, very good stuff here. Okay, there's a couple of there's actually quite a bit of clips, so I don't know if we can get to them all.
Well, I think we'll get to them all. That was. I love how he throws Hamas and Hassan Piker together as if it's just one big.
They're all Muslims, right? So
also, I love how every sort of pro-Palestinian chant has some secret double meaning that must be denounced. Like, remember at the very beginning of all this after October 7th, when saying from the river to the sea was the equivalent of throwing up a sick hail or something? It was insanity. It was insanity.
They still consider it that.
It's insane.
Right.
The wrong person.
There's some people that will say Free Palestine is anti-Semitic as well.
Oh, yes, you can't.
It's
You
just-
cannot. The whole
there's
point
no winning.
is you cannot. The whole point is you cannot support the Palestinians. In fact,
exactly.
Even acknowledging that there's a such thing as the Palestinians is anti-Semitic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Unless you unequivocally support Israel and their genocide and their erasure of the Palestinian people, then you're anti-Semitic according to
the thing
Zionists.
is,
It's just so disgusting.
The thing is, maybe that worked 2 years ago. It doesn't work anymore.
No.
It doesn't work anymore. They've beaten this horse to death. They've done it for over 2 years now. And what's happened? More and more people continue to empathize and side with the Palestinians over Israel. Over and over again, poll after poll, especially among Democrats and independents, and even young conservatives. This is done. It's over. They are screaming out the propaganda from years back in a last dying gasp of relevancy. It's over. It's done. This shit doesn't work anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one thing that's been bothering me before we get back to the debate is how you have these dipshit right-wing commentators like Benny Johnson, and I think somebody else said it on Fox News, saying, oh, we have this Free Palestine movement. Why aren't they thanking Donald Trump? Because he freed Palestine, because of the ceasefire. That
I
is
saw a
so
bunch of
disgustingly disingenuous. First of all, Israel has already
They're
violated the ceasefire every single day, killed 90 Palestinians, and this whole situation with them not returning the bodies of the dead hostages, which is what they're using as a pretense to go back into Gaza, is so fucking stupid because they know that those bodies are under rubble and it's going to take time for them to get them out. They're under rubble because Israel bombed them. But since they're not returning them quick enough for their liking, that's like their excuse to bomb them again. Also, Israel's bombing Lebanon, violating that ceasefire. It's so fucking out of control. But we're supposed to thank Daddy Trump for freeing Palestinians. Suck a dick. I ain't thanking him for anything. Until there's no more bombs being dropped on Gaza, he gets zero credit. That's so, like, they're such liars.
No, he doesn't. He gets zero credit, period. They don't get credit. They don't get credit for funding the bombs. They don't get credit for providing the bombs. This goes for Joe Biden and the Democrats and Donald Trump and the Republicans. You don't get credit for killing people and then stopping it. You don't get credit for that. I'm sorry. It doesn't
I will
happen.
say, though, I think Mehdi Hassan put this the best way. I think it really just showed how terribly Democrats dropped this ball, because if you actually look at who released more hostages, it was under Biden's administration. Not that I'm giving any of them credit. They can all go fuck themselves for all I care. But the amount of, like, the way Trump has been able to kind of finagle this and maneuver this is like, oh, I'm the one that, look at me, like, look at how I'm doing. I just really think it just shows how much Democrats really dropped the ball, because Bibi and Netanyahu have had a very close relationship for a very long time. There's actually record of Obama wanting to kind of separate himself a little bit from Israel, and Joe Biden would not listen to Obama, and he would go see Bibi for longer.
Yeah.
And there's record of this, right? So for me to believe that Biden really had his hands so tied up that he couldn't come to any deal or any ceasefire at all, like, I think it's horseshit. I quite frankly think it's absolute horseshit. And I think it really just shows how much the Democrats really dropped the ball on this, because if they would have been able to even pass this, like, you know, this fake ceasefire prior to the election, I do think that Kamala Harris would have had a much better chance of winning. But instead, she regurgitated Joe Biden's messaging, which, quite frankly, I'm going to be honest with you. I have not hung out with a single Middle Eastern person that said they like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Like the disdain that exists within our community for that administration is so deep, and the hurt is so deep. And it's just like, well, now you have, Trump coming out and saying, oh, look at me. This is the second ceasefire passed. It's like, damn, Democrats really they dropped the ball. They really did.
They did. And that's why, but at the same time, they all we got for a chance, right now. They're the ones that are supposed to be the ones that are leading us into anything else. Holding them accountable doesn't seem to be really working, but we just need somebody to be able to do something different and do the job. It's kind of like how Middle Easterns feel about the past administrations is how Haitians feel about Bill Clinton and them, or when his wife was running. We don't like them. But at the same time, we are looking for something different, and what we have, like what Trump is doing right now, is terrible. It's worse, and it's just like playing with people's lives, and it's worse than playing Monopoly with people's life. It's like literally letting us watch, like, I never watched it, but I can just from people's, like, Game of Thrones with people, with babies, children, saying that they're gonna do, like, saying that he has the power to do this, and if they don't do this, he's gonna start dropping bombs, and like, this is a video game, but this is actual people's lives. And this administration has shown us time and time again, they don't give a damn. And anybody who supports this administration and what they're doing over there are all evil, and they just tell you where they stand. There's, just because they say they don't believe, they still support this administration. They, Donald Trump might have, a thing that he's doing, he might pull one out, this administration, whatever. But, I don't support babies dying. Or do you not? Right? Yet you do, because you support this administration and what they're doing to the people in Gaza and who they're threatening now. Oh, it's really sad to see. Democrats have dropped the ball, but they're really all we have. I don't know really what the formula should be, but it has to be more aggressiveness and pushing and staying on this administration. Like, literally, that's just really what it has to be. More of the Mamdani energy, more of those type of things that we need to see when it comes to that. But I don't know.
On a positive note, though, with that regard, before we get back to the debate, there was this that I wanted to show you all. Seth Moulton, one of the most milquetoast corporate Democrats, just made this announcement.
Yes.
He's going to return his AIPAC donations. Now, has he used the G word? Will he, vote against these laws that take away our free speech with regard to BDS? Who knows? But the fact that he's returning this shows that we've reached the tipping point where they officially believe that it is toxic to be associated with Israel. Not all of them, but if somebody like Seth Moulton is doing this, that's a very positive sign. Of course, there's more questions with regard to his record there, but this right here shows that we have been doing the right thing to keep the fire lit under their asses, keep the pressure on them. It's very clearly working. And the amount of change we've seen over the past couple of years has been significant. They know that the writing is on the wall. They know that they lost public support for their position, for their pro-AIPAC bullshit. And this right here is just such vindication for everybody who's been fighting and keeping the pressure up. So, if you're one of the people who was protesting Kamala Harris on the campaign, if you're one of the people tweeting at them, calling your representative, asking for a ceasefire, we're starting to finally see a little bit of movement. It's sad that there had to be an entire genocide take place to get here. Nonetheless, this is something that I think is cause for a little bit of optimism.
Yeah.
But yeah, vote for Markey. Don't vote for him.
So I know someone that worked at Seth's office. And this was back in 2021 when they were going to expand settlements. I don't know if you guys remember, it was Sheikh Jarrah in Palestine, and that whole conversation about Palestine first kind of hit the news, mainstream news. And she worked in his office, and she reached out to me. She was like, what do? I was like, you need to tell him to put a statement out in support of Palestine. So she was one of the only people in the office that was actually like, hey, you need to have a better stance on this. And he was vehemently like, no, you know what I mean? Everyone is pro-Israel. Everyone takes AIPAC money. What are you talking about, kind of thing, right? And so when we both saw him put out this statement today, it's been such a huge turn from where he was at, even in 2021, and the statement that he put out in 2021. And I know, like, listen, I know some leftists who, I'm probably going to get fried in the chat for this, but I know some leftists where no one can ever do anything right with y'all. Like, AOC breathes and she's a demon. Bernie breathes and he's a demon. Like, there's not a single person in the Democratic Party that could ever do anything wrong for some leftists. But I just think at this point, like, a win is a win, and you just got to take it. Like, I understand the brain rot, and I understand where, you know, how badly everything has gone. But at this point, like, you got to take a win for a win. People evolve, people change. This is obviously him evolving. He is a very milquetoast average white man. I get it. But, you know, he's evolving. He's evolving.
Well, I mean, I think that it's a political evolution, and it's absolutely cynical. Nonetheless, I'll take cynical evolutions if he's going to vote the right way. But with that being said, again, there's an alternative who he's running against, Ed Markey. And even though Ed Markey is 79 years old, I'm going to go with the 79-year-old over this, like, younger dipshit corporate Democrat.
Listen, yeah. No, I get it. I will say, though, like, listen, I'm going to support whatever Democrat president runs in 2028, whatever. Like, fuck it. You know what I mean? I'll do it. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm excited to rally behind them, but.
Well, don't give up your leverage just yet. Make them work for that. Hide that ball a little bit longer.
I'm not working for anyone. I don't work for anyone.
No,
I'm
like, I'm saying,
whatever the fuck I want. Like,
make them think at least.
Well, listen.
Even if you're gonna fall in line, make them think you're not gonna fall in line.
I'm not falling in line with anything. I just don't want another 4 years of this shit.
No,
I
understand.
We all tired, but it's great, Mike. You know, you still have that. We got to fight for it. You know, and that's good. That's good because, you know, we've been rolling with that and keep that. Right. But people is tired. Now, we can't do what we did last year or the year before that. None of it worked. And I think that if we know we don't want what we have right now and this thing that we've had before, but the worst it's been, which is right now, then we really have to just be like, and we can't do it with Biden, which is like, we'll just take what we got. And then when we get it, we do nothing. That was the problem then. And then last year, of course, y'all know my whole issue with that is just not voting at all or whatever. We're here. But we just can't do none of those things. It already happened. We don't need to rehash. We just got to do better. I think on this following year, like you said, Ariana, you don't want to do nothing. You don't want what's happening now to further. So what we got to do is just make sure we got somebody in, but we also have to hold them accountable. That means even when they're in, we have to be like, listen, no, you said this, like, be on their behinds, right? Like, a lot of the people who are invited to go TikTok dance with the next Democratic president, go and pull up, ambush them. Not, you know.
They won't. You know,
but just.
I know a lot of them.
They won't invite the people that would ambush.
Trust me, if they even get the inkling that you'll look at him sideways, you will get blacklisted. They will only let stooges into the White House. That's the problem. That's the literal issue. Like, they can't. So I saw the list. Sorry, I can't. So I saw the list of people that they invited. Okay, so before the government shut down or whatever, Hakeem Jeffries, I don't know who in the Democrats. I saw this because I know someone. I wasn't supposed to see this, right? It was like a back end of like what the staffers can see because I know people. And so they were like, hey, can you give me a rundown of these creators that have been pre-approved to cover the pre-shutdown festivities where Hakeem Jeffries is out on the street doing interviews? Literally every single creator was like the most in-line Democrat creator on earth. Like, the type of creators where like maybe once a year they'll be like, yeah, you know, Hakeem Jeffries is great, but this one little thing could have been a little better, but we still love him in this ways. You know what I mean? And I was like, girl, all of these people are extremely Democrat aligned, not a single Muslim, not a single Middle Eastern person. All of them were very, very, very much liberal Democrat aligned. And that's the problem. See, like, I will sit here and I'll talk all the shit I want about the Democrats, right? The thing is, they don't listen, they don't care. They will only let people in their bubble that fully support them. Now, if the Democrats had proper strategy, right, they would invite people like Mehdi Hassan, Joy Reid, Hassan Piker. They would invite people with, number one, real pull, and number two, people who have an audience that truly trusts them and listens to them and really follows them and knows that they will always stand by their morals. But they won't do that. They will invite the smaller creators that will never say anything wrong about them, because
they'll
that's how
take
they
irrelevance over being challenged. They'll invite the creators that have on Hakeem Jeffries, and the interview racks up hundreds of views at most.
I've actually seen exactly what you're saying. I think we've talked about that for about like a few years now, but I've seen that recently in a couple of the recent events that they've done, political things, that people who have salacious platforms who don't talk about politics at all were invited to a lot of these things. And I'm like, now you see them in the middle of them being like, Calabria on Love is Blind is X, Y, and Z. And then it goes into, but you know, we really have to support what's happening right now, because, you know, who we have in office, they can't name a name. They can't tell us a policy, but they're just like, really support, like, we can't have Trump back again. So let's go ahead and support, you know, Cori Bush for coming back and off, like, but they can't give you any details. They can't do anything. So this is what they're doing. I'm like, y'all went to these events. A lot of the issues that you guys swore up and down that you were going to talk about or bring back came back with nothing. And I'm like, dang, they just inviting anybody to these places to push or to make change. And I think that's the weirdest thing. I don't really care to be in those rooms, but I would love to see people who are doing work seriously without the idea of just going viral, but people who are doing the work to be able to be in those rooms to gather information, give information, and all of those things, and to really form a type of union that makes sense right now. And it ain't that. It's really just, again, for clicks and kikiing and what just seems to be really pop. Like right now, how we're even seeing with Mamdani, and there are a lot of people, I seen some people who were supposed to be on the right side of things. By that, I mean on the left-ish side of things. But they're putting out content like, but is he really the good pick for New York though? Because what he does over there, I saw somebody post this and I was like, this is so stupid. What he does over there is going to bleed into Long Island.
Listen,
but there were likes on there. There are people commenting. There are people like really engaging on this post.
It's like, if you don't live in New York City, shut the fuck up. It's just that simple.
Unless you support Mamdani, then you can speak up.
But
Long Island want to be NYC so bad. It's crazy. But anyway.
Yeah. I meant this for the chat, not this panel. We are political commentators, so we have a right. But average person, like, please let us live. It's been Eric.
Unless you say something we agree with, then you could speak. If you say something that we don't like,
freedom of speech for all of us. Unless you're wrong. Actually, going off on that, we should probably talk about the Republican group chat.
Yeah, I actually have.
Well, we barely watched any of the debate.
Yeah, that's so true. Guys,
okay, well, listen, I do have the group chat pulled up, by the way, so we can talk about that.
Okay.
I have some other highlights from the debate if you all want to watch them. I actually have some stuff planned for today, believe it or not.
Before we move on, Mamdani's team asked me to share a link with the chat. It's for volunteering. They need.
Wait, before you share that link, we got to make this a quid pro quo. Have they agreed to bring him on Leftist Mafia?
I'm working on it.
Okay. We'll share the link then.
Let me not jinx anything. I'm working on it.
I'm just kidding about the quid pro quo, by the way.
No,
but yeah, definitely share.
No, I'm working on it. Trust me.
That'd be awesome to bring him on.
Yeah, I'm really working on it. So this link is for phone banking, guys. They need all the help that they can get. So if you guys can please do that. And then there's also a Canvas shift too if you are in New York City or in the areas of New York City. I take it back. If you live close to New York City, you can come on Canvas. But yeah, those are the two links that they wanted me to share. So just putting that out there.
Okay, very cool. Well, this one, this clip that I have pulled up, it's actually a little bit of a Curtis Sliwa dunk fest on Andrew Cuomo, but it's funny because, you know, Mamdani comes in at the end to agree with them, but I thought that this was actually kind of funny.
Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down, and he will again.
By the way, just to give you some additional context, Cuomo is talking about how he's standing up to Donald Trump, okay? The guy who's like behind closed doors trying to get Trump to help him. He's talking tough right now, but right. So let me go back so you have that, you know, context. You can listen to how absurd this is.
Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down, and he will again.
So that proves a good relationship.
Wait a second. The president is going to back down to you, Andrew Cuomo. I know you think you're the toughest guy alive, but let me tell you something. You lost your own primary, right? You were rejected by your Democrats.
Why
and you have a difficult understanding that what the term no is. You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
I agree with Curtis.
You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump. Okay. And he can't stand up to Donald Trump, who knocked him right on his tuchus.
You negotiate
One of
with
the-
him, you don't get.
Knock him right on his circus. Shut the fuck up, Andrew.
One of the funniest things that I've seen online is there is a real belief among the anti-Zoran Mamdani people who've decided to back Cuomo that Curtis Sliwa is going to drop out, or not a belief so much, but a hope that Curtis Sliwa is going to drop out and endorse Andrew Cuomo. And I don't know why they think that. Is it because they just assume that Republicans are just so anti-socialist, or, you know, they call Zoran a communist? They're so leftist that's obviously what Curtis Sliwa is going to have to do. The belief that that's even a thing is so funny to me, because if you've watched anything throughout this entire campaign, it's so funny to me that Curtis Sliwa basically takes any chance he can get to take a shot at Andrew Cuomo. And whenever Zoran Mamdani comes up, who is the front runner, you think you'd go after the front runner, but Curtis Sliwa rarely, if ever, does that. But when Mamdani does come up, Curtis Sliwa's reaction has basically been like, you know, we've had elected socialists in office before in New York, and we've survived. The life will go on. He is not really attacked Zoran Mamdani. He might have said he doesn't think he's qualified, or he doesn't believe in his policy, or that, you know, the basic stuff you would assume. But he's not really gone after Zoran. And I got to think that I even remember that there was early on in the campaign, Curtis Sliwa even came out and said something to the effect that he was on some right-wing show, and he said, you know, whatever we do, we could attack Zoran without going after him for being Muslim. That's I don't want to do that. I'm not saying this to give props to Curtis Sliwa. This is a guy who runs a vigilante organization, for Christ's sakes. But at the same time, I want to point out that I do think Curtis Sliwa has a little bit of respect for Mamdani. He sees a New Yorker in Mamdani, and I think Mamdani has that same sort of little bit of belief, with a little bit of respect for Curtis Sliwa too. You know, this guy's I don't agree with anything he says, but this is a real New Yorker. This guy's been here for decades, and we're going up against Andrew Cuomo, who's the biggest fake there is. He grew up in Queens, but he didn't spend any time here. His dad gave him everything on a silver spoon, and he basically got ascended to the governorship because his dad was the governor. And he never came to New York City when he was governor. You know, if you really want to understand Andrew Cuomo, please, by all means, look at what local media outlets and local news in Albany, how they covered him throughout his governorship. there was so much scandal, so much going on. There is like it's so bizarre to me how like everywhere else covered Cuomo when you would hear from these reporters and journalists in Albany who've dealt with him for decades, like the real Andrew Cuomo, because that's where he worked. And they'll be like, the rest of the world doesn't see the same guy we see. This is insane. Like he's not a New Yorker. I'm sorry. And I think that's what Sliwa and Mamdani both sort of align on the same page as. Like there is some sort of weird little respect between Sliwa and Mamdani, honestly.
I like that.
I don't know. I feel like he understands his like audience though. I think he understands if he's openly Islamophobic or, you know, hits Mamdani's character, he's going to be very disliked in New York City. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But why would he care about that? Curtis Lee doesn't care about that. Obviously, he thinks he's going to win. That's what he's trying to do. But at the same time, he's rarely, if ever, he rarely, if ever, is going after Mamdani. It's amazing to see something like that where like this guy thinks he's going to win. I mean, he's opening up offices and like this isn't like just a fake run. Like the dude's really spending money and going for it.
This is how politics was in America, though. Like, when you look at the way Obama was interacting with people when he would step on the debate stage, or like, it's very sad that now we see a Democrat and a Republican be cordial, and it's like, damn, this is such great. This is so great. Like,
at the same time,
be the norm.
at the same time, though, Curtis
Sorry,
Lewa.
I just think it's wild. You know what I mean? Like, this is really where we're at now.
A new
Democrat and a Republican are like cordial. You know, it's like crazy.
No, I know what you're saying, but like a New York Republican, especially like an old school New York Republican, is not the same as like a Republican anywhere else. Like there are, you know, Curtis Lewa, obviously we have disagreements with him, and you know, he has some of the same, you know, old school racist tendencies, being that he runs a vigilante group. But at the same time, he's not like the rest of the country who are Republicans probably look at him and don't consider him to be a real Republican, because he's still a New Yorker, and a New York Republican is still not a Republican to the rest of the country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also look at Vermont, for example. This is Vermont, liberal as can be, blue as can be, Vermont, and they have a Republican governor, and you would never know the guy was Republican based on how he runs the state, but he's a Republican and they vote for him. You know, when it comes to the Northeast is weird. Our Republicans aren't the same.
This is a clip of Mamdani dunking on Andrew Cuomo over his corruption.
Now, I agree with Police Commissioner Tisch in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans. What New Yorkers need is a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump and actually deliver on that safety. When Donald Trump sent ICE agents on people in Los Angeles, Andrew Cuomo said that New Yorkers need not overreact. That is the furthest answer that New Yorkers are looking for. They are looking for someone who will lead, someone who will say that they will have their back, someone who will actually fight for the people of this city. And that's who I am, because I'm not funded by the same donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term, which isn't something that Andrew Cuomo can say.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Such a good line. Like every chance he gets, he's got to hit him on the corruption. It's so devastating.
He's really good at this. He's
quick on his feet, quick with his words, very witty. He doesn't have to do too much. That seems like he's, you know, being stressed or has to, like, he's leaving that to the old people, and he's he's doing a really good job maintaining composure.
He did it on Fox News too when he went on national.
It's too bad that he was born in Uganda, honestly. Like this is we're missing out on a generational talent who could potentially have been on the presidential stage. I'm not saying he would have won, but it seems like this is a guy who could have went the whole way.
I think
the potential was there.
Yeah.
Well, we've got to change that. Apparently, term limits don't matter. The Constitution isn't in effect. So
hey, maybe after
Zoran
maybe
2028.
Well, maybe Pink could help because that was Pink's whole shtick where he was going to change it. So
Jen walks so Zoran can run.
Maybe after mayor though. Maybe after he's mayor, he can run for governor. I mean, I think we really downplay the power of the governorship in the country. Like, governor is very powerful. We like, I feel like we over pay attention to, we overrate congressional races when we compared to like gubernatorial races.
Right.
Because governors have a lot of power. And to have someone like Mamdani running, New York State, where the budget is, where he wouldn't have to, as mayor, he's going to have to work with Kathy Hochul.
Yeah.
If he was the governor himself, he could just fucking allocate those funds.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with him running for president, regardless of whether or not it's okay. I'm fine with, honestly, like if he just wanted to seize power, not going to bother me. Dictatorship, Mamdani style. Because if we're going to be a dictatorship, I'd rather have somebody better. So yeah, whatever he wants to do, I support. I'm just kidding.
Is there another clip we got?
There is another clip. This one is, I believe it's near the closing section. Just a comment that he made. That
Also,
just shows you how good he is.
do you guys know when the history of why the mayor of New York is such a big deal? Like, I don't know when it became. Was it like before we were born or something? I
think it's just because it's such a big.
It's New York, baby. Are you kidding me? This is New York. What do you mean?
Yeah, but like, there's other big metropolitan cities too, and no one gives a crap who their mayor is.
There's nothing like New York City. New York City is it.
I don't know. I just don't get it.
New York's all right.
New York City.
New York's eye.
New York City is the place to be.
I'm walking in. Okay.
I built affordable housing all across this nation. I built affordable housing in this city when I was in my 20s. I know how to get it done. I will get it done on the rent stabilized units. What I'm saying is those are the precious units, and we
You're out
should,
of time. I'm sorry,
we should
Mr.
keep
Cuomo.
them for
We
the
didn't get an answer
most
to the
rent
question.
burden.
We have to move on. But I have a question for you.
No, sorry, he invoked me for much of that question. Just a very brief response
He's
here.
very brief.
You've heard it from Andrew Cuomo that the number one crisis in this city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
If I understand it correctly,
Sons of affordable housing all across this nation.
He's so good at this.
Oh, that is so good. Listen,
Matt is a fan, and I love it.
The thing surrounding the rent stabilized thing is so insane to me. As a lifelong New Yorker, I have chased this elusive rent stabilized apartment for as long as I was looking for apartments. And people think that rent stabilized means super cheap. That's not the case. Rent stabilized apartment is, and I say this as someone who now, thanks to the COVID pandemic and people moving out of the city, moved into a rent stabilized apartment in 2020 where I am. Rent stabilized doesn't mean cheap. Rent stabilized apartments basically mean the landlord cannot raise your rent over a certain percentage. I believe it's like 1% every year. So every year, the max they can raise it is 1% or something like that. However, if a tenant moves out of a rent stabilized apartment, there is a larger amount that the landlords can raise the rent for the next tenant based on how much work they put into upgrading or updating the apartment. So what they do is they want rent stabilized tenants to leave so they can do whatever upgrades and then raise the rent as much as they can legally for that next tenant. So rent stabilized apartments doesn't necessarily mean cheap. You get a cheap rent stabilized apartment if you're lucky enough to get a rent stabilized apartment after a tenant who's been there for decades moves out. Because it means, let's say someone's living in a rent stabilized apartment. They've been there for 20, 30, 40 years or whatever. And they're paying hundreds. There's some people paying hundreds of dollars in rent. And they leave them. So the landlord can raise it, but still only raise it at a certain percentage of that hundreds of dollars. But if you're getting a rent stabilized apartment where there's been tenant turnover every couple of years, then that apartment's probably close to in line with other non-stabilized rent prices. Maybe it's $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. From what I understand, Zoran Mamdani's rent is over $2,000 for like a 1-bedroom or whatever. That's in line for Queens. He doesn't live in Manhattan or Brooklyn. It's Queens. Queens is cheaper than Manhattan or Brooklyn. So the idea that and there's a pretty good percentage. There's millions of apartments in this city that are rent stabilized. So the idea that he's holding an apartment from some poor downtrodden family that can't afford to live in New York is bullshit. Because in New York City, they actually set aside affordable housing units in certain buildings. And those affordable housing units are already expensive. Affordable housing in this city is like $2,000, $3,000 if you can believe it in some buildings. That's affordable housing for a studio. But also those affordable housing units require you to make a certain range of rent. So you have affordable housing units that say maybe it's a 1-bedroom for, let's just say $2,000, and that's being generous, probably a lot more. But the amount of money they make, they require you to make will be somewhere from $60,000 to $95,000. And if you don't make that range, if you make under that or over that, you don't qualify for that affordable housing unit. And that's, again, I'm not talking about rent stabilized, which is what Andrew Cuomo is talking about, but I'm bringing it up to give you this understanding that rent stabilization, affordable housing, these are terms that have very different meanings in New York City. In New York City, these are specific things that are basically meant to lessen the burden, I guess, of people living in New York City, but it is not for low-income families, because low-income families don't even make that much. A low-income family can't afford a $2,000, $3,000 1-bedroom apartment. That's not low-income housing. So I'm just pointing this stuff out about how Andrew Cuomo, because either he doesn't know, which I refuse to believe that, or he does know, but he's counting on people not to know. Because his voter base probably isn't even renters to begin with. His voter base are probably homeowners in the outer boroughs.
He knows, and he's counting on people not to, and that's why he's using that to make it feel like, oh, he's stealing from y'all, he see how he's taking advantage and all this other stuff. He knows he's a New Yorker. I mean, he ain't your type of New Yorker. You an OG, you the real one, right? But he's not. He's counting on folks to really want somebody other than Mamdani to really see something as an issue, and to be like, this person, this immigrant, this whatever is stealing our homes or taking from us and using, so it fits the rhetoric. So yeah, but good background on that.
I have a couple more debate clips, but Ariana, did you want to give us some context for this clip?
So this is just like you just have to play it. It has Eric Adams in housing. That's all you need to know.
If it has Eric Adams, I'm down.
It's like this. Like, a lot of New Yorkers have to get roommates. Right. To afford play. We actually got some roommates. Oh, dude, what are you doing? What do you mean? I'm subletting. Okay, I'm up. What? Is that all the roommates? Do we have a few more?
My girlfriend's coming over. You don't mind sleeping on the street tonight,
Dude, this is the mayor talking to Brown.
These are all roommates.
These are all my roommates.
Where do they sleep together?
We have a bed right there.
Hey, man, just real quick. Can I use your toothbrush? Is that all right?
Dude, are you okay with that? I don't even use a toothbrush. Yeah, we can go over here. You're saying that we can zone more. Why are we so restrictive to begin with? Like, how did we end up in a situation where it's so hard to build?
I love that question.
Yo, the shower's not working in here.
What?
The shower's not working.
Dude, the shower's never worked.
Oh, guys, the shower's never worked.
Dude,
you guys gotta call a plumber. Are you kidding me?
How many guys were in that shower?
How do you rotate whose date night is?
How do we rotate?
Yes.
Well, I don't pull any girls at all.
I'm going to hang out with a shorty no matter where they came from.
Yeah.
Do you have any bamboo?
Bamboo.
Simple items such as bamboo, paper. You sure you don't have any in here? Something as simple as a crack pipe.
We have a bong.
This is a creative bar. You can now go into a legal shop and purchase weed. But the goal is when they passed the law, they had too many illegal shops open.
Right.
That was selling everything from shrooms.
And none of us have ever been to that. So what was that like? Mayor Adams, thank you so much.
Hey! I'm the landlord and I'm here to wreck your apartment. The thing that landlords do, apparently.
It's just like a bit about New York,
So
right? And stuff like that. I thought it was.
It's kind of a waste of having Eric Adams though, because none of it really made any point. It really made a point.
But he was the
It was just kind of stupid.
Yeah, but that's the point of Eric Adams, though. Like nothing makes sense. Like
I mean, he's the mayor of New York City, though. He is the mayor of New York City, and he didn't do nothing for renters. In fact, he oversaw the rise of rent for rent-stabilized apartments. I just realized, in the chat, when I mentioned the rent-stabilized apartments could be raised like 1% every year, that's actually old and out of date now. I couldn't remember what the new percentage was. People in the chat said it's like something like 2 to 4% or something like that, and that's thanks to Eric Adams. He did that directly as a result of the pandemic and landlords lobbying him that they weren't making enough money anymore because of the pandemic, and they needed to raise rent stabilized apartments more than the percentage that they were able to raise it previously. So who gets screwed over whenever there's a money crisis in New York City? It's the working people. It's not the people who own the actual buildings.
Yeah, okay. I've got a couple more clips from the debate. This one is he brings up the donations that Cuomo made to Elon Musk. Anytime he hits him for corruption, I always want to highlight that because I think it's so good. Democrats should be following this blueprint because it's very effective.
Let's talk about free buses. Mr. Mamdani, this is a centerpiece of your campaign. Can you explain how you will make buses free? You have 30 seconds to answer.
Absolutely. We will make buses free by replacing the revenue that the MTA currently gets from buses. This is revenue that's around $700 million or so. That's less money than Andrew Cuomo gave to Elon Musk in $959 million in tax credits when he was the governor. And the reason that we will do so is that making buses free doesn't just provide economic relief, but also public safety. Because what we've seen is that it decreases assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. New Yorkers deserve more than the slowest buses in the country. I know.
Let's talk about free buses.
Just the little pot shots. He's so good at this. So good at this. Last clip, he calls out Cuomo's racism, specifically the mailers that happened during the primary when he was like sending him out, darkening his beard and stuff like that. I just wanted to spotlight this.
By the way, for people who don't know what Mamdani was referring to, it was a project that has since been called the Buffalo Billions. And basically, Andrew Cuomo put aside something like $959 million in state subsidies in order to help bring a headquarters for a solar panel company that's connected to Elon Musk and his family. It was like Elon Musk's cousins or something, which then Elon Musk then later took over or whatever. And the money went to them and the project never panned out. Tesla ends up acquiring the solar panel company from Elon Musk's family. And I don't even know what ended up happening, but they got that money. They got those subsidies. It was a gigafactory for Solar City. That's what he's referring to there. Literally giving subsidies to Elon Musk and family.
Yeah, that should be something that sinks him. That alone is like incriminating enough.
Again, these are things that like people in Albany have been constantly. This was like not new either. The Buffalo Billion thing happened in what was it, in 2012 or something like that. And the corruption came out like before the Cynthia Nixon primary, that when she primaried Cuomo, and like people in Albany were banging the drums over all these corruption scandals, but Cuomo was like Teflon then. He was that powerful that he was just, these things weren't breaking through. It really did take him being outed as a pervert and a sexual harasser to end the power that he had in this state. He was untouchable. And now he can't even win a Democratic primary in New York City.
Okay, here's the last clip from the debate that I have to share.
To interrupt, I covered your speech in an Upper West Side synagogue where you said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There is no difference. And you were talking about Mr. Mamdani. Is that not an allegation?
No, I make that statement all the time. I wasn't referring to Mamdani.
Dangerous.
All right, Mr. Mamdani, a brief response, and then we have to move on.
I have denounced Hamas again and again, and it will never be enough for Andrew Cuomo, because what he is willing to say, even though not on this stage, is to call me, the first Muslim on the precipice of leading this city, a terrorist sympathizer, is to send mailers that artificially lengthen my beard, to say to New Yorkers that they should be fearful. What I will do is deliver for
interrupt. I covered.
So yeah, really important to call that out because he doesn't have anything, right? I mean, there's no substance there. Also, Cuomo doesn't have the sauce. So Mamdani is just basically blowing the lid off of his own campaign. Like, he's trying to scare you. Like, that's all he has. He's trying to get you to think, oh my God, this Muslim man is so scary and he's going to hurt us. When in actuality, he is trying to deliver for you, increase affordability. I mean, it's just, Cuomo is so fucking pathetic. And if I were him, I would like jump off a building in Minecraft because I couldn't live with myself knowing that I devolved into this fucking shell of a human being. It's just,
I do just want to say though, what he did to Mamdani is textbook AIPAC. It's what AIPAC does. They did that to Corey, to Corey Bush. Didn't
they do it to Jamal Bowman too?
Yeah, to Jamal Bowman as well.
Right.
They primarily do it to Black candidates, but whenever there's a Middle Eastern candidate, they'll do it to them too. They're just not as common. But it's textbook Zionism. It's to distort. I mean, they made Corey Bush look so, like, they made her look, they like distorted her face so much to the point where her jaw looked different. It wasn't even just the color of her skin. It was, they made her face look different to the point where you kind of had to look to notice. But it wasn't super obvious. But if you look at it closely, it's obvious. Her jaw was completely shifted. Her lips, they made it bigger. You know, it was just really, it's really fucked up. It's something they do all the time. It's not new.
Yeah. They think that they're being subtle, but they're not being subtle at all. Okay. So I do have some other clips here.
Well, before you play the other clips, I don't want to hold y'all. You know, I got work in the morning. I told y'all 6 a.m. So I love you guys. I'm sleepy. I'm tired. So I will see you guys on next Thursday. Hopefully.
You take care, Rebecca.
Sleepy Rebecca. Sleepy Rebecca.
I'm tired. Sleep.
You go get some sleep.
Rebecca,
No,
no energy.
this is radical.
No attitude. But I love you guys. Mean it. And I will see you guys hopefully
You
with
take
more energy
care.
next Thursday.
Thanks
Hold
for
it
coming.
down.
Take care.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay. So I have a video of former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. I don't know if you all saw this yet, but you spoiled it. Yes, he fell.
It was going on. I think everyone knew about it. No, I mean,
I wanted to surprise the people who haven't seen it yet, but I'll play it. I love this clip so much because the way he falls is so dramatic. Like I don't know how to explain it. Let me just play it.
My name is Stella. I want to ask, do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
You're going to hell. You're going to hell.
The way the word kills me.
Why is he still like in do these I don't get, like, you're
I'm trying to keep my composure here, but Mike is killing me.
I'm cackling.
Mitch McConnell's life's mission has his plan panned out. He's got what he wanted. He's insanely rich and wealthy. the conservative project that he fought so hard for, the racist, anti-immigrant world he wants to live in, is currently being rolled out. Why is he still 80-something all-year-old Mitch McConnell still in fucking office? Why not just fucking go home, fucking have your early bird 5 p.m. dinner, wake up at 4 a.m. to watch the sun, like just go home, go retire already. Like, I don't understand.
I'm literally crying, and I've seen this clip like 1,000 times.
We're just not like, we're just shit posting, and you're out here giving like real analysis.
It took me out again. Every time I have to watch it again. We haven't even seen the full clip, by the way. But
See,
it's just
this is what you call balance. Balance of a podcast.
Mike seems very performative. I don't even know what that means. Like, what am I performing? Performing like laughing at Mitch McConnell falling? I don't even know what you mean by that.
Matt is trying so hard. Matt's like, Lord, just 1 more hour with these two.
1 more hour? We got an hour left?
It's just I have to watch it from the very beginning, because like the whole lead up, like it builds up to it, and then the moment when it happens, it's just so like it's so overwhelming for me.
My name is Stella. I want to ask,
Stella,
taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
Hang on.
What does he say?
Bruh. He's like literally decomposing. Oh my God. How did that lady not laugh? I want to see if we can see the lady. Like, what is her reaction when he just falls?
She's
like, what
she
the
seems pretty
fuck?
shocked. She's like, what? She's caught off guard. She's
Kidnapping them? I love how she's talking to him slowly too. Like, she's talking to him as if he's a baby or something. You guys notice that?
Because she knows that his brain is fucking chocolate pudding. Wow. Oh, she pushed him. We got some conspiracy theories in the chat. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure she pushed.
Yeah, I do not feel bad for laughing. If you guys are like offended by that, you can suck a lemon. I don't give a shit.
It's just
funny.
that
He's a demon.
For me, it's not that it's inappropriate or anything. I could care less. It's Mitch McConnell. It's just that like we get it now. He's old. Like this isn't even the first time he's fallen on camera, right? We've seen him.
He's like
already.
He's froze on camera.
He froze, but I'm supposed pretty sure he's fallen.
I think he had that one moment where he just completely lost his train of thought and he was just staring into space. But I don't think I've seen him fall before.
Oh, all right.
I don't know if I'm looking for other videos of him falling, and just the recent one is coming up. Oh wait, no, there is an older one. Oh no, it's just the thumbnail that's different.
Yeah. All right. Well,
the conversation of them being old keeps coming up because it's a thing, but him falling has not been a thing.
Oh my God, there's a video I want to share with you all.
He's fallen asleep a couple times.
That's true. Mitch McConnell falls. What's next for Congress? I just love that title so much. Oh, I really just wanted to share that. Mitch McConnell falls after question about ICE. Yeah, that's the only one I could find. But if there's more out there, then send them to me, chat. Okay, so
I'm so happy you got a laugh out of that, Mike. I feel like you need it.
You have to laugh, otherwise you're gonna go crazy during this time.
No, yeah.
And, if you could laugh at somebody who's like responsible for people literally dying because of his policies, like a social murderer like him, then you should do that. But speaking of bad policies, Nazis. So the Young Republicans group chats were exposed. And were any of you surprised by what you saw there?
Yeah, I had no idea that young Republicans were racist Nazis. No clue. No,
I mean,
it's the
they're
biggest
just
surprise.
so unoriginal. Like all
Big-
their
Yeah.
saying the N word, saying the F. Like, can you be a little creative at least? Like, maybe come up with something new. It's just so. It's the same shit. Also, I know you guys are gonna call me fucking fat phobic or whatever. I don't care. I feel like they would have all really benefited from, sharing dietary tips rather than fucking.
No, I got some shit. I got some shit for bringing that up on the Majority Report earlier today. But I gotta say, but my here's the thing. Listen, there's nothing.
Saying the N-word. I don't give a fuck. Like, go on.
There's nothing wrong, but
talk shit.
No, but there's nothing wrong with being overweight, or if you want to say fat, or bald or balding. There's nothing wrong with that stuff. But if your whole deal is that you are genetically the superior race, if that's your whole ideology, that the Aryan pure-blooded white race of masculine, manly alpha males is the purest and greatest, then I'm sorry, I am going to bring up how you look, because you can't look like that, all right? You just can't, okay?
Yo, I'm sorry, he's so ugly. Like, how are you?
You can't fucking
how
look
are you
like...
built like a refrigerator?
You can't look like...
Yo, I'm going to get canceled. I'm going to get canceled.
He has the body of PlayStation 1 graphics.
You can't look like the son of Austin Powers and Grimace from McDonald's and be a pure blood white race is the best race, Aryan. You can't. I'm sorry. You can't look like that and do that. You just can't.
Dude, share fun facts about Ozempic or something. Why are y'all focused on saying the N-word? So many jokes about the gas chambers, like...
Yeah, there's other pictures here too. There's this one. He's the one who said that rape is epic. Yeah. Then there's this guy, Paul. Here we go, Paul Giatta. This is a quote, young Republican, by the way, who said that he loves Hitler and he wants to do physiological torture. Just the sickest people you can imagine. And again, I have to echo what you both said. Like, they believe they are the quintessential peak specimen of human beings. They are the master race. When, I mean, if I looked like them, I would not be happy. I would be as miserable as they are. So it makes sense, because we've talked about this before. Hate ages you. And if you are hateful, like, that ugliness will seep into the outside. It's like a curse. And they've got it, right? Like, they all they do in these chats, if you go up to the very top, it has like some of the examples of what they say. Like, all they talk about is how much they hate women and Black people and gay people, Jewish people. It's just nonstop bigotry. So if all you do is hate, like that, I think you're saying something about yourself more than you're saying about the people who you're attacking. Like, you're miserable. And it's clear that these people are so miserable. And then when you read the article and then you scroll down and you get to the pictures, it's like, oh, I get it. I would be miserable too if I were them, because they're gross. They're just straight up gross, objectively.
Like, that's another major thing. That's another thing why, like, we bring up the looks, because that actually is a major factor in and not actually their looks specifically. It's their looks and how they perceive society treating them because of their looks. Like, these are all guys, and you see this a lot with young conservative men who get really upset when this is a huge thing in, like, the young neo-Nazi male world, white supremacist world. You see them posting pictures of stereotypically, like, ugly guys who have girlfriends, and not just girlfriends, they have attractive girlfriends too, and they get angry about it. How does this guy get someone like that and I don't? And it makes them angry, because they don't realize that you can look like this. You can look like this and be a good person. And guess what? That's attractive to a lot of people.
Yes, they don't understand that.
I mean, I don't know. To me, they look kind of inbred,
like objectively, I think that they are like, I mean, undeniably ugly. Like, let's not mince words. These are disgusting people. But at least if they were likable and they weren't hateful bigots, there'd be something about them to like. Where it's like, okay, this guy, this guy in the corner, I forgot his name. Is it Bobby? Maybe I know this is Paul, but it's like, okay, maybe if Paul was like, you know what, I'm gonna stand up for unhoused people, it'd be like, okay, you know what, Paul, maybe we could be friends.
Look, Mike and myself are not male models. I know I might shock you, but I'm going to assume Mike had the same experience. Never had a problem with getting girlfriends or boyfriends or having relationships because
how many boyfriends have you had, Matt?
I'm saying for you, actually, I've never had a boyfriend.
Gay.
I've actually probably throughout my life been hit on by more men than women, though. I'll tell you that much.
I think it's the opposite for me.
Listen.
Low key.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that though, Mike, because you have a full beard, a full head of hair. Those are qualities that you can't find after a certain age.
Yeah. I will say that it's mostly middle-aged women that hit on me, and I'm flattered every single time. If I was straight, I'd smash every one of them. I'm so sorry, ladies, but I'm not available. Sorry, tangent.
I will say, like, listen, we all have group chats. We've all said stupid shit in group chats. I get it, okay? But like, this type of degeneracy is insane. It's really insane. And the fact that they all felt so, another thing that's so scary is how comfortable they felt saying all the things that they were saying, especially about, gas chambers or referring to Black people as, monkeys or whatever.
I want to watch people burn.
Right. It's just like you felt so comfortable within your friend group that you thought there was never going to be any consequences and you guys were all going to be safe. And it's like that just kind of shows you how scary and dangerous. I mean, they're all ugly as fuck and they're all inbred and they all probably couldn't run a mile if they wanted to. But, they are still kind of dangerous, like they're the types of people where a Black person will knock on their door and try to tell them that, I don't know, they have a box on their porch that's a male and they'll shoot them because they'll think that, it was a burglar. You know what I mean? They're scary in their own ways. But
also we didn't even bring up that these are people in their 30s and 40s who are young Republicans and the conservative movement, the larger conservative movement, like the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance, is going around talking about this, calling them young men in college, calling them college kids.
Yeah, he said that they're kids.
Kids. He goes,
so funny because you say
pull the guys up. Pull this guy up. That's a kid. That's a kid. It's a 40-year-old man. It's a 40-year-old man.
If you quote Charlie Kirk, you will literally lose your job, or you'll have Laura Loomer trying to fucking deport you, right? But then you can be in these types of group chats and they're just children that make stupid jokes. Be so fucking for real.
Yeah, because Nazism is excusable, right? But if you quote somebody to demonstrate that they were a bigot when they lived, then that's beyond the pale. You have to lose your job. You have to be harassed and doxxed and threatened. It's just everything that they say goes. Everything that we do is evil.
No, it's crazy because J.D. Vance's kids are brown. He has brown kids.
Yeah.
Like, J.D. Vance, would you feel comfortable having them babysit your brown kids for a weekend? Yeah? You want to, since it's okay.
I mean, he probably would. It's scary enough. That's the...
No, I don't think
probably
so.
would.
You know what? I actually beg to differ. And you know why? I don't think JD Vance is stupid. I would love to think that he's stupid, but I actually think he's very calculated. Now, I think JD Vance is in the same ballpark of Ted Cruz, where they're both insanely racist pieces of shit, but they actually, everything they do is calculated and they're not stupid. You know what I mean? Like someone like Donald Trump, I'll be like, he's stupid. But someone like Ted Cruz, sure, he doesn't know his facts when it comes to the Middle East. Fine. Like he's stupid in certain ways, but when it comes to political, like national political messaging and communication, I think they both know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Ew.
Going on a little photo shoot. So on that note, though, Ariana, I wanted to play this clip.
I'm sorry, his haircut is giving gay. Am I?
It's more giving Nazi. I don't think a gay man would get that haircut.
Really?
If he did, it would be a little bit. It wouldn't be as sharp. Like high. I've never seen a gay man with that haircut.
Is that him posing on the set of The Zone of Interest? Like, what is where does that background? Right? Does that look like that movie where they're about the Nazis who live next to the concentration camp? That looks like the fucking Zone of Interest over there.
So on the note about like JD Vance and his kids, Jennifer
so
Welch is now getting attacked because she dared to actually reference what you said there. So this was on MSNBC. Where she said this. It's really quick.
Also, love her. She went after Cory Booker, our queen.
She's a fucking queen. I would die for her. I absolutely stan 100%. Please don't let me down, queen. But here's what she said.
He is married to a woman of Indian descent.
Yes.
He has mixed race children.
Yes.
So to all of the MAGA voters out there, if this man will not defend his wife and will not defend his kids, do you think he gives a crap about you or anything to do with you?
Such a good point. And I just want to show you, you mentioned Ted Cruz. This is disgusting. Leave his kids alone. Bro, she's not attacking his fucking kids. She's saying stand up for your kids. They're so disingenuous, so insufferable.
Well, that's one of the Ted Cruz is the guy who didn't even stand up for his own wife when Donald Trump called her ugly.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. They will sacrifice their own family members to the fucking gods of capitalism if they can get a little bit of advancement in their political careers. They're so gross. They're so disgusting. They have no principles, no loyalty, even to like their loved ones. They're just disgusting, ugly people. I hate them.
To be fair, though, I will say I do think as a fellow brown woman myself, I do think Usha Vance is a bird because I'm sorry, you are also allowing yourself to subjugate your own brown children to this. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's gross.
Like genuinely, I don't know. I mean, she had a great job at a law firm. She left it all to be JD Vance's wife and to subjugate her own children to this just not
it's really cruel, honestly.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And the amount of Republican men who are coming out who have Latina girlfriends or like Indian, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like, it's so weird to me because as a fellow brown woman myself, like, shame on you, fucking shame on you. I'm allowed to say that because I'm sorry. Like, you are the one standing behind your man and saying, you know what, it's okay. You can disrespect me. You can disrespect my kids. I'm actually, I'm trying to make myself as white adjacent as possible. Baby, they're never going to accept you. Like, you're never going to be one of them. You're always going to be a brown Indian woman, which, by the way, there is insane racism coming from everyone when it comes to the Indian community. And for her to just put all of that aside and just be okay with subjugating her kids to it, like, yeah, you're a fucking bird too. Like, you guys are both birds. You know what I mean?
I had to do applause. We have sound effects. So that was a great rant. I feel the same way about like my own community, Ariana, like when Dave Rubin shills for Republicans and he has a husband and 2 kids. It's like, you're aligned with people who think that your family is immoral, who think that you shouldn't have kids. And one day your kids are going to grow up and see all of this. They're going to see the things that they said about you and their parents. And I think that that's so gross to put them through that. Like, you're almost guaranteeing that they're going to have trauma. And it's not fair to the kids. Like, I genuinely feel bad for them because they have no control in the situation.
The amount of deconstruction that these kids are going to have to go through if they choose to go through it. Some kids never go through it, right? Some kids never per se see the light, but it's just so hard. And one time I did ask, because I saw this when I'm not gonna lie, I was a little high. I was kind of just like looking through clips and stuff like that, and I was like, there's a bit of a rise within the Indian community and republicanism. Like when you look at someone like Vivek Ramaswamy or Nikki Haley, who completely changed her name to seem white, right? Her name was Nimrata. I'm sure everyone in the chat already knows this because this is old news. You know, JD Vance's wife, and I asked my Instagram, I was like, Indian people, can you guys please explain this to me? Like, what is going on? And it's a lot of internalized racism that stems from colonialism, right? Like the caste system that they have, this obsession with skin bleaching and the skin bleaching market, you know, the fact that a lot of them align themselves with this modern, you know, the whole model minority, you know, shit, where it's like, oh, yes, I'm a minority, but you know, I'm adjacent to white people.
I'm one of the good ones.
Right? It all goes back to colonialism. It all goes back to colonialism. It always does. And it's just like, you either unlearn it or you end up like fucking Usha Vance, where you think you're one of them. And you're never going to be one of them.
I want to find a clip that I saw on the subject of Vivek Ramaswamy, where he was talking to, I think it was a Turning Point USA crowd, and basically he learns in real time, and this is kind of sad, that he'll never ever be accepted. And this is not the first time he's experienced racism, but like, I mean, this here is very, very explicit. Let me just
also the chat is also bringing up Sagar. Sagar is a great example of that too.
Jesus Christ is God, and there is no other God. He is part of the Holy Trinity, and any other God is a demon, and it's false. How can you represent the constituents of Ohio who are 64% Christian if you are not a part of that faith? If you are an Indian, a Hindu, coming from a different culture, different religion than those who founded this country, those who grew this country, built this country, made this country the beautiful thing that it is.
I just want to pause and like, I don't know if you hear the inspirational music as if this kid is cooking.
I thought that was you.
No, I did not add that. Just full disclosure. Okay. So they think that this is like inspirational. He's cooking. Yeah, we're taking America back. This is fucking insane to me.
Is today. What are you conserving? You are bringing change. I'll be 100% honest with you. Christianity is the one truth.
Christian voices should be the main voice of America, and I want to know basically why you seem.
All of these people have these dead eyes. They all look the same. I'm sorry.
Also, is it just me or does Vivek look kind of like weird? Like his skin color looks a little weird.
It might be the video itself and the lighting.
Okay.
And he probably is wearing makeup also for this event.
Okay, yeah, because he looks kind of, I don't know, he looks weird.
I think I think he's wearing way too much makeup, as Republican men tend to do.
Okay.
And Republican women actually, so they all wear makeup a lot, like too much makeup.
He almost looks like you know when you go to a dead viewing body, like that type of makeup. I don't know how to explain it.
Oh yeah, like when they
He looks like a cadaver. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like the cadaver makeup. It looks weird.
He does, yeah.
Tell me I'm not the only one that sees it. Like I'm not going insane.
I can see it now that you pointed it out. Yeah. Somebody says morgue makeup in the chat. Yeah, that's what that looks like. But God, these people are like, it's fucking Stepford Wives shit. They're all so
Halloween's around the corner.
My God.
To be, and I don't mean to be horribly offensive, but why you seem to be masquerading as a Christian.
You familiar with the Ten Commandments?
You call yourself a Hindu, but you also call yourself Christian.
I don't call myself Christian. I call myself a Hindu. I'm not running to be pastor of Ohio. I'm running to be governor of Ohio, and I didn't run to be pastor of America. I ran to be president of the United States of America. What's your faith?
I'm a Christian. Follower of Jesus.
Great. Do you believe in the Holy Trinity? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
I think a lot of people here do. So
good. And that doesn't make you a polytheist, does it?
Probably not, no.
Great. And so in my faith, I believe there's one true God. He resides in all of us, and he appears in different forms, but it's one true God. So I'm an ethical monotheist. That's the way I would describe my faith. Do you think it's inappropriate for someone who's a Hindu to be, say, a U.S. president?
No, I think it's... No, well...
You be honest.
Isn't Hinduism...
Because you're an Indian.
I can ask yourself that Hinduism...
Okay, that edit tells me that a liberal put this together.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I thought it was the right, but no,
But
I
well,
stand
it's-
corrected.
I would say more so than the funny overlay of Ann Coulter. I thought that moment where he says, "Yeah, it's fine if a Hindu is president," and then he says it, and he doesn't like how it sounds coming out of his mouth, and he's like, "Wait a minute." I just no, I can't even pretend, even though I'm on, because it's clear he did not want to say that, but he knows he's on camera and didn't want to come across as a bigot. But once the words come out of his mouth, he feels so disgusted with himself. He just has to like go, yeah, you know what? I'm a bigot. Let's go with it. Keep playing it though.
You don't want to see his leaked group chats from Telegram. They'd be very spicy, to put it mildly.
It's in Shiva and what is it? The flute. God, I forget.
Right, Krishna, who's you're thinking of?
Yeah, Krishna. But isn't Charlie Kirk's organization founded on Christian values as well? And isn't the United States of America also, based on what Protestantism is? It's based on
No, it's not, dumbass. No, it's not. Read a book. Cut your hair and read. So cut your hair so you can see the book.
Contradict what your beliefs are.
Like I said, I'm not here to justify my faith to you any more than you are to me. But what I do share is the value set this country was founded on. And I think that it's really important that we not reinvent the founding of this country and what it was actually all about.
Damn.
I could not get over his makeup. His makeup was so bad.
Just brutal. Just absolutely brutal.
Hey, yeah, they're lying in the bed they made. I mean, it's unfortunate that we got to lie in it too.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, if I were Vivek Ramaswamy,
I don't feel bad
I would
for
have
him.
the
I'm sorry.
self-respect to not put myself through that. But this is the path that he chose. He chose capital over his own human dignity, and this is what it gets him.
What's crazy about Vivek is that if he was a white man with a white name, I feel like he would have had a solid shot. Like,
oh, for sure.
I think he would have had a solid shot. But the problem was he's Indian.
If instead of Vivek Ramaswamy, he was Victor Ramsey, he would have had a real shot.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But
honestly, I agree, because they love smart Republicans. Like, that's why Ben Shapiro was popping off for a while, because anybody who actually has enough brain cells that can rub together, they can perform.
Not smart.
Smart enough to perform intelligence, to make it seem as if like they have a cohesive worldview, and it's not just about like money, because they love that, because they know they're dumbasses. They love Donald Trump. They love dumbasses, but they also love the intellectuals. That's why Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro are popular. So I 1,000% agree with you. And just to put a cap on the last conversation about the young Republicans, I wanted to share this image from Wajahat Ali, because there was some more. Like, I think we need to see the faces of the people who wrote these texts. So this guy, he's the one who said he loves Hitler. Everybody who votes against him is going in the gas chamber. Joe Maligno.
It looks like his. It looks like his hairline is trying to do a little Hitler hairline there. All right, who's next?
So this guy. I mean, I feel like, how can you even say this is a human being? Like, what is this? Like,
he looks like
he
looks like Rick Scott's son, the evil son of Rick Scott.
And then you have this guy. He wrote 1488, shorthand for Heil Hitler, as if they all don't know that. Trump is too busy burning the Epstein files. So you did at least acknowledge that Donald Trump is covering for pedophiles. But I guess he's more down with the 1488 stuff, so he's forgiving the pedophilia. This is the guy who according to the article,
young John Fetterman.
They use slurs like 250 times. This dude used variations of the N-word. And he said, would he like some watermelon and Kool-Aid with that? I mean, they are so fucking just predictable. Like, it's unbelievable.
No,
this
it's
is actually
wildly unoriginal.
Yeah, just the old school racism. They're not like reinventing it. It's just like, let me rehash the old like fucking minstrel show shit that we think is so edgy. Shut the fuck up. You're such losers. So this guy is actually an elected official. she just didn't bathe often. By the way, this is what he's saying about an Indian woman. She's not brown. She didn't bathe often. That's the comment that he was making. And also anti-Semitic. You're expecting the Jew to be honest. I mean, this is what the fuck they say behind closed doors. They're so hateful. This dude, racist against Latino people. When they were talking about the NBA, he said if I wanted to go to I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch a monkey play ball. Like, bro, go fuck yourself. Like, these people are so pathetic. Bobby Walker, the guy who thinks rape is epic, says stay in the closet, F-slur. I mean, like, at least F-slurs are getting laid, bro. You're never touching anything, be it a pussy or a booty hole. Like, that hand right there is going to be your lover for the rest of your life. Like, you're going to be miserable. Also, he says, if they vote for us, why would they be gassed? This is a response to what he said. He's like, no, we got to do, physiological warfare on all of them. And then last but not least, here we have Annie K. Katie, which is a stupid name. Who do we bring? When do we bring that side out? I don't know for sure about the context here. If that's like, when do we bring out the Nazi side of us or something else? She also said, I'm ready to watch these people burn now. I mean, these are the most pathetic people ever. Remember their faces and don't forget it, because they represent probably like 99.9% of the young Republican organization and Republicans across the country. And
they won't even. Republicans won't
own
even. Yeah.
But that's who they are. Sorry.
No, but Republicans won't even denounce this. Like, the majority of Republicans won't even denounce what they're saying. JD Vance is defending them. The head guy of Turning Point USA now, the spokesperson, the one who was the go-to contact for all the Charlie Kirk news after that happened last month. The guy who runs Turning Point USA now pretty much is out there refusing to denounce it. These guys,
shocking.
These guys are all these guys. Like this is all of them. This is how they are. This is how any Republican under the age of 40 is now. That's what they believe. That's how they think. This is who they are.
Yeah. These poor 40-year-old kids, as Bad Lefty says. I mean, this is the Republican Party. They are Nazis. They are closeted homosexuals. And they are protectors of rich pedophiles. This is the party.
I just feel like if they... You know how girls are so okay with just like kissing girls? I feel like they should just embrace it and just kiss each other out, just...
That's the only way they're going to get laid.
They could pay for it.
I mean, they'd have to pay a premium, right? Like, there's a tax on ugly, I would imagine. So...
You'd be surprised. There are birds like Usha Vance that would jump on it. I will say it's honestly, I will say, and I do truly believe this, behind every truly successful man, I do believe there's a woman or a partner, albeit whatever pronoun. And it's the same thing with Charlie Kirk, same thing with, like they always have a partner that's probably worse than them. And it's just how it's always going to go. Because that turnaround for Charlie Kirk's wife was crazy work. I was like, God damn, girl, you're on this podcast the day after he died. Like, you don't even want to take 2 business days off? Like, that's
when my
crazy.
cat died, I was out for like 2 weeks. I couldn't even function.
No, my dad died. I
she
was
was
not
just-
here for like 2 months, and I didn't even like the dude. Like, we did not have a great relationship. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. But it's like, are you gonna grieve? Like, she literally walked out of his funeral as if it was the WWE fucking entrance. Like, it was
It's
the
so
whole
crazy.
thing was so weird. It just, Republican or Democrat, whoever, whatever, politics or not, if any wife moved that way, I would 100% question their motives. Like, hey, were you bagging on this the whole time? Because you don't seem like you're showing an ounce of, because it's okay to not show any emotion, because some people, they grieve differently. And if you're a crime junkie, you learn that, right? Some people, they just grieve differently and it doesn't mean anything. Some people cry a lot, some people don't. I, for example, did not cry after my dad died, but I dealt with it my own way. But it was that she didn't show any emotion, on top of she hopped on that podcast and she was like, we're going. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Like, you could just sit on a podcast and talk for hours after your husband just got murdered. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique way to handle grief. like you said, everybody handles it in their own way, but that would be not something that I think I could ever, like, if I lost my partner, I would be, I don't know if I'd be able to like ever get on camera again. I'd be broken. So I mean, the fact that she's able to do that, more power to her. It's just it's certainly unorthodox.
I don't know. It's weird. The whole thing's so fucking weird.
All Republicans are just, I don't know what to say about them. Like, they're just so fucking, I hate them. So annoying.
I just think Trump brought out the true like how Republicans really have felt this whole time. And I think and I think that, you know, a black president was what really tipped them over the edge. They saw a black president, they were like, oh fuck no, like we cannot be going down this route. And then Trump came, empowered them, and now we're here. The mask is fully off. And it's like, all right, are we going to keep going down this road, or are we going to shift it a little bit within the next 2 years? I don't know. You know what I mean? That's the scary part.
Mm-hmm.
Matt's over it. Matt's like, can we just get to the super chats?
No, I agree. But yeah, I guess we should get to the super chats, right?
We all read your mind, right?
No, I think I'm just, you know, it's been a long day, but, and I agree with what you're saying. You know, it's just, it is what it is, right? We're doing this every week now. The same Republicans getting worse and worse, right?
It is what it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, No Kings protest is happening on Saturday.
Right. Yeah.
Don't ask me how I feel about y'all. Can I talk about a hot take that I've been talking about within my group chats? But like,
sure.
Not
what else are you saying in group chats? Is there anything spicy like we saw in that Politico article?
No. Y'all, I feel like listen, please, guys, please still go out to these protests. Okay, don't let me discourage you, which is why I haven't said anything publicly. But Matt's like, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna keep this 3 minutes. 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes tops.
It's fine. Go ahead. It's all right.
I just feel like protests in America have kind of turned into parades. Like, I
think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think anything that gets people out there and gets them active and involved. This is, you know, I haven't always felt this way. I was probably along with you too years ago, but I think now it's strictly just about having the numbers and getting as many people involved, knowing that, you know, saying what's going on is wrong. And I think that's important. You know, maybe one day we'll get back to a point where we can say, no, this, you know, the issue that's being protested or we're marching for is very serious. We need to focus on the message that we're sending on this specific issue we're marching for. But when it comes to what's going on right now with ICE and any sort of anti-Trump, anti-administration protest, whatever gets people out, we need the numbers. We need to show the rest of the country that actually, you know, if you are being quiet because you think this is just how it is now, that this is what people want because Trump won, you're wrong. People, the majority of this country does not agree with what's going on. And here they are on the street showing you that. I don't care if they're showing up in costumes. I don't care if it's a bunch of boomer libs coming out to, you know, yeah, that's how I look at it right now.
I will say, I don't agree that they've become parades, but I do live in Portland, and I did purchase a frog costume.
Yes, yes.
So I guess I'm not the best person to make that argument since I'm kind of making it a little bit silly. But in Portland, it's very like we have to do this. Because after he said that it was a war zone, to see the juxtaposition of his comments with like the footage of people vibing out in their frog costumes, it's perfect. It's really perfect. So I guess I'm turning the one that I'm going to into a parade, kind of, but you know.
No, I think this conversation was really needed because I haven't really been talking about this to anyone because I don't want to discourage anyone. But I do think there is power in numbers for sure.
Yeah.
I just hope that, I just hope there's a lot of DSA members out there, a lot of people like from different organizations bringing people in to, do community work and stuff like that. Because if you're going out one day with a sign for 3 hours and you think that's going to do it, it's just not, you know what I mean?
You're right to be cynical, Ariana, because like, unfortunately, protests in America don't actually really make a difference anymore. It doesn't matter how many people take to the streets. Like Black Lives Matter, we got nothing out of that, right? The biggest civil rights movement globally.
That's not true. That's not true. I think a lot of middle-aged to older libs woke up, honestly, to finally, and I don't think we lost those people. I think they're just the Democratic base now that we take for granted. Honestly, I think
but
a lot
like
of
politically, like the government didn't respond.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
but
that's
to agree
been
with
the
that
case,
point that you're making, though, I think that the value in protest these days is really for like the optics, for the people, to get them to pay attention. For the No Kings protest, there's a ton of different groups. Like you have Republicans shrieking about like the American Communist Party being there and DSA, being part of it. This is mostly going to be a lot of like older liberals who are at these events, but that's a very, very good reason for lefties to show up, because you're gonna be there and you're gonna be talking to people, and this is how you really radicalize people. And I've talked with a lot of people attending the No Kings, like met a lot of people recently at like a sign making thing, and a lot of these people are kind of getting involved in politics for the first time. They're very new. They just see what's happening with Donald Trump. So it's a great entry point into like organizing. It's a great entry point into radicalizing people who don't necessarily follow politics as closely. Seeing all the protests in Portland, one of my family members reached out to me, getting more involved in politics. So there is still a benefit, I think, to protesting. I understand being cynical from the point of view that the government's not going to respond. They don't care about protest. But it's not really about that. It's just like showing people that there are more of us than there are of them. And I think that if this No Kings protest like actually has the numbers that it's projected to have, which is around like 10 million people, I think that's really wonderful, right? Because a lot of politics are people who are just like casually by like who is making the bigger, louder argument. They hop on the bandwagon. So we need to make it look like they want to be on our bandwagon, right? If we want to shift the Overton window back, it's hard to do, but I mean, it starts at that local level where, I think that even if it does nothing, just meeting with people in your community, organizing with them, venting to them about politics, feel the same way as you, I think that's really, really important. So that's kind of my perspective on the whole thing. I think that if you're going to go, if you're thinking about going, you should go. Bring a friend. If you don't have any friends, you're probably going to make one at the protest. You're gonna connect with people.
It may be an 80-year-old liberal, but you will make
Mike, I thought you were going the other way with this.
What do you think I was going to say?
If you got friends, make sure they come. If you don't got any friends, well, you're a fucking loser.
That would have been funnier, to be honest. No, I've been doing a lot of solo dates in New York because I don't have a lot of friends out here. You're not a loser. It's okay. We love you. You have a community here.
Listen, if you can go, and if you can't, support it. Just don't be like Ariana.
Guys, I'm sorry. I am okay. I will say I consume a lot more news than the average person, and I am a little doomer pilled, which is why I brought it up and we had a discussion. Thank you very much. Okay.
If you're not feeling doomer or black pilled, then you're not feeling anything right now, because how could you not? I think it's natural to feel that way, because nothing really seems to matter right now. But yeah, I think it's a great outlet for me personally. That's why I'm gonna fucking get goofy, get in a frog costume, and fucking dance.
Better send us pictures.
I might send pictures, yeah, I might. So, and by the way, I'm not the original frog. Obviously, we pay homage to the goat and the OG. I'm gonna be one of like probably 18 different frogs, because there's a lot of people that have bought costumes just for the protest, and I think that's great. You got your sign and your costume, and yeah, it'll be a good time. You got to have fun with it, right? Like you're just standing there, and you know you'll have cars honking at you. You might have some dipshit Republicans yell something out the window, but I mean you got to have fun with it. So yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. Be safe, y'all.
Yeah, we'll be safe. I'm planning on turning mine into a riot if I can. It's going to be difficult, but I think that if I can, no, I'm just kidding. I really need to stop.
Antifa.
Antifa.
Antifa. Donald Trump. Antifa. Yo, we need to get the supers. I feel like Matt's about to fall asleep any second now.
Yeah, we don't have a.
I'm good.
Hang on.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? I am the Letterhack, Matt Strackbein, and we are here with the pre-debate show. Now, what debate? We had a debate last week. What debate is this? What's going on here? No need to panic. Tonight is the second and final. I thought there were 3 originally, but turns out there's 2 debates in the New York City mayoral election, which is November 4th. We're going to talk a lot about that in the pre-show leading up till 7 o'clock, where I will be joined by Alex from Devil's Due Productions and Deter McBizness from American Wasp. They're both going to be here. Those guys have a great chemistry. They do a lot of content together here on this space. I love watching them together. It's going to be such a treat to be on screen with the both of them at the same time. We got one New Yorker and one DSA guy. So these opinions matter. But all that aside, they are terrific broadcasters. And look, if that's not enough, check this out. We're doing another all-in at 7:30 p.m. Now, it's open house style. People can come and go as they please. Maybe we'll have a few others. We had like 9 last week. It was great. This will be our 3rd official all-in. I'm really looking forward to it. So it's this till 7. So it's like this till 7. And then at 7:30, it gets a little bit better. And then at 7, it gets a little better. And then at 7:30, we blow the doors off, or we don't. But look, after that, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here. Look, this keeps going. This isn't like one of those streams where at the end we go, anybody else got any? No, anybody else? Okay. Any more super chats? All right, later. No, we keep going. New show. You just got done watching Leftist Mafia's syndicated content from last week. Now we're doing debate coverage. And then at 10 p.m. Eastern, the 2-year anniversary episode of Left Past 10. Episode 54. It's a big deal. This is a big deal. Okay, so personally, I'm excited. So anyway, check it out. I'm going to show a video. I'm going to offer commentary on that video, but it's about the election, so it's also necessary to take this information in. I am going to share an article with you about public campaign financing. And trust me, it's not boring. It's fucking necessary. And I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to bring this up again later. This is where everybody fucked up and dropped the ball when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was first elected. They were like, oh, rock star. The mainstream media got a hold of them, right? It was like the night of the election, people were saying, oh, now we all got to learn who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is. And a very short while later, it was AOC. And then it was like Rolling Stone magazine cover, literally. And then all the squad and blah, blah. And we all forgot about how they won the race, how the campaign was won. Go watch Knock the House, right? Or Knock Down the House by Rachel Lears. Funny story. I met Rachel Lears when she was 9 years old. Weird. But great documentarian, great documentary. It's grassroots campaign funding. It's not big money donors. Don't look at these people as the end all be all. Yes, finally, a DSA candidate. Oh, more socialist. He could be less socialist. He could be more socialist. What? Stop. Look at the finances. Look at how it's done. You want to win the game, you got to learn to play the game. Okay? And they made the rules, but we can play this game. And public financing in New York City and some other cities, it's a big deal. So we got to talk about it, okay? And I'll make it dramatic by continuing to get mad at the way people forgot about the most important things from grassroots campaigns and started to focus on these people like they like their existence matters beyond them holding office. All right? Get over it, okay? They're not celebrities. They're public servants. They might as well act like it. Okay, let's get into it. Tonight is the second New York City mayoral debate, and we will be covering it right here on this space at 7 p.m. Eastern, beginning with myself, Alex from Devil's Due Productions, and Deter McBizness. One New Yorker, one DSA member. There you go. See, this is how you do it, folks. You improvise the intro, and you go, well, I might have left something out. So then you read the intro. And anyway, like I said, we'll have our third and final official all. It's not final by any means. It's a final debate. We're going to be doing all ins. We're going to be covering this election on November 4th. We're going to look, folks, this is a real deal. All right. We're going to be bringing as many people on screen as we can as often as possible. The red background is just, this will be kind of normal, hopefully, because we're covering this shit. That's why we got a lot of voices on here. See what I'm saying? Let's get into it. Let's get everybody into it. This is why we did this collective. We're showing our numbers. We amplify our voices. And if we're all on screen together, fucking that may seem chaotic, but there's jewels in there, trust me. And it's just fun as hell for us. And YouTube keeps saying you should collaborate. Okay, fucking A, let's do it. You buckle up, YouTube. Here comes the collaboration. Okay, look, but first, we got to talk about why this second New York City mayoral debate is important to the election and for voters, right? Because like we had one debate. Why do we need two debates? Right? I don't get it. Like why? What could possibly, and like after last week's, what could change? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's only been a week. I get it, but like it's going to be on a new network with a new group of moderators. That could be different. They said the first batch of moderators worked on these questions for months. Keeping in mind, the June primary debates were like June 16th, right? So months. Okay, I guess so. But like, how much time does that give the other guys? Were they like, shit, they asked all our questions. What are we going to do now? We need to cram months of work minus a week into like, 1 week? No way. But I don't know. Maybe. Also, apparently there's a live audience this time. So that could make a difference. Devil's Advocate Productions. Sorry. Damn it. Devil's Advocate Productions. I love that guy so much. I mean, I hope he's not watching. Please forgive me. I won't make that mistake again. Look, it's a busy night for me. All right. I'm all over the place. That's one. Mark me down for one screw up, everybody. Two. Improvised intro, then read intro. Mark me down for two screw ups, you guys. And anyone just coming in right now, just so you know, everything has been going perfectly since I started. So no need to go back and catch up. All the good stuff is really just happening right now. So new network, new moderators. Who knows what the questions will be? Surely last week's debate informs this one in many ways. There's going to be a live audience. One thing I hate about debates is when the audience starts fucking clapping. What are you there for? To offer your approval? Shut up and watch the debate. You're a live audience. You are benefiting from them letting you be in the room. It's not like they need you to clap. Don't clap. And I swear to God, if there is clapping and it leans heavy in any direction, not Mom Donnie, the media is going to jump all over that. So you see how they fucking do this. So no clapping, we're safe. Clapping, keep your eye out for that dynamic, right? Especially tomorrow. Don't check out. See what they're saying tomorrow. The libs. it's juicy enough, it'll be covered, but do your own research. Anyway, this is the election closest to, or this is the debate closest to the election. Early voting starts Saturday. We're going to take a look at that specifically. This is especially helpful for anyone in New York City. But like, that's the other reason, maybe the main reason why this debate matters. A lot of people may not have watched the first debate. Like, who cares? There's another debate, and that's like closer to the election. I'll get the headlines from the first debate and then, watch the second debate live. Maybe. I don't know. But early voting does begin this weekend. That is an especially big deal. Check this out. This is the Board of Elections in the city of New York. I'm on upcoming elections, 2025. General election, November 4th, 2025. That's a Tuesday. Polls are open from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Early voting period is October 25th, 2025 to November 2nd, 2025. There are 2 columns here: early voting dates, early voting hours. All right. Oh, and then here, there's more. But wait, there's more. Also at the over with those folks at the whatchamacallits, the Board of Elections, they say this. Check this out. Need to know information. For the November 4th, 2025 general election, last day to apply online or by mail is October 25th, 2025. Okay, that's Saturday. Isn't that Saturday? It's October 25th. So today's the 22nd. Last day to apply in person at your county board of elections is November 3rd. So if you missed the date to do it online or by mail, hopefully you can still just go do it in person. That's November 3rd, 2025. Put your ballot in the mail, ensuring it receives a postmark no later than November 4th, 2025. After that, it's not legit. Drop off your ballot to your county board of elections office no later than November 4th, 2025 by 9 p.m. That's when they close. So, too late. Drop off your ballot to an early voting poll site in your county between October 25th, November 2nd, 2025. Drop off your ballot to an election day poll site on November 4th, 2025, no later than 9 p.m. Now, look, you got to like it when they give you all these options. They make it very easy to do. Here's what we should be paying attention to in our society starting last November. When they make it not so easy to do, when they make it more difficult to do, when they prevent you from having options like, oh shit, I forgot to do it by mail. Okay, I can drive it over. I can do it in person stuff. When they start to take all this away from you, and the only way you can do it is to show up in line, with the National Guard standing around or whoever, right? Government guys with guns, feds with guns. I mean, they're talking about this now. Look, it's not that things are going to get bad. It's that things are bad and they're going to get worse. That's what you have to prepare for, because I don't see anybody putting the fucking brakes on this stuff. So if you're just forced into standing in line at a polling place, like on one day between these set hours, one, it's going to suck. Two, if somebody hands you water, they get arrested. That's already a thing, right? Oh, we're going to let that guy with the MAGA hat go. Come on. It's fine. But you will be standing out there. You got to take off. This is going to become a shit show quick. That's what we got to safeguard against. That's what we got to look out for. Okay. The options I just read you for New York, pretty sweet. It's a big place. A lot of people there. Largest city on earth, I believe. So anyway, if you're in New York, be sure to look at that scheduling. Okay, as we'll see in a video that I would like to show you in a moment, I want to cue this up. We'll continue to hear that there's opportunity for a candidate to fail or mess up or really blow it or not deliver. I don't know what this is, where debates are in some way some all new threshold where a guy who's like the disgraced former governor charged with crimes can have an opportunity to like what? But redeem himself like in a debate performance. That's incredible. The runway, like how much runway does a politician need before they fail in U.S. politics and nobody is taking them serious? People, you'll see in the video, people talk about Andrew Cuomo or just treat him as this totally legit character, and they criticize Mamdani for like literally everything. You should be talking about is why the fuck do we let this one guy roam the subways all night like a vigilante, Sliwa, and who the fuck does Andrew Cuomo think he is trying to get back into New York City politics? But that's the normal shit. That's the shit nobody cares about. It's incredible. They don't want the establishment to get disrupted. They don't want the status quo to get disrupted. They bark and they shout, Trump is bad, Trump is bad. He's getting away with everything. Telling me that Trump is doing shitty stuff doesn't help him not do it. You're just driving home that everything is shitty and no one's putting the brakes on, right? So anyway, look, I'm liable to freak out about this all night, which is why I'm glad to have a guest with me. But those notions that there could be a significant outcome or shift may very well be what voters are looking for tonight and potentially wanting, wanting to see before they make up their mind. What would come up? My guess is nothing, but they're leaving the door open one way or another. So who knows what the polls will show after early voting begins? And will those numbers indicate anything other than what we've already seen? Mamdani's commanding lead. Just as a reminder, Mamdani is the primary winner, the Democratic primaries winner from June this past summer, and official nominee for the Democratic Party, even though he has not yet been endorsed by New York-based Democratic leadership, House Minority Leader and Senate Majority Leader, Jeffries and Schumer, respectively, although Governor Hochul has given her endorsement prior to the first debate. Republican candidate and self-proclaimed vigilante Curtis Sliwa had a chance to drop out this past week, but is staying in the race. Now, it would have been interesting to see which way his votes went, because he and Mamdani did not go at it in the first debate. They sort of both focused fire on the right to, no pun intended, but at Cuomo. So anyway, had he dropped out, that would have been a dramatic moment indeed, and interesting to see, how his support would have shifted, and if it would have shifted to Cuomo, which is pretty telling. So who, Cuomo, by the way, running independent after losing the primary, just to stay in the race, and he's actually, for all intents and purposes, still a Democrat. So that's why I say it'd be very telling for him to get all those Republican votes. Sliwa dropping out could still happen before Saturday and the start of early voting, but those chances appear very slim. There's no reason for him to do that. What would he do that would disgrace him at this point that Cuomo hasn't done? It's almost like everyone on stage has a pass to go out and do literally whatever Cuomo is guilty of because nobody fucking cares. Do you see how ridiculous it is that Andrew Cuomo remains on stage? This is absurd. What is wrong with our society that he's even given a chance? Fuck this. So anyway, we're counting on New Yorkers to do the right thing here, the best thing for themselves and the city, but look, also for the rest of the country. We need Mamdani's ideas to be implemented into government. We need more candidates running like he did. We need to be able to go, no, yeah, this shit does work. Here's how you do it. Same with his campaign. All those strategies, very valuable. We'll talk about that. But also, it really matters what he's able to do once elected, because we need to redo that shit. We need to repurpose it. We need to improve upon it. When I say we, I mean anyone to the left of center. We'll talk more about that in a moment. First, let's go to New York Fox 5 SC Cup. This is what everyone's watching. This is what they're watching. This is what we're going to watch. This is liberal to people, so we'll watch it. It's not, but it's right of center, if you ask me. But, well, we'll see. And they're on site, so to speak, in New York. So who am I? Let's hear from them. And this is a video from the day after the first debate. Warning, it's incredibly one-sided at points. It gives Andrew Cuomo a huge pass, which I thought was annoying. And we're going to skip around, okay? So check it out.
Battleground, New York City.
Battleground.
The fight for your vote. Your
fight
front row
for
seat
your vote.
to the battle for New York's next mayor.
The battle.
It's the old guard clinging to power, chasing a candidate they never saw coming.
They never
Every
saw
night, our
coming.
experts break it down.
What New
Break
Yorkers
it
want
down.
above all else is authenticity.
We're listening to the people who matter most,
Fight it
you,
out.
the
Rock
voters.
and
And when the
soccer.
candidates sit across from us, nothing's off the table. What's your
Nothing's off
plan
the
to
table.
make New York City feel like a safer city?
S.E. Cup, that's your perception.
That's your
Of course,
perception.
there's a lot of crime.
So what's happening right now?
There's a
Let's
lot of
dive
crime.
in.
Hey, there's a lot of crime in New York City. What do you want?
Welcome
Hi.
to Battleground
Hello,
NYC,
you're
the
on.
fight for your vote. I'm S.E. Cup. It was a big night for the candidates running for mayor of New York City. Frontrunner Zoran Mamdani, the 33-year-old Democratic Socialist, Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, and Curtis Sliwa, head of the Guardian Angels, running as a Republican, all
That's
faced
all
off
Cuomo
tonight
gets.
in the first general
Former
election
governor.
debate. It was 2 hours. It was action-packed. There were some heated moments and some good
Action-packed.
information out there for New York voters
Heated
who are
moments.
paying very close attention to this all-important race. But the first hour was not actually focused on the top issues of this race, affordability and housing. That came later.
Whose fault is that? Why is she making it sound like we were all saying that should have been first, but like lay blame. Don't kind of insinuate that the candidates didn't want to talk about it. They were just following the questions. Like, come on, SC.
But instead on national issues, and in fact, international issues.
Yeah, it was
the candidates
dope.
were asked about Israel and Hamas, President Trump and crime in major cities. And only afterwards did they shift to public safety,
There's no
transportation, housing, education, and other issues that matter most to New Yorkers. All again, proof of what we've been telling you here at Battleground NYC. This race is national.
It's so silly. I mean, whoever wrote that is just, I feel like they left out the sentence or part of the sentence that said, because of the moderator.
It's not just about electing a local mayor. If you
That
missed
is
it, we
true, though.
have lots for you to watch and listen to from the debate. And if you
If this is what normies take away from libs, okay.
watched it like I did, you'll enjoy our analysis. I'm joined by two terrific commentators, New Yorkers themselves, who you know from Battleground
These
NYC. Welcome to JC Polanco, attorney and assistant professor.
Polanco out of Central Casting for New York, attorney, on-air pundit. Like, Central Casting. This guy is, I don't agree with shit that he says, but he is, I like watching him.
Professor at the University of Mount St. Vincent, and Kaivan Shroff, Democratic commentator and attorney. Gentlemen, this is the night we've been waiting for. I'm so glad the both of you are here with me to talk about it.
Thank you for having me.
Great to join.
Yeah, okay, so
We are gonna
JC,
stick
I
around.
want to start with
You
you.
can
I
stick
want to
around
get both of your top lines. JC, was there a winner
Listen
of
to-
this debate?
listen to
And if so,
Polanco.
who was it?
New York City voters, we're the winners. We had an opportunity to see the three top candidates.
He talks like he's standing in traffic. Like he has to talk over traffic. That's like a New York thing sometimes where it's like, hey, we're inside. They're like, huh, what? So check.
For mayor of New York City, who's going to lead us into the future, who's going to be our main cheerleader, who's going to be our spokesperson internationally. We had an opportunity to see them in action tonight, see the contrast between the candidates. The questions were tough. As you mentioned in the top of the program, they had an opportunity to show how they would react in the international stage. How would they interact with the president of the United States? What are some things that are top of mind for?
So anyway, then she goes on to say, how about answering the question, who won? He goes, I'll say it again, the New York City voters, New York voters. And he's just doing like his own man of the people thing. Here, I'm going to skip ahead. You know, we don't have all night, but also like, I don't give too much air to this.
The architect, and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang.
Raise the Age
attack. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals
place?
in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician because
No, he's
they
saying that
have helped
prison
create this crime crisis in the city that we face. And
Dude, put the beret back on. Nobody cares about you without the beret, one, right? And like, two, you sound like a maniac. Like with that beret on right now, if he was saying that, you'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? That's why he's trying to look like politician, man.
JC, what'd you think? Curtis there is basically saying you've got the elder statesman and the apprentice coming in, and they're basically the same.
Yeah, that was well rehearsed. He has some great Republican consultants supporting him. And you can tell that he used it effectively. He looked at the camera. This was his opportunity to say, these guys are peas in a pod. And I think,
yeah, effectively, if people will believe anything. I mean, his voters are, they're already in the tank.
it was pretty effective. And that was his moment
Win over
without any
other
interruption to get that out of the way. He used it a couple of times throughout the night. He wanted to draw a distinction between both of these guys. He saw what his weakness was, being the non-elected official. And I think he did a good job in that line.
Good. Okay. And I want to get to another issue that was really important in the beginning of this debate. It was the issue of Israel. And here was one of Mamdani's moments on it.
I can't do it. We've all heard these criticisms back and forth. This guy goes on to say that he has said borderline anti-Semitic thing and borderline pro-Hamas stuff. And I just, it's such bad faith when I hear that stuff. It's going to piss me off. So here, I am skipping ahead. I'm not exactly sure. I think there's still a little bit of Israel. Maybe we will hear him. Yeah, this is the lawyer's response to Israel.
And what I'm looking to do as the first Muslim mayor of this city is
Like
to ensure that
normal
we
guy.
bring every New Yorker together. Jewish New Yorkers, Muslim New Yorkers,
Every New
every
Yorker.
single person that
Everyone.
calls the city home.
Okay.
That they understand they won't just be
I have a-
protected,
I'm-
but they will belong.
They will belong, everybody.
Kaivan, what did you make of
See
the
what he
fact
said?
that he
Everyone
was
will belong.
basically
Jews
saying he had to learn that Jews had been attacked and Jews had been targeted, and so now he gets the issue more fully.
It was an interesting exchange, especially on the heels of that viral Fox News moment where he didn't say that, Hamas should disarm, and he tried to sort of do cleanup. This again was a moment that is verbatim rehearsed. He said that line, those phrases, those words in that order again and again.
This guy's a Democratic employee right here. Okay? Criticizing Mamdani. This guy's a Democratic attorney and consultant. All right? Hello, buddy. Or do you not know who the nominee is? This is insane. And this is what happens. They ask Mamdani all this stuff, and he's like, okay. And they're like, well, that sounds controversial. And he's like, does it? And then later, there's pushback all over the media. So when they ask him again, he kind of tries to revise his phrasing to be more in line with the shit they freaked out about when it was perfectly normal in the first place. And now it's second generation freak out. Like, oh, he's walking it back. He's revising what he said. It's sort of, but not without your freak out in the first place. And so then to have this guy come along and describe it, a Democratic consultant, it's insulting to Democratic voters. This fucking guy. It's practically unbearable. But here, check it out. Check it out. This guy, Palonka.
To realize that calling for the death of Jews is all of a sudden something that he hadn't thought about how hurtful it could be.
Nobody
it's just
said that.
tiring, and it's just not true. Similarly, I think it's very difficult to debate Assemblyman Mamdani. It is. Why? Because for every single issue, I've been studying this issue for a while, whether it's on prostitution and sex work, whether it's on taxation, whatever issue you can think of, the decriminalization of misdemeanors, ending jails of all kinds, and decriminalizing things of all kinds, he'll say he never said it, it didn't happen, he doesn't think that anymore. So it's very, very tough to debate someone who's just weaving and saying he never said things that are
hyperbole, right? Exaggerations, mischaracterizing, putting words in his mouth, outright lies. This guy is unhinged. But to shame a man for being good at debating because it's like unfair to everyone else is a reach. You've yet to I'll just tell you, you can watch this stuff for yourself. It's on fucking YouTube. It's everywhere. They don't talk about Cuomo at all, especially not like this up to this point. Little things here and there, almost like they're obligated to, but they are not going in on Cuomo like this. He's too good at debating because that's what fucking debating is. I prefer when it's people just going at it without the moderators. This sort of debate is weird to me. Online debate, like Debate Bros, very weird. That's not even debating. But like these sorts of debates where these political debates where the moderators are like rushing them through their fucking answer as if their next question is more important than the answer to the previous question is absurd. And the way they keep like they keep like trying to like control the narrative so that the next day SE Cup can go on air to all of fucking New York and say, well, they finally shifted to more local stuff later on. It's like, who are you throwing shade at, Cup? Come on.
Clearly here on video from seizing the means to productions to decommodifying housing. Very tough.
Kaivan, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry I paused it before he finished that, but he's upset about decommodifying housing. Damn.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I do think that the moderators like were aggressive at certain points, but not on those things where you had a tweet that was clearly untrue. What he said, he has said defund the police, things like that. And it seems like in his head, if he didn't say it since announcing his candidacy for mayor,
everybody said defund the police, and it was the mainstream media and jerks like this guy who took it out of context. Defund the police means, and everyone almost right away was like, oh, they're going to run with that. Oh, fuck, they're going to make up all kinds of shit for what that means. Yes, he said defund the police. He did not mean open the jails. Take away the police. No police. That's not what defund the police means. It's just, it means stop overfunding the police. Hello. Why would you overfund anything? They're forcing them to go out and find crime. They have all kinds of like weapons, like hardcore weapons and gear against people. What the fuck? They all live there. What is going on? It's so crazy. It's crazy.
It doesn't count, but of course he doesn't have a long record. He doesn't have the experience. So I think it's completely fair for folks to want to judge.
So he doesn't have the experience, which they're upset and disappointed with him for. And this guy works for the Democrats, which is making me insane. But like and this is your candidate, bro. Who are you voting for, my man? What is going on, dude? Who are you voting for? This is nuts. So look, they criticize him for saying that he had to learn as he went in his campaign. He's learned from his campaign. If you fucking people do anything without learning from it, you're probably slipping. You're starting to slip. Seriously. I'm not talking about tying your shoes, although you can be artful about that shit. But I'm talking about in life, at work, whatever it is you're doing, all your relationships. If you aren't continually growing and learning from that, then you're not gaining from the experience that you definitely had. And so here they are criticizing him for that, while at the same time saying he doesn't have the experience. What the fuck do you want? Like, how can you be more unfair?
Judge him on what he said in the last 5 years.
Yeah. Okay. Good points, guys. And again, stay put. I've got more for you on the other side of this break. More Battleground NYC after this.
These breaks are weird. They edit them very poorly. I'm just going to skip ahead again. We're almost done with this. We're going to talk about policing at, let's see, I got the timestamp. Hey, perfect.
We're back with more Battleground
And
NYC to fight for your vote.
Battleground
And gentlemen, I
NYC.
wanted to get your take on policing because it's a big, big issue in this race. The issue of police crime, public safety, on transportation, in the subways, on the streets. And Mamdani's gotten pushback from law enforcement and moderate voters.
Go straight to
on
Sliwa
things
on
that he
this
said
crazy
about the
shit.
cops, as you guys were just referencing. Here was his message tonight. Take a look.
Growing up in this city, I would think often about safety and justice, and the ways in which that relationship has been irrevocably harmed. When I learned about the exonerated five, when I learned about Sean Bell, when I learned about Eric Garner, when I learned about Michael Brown, and then in 2020, when I wrote these tweets, learning about the death of George Floyd. And that was a moment where it felt as if the distance between these two ideals had never been further. And in becoming an assembly member and serving and representing more than 100,000 people in Queens, learning that to deliver justice means to also deliver safety. And that means leading a city where you recognize the bravery of the men and women who joined the NYPD and put their lives on the line. It means representing the Muslims who were illegally surveilled in my district and the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality. Growing up in this...
like, yeah, wrap it up. It's like all
JC,
three
how
of
did
them
he
were
do?
telling him to shut up.
Again, the same cadence. This is rehearsed. I've seen it before. You cannot escape
you fucking
calling the police racist. And
hold on, they are racist. I mean, you want to talk about the history of the police and why they wear those badges and how so you could identify the slave catchers. Like, come on, buddy. You know, I digress. I digress very quickly. Of course, it's a rehearsed response. It's called debate prep. You have to be ready for that shit. My understanding is when it comes to debate, you have to be able to debate your opponent's topic as well as your own. That way you can argue. Of course, it's same cadence. You want to talk about cadence, my friend? Stop talking like you're standing in the middle of traffic, too. They got mics. You're on TV. Don't worry. It's a professional gig.
Queer, saying that our district attorneys are the ones that are committing violent crimes, wanting to end any incarceration because it doesn't work. I mean, this is the
Who said
history
that?
of
That's
Assemblyman Mamdani. Now he's cornered because he's 3 weeks away from an election, and he has to represent the largest city in the country. And if you're going to be the CEO of New York City government, how do you really how can you defend these incredibly irresponsible positions? They're indefensible. So you have to say things like, "When I learned, and now I apologize."
A lot of learning. Yeah,
it's a lot of learning that's happened, and the kind of learning. This is where I think Governor Cuomo really knocked it out the park tonight with the experience question, because this learning that you're going to do on the job, he's already done.
He's done a lot of shit on the job. He's got a lot of experience of doing stuff on the job, which is why he was disgraced, which is why they were calling for his resignation, which is why he stepped down, which is why he should not be running, and especially not why he should be taken seriously. He knocked it out of the park. Why? Because his cadence was on point? It's Andrew Cuomo. The man talks like he has marbles in his mouth, and that is not my problem. Okay?
Voters tonight, especially independent voters, and some of those 72% of Democrats that didn't vote in the closed party primary, they may be coming out in the next couple of weeks.
Kaivan, what'd you think of that?
Yeah, I think it actually played a little bit better without, with the context of that he was responding to Cuomo, because I think Cuomo was too in on police. Like, obviously that's his message.
Okay. Good call, bro.
On that I'm sure we'll all be seeing a lot more of over the next several weeks. But he didn't acknowledge that what I think a lot of Democratic voters do feel, which is that there are obviously some problems with policing in America. That's been well established. And so Mamdani reminded folks of that. I will say this was another moment that I think, Cuomo, I talked about that bind he faced of not coming across too aggressive, but trying to have a moment. He also could have played for some Sliwa voters on the issue of crime. And especially, Sliwa's charmed people online with 15-second clips and maybe he's not a mean Republican. But the reality is 2 hours of Curtis Sliwa was a lot of Curtis Sliwa. He sounded like a wacko. I was thinking of that Lisa Rinna gift. It's wackadoodle time. The 100th time he mentioned the guardian angels. Which is, by the way, a vigilante.
Okay, yeah, we get this guy. The one good thing he says is, anti-Sliwa, not Cuomo, which is
back
again,
one last time with JC Polanco and Kaivan Shroff.
This makes me upset.
You guys, I want to ask about Mamdani's proposal to end the Gifted and Talented program, which came up. It's an issue we've talked a lot about here on this show. I thought he kind of walked it back. He said he only meant it for kindergartners.
Okay, hold on a second. We talk about it a lot on this show. Yeah, like last week when you talked about it, and I played this same clip from this show on the pre-debate Thursday. And you brought this up to your guest. You said it wrong. She corrected you. You said, oh, now I get it. You watched him say the exact same thing on the debate perfectly. And now you're misrepresenting his position immediately the next day. Come on. You already know where he stands on this. And so all these guys, this whole thing is just anti-Mamdani. It's incredible.
Kaivan, we've had a lot of New York parents who are worried about losing that program. Did he do a good enough job there?
I don't know. I think the people that care about it will know more about it and have looked into the coverage of
the people who care about it. It serves 4% of students in New York City.
What he was proposing. And I think most people's conclusion is it's not going to stop at kindergarten if you go about it the way that he was discussing it.
He wants to eliminate standardized testing for the Gifted and Talented program from 4 years old to 3rd grade. So he's just making his thing is let's not do it in kindergarten, guys. And it was supposed to be a program that gives people a chance who are in poverty and who don't have as these guys joke about seizing the means of production. There are people working their asses off, making tons of money for corporations and all kinds of businesses, and they don't have shit. And this is an opportunity for their kid to have a leg up and get some educational assistance. but it's being exploited. It's being used by the privileged and the wealthy, which is bullshit. So yeah, when we have programs at work, there's no excuse not to improve upon them.
So I don't know that he walked it back effectively enough for voters that care a lot about those issues, which would be the parents who, are prioritizing that, of course.
He's walked back.
I want to
do things, SE.
Go ahead.
He's walked back so many things tonight. Honestly, I'm thinking he's like Michael Jackson moon dancing the whole night.
Come on,
because
man.
he walks back on the gifted and talented. He walks back on prostitution. He walks back. It's very difficult to debate someone like this. Because you can't corner them. You come in there with a strategy and they go, no, you don't. You see me. No, you don't.
I didn't say that.
Okay. I can't take that guy. You see me. No, you don't. Look, I mean, this going after like having good debate strategy is a weird argument to make. I don't understand that at all. If he didn't walk back, he didn't walk anything back. But let's say he did. If he hadn't have done it, they would be criticizing him for having these policy and these pledges from campaign to election. Like they would be going in on him for that. This is called you can't win. This is called we're going to get him no matter what. This is why we should all go, yeah, I am fucking communist and fuck you, right? Because they're going to do that to you anyway. And so for a guy to call him a democratic socialist is not scary. He's being honest. He's being as honest to these like moderates and right wingers as he is to the left. He's saying, I'm not all the way that way, and I am definitely not the center. And I'm not to the right of center. I'm not the center. I'm beyond the left of the center, making them nervous. So good for him not walking it back. He is being put in positions all the time, backed into corners. I'm over here. Look, no, I'm not. Whatever that boxing thing was, it was just so funny. But like, according to these guys, reducing the dependence of basic needs and services on the market by making them more accessible, more affordable, better quality, free from commercial motives, to them, that's bad. Learning on the job isn't gaining experience. It's still a lack of experience, which is dumb. That doesn't make any sense. And if you can't pick up Sliwa supporters, but the Democratic consultant goes on to make the case that, he had a chance to pick up Sliwa voters and he just didn't. If you can't pick up Sliwa's supporters by pledging to make New York City more affordable and less destructive to the lives of average citizens there, and everyone's included in that, then Mamdani would be potentially lying or playing a role in order to pick up those votes, which he doesn't fucking need. He has a commanding lead. He doesn't need those votes. I think he is trying to appeal to everyone. He's trying to make an appeal to everyone in his campaign. He's in the lead. New York City and the state is blue. He's going to win. You could argue he may want to pick up Cuomo votes, I guess. But the Assemblyman has said he will lead for all. That's it. All of New York, not just the big donors. And that is what sets him apart from the rest. As I said before, the video, we as a country and we as progressives and leftists need Mamdani's campaign strategies and policy platform to be normalized. No super PAC donations, no mega millionaire donors double dipping with Republicans and Democrats, like in the way Cuomo and Trump had the exact same donors, but also running on affordability and combating the fascist Trump administration. The hope is he will continually inspire candidates across the country and that he will end up with more and more, or that we will end up with more and more socialist policies being introduced. One way Mamdani's campaign has been successful is through public financing. I want to go now to an article by David Sirota, who this close to joining me on the show tonight, but he's a busy guy. It's a busy night for him. Writer, editor, and founder of The Lever. Online media outlet, more than valuable. He's got a new book out about his Master Plan podcast series. It is fantastic. We're going to quickly read through this. How Zoran Mamdani fought the master plan. The key factor isn't his ads or charisma. It is a public campaign finance system that can be replicated across the country. Keep in mind what I said at the top, folks. Look, AOC won, and everyone was like, ooh, AOC, t-shirts, make t-shirts. And forgot about the way they won. financially. The way the campaign was won on the small, yeah, we talk about that. People, grassroots campaigning is a much more common expression through her and politicians like Bernie Sanders. Small donations, we know that matters. But we got to talk about this stuff. We got to remember this stuff. This is what wins. Yes, we don't want our candidates to have secret Nazi tattoos. Yeah. Is that too much to ask? Good Lord. But this is how they're going to win. This is how the worthwhile candidates will win, through this public financing. It's not name, face, or any of that. In the final days before New York's mayoral election, every Politico and news junkie seems to be looking for a lesson in Zoran Mondami's rise. How exactly did an obscure legislator overcome the collective power of the political establishment, win New York City's Democratic primary, and become the general election frontrunner to lead the United States' largest city? Those looking to replicate his success want to know, was his secret sauce the super slick ads? Was it his populist message spotlighting the city's affordability crisis? Was it his uncanny ability to draw attention to himself? Or was it his sunny charisma and energetic youth in an age of decrepit gerontocracy? All of these factors undoubtedly contributed to Mondami's shocking ascent, but most of those positives might never have mattered. The most absent the most significant but least discussed factor of all, public money. Now, look, I want money out of politics. I want everyone to be able to run on $5. If you can't do that, go fuck yourself. Okay? Learn to use the internet. But the fact is, you need money. So this isn't bad. Thanks to New York City's nearly 4-decade-old clean election system that publicly finances candidates for municipal office, Mamdani has had nearly $13 million of government funds to run a competitive campaign against tens of millions of dollars that oligarchs spent to boost disgraced Democratic former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Without that public money matching small dollar donations to Mamdani's campaign, he might never have had enough resources to finance his reported $5 million television and digital ad campaign that spread his message, his $1 million of mail and literature that made him a household name, and his $2 million campaign staff that organized communities and flooded the social media algorithm. I love hearing that people get paid for this. Jobs. In other words, even with Mamdani's skills and vision, without public money, it's people getting paid for this beyond the consultant class, I should say. In other words, even with Mamdani's skills and vision, without public money, it's a good bet he never would have been able to raise enough resources to make sure voters knew who he was, saw his charisma in action, and heard about his agenda. This inconvenient truth runs counter to the fairy tales that pundits, activists, and armchair strategists love to manufacture. The romantic myths about campaigns being won purely through idealism, grassroots energy, strong messaging, likable candidates, and shrewd Moneyball-style tactics. Cash be damned. Now, look, I wish it wasn't the case, but it's the case, okay? That might be a wonderful society, but it's not the one we live in. Indeed, anyone who has run for office or worked on a campaign knows that without competitive resources, even the best candidates with the most compelling messages simply cannot reach voters to make them aware they exist. Without public funding, such resources aren't typically available to candidates who campaign on promises to challenge the oligarchs and corporations that typically bankroll campaigns. It's incredibly important, Mamdani told The Lever when asked about how integral public money has been to his campaign success. What it allows is the amplification of the voice of ordinary New Yorkers, as opposed to the billionaires who have grown used to buying our elections. There you go. Matching small donations. It amplifies their voice. So, and who they are backing. So the biggest lesson in Mamdani's race is that regardless of your political party or ideology, if you want candidates who come from outside the system and aren't puppets of big donors and corrupt political machines, when you should get behind the nonpartisan, then you should get behind the nonpartisan movement to publicly finance the elections in your community, your state, and your country. Public campaign finance systems provide candidates a way to run for office that does not force them to fund their campaigns with money from private donors seeking policy favors. These systems offer government funds to candidates who qualify and who then follow some basic rules. Some of these systems, like New York's, offer matching funds for small donations, essentially supercharging the financial power of grassroots donations. Others offer grants to candidates after they prove community support by collecting a certain number of small contributions. Candidates are not compelled to participate, but those who do are barred from spending any more money than they receive from the system. So you don't just keep making all this money. Publicly financed candidates can, like Mamdani, still face well-financed attacks from outside super PACs, but the systems at least give those candidates competitive resources to fight back with. The notion of publicly funding campaigns might at first seem new, weird, and politically unrealistic, but it is actually old and simple. What's more, federal lawmakers have come vanishingly close to creating a public financing system at the national level in the past, and such systems also operate in various communities throughout the country. The idea was first proposed by Teddy Roosevelt in 1907 amid rampant Gilded Age corruption. There is a very radical measure which would, I believe, work a substantial improvement in our system of conducting a campaign, Roosevelt wrote in his annual message to Congress that year. The need for collecting large campaign funds would vanish if Congress provided an appropriation for the proper and legitimate expenses of each of the great national parties, an appropriation ample enough to meet the necessity for thorough organization and machinery, which requires a large expenditure of money. After the Nixon White House tapes and the Watergate investigation exposed corrupt money being secretly funneled into Republican coffers amid executive branch favors, Congress passed a law offering public financing to qualifying presidential candidates. In 1973, the U.S. Senate also passed legislation to publicly finance congressional campaigns, but the bill was blocked in the Democratic-controlled House. Nearly 2 decades later, in the wake of the Keating Five and savings and loan scandals, both houses of Congress passed public financing legislation in 1992, but Republican President George H.W. Bush vetoed it. His Democratic successor, Bill Clinton, soon after pushed a public financing bill, but Republicans successfully filibustered it just before winning Congress and killing the idea for another generation. By the time 2008 rolled around, Barack Obama started the trend of presidential candidates opting out of the public financing system because they perceived its spending limits to be too strict. That's a presidential level. I don't know. And maybe they were just scared shitless and were like, we're just going to keep taking lots of big money. The fund has been rendered effectively defunct and is being targeted for elimination by Republicans, as big donors and super PACs now routinely buy races for the White House. Despite those setbacks, however, 14 states and 26 localities of varying partisan complexion have set up public financing systems in their own elections. In Connecticut, Arizona, New York State, and New York City, these systems were created as a direct response to egregious corruption scandals. Amid today's and there's a link I'm dying to click right there. Amid today's incessant corruption scandals, California voters will soon decide whether to lift their state's ban on public funding of campaigns. Meanwhile, make a note, California. Meanwhile, there is now Democratic legislation in Congress aiming to begin putting the concept back into the national conversation if Democrats ever regain congressional majorities to pass it. So don't just vote blue no matter who. Vote for the people talking about this. Make them talk about this. Make them fight for public campaign financing. The beauty of the public financing is that because it does not limit spending, it does not run afoul of the Supreme Court's precedents equating money with free speech. In fact, a year after the 2010 Citizens United ruling, the Roberts Court wrote, "We do not today call into question the wisdom of public financing as a means of funding political candidacy." As the Brennan Center's Ian Vanderwalker recently put it, public financing is the most effective and powerful reform because we can't stop super PACs and rich donors from spending as much as they want, but we can sort of lift everybody else's voices up with matching funds. It amplifies voices. Of course, a handful of high-profile politicians funded by grassroots donations from across the country might look like proof for all its flaws, the current campaign finance system works, and therefore public financing systems aren't necessary. Not true. And it is true, though. Political celebrities like Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner, and Michigan Senate candidate Abul al-Said have succeeded in raising their profiles to the point where they can tap into a national grassroots donor base, which allows them to avoid the corrupt and transactional world of big dollar pay-to-play fundraising. But the problem for most down ballot anti-establishment candidates, whether Democratic or Republican, is that the celebrity lane is not replicable. They will never be able to become viral internet stars, and they aren't running in races whose national implications inherently interest grassroots donors in faraway locales. And most of them will never be AOC pulling the lottery ticket of social media stardom by defeating an incumbent in a once-in-a-lifetime upset that just so happened to take place in the capital of the global media, a perfect storm that vaulted her into international fame. Instead, most of America's elections, including many that are as or more important than congressional contests, are occurring in down-ballot races, often in heartland news deserts. Meaning they don't get the news in the heartland, okay? Where there's barely any local, much less national media. Inside that vacuum, most candidates will never be able to TikTok their way to local voter support or attention freak their way to virality. Likewise, most candidates will never be able to pithily tweet their way into the national grassroots fundraising machine necessary to compete with oligarch and corporate cash funding, television ads, and direct mail. Side note, is social media exhibitionism really the skill we want elections to preference when we're choosing local officials making life or death community decisions? This is a great article. There is a bit more. I don't want to run out of time before we bring on some hosts. Just look, matching, it's all about amplification. Public financing is about amplifying voices of those small donations, the people, okay? So if they want to get rid of it, you gotta assume that they want to do the opposite of amplify those voices. And we can't stand for that. We cannot allow for that. Okay, I got a little bit more time, really quick. I just want to make this one last point. Check this out. It's going to be a little hard to see. So we're going to talk about the differences between the June debate for the primary debates in New York City, Democratic primary debates. I just want to show you the comparison between that and last week's, okay? So 923,000 total viewers were recorded on WNBC Channel 4 and WNJU Channel 47 for their broadcast of the October 16, 2025 debate. This reflects a 95% increase in impressions compared to the station's linear broadcast of June 16, 2025 primary debate for mayor. Just around 1.5 million views were recorded on WNBC's and WJNU's digital and streaming platforms, including NBC New York and Telemundo Noreste. This reflects a 321% increase in impressions compared to the station's streaming broadcast on June 16, 2025 for the primary debate for mayor. Combined, almost 2.4 total views were recorded on WNBC and WJNU's. Wait, did I read that? Yes. Okay. Combined 2.4 million views recorded on their linear and streaming platforms for their broadcast last week. This reflects a 190% increase in total views compared to the station's joint broadcast in June for the primary debate. Debate-related posts across social media combined for 34.5 million video views, with 10 posts surpassing the 1 million views each. Moderation for the October 16 debate included WNBC anchor, blah, blah, blah. Okay, look, so the increase in the number of people participating or paying attention just goes to show that not enough people are involved in primaries. Why so few? Why would anything happening now on a stage matter that didn't matter in June? Especially because look what happened. One of the guys who lost the primary because of those debates is still in the race. He's just running as an independent. So I don't know. Maybe people went back and watched some of that stuff in hindsight, but I don't feel like, I just think those increases, those percentages, I feel like that's a sign that, to this day, people still are not paying attention to the primaries and they're not participating in the primaries. I think that illustrated that. Okay, look, guys, thank you for hanging out with me for the last hour. Hopefully there was some good information in there about what to expect tonight. Could be boring. Who knows? We're going to have fun here. I can tell you that. It's all kicking off at 7 p.m. Eastern right here, and then we'll be here till 10 p.m. Eastern. The debate goes from 7 to 9. It's live. We'll stream it or attempt to, and then we will be back here at 10 p.m. Eastern for the second anniversary episode of Left Past 10. I'm Matt Strackbein, the Letterhack. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, what's going on, Alex?
Hello.
Good to see you, buddy. Hey.
Good to see you.
So we were just going to hang out with you, Deter, and I for the first half hour. I don't see Deter yet, but you know what? People are creeping in here, dude. People are creeping in here, man. We might have to let more guests on before 7:30 after all. I see people like showing up, which is good. I love the enthusiasm. Look, how are you, my man?
I'm good. The energy is good.
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Like you had coffee or the energy in New York around the debate and the campaign?
I mean, like I'm excited. I'm excited. I think, Cuomo's floundering right now, trying to get Curtis to drop out, making these AI ads. I don't know, man.
What are people
I got fingers
saying?
crossed, knocking wood always, but
what are people saying on the street? What are you hearing in line?
Well, I am asking everybody I run into, and they either are indifferent or they're like, I don't like Cuomo. So,
okay, well, yeah, indifferent toward Mamdani, and I don't like Cuomo.
Yeah.
Good news. This is Democratic city. Vote for the Democratic guy. Yeah. Why are you still talking about Cuomo? That's what I say. Why are we talking about this
he's
loser?
Independent.
Yeah, I mean, and also huge loser. And look, I mean, what do you think about this? Sliwa drops out. Those Republican voters go to Cuomo, right? Or they just go, fuck it, no horse in the race.
You've seen how unique of a guy he is, how not in step with like modern Republican dog whistles and the way you're supposed to move as a Republican. He doesn't. He's still doing it from the 80s, and like I'm a vigilante out here. I would assume his base is also very scattered. So I would, a lot of people would vote for Cuomo. I think a lot of people wouldn't vote. I think
I'm talking about Republicans. Sliwa,
Sliwa's specifically his fan base.
Huh?
His
because
supporters.
Mamdani's
still the place, and they could go to Mamdani too. I don't know.
Are you nervous about early voting results? And let me be clear about that. Are you nervous that it's going to end up being a situation where like, oh shit, people are voting for Cuomo? What's going on? Or do you think we're going to see like landslide from the beginning, or do you not pay attention to that till later, like weekend?
I pay attention to it because people are talking about it. So I'm but
I mean, as
primary,
a New Yorker,
we were getting the results early, and we were like, oh man, he's a little ahead. This is pretty good, but we got to wait and see, and it might be days until we know. And then over the days, it just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it could be, again, God willing, inshallah, that we get a repeat of the primary.
So, but what do you
live right now? Should we go live?
Yeah, momentarily. I just want to ask you something real quick. Do you have a link for it? I know you're always on it.
I do.
Okay. This is check it out. Deter McBizness is here. I'm going to bring him up on stage now if he's ready.
Let's do it.
If he's not, oh well. What's up, Deter? How's it going, my friend?
Good,
okay,
man, dude.
I was just asking about, the New York perspective, right? The New York angle from a New Yorker, from a guy on the street in New York.
Sure.
And look, I should say, and I was saying it earlier, that you guys have a great rapport and you're always doing shows together, and people can find that right here on this space. It is a pleasure for me to watch all the work that you guys do together. It's so fun. So what I would like to ask you, though, is DSA member, correct?
Yes.
Explain that for us. To what degree, and what is your perception of a democratic socialist like Mamdani specifically? Like campaign, how's he doing? His policies? Is it not good?
We'll start with the hottest one, which is Zoran is a paradigm. Zoran is our hero right now at the DSA. He is as bright a star as we've ever had, in as what I would call a market, as good a market as there is for politics at this level. It's a special position, and it's loaded with political capital. It's soft power, right? It's not real legislative power, but it's the mayor of New York City might be a democratic socialist, and that's a big deal. So in terms of the operation itself, the two biggest chapters, as you would expect, are New York and Los Angeles. And then there's a lot of other strong chapters scattered around metro and suburban areas. But rural America, it's tough to find a local DSA chapter just because of the physical realities of having a meeting point, even if it's just once a month, and then activism and so forth. But it's definitely, I'm trying to have influence over the DSA in a very specific way, where I want us to be the anti-MAGA, the spearhead of the anti-MAGA movement. And the response that I get from other DSA members when I say that is, well, we should be about what we're for, not what we're against. And to that I say, sure, in theory, definitely the more important part is what we're for, but starting with we are the best ones to counteract MAGA is the cutting point, the starting point for the conversation. It's taking advantage of the context, the rhetorical context in which we live, which is very anti-MAGA right now. And it's only going to get worse. This Argentina shit that's going on. I mean, the ICE raids continue to create tons of footage for the internet to feed on, to feast on. So the DSA is a fantastic organization, and I hope that it is the catalyst for internal change within the Democratic Party. And Zoran is hopefully going to be proof that it can and should be done that way, because I'm sick. If there's anything to kind of get real with, it's the duopoly, is working within the duopoly. And I know that sucks. I would love to start a new party and have it be the Progressive Party, and like the old days where a new party would come along and it would be more timely and take out one of the other two that were already the dominant of their day. Not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. But Zoran gives me hope that we can do it with the primary strategy.
You said soft power earlier, and I want to remind people about a newer sensation that started with a Pikachu costume in Turkey during some protests last year. Cute power. This is a big deal. This is like a sub-level of soft
they're
power.
They're talking about the Canal Street raid right now. Should I throw that up? Because that happened yesterday.
Let's go ahead and put it up.
Problem in the neighborhood that the
get rid of that
NYPD
chat.
had ignored.
Yeah.
So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president and I went down to the White House and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds. They're way out of bounds. Call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them. Because this is not their jurisdiction. You're in
This
the
is like
city of
federal
New York.
broken windows policy. It's crazy.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve.
Gestapo.
What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the city council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of this city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mr. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I've patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
Selling the knockoff, sometimes
Decades.
stolen contraband by
The
a series
Elmos.
of people.
The Elmos.
Fifth Precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously a cause to do so, and they complain that they have to release them because of
You know, with a hairline like that,
which
you can understand why he would wear
adversaries are in
the.
favor of. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we
Mister, I
can't
can't hear you
tolerate
talking.
citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. I'll start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Well, both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump.
It's called
He holds
extortion.
most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid.
You can't
The
beat
SNAP
Trump.
program,
He's saying he's
and
going to
threatened
give
cut
Trump in
funds
every
for
possible
NYCHA.
way, is what he's
So
saying.
if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial,
Hello, Sandee.
you're going to
Hi,
lose.
Sandee.
And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump,
You're
it's
looking
always
very
the
red
art of
today.
the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with
She's in
his
for
minions
Siwa.
or himself.
He's making
He'll
the
want
best
you to
pitch
give in
possible
order
from
to
his
get a little
position,
bit.
though.
But
Yeah.
if you immediately
I thought
act
we were
like
starting
you're gonna
at
take him
7:30.
on, like, you know, it's going to be a one-on-one fight,
I should have got it. I
we're
should
going to
get a
lose.
red
All the
beret
people
just
in
for
New
this
York
tonight.
City
I
are going to
forgot one.
lose.
Well, I mean, his
You have
position
to
is
be
being
able
a
to
cuck.
We don't
so,
follow
yeah.
rules here.
Yes.
And if you show respect, you'll get respect,
Siwa.
and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so
would definitely let
desperately in
Trump
need of
fuck his
federal
wife. Oh, why am I
funding.
so
You know he would.
What's the
behind?
good of it? They'll bump chess with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump.
Man,
I
they're
will
letting him
negotiate
go.
with Donald Trump
Jeez.
and try to get the best deal possible
What's this, a rally?
for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
The clapping,
Yeah,
that's a bad
the
sign.
difference on
Audience
this
clapping
question
is bad.
I've
That's
actually
bad.
lived it, and I've done it with
So
President
you're gonna
Trump
win?
over many years through the most difficult situation that this
No, I mean,
country
they
has
shouldn't
gone
let him
through,
clap at all.
COVID plus.
Like, that's always bad.
You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper aggressive, and he is
Just
going to
normalizes
overstep his
everything.
bounds.
Well, I mean, obviously they pay
and you
people
are
to
going
go
to have to
clap in there.
confront him.
Right,
And
that's
you can
what I
beat
mean.
him.
Yeah.
I confronted
like the
him,
Bill Maher
and I
show.
have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things.
Man,
because
why are
we
you bringing up
need
COVID? You
federal
killed
help if we're
grandmothers
gonna save
during
our
COVID.
city and rebuild our city. President
Well,
Trump
they're gonna
has
People
slap
do
Trump.
remember
respect
him being
you.
adversarial with
He sent the
Trump
National
during
Guard
that
into
time.
20 cities.
That
City
could
he
help
didn't send it into? New York. because I
Like
talked to
empty
him and I said, we
rhetorical,
don't
like,
need you here.
opposition, but it's sort of
He
like
has said he'll
carjacking
take
anyway.
over New York if Mamdani wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid.
He's going
and
to
gonna
do
knock
that
him on his
anyway. He
tuchus.
said a bunch of times he's
So
going to send
it
the
is a
National Guard to New
balance,
York.
Didn't they already do that today?
adversarial when you need to.
They have
they
a
literally-
yesterday?
Cooperate to get good things done in this city, and
Well, I
you
know
need
it's
federal
ICE.
help.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's ICE, but yeah.
We
See,
first just
clapping
heard
normalizes
from
all
the
that
Republican
shit. I
candidate
can't
for
do
mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
You can turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump
clapping
share
is
that
paid
his
for, I'm
pick for
telling
mayor is Andrew Cuomo.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be
True.
the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on three promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies. And he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the third piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the first and second piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome. Trump and Cuomo in the same statement.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe,
If
wants
Cuomo
Mamdani.
wins,
That is
then
his
they will
dream,
he'll just allow that to
because
happen.
He will use
No
him
one will fight
politically
back.
He
across
said
the
he'd
country,
allow
and
it
he
to
will
happen
take over
earlier
New
in
York
the
City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump
So
and Mayor
Zoran Trump will
and he
take
will
over New
come
York,
in
but
and
with
take over the city.
this douche
I have
canoe,
no
it would
doubt.
be like, no,
All he
no,
said
he's not
was
taking
his
over.
analysis
We're
is after
inviting
the
him
polls.
in.
Well, let him
It's
take
a
over.
tough choice between a Democrat
What'd
and
you
a
call him?
communist. And he
Douche
considers
canoe.
Mamdani a communist. He happens to be a socialist.
Canadian thing.
But
Mind you,
between a
yesterday,
communist
ICE tried
and
to shoot
Democrat,
a
it's tough
journalist and
choice
shot a
for him.
police deputy by accident in Los Angeles. So.
I wanted to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight.
We'll introduce everyone
and
at
the
a
cost
break,
of
but
living
thanks for being
is
here,
our
guys.
next topic.
Yep.
You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course, so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New
Thanks for having
Yorkers
us.
were shocked this week as a new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled-up situations
thanks
with
for
no
bringing
home of
this up.
their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So, Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter
This
with an
literally
employee of the
sounds
public
too
school
good to
system.
be true.
It's
And
also
it is
links
true.
that employee with
take
the
my
child's family.
eyes
It's been
off
shown to
you.
increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Cats for Zoran.
Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent. Sounds
fuck?
Surprised he didn't mention his rap
It
career.
affects about 25%
He went
of the
viral
number of housing
quips.
units in the city of New York. It's
pretty
not a
weak.
new
I mean,
idea.
like,
Bill
he's
de
just not good
Blasio
out
did
for
it.
that.
It turned out to be a
I thought
debacle.
Cuomo was a method actor.
and it does
I
not
am
just
a
come
gay
off as an
person.
unit,
I
and for
am
the
a black
25, it just
person. I
postpones
am
the
an
increase
Italian.
And actually
I am a New Yorker.
causes us to lose
I'm a
units
Turk.
because landlords took them off the market.
ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
So Istanbul is the New York City of Turkey.
Video today about how he's a bad Muslim, and then they go call him an Islamist terrorist.
I love that. That was such an awesome video.
Was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase.
Wait. Is TikTok supposed to be good, or is he supposed to be better at TikTok? Like, make up your mind, dude.
I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive
And you did a
government
shit
to do
job of
that.
it.
And that's what I've done across the country, across the state.
What do you mean
Maybe
across
We
the
have
country?
more
to
empty
get the supply
houses
up,
than
the rents will
homeless
come
people.
down.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
could
Sliwa.
give homeless people a free house and money every week, and it would profit the government.
Solving world hunger and homelessness combined would be a lot more affordable than whatever the hell we're doing now.
That means it
It ain't
began
about
when
the-
Andrew Cuomo was the
Make
governor.
Don't make me get
But
all
what
labor
did he
perspective
do?
on you guys.
What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent
Christina, it would
money
not
on
just be
cooking 'em.
affordable,
He's
it
cooking
would be
'em.
profitable.
On the average
Yeah.
cost of an affordable housing.
Not for the
It would
capitalists.
literally be
Have
profitable.
in display.
It's
Not
more
for the
affordable
capitalists.
to
And it
actually
would
make
also.
City, not more of the same.
education programs, housing programs for people who are unhoused than just
The
leaving them on the
homeless
streets
issue,
and doing God knows
number of
what.
homeless since I left has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration.
Yeah, it
Since I
makes us
left,
money. Every dollar we
administration?
spend on like social
When I left, the
services
vacancy
returns
rate
us
on
like
housing
$10
was
in profit.
4.5%. It's now 1%.
It undermines
This
the
man
relation
never
between
even
workers and
proposed a
capital.
bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Okay. Good tell story.
You didn't leave.
Well, then what do you think he's doing now?
Impeached by the Democrats.
Not his.
my
Okay.
man.
I'm back on the
Heard
Twitter
this
stream,
with the
baby. Let's go.
fucking shotgun.
Where's my red
Because
beret
I'm the
at?
only candidate up here who's been into many
I
of
took
the
out one.
300 Department of Homeless Services shelters. And the family shelters are unsafe for the families there.
How is
We have
this
to
man
make them
not a
safer.
socialist?
We have to bring
With his
teachers
fucking
into
red
the
beret.
shelter.
Everything about it is good except for the Guardian
Guardian
Angels
have to
bullshit.
get on
Pretty
bus
much
after
it.
bus
Well,
and
the-
take
the-
him to
the
a
Trump
school
dick riding,
that's
too.
2.5 hours
But
away.
Trump don't want him.
This is a
That's the
horror
craziest thing.
situation that's taking place. And we have to prioritize
So
this
we'll
because this
slam.
number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do
I'm
that.
sure there are.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions
I
of
know,
New
right?
Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New
This
Yorkers
question is
living in
to
these
Zoran
units,
Mamdani.
most of them rent stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test.
It
for
worked well
having
during COVID.
a
The
rent
new
stabilized
means test.
apartment.
That's
Means
so cool.
testing.
Mr.
Jesus.
Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've
During
seen a lot of
COVID, we
inflation in
discovered
recent
that we could
years.
literally do
Haven't
UBI
small
and it
landlords
would
felt
be
that
good
pinch as
for
well?
the
And then we have
country.
other questions for you.
We could give people money and it'll be
We've seen
fine.
time and again
It'll be good.
mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board
people
to
actually
hike the
pay
rent
bills,
on those
invest in the
same more than 2
economy.
million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response? Hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized or
Thank you. They're owned by one company that keeps them empty to make them more expensive.
that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding
I'm
off
actually
on
for
those
that.
apartments. They're not putting them
I'm
out
for the
on the
vacancy tax.
marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized
I mean,
landlords or
tax
the
on
small
wealth as well,
landlords.
but
They need the
vacancy
help.
tax is
And there
hard.
are a number of people in the outer boroughs. They own a home. They live
Yeah,
on the
that'd be
property.
great.
They're not absentee landlords. 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the landlords are protected so they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or
God,
6
calm
years,
down,
which
dude.
destroys their
Jeez.
equity and
Christ, I
forces
feel like
them
I'm
to
listening
leave.
to this guy a
Thank
lot.
You might have an aneurysm on
Mr.
the
Cuomo,
stage.
you signed a law in 2019 repealing a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment.
Oh.
What's your position now, and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before. And protections against
And
tenant
then we go to
evictions.
this
But
end of the
to answer your
spectrum.
question,
No enthusiasm.
you cannot, Zoran said, the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened.
we should raise the rent?
We did freeze the rent with de Blasio.
Rent
We
is too
lost
damn low.
units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to
We
make
weren't
up
covering
for
the
the
passive
backlog
income?
of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. And people think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of the units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the
Literally,
Rent
that's
Guidelines
all a
Board.
part of
So
Zoran's
nothing
plan.
is going to happen. It's
Honestly, I don't care about any of this. I just wanted to see what Andrew Cuomo thinks about Collargate.
I hear
Mr.
the same 10
If you
woos
want
and
a
claps.
candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their
Obliterated him.
disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent
There you
Guidelines
go.
Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor.
No one wants
then
to
I
hear,
am the
oh, but this
candidate
is
for you."
hard.
He's just a widow mayor of one of the biggest cities in the whole
You
world.
elect me, I will be the smallest bean that you can possibly imagine.
Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly.
I'm just a birthday
The mayor
boy.
doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's
6,
wrong.
7, whatever the hell
They
that
are
means.
appointed to a term.
You wouldn't send the
and they're on
National Guard to a
holdovers.
birthday boy
And
with
when
glasses.
the term is over, you can appoint, but
Or
it takes a
Ozempic.
number of years to get control.
Oh, please don't ever say that.
Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands
City
of
of Yes
units,
is like
as many
Bloomberg
as
shit, by
1
the way.
million new units will be
My cat
needed in
was
New
my
York
son.
City
I don't
over
know
the
what
next
that
10
is. Go away.
years. What is your
Go
plan
away.
to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo,
It's
then
abundant.
Mr. Sliwa,
City of
then
Yes is
Mr.
abundant.
Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to
Ban
build affordable housing.
venture capitalists
No, it
from
doesn't.
holding
No, it shouldn't.
empty apartments
That's
to
an
raise the
incompetent
rental
government.
price. We have enough.
You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even
God.
though he doesn't like it, in 4 years. Okay, so don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD. You have to change the entire organizational
This is how we've
structure.
always done it. Very
You
lazy.
have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Mario,
project
who's
is
that?
Thousands of
Your dad?
housing developments
The Verrazano.
being accelerated, expedited,
My
facilitated
father.
at one time. And we need 500,000
Boring.
units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still
It's
allow
the Tappan
talent
Zee
to come
Bridge,
here.
not the Mario
Mr.
Cuomo.
Sliwa.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the city of yes.
Literally, I tuned out from him because that was so boring.
He's doing worse. He's stumbling and bubbling and more angry than
And you have the
usual.
initiatives. You vote no. And you know how oftentimes
He's
I've been
city of
accused,
no.
how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive,
All of
believe
Cuomo's vote is about to go to
yes.
Silwa.
I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space that'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments.
Again, I agree with
Most of
this,
them
too.
Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You
sounds
set
good.
up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable
He doesn't
apartments a
understand
lot
why
quicker
it's like
and
this,
not
but
be
he's
a burden
correct.
to
Right.
the
100%
homeowners
correct.
and the
He just doesn't
residential
understand why.
communities
Yeah.
because you're in the back pockets,
Expropriation.
Andrew, of
He's saying
the
all the right
developers
things, you
who
know?
wine dined and
Expropriation.
pocket-lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that,
He is
Mr.
too
Sliwa.
hostile.
Do you think each
turned
elected
off.
city council member should have basically veto power over
I
what?
would
Tonight
be
is the night
okay
that
with
Curtis
like
Sliwa became the mayor
Silwa
of
getting
New York.
a position under Mamdani's like government because
Yeah, me
it would
too.
make him smarter.
rat
Silwa's the
czar.
type of person who would be on our side.
This,
The rat czar.
city
Having
of
control of the
yes
rat
is on
problem with the
steroids,
cats.
and
Yeah.
he
Okay,
went
now we need to
wild
start the
taking care
Cuomo
of his
dropout
developer
movement.
friends as
Yeah.
he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be
Mamdani's
chaos.
the real
and
moderate
I
in this
warned you
race
in
now.
2021. You
He
should
was
have
the real
elected me
cognate.
mayor then.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
God, stop.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit. And we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures
See,
will
he's
be
in
on
the middle,
ballot and that New
literally.
Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
The best jobs.
What is your opinion, Zoran? Come on. Yes or no? What is your opinion? Yes.
Hey, 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 hey. Back the fuck off.
Politician.
They're pointing out what I was about to, which is that you didn't answer the question.
What? Oh, the Cuomo dance. That's going fucking viral, baby.
Two people appealing for the Republican Party.
Oh yeah, Dan
He's gotta be. He said he's got to be better at social
He
media.
said it. Two people. They're both.
My question to you was, do you
Wait,
support
what?
the 3
I
ballot
missed
amendment question?
everything. What
I have not yet
everyone's
taken a
talking.
position on those ballot amendments.
Mamdani said that he's competing against 2 men wanting to be the Republican nominee.
We're going to move on.
Yeah.
for governor.
That's it.
We're going to move
Perfect.
on. We're going to move on.
Spider-Man meme
Candidates,
of
the
Andrew
rhetoric
and
on the
Curtis
campaign
pointing
trail
at
has
each
become
other.
more heated
True.
in recent weeks. We have reached a point where 2 of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues? And will your longstanding views on the subject
New
get in
York
the way of your
Jews
ability to be an
support
effective
Mamdani.
I look forward to being
right?
a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system, so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Okay.
He's gotten that so much. He's gotten so good at it.
Yeah. Just comment on that, please.
There you go.
You know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the savior.
Oh my God! You were just doing a TikTok dance, dumb bitch.
He's just going ageism.
I want Ritual actively made TikTok a drinking game on here with him saying it.
Just because you're bad at making TikTok videos.
150 rabbis who signed the letter.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the?
Yeah, the fear in New York from the Jews comes from the right.
Serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin
the
Netanyahu has conducted the
level
war in
against
Gaza
Azor on
and
is
expanded settlements in the West Bank.
By the way, everybody
What would you
in
say
the
to
panel
and how
and in
would
the
you
chat,
handle
tweet
New
out this
Yorkers
link.
who are
Get
in the
everyone
streets,
here.
if you were mayor,
They're having a
protesting
party.
the actions of the Netanyahu
Zionism is antithetical to Judaism.
Yeah.
Go ask a
Yes, it
rabbi.
is.
There is no such thing as a
That's
Jewish
this
Zionist.
Jew right
Can't
here.
be.
And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't
Genocide is not a
justify
Jew-side issue.
You
anti-Semitic
represent
behavior in New
Netanyahu,
York.
dude.
It doesn't justify having a Jewish population.
They
that
put a
feels
bunch of
unprotected
Cuomo
New
folks in
York.
the audience
It
tonight.
doesn't
I was worried about that.
justify leaders who stoke the
Doesn't
flames
matter,
of
really.
hatred against Jewish
Ultimately.
people, which is what Zoran does, in my
I'll
opinion.
give him a chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr.
They're
Stewart.
gonna cheat in this election. You guys understand,
I've
right?
heard
Like, this might be the
from
last
Jewish New
free and
Yorkers
fair election
about
in
their
this country.
fears about anti-Semitism in this city.
I have
And
thoughts
what they
on that. but we'll
deserve
be
is a
careful.
leader
We'll be careful
who
later.
takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who
Or as close
weaponizes
as
it
it
as a
gets.
means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
I mean, the Supreme Court's looking at the Voting Rights Act soon, so.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Like not in the middle of the debate, but I have thoughts on that.
It's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
morning.
Zoran, this is personal
Absolutely.
for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz,
Yeah, everyone is
prosecuting
12.
this
It
person
is
who
2
came
kids
up
at a
and tried
schoolyard.
to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing.
This is okay. No, this is fine.
They view
Sliwa
you
is
as
New York.
an
Let
arsonist
Sliwa ask him
who
the
fan the
question.
flames
No,
of
yeah, it's just
anti-Semitism.
annoying.
They
That's all.
cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames.
Oh, God.
You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of
Yeah,
apologizing to
You've
do.
got a lot of
My sons
explaining
are
to
afraid.
do.
Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability
Ever?
to
Yeah.
come in and put
He's
out
never
those
said
flames.
anything.
Name one,
Again, this is
because
fine.
all I see is Jews supporting Mamdani.
Again, this is
There
fine. The
is
way Sliwa is
room
framing this
for
is completely
disagreement
fair.
on
It almost
many
sounds like
positions
an
and many
ad.
policies, but I
For
also
his
want
own.
to correct the record.
Look,
I have
we're maxed
never,
out on host.
not
We got
once,
10 of us.
Spoken in support
Uh-oh.
of
Wow.
global
Maxed
jihad.
out.
That is not
Max
something that I
left.
have said.
This is truly
and
Max
that
left.
continues to be ascribed to me,
Yeah.
and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am
they
the
take a
first
break,
Muslim
I'll introduce
candidate to be
everyone.
on the precipice of winning this election. Now, all the same, Curtis, I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it
But all
is
the
my
like,
job
la, la, la,
to
la,
not
la.
only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
God, he's so
Thank you,
good.
Earl. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Ariel to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time most New Yorkers saw you before this campaign was when you resigned your seat as governor under scandal in 2021. The most recent Quinnipiac University poll in this race shows that 54% of likely voters say you're unethical. Meanwhile, you also have strained relations with Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and others. What would you say right now to New Yorkers
Letitia
who
James
have
endorsed
questions
Zoran,
about
too.
your moral
campaigns with him.
compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected
By the way, Kathy
officials?
Hochul said that she would support
first,
Mamdani if he won, which is
Someone
huge.
misstated the facts, but I resigned because there was allegations made.
She
I
knows she's
didn't
in
want
for a
to
fight for her
waste the
election.
time
for
and
governor.
distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government. We sorted it out legally. Nothing came from any of the allegations. I was dropped from the cases. You know that.
Then why did you resign?
But you like to talk
Fucking
about
clapping.
the past rather
I'm not
than
gonna
yesterday.
get
That's because the law is built to protect you. Look at the president. The man was convicted of rape and like 34 felonies, still the president.
11 budgets passed on time. Most
See
in
that,
modern political
what's her name?
history,
Emily
they
French
haven't
here with the
gotten
comment
one
is
done
also
on time
riding
since
for
I was
Sliwa,
there.
another Sliwa comrade.
He knows to work.
I
He
love
knows
the
how to
man,
work
and I
with
can't
the
wait to talk about
legislature.
him.
And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key, because don't kid
Well, he
yourself.
was
I've
whole
watched every
campaign is
governor and
essentially,
mayor,
you ever rented the
since
subway?
Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets. The state is
Just
saying
admit
no.
you're a pervert
and
and move
the
on.
city has been getting screwed.
I saw
by
a
the
great
state.
tweet
Well, Cuomo's whole campaign is 9/11.
Has to be doing better.
I saw the best tweet that encapsulated this election. It said, Cuomo is bad for New York. Zoran is good for New York.
As more of a
Sliwa is
well-known
New
New York
York.
character than a serious policy expert, your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zoran Mamdani can win the election. What do you say to them and to others who feel that while your name recognition has seen a boost, your candidacy is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views?
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs.
I have a
you
cat
see
in
the
each
excitement
one.
and energy of the working
Yeah.
class people that I represent. I am the
They all wear
Republican
little red berets, too. It's
populist
adorable.
candidate representing the working class, and I'm also
That man paid his
the
money. Let him
candidate on
run.
the independent line, first ever put
He's been
together
running
by
for like
my
21
wife Nancy,
years.
who loves animals like so many. Save the animals.
They have
No
the
kill
own
shelters.
windbreakers, too.
Animal abusers go to jail.
Let me tell you the highest
So
thought right
people
now.
know
If
that
there
I'm
was no
not just
Zoran, if
running
Zoran
to
lost
protect
in a
people,
tight
which has been my
primary
life
to
as leader of the
Cuomo,
Guardian Angels.
Sliwa would have
I'm
a
there
real
to
shot.
protect our pets
I
and
think Sliwa
animals.
could win.
Because remember,
I think if
Mahatma Gandhi
Cuomo
said,
dropped out,
"A society that
Sliwa would
does
be
not
scary.
take care of its animals does not take care of its people. Homeless, emotionally disturbed, veterans. I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian Angels, doing things that the
See,
city
this is
and
what
state
Republicans
should have been
think
doing
Trump's
a long
like.
time ago,
You
but
know?
neglected them and instead spent $7 billion
This is what my uncle
on
hears when he
migrants
listens to
that
Trump.
we don't even know.
This is what
That
the police
is a
should be, by the way.
disgrace.
Like, that's
We
their
should be
job
there
should be
for
to
our
do what
own
he's
people who
describing.
are suffering
That's what he said,
and
though.
wallowing in desperation and despair.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
No
Please clap.
You have criticized
Like, minus
the politics
the,
of the
you
past
know,
where
brutalizing
One
people
guy.
and stuff.
taking a stand on a key issue
Please
or
clap.
trying to be all things to all people. But at times during this campaign, you've carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from politics as usual?
When it comes to our schools,
They always ask Zoran the most
I
difficult
believe that
questions.
every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And
Well, at
we
least
have
they
not
were
seen
asking
that
him
under the
about
stewardship of those
policy.
schools with this mayoral administration. We have not seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not even on track to ensure greater literacy levels across those schools, despite the strides that have been
Hey,
taken
better than
with
South
NYC
Carolina's
REITs.
numbers, I'll
when it
tell you
comes
that.
to rezoning, I've been very clear that I will always celebrate the addition of additional housing units across
We're
the
getting
city.
dumber every
I also
year.
believe that Gantry State Park and Queensbridge Park should be one contiguous contiguous park. Those are things that one can believe at the same time. And my critiques of the politics of the past is right here on this stage. You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government. That is what we are seeing, because that is the record that is actually on offer.
Why
your
so
logic?
good?
Well said.
A little nerdy, but funny.
I understand my friend doesn't really understand government. The governor doesn't build housing in New York City.
Not if it's you.
I love how they keep
Not if it's you. Oh my God.
Right back at
Why is he so good, man? Why is he so good?
That's what the mayor
Also,
does. The mayor
I love when concerns like when Giuliani was mayor, New York was safe. 9/11 happened under Giuliani. Just remember that.
Governor in the history of the state of New York. All right.
It's the same 10 people.
Yeah.
You have never had a job. You've never
Vocal minority.
And
It's his
Giuliani
daughter,
tried
and
to
his daughter's
solicit sex from someone he thought was a minor on camera in a movie.
I love when a Nepo baby says you've never had a job in your life. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, Giuliani. Hold on, let me unzip my pants.
On anything that you're not talking about in your
What?
campaign.
Yeah.
True.
That was
Giuliani
Giuliani.
with his whole.
Oh yeah.
Gave yourselves
Fun fact, Sacha Baron Cohen, for his This Is America show, came to my town in disguise.
$110,000 to $140,000.
I saw him.
The reason why Zoran is so good is because he knows there's no reinforcement. He's on death row.
It's a shame that he's a Zionist.
The party, Democratic Party, is not coming to back him up, so he can just unleash. He has nothing more in him to the
Also,
party.
like, the reason Zoran's so good.
That the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you, Governor.
That's all true. It's just he didn't want to do this. Like, he was not someone who wanted to run for office. They convinced him to.
There you go. Debate's over.
Oh, I missed that.
Death blow.
Guys, I didn't want to have to do this, but you understand how this works. You can't talk over each other. Nothing works if
Sure
you
you
do that.
can. Fucking let him go.
We're not talking over each other. Nobody's talking over each other.
We are talking over each other.
We are not talking
Don't talk
over
over
each
each
other.
Zoran, your resume could fit on a cocktail napkin. Your failures could
I do
fill
love
Can
Leon.
you
He is
imagine?
public school library in New York City.
This is like the equivalent to AOC. It's just a bartender nonsense.
I want
He's a motherfucking state rep.
So
What the
what's
fuck?
your resume? I got shot 5 times. That's it.
Would ask, please.
So
Yes,
Guardian
it's
angel.
exactly that.
Really quick, what happened was Mamdani said if the state was being unfair to the city, then you take the blame because
That
you
was
were
you.
governor of the state. So like that
No.
to me killed it.
You did
And
that.
I am firmly on the Sliwa Defense Force, so I just have to say, nah, my man has been in them streets. Now, right or wrong, he loves
Roaming.
that shit.
Yeah.
Every New Yorker.
100%.
The
Roaming
delivery
the
of that will
I hear
require
ya.
us to put
I
together
hear
a
you,
team
Lemon.
of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper
SBF.
echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption, and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I've said time and again that my litmus test for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we would continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety. And in doing so, we will also be able to deliver
yes.
our agenda for affordability.
Thank you. And very briefly, quickly, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you were elected mayor?
Yes, I would for stability, but then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail.
What? No,
Cuomo,
but
the
I will say
architect
this,
of no
by the
cash
way.
he's
bail,
campaigning with him,
Zoran,
right?
The apprentice of no cash bail. That's
By the
why
way,
criminals are
can
running
you
in the
pause,
street.
real quick? When they say Zoran never had a job,
Yes.
apparently, and this is according to Wikipedia, he was a foreclosure prevention and housing counselor, where this is according to Wikipedia, where he assisted lower income non-white homeowners in Queens when eviction notices and efforts to remain with eviction notices. So, like, that's definitely a job. I don't know what the fuck
and
Andrew Cuomo's talking about.
And
you're right.
Most jobs were only handed to him from his father. That's it.
But and also
His
saying
name.
that
Yep.
he doesn't have experience in government because he hasn't worked in government is like saying you can't have credit
mean,
without
they
some
love to
credit.
lie.
You know what I
And-
mean?
that's kind of
They're
what's
giving
happening
him
with
no
me
way to
right
win.
now. But
You're right, Jeff, 100%. But it's not even worth going into
we'll
all
start with
that.
you,
Well,
Mr.
actually,
Fville.
because the
The
age
issues
of
crime
like,
and
oh, you
disorder
got to
on the
run
streets.
government like
The
a
NYPD
business.
says the
Trump is
crime is
killed
going
that.
down
That's
in
dead.
all major
We
major
don't have to address that
categories. But to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes? And how would you deploy the city's police force
Homo
to
rapist
deal
isn't
with
the job.
serious
Sorry,
violent
bro.
crimes and quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr.
First
Sidwell.
off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day.
I knew it.
To
I
hear
got
from
that.
one New Yorker who said they feel
Subway,
safer
take
in
a
the
shot.
subways
You
gotta love
or
it,
the
though. You
streets.
gotta love it a little
Got
bit.
Mike Adams constantly heckling at us.
Every time
It's
he
the perception,
mentions getting shot in the back of the yellow
I
cab,
always
and every
felt
time he
safe on the New
mentions
York subway.
every time he
Always.
mentions getting shot in the back of the yellow cab, and every time he mentions riding the subway, I am taking a big old drink
I
of beer.
hate this rhetoric on the subway. I hate it so
We
much.
need to bring back the homeless outreach
I don't know
unit
how the
that
subway
was
works in New York. I was about to
disbanded
say,
when de
Blue
Blasio
Line
took
is
$1 billion
definitely the
out of
one
the
that I
budget.
love
These
most
were men and
coast,
women
but
police
that is
officers who
out of there.
already had with them medical nurses.
The subway in
and
New
healthcare
York is an
practitioners, but it
experience.
was
You
de
got
Blasio
people
who
singing,
abolished it.
dancing,
They've been
doing
talking about
flips.
bringing
You get
something
people
Doing-
trying to
doing
sell
their
you stuff. You got
podcasts.
They
people
never do it.
singing.
Because I'm
Mariachi
out in the subways every
bands.
day and I never see
I
it.
love
When
the
I'm
top
there,
podcast going on
it
the
gets
subway.
done on day
Yeah,
one.
that
The
guy,
homeless
love him.
outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I hear from New
I watched
Yorkers
a dude take a rip of
where
a
they
bong
feel
in the
least safe,
subway.
they will often
I've
tell me
smoked a joint
the
out of
subway
the
system.
window of a subway.
And when they explain
Oh,
those
yeah.
moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow.
There you go.
And that is why
That's part
at
of the
heart
culture.
our public safety
They're
agenda
attacking
is
this.
a
They're stealing
groundbreaking
your
proposal
culture.
to not only reduce crime but address these very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be
There you
focused
go.
on the mental health crisis,
Nice.
I can only
focused
imagine the
on
TikToks
homelessness, and will
recreating
ensure that
moments from
police
Fville
officers
today
can
tonight.
focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year, they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls when those are calls that could by and large be
Also,
taken
all the
by
cops are
experts
doing like
trained on
immigration
responding to that very
nonsense now.
crisis.
So there's
Thank you,
less
Mr.
cops
Cuomo.
to cover mental health crisis when it should also go to
the answer is always
social
a new
workers.
government agency. It's manage the system, manage the public safety system. We know how to do this. Mayor David Dinkins did it when we had a real crime
Yes,
problem.
it's spend money to
Hire
fix
more
a problem.
Police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally
No,
ill.
you don't.
Of
More
course,
police.
that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous. But hire the 5,000
The best
more
way to
cops
deal
because
with
they're all
mentally
quitting,
ill, homeless,
because
and
they're
drug
getting
addicted
worked too
people
hard.
is
You're
to
gonna
not
have to raise
arrest
the
them.
starting salary
Putting them in
because
jail
nobody
makes
wants
it
to be a
worse.
cop today, the way they're
I wish
treated.
Mom Donnie would
Put
call out Cuomo for
1,500
sounding
in
like a
the
Republican.
subways.
Only one of these
Forget
men
the
on
Azor
stage
idea
or on
of
video
not prosecuting
de-escalating
misdemeanors.
a
Prosecute
possibly
misdemeanors.
scene that
Those
could
are
go
quality
pear-shaped
of life
with a
crimes.
mentally ill man.
And that's very
And that man
important.
is
Yes, the
purposely
subways are
walking.
scary.
I've seen the video.
Scary in their neighborhood too.
I almost cried. I was very
So,
high when I watched it.
Those
I
quality
did
of life
start to
crimes
squirt a
also
tear. I
have
was
to
like,
be addressed.
But yeah, Mamdani literally said these two are trying to be the Republican candidate.
No matter how many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
Excuse me 1 second.
Nah, bro, you missed your shot.
Can I just respond?
Keep it moving.
Misdemeanors misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases him back into the streets, and both of you afford no cash bail.
Well, courtesy
Yeah,
was.
that's not how that works, but sure.
I mean, this is the candidate that Annika Sparian would endorse, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
New Yorkers, specifically teenagers.
Oh, yes, someone's getting paid by
What
Core
is your
Civic and
stance
Geo
on
Group.
the statewide raise the age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes. Police Commissioner Tisch
Personally,
says,
I'm for no
quote,
bail,
"The
period. Either
mentality on
you're
the
safe
street
enough
is
to
that
let back on the
nothing
streets,
happens
or
to
you're
those
not.
under 18
I don't know why
who
amount of
possess
money
a
has
gun."
anything to do with it.
So would you support
That's just me.
modifying raise the age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you
Personally,
just announced that
I'm
you
no
would,
prison.
invite
I
Commissioner
think
Tisch to stay
prison
on,
is like
would you go
reserved
along with her
for
on
people
this?
that can't be fixed.
I would not support changes to the state's legislation,
Can't be
and I
fixed
would
in
not support
rehabilitation.
them because the major
That-
issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that
Oh,
there is
look,
hundreds
I actually
of
have a
millions
link.
of dollars
There
that
are
were supposed to be
direct ties
delivered
between Scylla and
alongside
private prison
that law
companies.
that is still
I am
languishing
not
in
surprised.
And
Yeah,
I
this is
decided
surprising.
to be the next mayor of the
just want to move to
Guardian
Denmark,
angel, right?
commit a felony, and spend the rest of my life in a Danish prison. It's like a spa retreat. I would love it.
Yeah.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America.
Shout out, join
He gives them
DSA,
2% of the
DSAUSA.org/join.
He has said multiple times, I am a
I'm a
DSA
card-carrying
member, I
member.
pledge allegiance. They say abolish jails, defund police, don't enforce misdemeanors. Go to my
Take a shot,
website,
socialist
andrewcuomo.com. It's right
Oh
on
my
the front
God.
page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New York?
Yes.
Is he lying to everybody?
Yes.
Who knows?
DSA is not a
I
monolith.
passed the law. I
Buddy,
support
sure
the
isn't.
law. It's
No, he doesn't.
we were one of only 2 states that put 16
Well,
and
you know,
17
every
year
accusation
olds
is a
in
confession
adult
after all.
prisons.
Yeah.
We are living
It
in
was
a world
inhumane.
where a
It was cruel
Cuomo
and
has to do
unusual,
battle with
and
the
I'm
DSA.
proud of that law.
I just want to
It's
let that be
administered by local
That's
And
good.
no, he
governments.
hasn't mentioned
Some are doing
Hassan
it
yet,
better than
surprisingly. I
others.
think he learned
know.
his mistake
Yeah,
the
what's
last
the
time.
over under on that? What's the over under on that one?
I don't think he's
going
gonna do it.
Mr. Sliwa.
Our poll is at 81%. Yes, he will mention.
Really?
I'll bet the under on that just because I get the good odds, you know.
Was the victim of a vicious gang assault that could have killed him. And what happened to these juveniles? Cut free because they went to family court, not criminal court.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
because
you want to know how to
juveniles.
fix that? You fix poverty.
Those kids should be in
dipshit.
prison, I guess.
Oldest son to gang violence.
The number
and the
one cause of
perpetrator
crime
Your
is
oldest
poverty.
son
family court
got
and
beat up
got a
by
little
children.
pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it again and again. No. We need to start charging
He talks like Bobby
juveniles who
Hebert.
commit violent crime in criminal
All right, that was for
court.
Robert
And
only.
I'll appoint criminal court judges
Is this Falcone
who follow
Maroney
the
from
law
Batman
and
Begins?
don't
All right,
judge
my man's going crazy right now. Gotta bring
Carmine
him
Falcone.
Man, I gotta put a bag over my head and drug everyone.
Ah, yes.
I've got individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like you to really just explain kind
You
of
guys
where
are not
you're
even
coming from.
moderating this debate.
Mr. Mamdani, you've called for
I'm
reorganizing the
fine with
NYPD
that.
to create this Department of Community Safety
It's
that,
chaos.
among other
I like
things,
chaos.
would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than
I hate
cops
debating.
into
I hate
dangerous
moderators in
situations
the
like
debate.
domestic violence
Yeah.
disputes.
Sometimes
Explain really what
they
you
can
have in mind,
make it though.
and,
A
please
great
include any evidence
moderator
that
can
this would
really
work.
make a debate
Absolutely.
productive.
What
Yeah.
my opponents are
I've
clinging
never seen a
to
productive
is the
debate in my
past,
entire life,
because that's
quite
all
frankly.
that they know.
They're out there.
What
They're out
I am
there.
proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to respond to those same incidents. The reason I believe in
like
the efficacy
me.
of this approach is because of the fact that it has been
Someone literally
delivered
called the cops on
elsewhere
me.
in the country. So no
And I
matter
was
how
like,
often
I
you
just
hear
have
those on the
scissors, I'm
stage tell
fine.
you that something cannot be
Put
done,
your guns away.
know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and
How do you feel living in the right,
similar question for
Christina?
both of you. The department
Oh.
currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. public safety budget approaching $10 billion. Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo
I'm
says
so annoyed
5,000
how
more
much
cops.
of this has been centered around more
Make the case
police.
for why you think that's necessary. Especially given the fact that
Sounds like the
That's a lot more
lame
garbage, man.
for much of the crime declines over the last 20 years.
That's because that's all they care about, because we live in a fascist dictatorship.
Alex, how's the garbage problem
Saran
over on the
hiring
streets?
7,000 cops is not a bad thing.
It's fine.
Yeah,
There's no
Okay,
garbage in the streets.
this is how we solve this mental health crisis with cops. Muscular EMTs
We need
know
those
what they're
7,000
doing.
cops that Zoran hires to help us not get killed by the feds.
Thousands of 911 calls, domestic abuse, emotionally disturbed persons, and you
I just feel like
Yeah,
the
like
cops-
we already know how this plays out. There've been several test runs on how these type of policies work, and they do. Zoran is correct.
Yes,
The thing about
social workers.
No, the thing about social workers, and people say, "Oh, that's crazy, that's crazy." They don't know what they're talking about.
Yes, but they don't believe in reality. They don't believe in statistics, reality.
My wife literally does that job. She literally runs out in the middle of the night and talks people down.
Yeah.
It's like, this works.
That's all
It 100%
works.
works.
If I'm having an episode having cops show up to my door, won't help de-escalate the situation.
I can't hear anything.
100%.
to do is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
You are significantly more likely to die.
We've had
Yeah.
mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration. I ran homeless services not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on
Crime
all
Bill
homeless
Clinton?
programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers.
Instead
You
of
cannot
police,
tell
we just
from a
need
phone
muscular
call
EMTs
if a
who
person
are
is gonna
strong,
be
who can handle
dangerous.
situations like
And
this
I
because they
seen
have the
personally
supplies
many times
necessary to
a person
calm
Again,
a mentally
very
disturbed
calm
These
person
people
down.
are trained for this. Like what Cuomo is saying is a lie. These people are trained for this.
Because
It's an
Yeah.
insult, frankly. To
sometimes
soldiers.
All an
it's
EMT
mental
needs is some
illness.
for sit, and I'm
So
out.
There's nothing new
Like
It's an
that.
insult to
It just
first
has to be done and
responders.
managed.
Yep.
Yes, you
Yeah.
need more
Yes.
police.
But
You
they're
need
also
police,
trained
first
to
of all,
lie.
Errol, because they're quitting.
Like there's literally an
because
EMT
there
I
are
follow
not
on TikTok.
enough
He's
to
a big,
staff.
muscular man, like
People like
6'4".
Cuomo assume that the
Love
average
that guy.
person is too dumb to understand the difference, and he is right.
Family life
Yeah.
is destroyed, so you have the highest attrition rate in modern history. You have to hire 5,000.
Christina, I'm so
just to
sorry for
slow
talking over
down
you. It's the
attrition.
delay.
Oh, you're fine.
Thank you, Candace.
40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment,
Yeah, there's this one
you
guy
cut
on
the
TikTok
budget
who's an
down to
EMT who
4,000
does
beds.
sketches of actual scenarios that he's been involved
Yeah,
in.
get him, Scylla.
Like mentally disturbed
I
individuals.
love that Silva keeps going after her.
I'm going to say for you.
It's fine. It's fine. Get the first
no
sit.
one
It's all
is
good.
saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were
flashback to
40,000
my
people
childhood
in
when
mental
As he should.
institutions. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based.
No, he hasn't mentioned Hassan yet.
The next, well, we're going to do our lightning round. Each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to do the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power,
Lightning round.
would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify.
Really?
Mr.
One and done.
Fuck, marry, kill?
Mr. Mamdani. Keep. Okay.
I was gonna say, were we doing
Would you
fuck, marry,
expand,
kill?
Decrease, or
Yeah,
keep
with
the
bills.
same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug
TikTok
users
is code
in
for
the city?
Hassan, what?
You beat me to it.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Ban.
Mr. Cuomo.
Keep. Close
Donnie
them
said
down.
should have said expand.
Okay. The
What?
last two mayors
Feels
proposed
like
allocating
Goldilocks
1%
now.
of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge
But
here
also-
tonight, Mr. Sliwa?
And another
Yes,
2%.
that
Keep your
Ron
hands
Swanson?
off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%. Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Another
This
lightning
guy.
round
Hey.
question. The city recently enacted a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights and other traffic laws. If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations?
Finally, a real question, real problem.
New Yorkers care about this shit, though, right?
This is a dangerous
I
situation.
wasn't joking.
We have a similar problem in Chicago.
Yeah, similar problem in New York.
I was in Istanbul last year where I saw someone on a moped cut through traffic by driving on the walk path.
This was a great answer.
Increase ticketing the riders.
I do not think the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sleeper.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
All right. There is a
Yes.
valid question to align mayoral election years with presidential election years in the future. Do you support
Everyone
this,
goes
Mr.
to
Sleeper?
prison. Everybody.
Absolutely not. All the
So that we can
attention would go to
enslave
the
you.
presidential election, not to the mayoral election and all the down ballot elections, all of our city council people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
Again and again and again. Yes.
Yeah, because he's smarter than you, dumbass.
It's always one yes, one stay,
First question,
one
do you
no.
support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among
This
the
is gonna
3
be a spicy
current
one.
Exactly.
Mr. Sleeper.
Oh, here we go.
Only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City, and unlike
Do we
Andrew
really
Cuomo
need
and Donald
a
Trump,
new
I don't
casino,
view the
though?
law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo.
He probably doesn't gamble.
I
mean, you
do
can gamble
not-
on your
I have
phone,
not
so what's the
reviewed
point?
The proposals. I was not in.
Yeah, I guess we're
did
bringing
not
back
vote.
bird spaces.
Fucking
So
Biff
I
Tannen.
did- Let me just.
You hear that?
Just so you understand some
Tannen.
facts. I did not vote to bring the casinos to New York City. I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done.
Gonna hurt
I think it's
Foxwoods
highly
business.
problematic, and I think there's going to be
The
a lot
gambling
more
industry
to
is
come.
absolutely poison and will destroy the country faster than any other industry other than tech. Take it from
Already
someone who
is.
lives in
Ranked choice
Australia.
election, how would you vote? Mr. Mamdani.
If there was a ranked choice election,
In this, you'd have to rank these.
myself number 1 and Curtis number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
You guys understand how wild it is that you can bet on
What'd he say? What'd he say?
Mr. Sliwa, do you want to have
I support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo?
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just rank
But they're
myself.
both running populist campaigns.
His endorsement.
I was about to say, Sliwa's not exactly,
Mr.
you know,
Cuomo. Yes, I
not
would.
popular.
Mr. Sliwa.
Absolutely not. Put that
You are right.
fucking chair
He's got like
where it belongs.
15%.
And final,
He's
fun
not.
one.
A kook. He is a kook, but
What is your favorite live
He's got
music
15%.
venue in New York
That's not
City,
kook
Mr.
numbers.
Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers.
15% now?
Under
Yeah.
the K Bridge, I presume.
according to him, I saw him on the interview.
Mr. Mamdani.
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo.
Under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show under the K Bridge? Who'd you see?
No,
Oh
I
my
picked
God,
up your
what
daughters
the-
at a show there. That's
What does this have to do with
Alex,
anything?
Alex,
This is literally like you.
what is
you-
it? I don't
guys.
understand. What, translate this for us.
Yeah, seriously.
There's a bridge in Brooklyn. It's like there's a concert venue there.
Zoran,
Closing
we-
statements, I think.
Should Brooklyn
talk
Nine-Nine
about
come back on the air? That's what I want to know.
Wasn't that where the
But
final
we
scene of
know
Highlander was
that
filmed?
somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers.
Is that venue?
And that's going to lead to bankruptcy.
Yes, but it's
The only
propaganda.
reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of
Highlander?
the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by
Got him.
13 women
Fair
who
enough.
charged you with sexual
No,
harassment.
Brooklyn
Thank
Nine-Nine.
you.
Got him
Curtis.
again.
I was like, what?
You know what?
Hold on, I'm hopping off and back in.
Your question is to Mr. Mamdani. Who was your
Well,
question
we can
to?
bifurcate it, right?
No. You know, you can't. Who was your question
It's
to?
to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said.
What do you mean, bro?
Biden moment.
That's a legit laugh.
The situation,
No.
my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was
Why do you have
dropped from
legal
the cases.
situations, bruh?
If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa. who runs the Guardian Angels, and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels.
Wait, is Cuomo really trying to go on corruption here?
Let's go.
Yeah.
He needs some kind of
Ruben, he's coming for your man.
Go down this road.
Okay.
Glass houses,
Yes,
my guy.
he is,
Glass
which
houses.
is not a winning battle.
I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community. It's with the Italian-American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger.
Who cares? Wait, what? His name, his last name doesn't even end in the vowel. He's not really Italian. Come on now.
It's the Hindus. But then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga.
No, Cuomo's
Deputy
just a
Prime Minister of
Republican. He's
Uganda.
just MAGA.
You take a picture with your father. You're smiling. He's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay.
This is tonight's Susan Piker.
Citizen of Uganda. You took the picture. You said you.
Hey,
you
you want to
didn't
know
who she
why
was, it
Uganda
turns
is
out you
so
did.
homophobic?
How do you
Because
not
of
renounce
Christians,
your
American
citizenship
Christian
or
missionaries that
demand
come to Uganda to help push legislation that's anti-gay.
I can actually second. I can confirm that 100%.
I mean, literally, that's the whole world, Christina. That's
Yeah,
that's the
Uganda
behind
hate
it.
like Christian love, man.
Bill.
Yeah.
Christian love sucks.
My politics is consistent. And my politics
It's also
is
why
built
everyone
on
hates
a belief
drugs all over the
in
world. We
human
did that
rights
too.
For all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken
Also,
that
at a time when Democrats are abandoning the
And yet I also
LGBTQ
know
plus community, Zoran's
that
been
this
with them.
constant attempt
He's
to
been with
smear
us.
and slander me is an attempt
Next
to also
question, but what
distract
about
from the fact
Israelis?
That
Hold on,
unlike
hold on.
myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here.
True.
All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah, what's your platform on gay
You don't get a
rights?
follow up. That's it.
Almost.
Real quick.
Yeah, that's it. I'm with you.
Real
Lumen,
quick.
yeah.
Apparently, Sliwa told Mamdani not to glaze him.
Yeah.
Mr. Cuomo,
That's awesome.
12-year-old
2021,
smearing shit on the wall.
13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you
Oof.
of sexual harassment.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Again.
Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening.
Well, imagine when she
You
was there.
sought to access her private gynecological records.
Oh!
She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak.
Yup.
What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
Shit.
Oh!
Nice.
Rip
hold on.
him
Let's do it.
apart.
Nuke's fired.
I'm committing voter fraud on his behalf, by the way.
Then you have to be serious and mature.
Parody.
There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right?
You know,
that as a
most people
fact. So
don't
everything
have
you just stated,
13
you just
credible
said was a
allegations
mistake,
against them.
which we're accustomed to from
stated was a
Yes, because the cases.
Just like Katie Johnson was dropped for the president?
That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer. Why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay?
There's no
You have
movement for that
problem
right
with
now.
BDS against Israel, but no.
Also,
there
what
it
are we
is.
boycotting?
Oh,
What are we
Israel.
boycotting?
Oh, imagine being gay Palestine. Hamas.
What are we boycotting from Uganda?
What are we going to boycott and divest from Uganda?
The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States.
I've
As
got a
you know,
DVD copy of
with
The Last
roughly
King of Scotland I can
900,000
get rid of.
students,
I don't what?
thousands of schools and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share
Look, all I know is
decision-making
from
with various
Canal Street
stakeholders.
to,
But in the last debate, You said you're still
Chinatown,
for mayoral
all the way to
accountability
the
for
subway, New York will be
educational
free.
outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
Wait, he never answered about the
To
allegations.
mayoral control.
No,
And
he
I
just
also
denied.
believe that
Made
the
it
mayor
about
is
Uganda,
accountable for that
randomly.
which
Yeah, he
happens in this
deflected.
city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has
He skipped
greater
past it.
involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student in the New York City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways
Now, what really
if we
happened
want to
there, if you
change
noticed,
our
Zoran made
results.
eyes
And
at her in
that
the
is what we are
audience
running on a
to let
plan
her,
for the
like,
future,
if she
not
wanted
to
to pop
simply
off, she
relitigate
could.
the past.
And
Mr.
leave it
Sliwa,
up to
you
her,
recently
and then she
proposed
didn't, so
reducing
he
the
just let it
education
go.
budget by $10 billion, or about 25%, to help pay for tax cuts. But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all
Pay
exact
the damn
quotes
teachers.
from your
Imagine
website.
being against
How do you
this.
defund the education department by
Literally,
25%
teachers do what
to cut
cops
taxes,
are supposed to do, you
and
know?
the Trump administration's various
Based.
cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the
Teachers are
Tweed
like
Courthouse.
the
Perfect
American
place to house
heroes.
the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks.
Yet they're
You
treated
have
like
13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies.
Good,
You
investigate
cut at the
those.
top,
I'm fine with that.
Contracts that have been negotiated that have not been overseen, you will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports, but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children. 1/3 of our
Come to
children don't even
schools.
come to school each day. And we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been
Do it with the
depleted.
union.
And more charter
Yeah,
schools. We need to
but you
raise
need to
the
raise
cap
taxes for
and
that.
have more charter
You're right
schools
about that.
for the children who have been waiting to
Look at
get
that
their
beret.
footage.
Look at that beret tan line. You gotta,
Buddy.
gotta beret.
Look at that fucking
Mr.
hairline.
Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you defy the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah, the common denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things, and what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges. And
Watch him not say what he's
I
gonna do.
have managed large
Not saying what he's gonna
bureaucracies.
do.
The Department of Education, we lost 1 million
Manages.
students.
That's what he does.
What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school.
You know what a
They're
manager
deciding to go to the
does?
suburbs, go to
Manages.
Jersey. They're not going to
I know.
sacrifice
They don't
their
do fucking
kid.
shit.
So it is a terrible problem for the entire city. The shrinking public school system. I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the
Notice nobody ever
I
asked
will make
him-
everything worse
and
if you vote for
keep
me.
mayoral control.
Nobody ever asked him
It is
how he's gonna
wholly
pay for it.
inconsistent to say, I
5,000
think it's
new
a top
cops. Nobody
priority,
asked him how he's
but
gonna pay for
I
it.
want to give
Nobody
up
in the
mayoral
programs,
control.
nobody asked how he's gonna
but
pay for
I
it.
want to be a mayor who runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the
Because
Department of
everyone knows if
Education
he wins,
with
you
the
pay for it.
instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago.
I will say
don't
that
give up
the
mayoral
elected
control.
school board does just sort of use pressure points
The problem
and
with the
takes that
class size
pressure
law is
off
a
of
nice
the mayor,
idea. The state didn't send the money.
which makes
The
organizing
state
against
has
it
not
possibly
been doing
a little
its
bit more
fair
difficult.
share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
And just a fact check, I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system, but just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And
If you
just a
have
show of hands,
competent
no
people
talking.
in
Who
charge
is
that
in
want
favor
good things, you can get a lot
of
done.
the cell phone ban in schools? Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands. they all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island. Under city law, the jail
just
complex on
Doel
Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate. The population, however, has only gone up.
Oh, here we go, Rikers Island.
Detainees.
Taylor, if you're watching,
put
unblock me,
Rikers on a
please.
path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's
He loves
Governor
architects.
Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is Zoran Mandami. No, you keep Rikers Island open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed. You can move those who have mental health issues and give them the treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island.
My God, you guys understand that Rikers isn't even a prison? The people there aren't convicted of a crime.
So there are a variety
Yeah, it's a
of
county
inmates.
jail.
We have
And it's also
$8
a
billion
gulag.
for
You go in,
community
don't come
jails.
out.
The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000.
It's very,
Guess what?
Jeff will
We
understand.
keep
It's
the
very
People are
Orleans
dying,
prison.
and they're
we
not
turn
guilty of
those 4
anything.
units in the
It's very
neighborhoods into
Orleans
one
Parish
housing
prison.
that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight. You fight for the taxpayers, and you fight to keep inmates on
You guys see that,
Rikers Island so that
someone
we
the other day
don't
was
just
doing
have
the
to lock
customer,
up
we
toothpaste
will win.
in New York City, but we lock up
He invoked
inmates.
Trump.
Mr. Cuomo.
Jesus.
Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. Unless you
Can't follow law?
intend to release all the people on Rikers Island.
Yeah, brother,
which
you
is
can't
the
have like
Democratic
a
Socialist policy.
county jail that
The
has
county
multiple,
jails are not going
more
to be built.
documentaries than I have
It was a
fingers and
mistake.
toes
The whole
about
plan
it
was a
because it's so
mistake.
bad. And then to try to
They
defend
are
it.
years late,
Sucks, dude.
billions over budget. I
Wasn't
would
there
say
something where they were
scrap
going to
the
close
county
Rikers at
jails,
one point? Is that what they're...
new
There's a law
jails
passed, and
like
essentially
Rikers
Zoran is the only one on stage
provide,
saying that he will follow that law.
Ferry and bus transportation
And then they were
for
gonna
people
turn-
from
they were gonna
the
turn
other
it
boroughs
before,
to visit
The only
Rikers
person that
Island,
belongs
and
in
then use
Rikers
the
is
existing
Andrew
4
Cuomo
sites
and the
for
McKinsey
commercial
consultants
residential.
that helped him do this.
You cannot close Rikers on 2027.
There's like some big thing
because there's
where
no place
they're
to
going to
put
build
the
one of
people
the
unless
one
you're
of
going to
their
release
like county jails or whatever
7,000
near
people.
You're
Chinatown.
familiar with the idea
And a bunch of people got really pissed off about that.
It's supposed to be
And that's when
followed,
Cuomo,
even
like,
if it's
changed his
difficult,
position on
even if
all this stuff.
the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
Yeah. So
No,
then,
Rikers is not
which
closed
Zoran's
down,
position,
Bosie. It's
then
still
you're
open.
saying release the 7,000 people. And I'm saying
But that's
I'm not going
not-
to release 7,000 criminals.
It's supposed to be closed by
into New York City.
2027.
There is
You have
no
2
one
years
on
to
the
figure out
stage
how
that
to
is
do
saying
this.
that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again.
They're
and
not
again. What I have
criminals.
said
They've
time
not
and
been
again, I'll repeat it
convicted of a
again,
crime.
Is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly impossible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams
Fucking New York
has
City
made
Guantanamo.
it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew
It
Cuomo
literally
doesn't
is
seem
Guantanamo.
to understand is the city has already entered into
What is he
contracts
crossing out?
for these borough-based
Like, I
jails,
know the
and to
people
end those
who
contracts
were
would be to
responsible. I
incur
lived there. I
massive
know the
fiscal
people who
penalties,
were
but that's
responsible
not
for
something
this.
that he
They
seems
are
to care about,
demons.
even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may,
You from New York, Richard?
you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the second.
Hey guys,
Avenue
remember
subway.
when the
I built
CEO of
Marriott
United
Homes,
Healthcare
which is the
got
largest
shot and then
infrastructure project in the
270
United
CEOs
States
got
of America,
socialism
$5
and
billion
group therapy
on
that we
time,
paid
on
for?
budget. Second Avenue subway, Moynihan
They really
train
are,
hall.
God.
Of course, there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail, and are you better off?
Gulag for
cutting
you,
your
socialism
losses?
for them.
That's the question in the discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. But your position of I'm going to
There have been 15 different documentaries about Rikers Island. They don't make those movies
yes
because
or no?
they're run
Do you
so, it's run
close
so
it
well.
in 2027?
Imagine defending a place.
You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced your experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes.
Yes.
The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
The only thing.
There you go.
The issue is you have no experience. You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything, and you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
Nice.
The mods are having fun.
All right, that was kind of funny.
There's a moderator.
The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas
I literally
emissions
just got a
by
message from
40%
somebody who helped
by
build
2030
Rikers Island
or
into
face
the
financial
gulag that it
penalties.
is, telling me, yes, you're right,
condos,
and I'm very
landlords
sorry.
Are afraid of crushing expenses, but
Hold them
buildings account
accountable.
for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions
Well, I mean, they
on
flipped.
this.
They're on
I
our
want
side
viewers
now.
and listeners to hear each
Oh,
of
yeah.
you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide by Local Law 97 as it stands?
They're actually talking about climate change?
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is
So it's no, a no.
many companies
about the windmills, Alex?
pay the
You're going to have to be
fine
flexible
because
with your
it's
ability to
cheaper
breathe
than actually
underwater when
following
there's
the
no more
rules.
ice in the
And
world.
that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units. So there's going to have
Just
to
another
be
tax.
flexibility. It's the right intent. It's
It
the
sounds like a
right goal,
contractor trying to sell you
but
something.
how you implement it.
How about
has
we
to deal
tax
with
anyone
reality
making over $1
and the
million a
costs.
year,
Again,
95%?
otherwise, I can tell
I
you,
think
I've
I
had
like
this
that.
conversation with many of them.
Yeah.
They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind
and
of flexibility, if you can be
it's going to be
specific?
timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased
It literally
in?
sounds like a contractor trying to
Mr.
sell you
Munda?
something.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing this city. And
they're
we
gonna bring up
deserve to take it on
Trump
with the urgency it
Stopping
requires.
the windmills.
It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside
Real
houses.
abundance
It's time to
is,
bring that kind
socialism.
of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance with Local Law
I
97.
read that you're proposing the city buy those heat pumps and other tech in bulk and give them to landlords and other buildings for free. Is that accurate?
No, it's to actually ensure that they can afford the cost of these things by purchasing using an economy of scale.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97.
I'm the only one on
100,000
the stage who doesn't believe in
condo
climate
co-op
change.
owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on the stage who took Indian Point
They wanna
offline. That was
electrify.
25% of our electrical output. We haven't been able to meet the need since. And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these lithium-ion battery warehouses. Where? Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12, 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify.
He's
They
correct
don't have
here.
the electrical output. So I say no.
Like,
to
EVs
Local
are not
97.
good
When
for
I'm
the
there,
environment.
tell
I
all my
hate that
commissioners,
rhetoric.
throw a monkey wrench into the process. We slow it down because we want these condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo,
You
you
tell
would-
him
I know it's not the same thing, the housing co-op,
I
but
was.
hearing a Republican candidate for
Indian
mayor
Point
publicly, I mean, like,
was a danger.
talk about co-ops is a
It
good
is
thing.
the,
It's
it was the
Yes. Yeah.
nuclear power
Very good
plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no
I feel
nuclear
like I'm losing
plant
my
on the
mind when I
globe
hear that shit.
that close to a city. There were 20 million
I have a really
people
good
in what was
video on
called
that
the
one I
kill
can show
zone.
after the debate.
Before I became
Jeff,
Attorney
how about
General,
last week with
there had
Sliwa
been a
said, I
number
want
of
to take
lawsuits
the
to
abandoned
stop it.
buildings of financial
What we
district
did is
and
we
turn them
brought
into housing.
cables down from
What?
upstate New York down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate. We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables, and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point power.
Yes or no?
Most important question: who's going to clean up the Waters Canal so we can mess up the Majority Report's intro?
New nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State. Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Nobody.
They're already starting, yes.
Mr. Mondani?
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo?
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cuomo is coming off like a little fucking bitch on this show. Like, it's
You're
crazy.
proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get the state legislature to go along with your plan? And do you think it's realistic to feel that a small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees? And I have separate questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this
Biden
is
got
something
away
where
with
the
so
city
small
would have to
women.
start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow, the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure
both
that they
things
can
are
deal
legal,
with this.
so.
And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mandami deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers. They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping out so many jobs, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree,
they're losing their
and they're
jobs.
making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know
We
what
have
the
AI
corporate sector
DoorDashers
is
now.
going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax we can cut in order to keep business here. But if you raise the minimum wage too high, they're going to end up going in a different direction, and then
Literally not how that works, but okay.
Why would you cut the corporate tax?
And driverless
Again,
cars
like this
and
is
AI, and I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah.
That's not how that works. It's never worked like that in the past.
There is, Zoran does have socialist theory colliding with practical reality.
Yeah,
Like,
socialism is when you want to
red
raise the
baiting
minimum wage.
Like the most pathetic red baiting I've ever fucking seen. It's so
Fine,
sad.
fine. Sliwa is just your bait. He's just your drunk.
I mean
uncle who
Cuomo,
thinks-
not Sliwa.
Oh yeah,
Cuomo.
I was gonna say Sliwa's just the drunk uncle of Thanksgiving.
No, actually, guys, socialism is techno-fascism.
Calibrated.
Yeah.
It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance. Because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it to too high, you do two things. People lose their jobs. You bankrupt businesses. You're talking about basically doubling
Deviate septum.
and you can have a negative.
How come nobody in New
effect
Jersey
when
is
literally
fleeing New
businesses
Jersey,
close and
even
people
though the
lose their
tax rate is
jobs?
exactly the same?
I know. Well, actually, my
It's
grandparents.
another, tax on corporations, another reason to leave
No,
New
it's
York,
higher in New Jersey.
another
I'm pretty
reason
sure.
to pack
They're
up
trying
the
to-
family.
They retired to my town is what happens where I live.
You know what else makes people want to leave? If they can't afford to be there.
Yeah,
but they don't care about those people. They're talking about like
Especially,
rich
we're going to
people.
go over
Not
about
true.
5 minutes, and we're going to have Brian lead a
Yeah.
conversation about transit.
Right, and we're going to have to do this.
Yeah,
very
those
briefly,
people are scum to them.
each of you, because you each have transit things.
It's actually
to answer
against
to.
the law for a
Mr.
New
Cuomo,
Yorker
you
to say the
city
words
should
New
take
Jersey out
partial
loud.
Control of New York City transit away
True.
from the MTA.
Yeah, they're gonna
They'll say it, but
mostly
they'll say it
controlled
with
by
no
the
mouth.
state. Would the city then
My
have to
mother-in-law is
foot
fleeing
more
Tampa
of the
and
bill?
going back to New
And
Jersey.
if this is a good idea, why
Joycey.
didn't you propose it as governor?
The capital.
I do like this. I like this purple
First of all,
background.
New York City owns the New York City
Me
Transit
too.
Authority, not the MTA. It leases.
A lot of us have a
the
purple
trains
background
and
actually on
subways
screen.
to the MTA.
This is the first time
And
they've
then
ever
the
had
question is the
three streamers
division of
running for,
responsibility. New York
New York
City
City.
does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I
How
came
come
in,
the
I took
MTA
over
fucking
Moynihan and
despises
finished it.
you
I
then, Cuomo?
came in and took over Second Avenue subway, the L train.
Wasn't there a
Second Avenue
massive
subway
strike when
doesn't
he was
exist.
like
Projects
governor?
are way
or mayor?
overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say no. There is a budget set. My only point
The
is
Second Avenue subway
the
has been
MTA,
under
which is a
construction, like,
labyrinth
longer than
bureaucracy
I've been
set up by
alive.
Rockefeller, which should have never
I was
been
waiting
done
for
in the
somebody
first
to do
place.
this, but I wasn't going to be
It's
the one.
an
So
overwhelming
shout out to
task for the
Corn Cob
greatest
Post.
managers, and I hire both of them.
The two
But
train.
let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly for your proposal for free buses for everybody, even
No
those who
free
can afford to pay.
buses.
You know, first I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts, as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi and would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off, Zoran, I get a good belly laugh.
Zoran,
bro. Oh, all right. I'll keep practicing.
I got you.
I get a good belly laugh every time I hear you.
I'll keep
practicing.
Go ahead.
The people don't pay anyway.
Ah.
How about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says we have all kinds of
I
fair
like that he
programs
helped
for
him
the
with his
indigent
dig
and
at
the poor.
him.
But if you don't pay your fare,
Hey,
there
Johan,
needs to be
Johan the
enforcement.
Magnificent.
And by the way, I've taken the subway almost
guy?
every day of my
My
life since
name
I
is
was 5.
Mamdani,
The worst time was the summer
This
of
debate is
2017,
literally
the
socialism or
summer of
barbarism.
Andrew Cuomo,
This is how you
when
this is how you
were
counter
running
this
the
if you're
subway
on right now.
system.
You say, I agree with you, Curtis. What if we make the fare 1 penny and we have a take a penny, leave a penny on every bus? And everybody's now paying their fair
Very
share.
simply,
Are you good now?
everybody pays their fare, enforcement, more cops.
And
in
if
the
you don't, you go to jail.
Yeah.
And by the
1
way,
penny.
I like that.
we can
If
get
you don't pay
more
the penny,
people
it's
to
punishable by
voluntarily
death.
actually
By fire.
sponsor the subway
And-
system.
and there will be a
Like,
million
you know
pennies
the
on
only
every-
reason that they don't want you to have good public like transport is so you have to buy a car, you have to pay for insurance, you have to pay for gas.
Yeah, but that doesn't really work in New York City.
All
Like,
right,
most people
candidates,
don't
we've
own
got just a
cars.
couple of minutes. Let's
I
have
always say
another
the
quick
fair share
lightning
is
round where
taxes.
each candidate will
I mean,
answer
like,
my
that is
question.
Like, you don't need
that
a
way.
fare.
Usually yes or no.
You don't need a fare when the rich are paying their fair
Exactly.
share.
You don't need a car in New
Boom.
York City.
President in
But, like, it
2028.
was
Mr.
designed
Sliwa.
that way, and then
Wow,
everyone realized, hey, people don't
2028.
have cars here.
Man,
And
I'm
at the
dealing
time, they were
right
worried
now with
people. Like,
2025.
like Robert
It would
Moses.
cost so little money too from the rich to actually achieve this.
And yet you're learning how to drive, Forrest. Go figure.
But why won't they do it? I don't
mean, I don't know. I don't know.
A
understand.
city of
No.
hundreds of languages and cultures. Can you greet New Yorkers
But when I
in a
go
language
downstate,
other
when
than
I
your
go
own, Mr.
downstate to the
Cuomo?
city, I take the
Ciao.
bus.
Robert popping off with a
Really?
They keep raising the
Jesus.
cost of the bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need somebody to run on lowering.
Okay.
We are going to lower
Have
the
you
cost
decided
of
on
the
the
bus
school's
to get
chancellor,
from
Mr.
Newport
Sliwa?
to New York City.
Yes, I would ask Bob Holden, who's taught 40 years. He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor as yet.
Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No, the Johns, yes, the pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
Jesus Christ, no.
Zoran's decriminalization.
You guys are
I don't know if Andrew Cuomo should be answering this question.
On why legalizing sex work would better the entire world.
Cuomo just doesn't understand why he has a favorite sex. Like, I just reach out and grab whatever I want.
In fact, I said sex work should be called mental health care.
Yeah, word.
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis. No.
I want you to be able to go to a doctor and the doctor be like, you're going to go shoot up your workplace if you don't get laid. Here's a script.
Mr. Cuomo.
A good hand job would do wonders. I will prescribe you a pocket pussy.
It looks like
honestly, like it can also just be social work. Some of these could just be you sit in a room with a woman and just stare into her eyes for an hour quietly.
You can watch it in its entirety at ny1.com and the Spectrum News YouTube channel. Early voting is set to begin across the 5 boroughs on Saturday, with several other races on the ballot as well, including city controller, public advocate.
I dare say there was no gotcha moment for anybody in this one.
There's some district attorney races as well. Election day is
They'll
November 4th.
be able to cut it down though and make it look like there was.
That was it? Okay. All right, let's get the Hollywood Squares going.
Let's see if they shake hands.
This was a weird conclusion to a debate, not gonna lie.
See if they hold on.
Yeah, that was.
Hey, look. Hold on,
Oh,
real
he
quick.
shook Curtis's hand.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
he
just
shook
wanted
Andy's
to.
hand.
I just wanted to jump back on quickly. I took Hank Thompson down just for a second. Just want to say thank you to everyone for showing up. This is awesome. We have like 12 people on screen right now. If you can believe it, David Sirota could possibly join. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but hold on. But like, whoa, right? There's a lot of people on screen.
Where the unicorn
Yeah,
was
no.
me?
Look at
This
that.
is really cool.
This
I
one's
just
the best one.
want to thank everyone for being here, and I just want to quickly go across the board, starting in the top left. That's Alex from Devil's Advocate Production,
Yes.
Sandy Lovas from Left of the Box with their cats, Lumen of Lumencast, and also co-host of Good Morning Comrade, Carlos from A Difficult Truth, Pep from Pep Talks and Pepaganda here on this space, Christina from Movie Night Extravaganza, Christina's Corner, and Twitch streaming. Also, Forrest Miller from Movie Night Extravaganza, Jeff from Good Morning Comrade. That's Lumen's better half. Believe it.
Literally.
And I'm the Letterhack, and then Vizora from Vizora Down Under. Look, this is all of these folks can be seen on this space Tuesday through Thursday. Please tune in. Please give them support. Find all the links in the description of this podcast. We'll be trying to put them in the chat as well. But all these people deserve your support. And I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Now I'm going to get out of here and bring Hank Thompson from Winners and Losers back on. We're going to be working on getting some clips. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. So if anyone sees anything, fire-worthy on social media, I'll put it up on screen, or you can. But yeah, so we're gonna be here till 10 o'clock, folks. We're gonna be doing this right up till past 10. If anybody comes out, I'll come back on and we'll cycle in and out.
Now.
Thanks very much, friend.
It's Jeff, you're muted.
Hey everybody! Hi, I'm Hank. I haven't met everybody here, and
By the way, guys, I'm also
hi,
on
Hank.
YouTube and Twitch,
Hey,
so
man.
you can follow me at Vizora on YouTube, Vizora Official on Twitch. Sorry.
Everyone, let's do a round robin. So, Jeff, you're next.
Delay! God damn it! Sorry.
What? I forgot she's the one. Anyways, folks, what did you think about the final Zoran versus Cuomo showdown?
Curtis
And
Lee was got it in
featuring
the bag.
Curtis Cuomo.
All right, so
I mean, Slee was making this funny. I'm going to say that much.
I mean,
Like,
are we?
definitely bringing the
Am I not
comedy.
muted? Good. Okay. So I was going like in the debate. I was like, oh, Sliwa, but I'm not really joking about like how big of a Curtis Sliwa fan I am, and I'll lay that out. This whole race is kind of, and I'll say this and hang with me. Zoran Mondani is boring to me. And what I mean by that is I'm totally in favor of everything he had, like great guy, whatever. But to me, like he is the floor. He's what we should like. He is the bare minimum of the type of politician that we should be putting our feet, votes, and money behind, right? Sliwa is interesting to me because he is a guy who obviously he does love New York City. He's just incredibly misguided his whole life. And it's like he is a socialist by de facto of growing up and living his whole life in a city where you have to have socialist values just to survive. You are in a community, you are so tightly packed in to where you have to learn how to have community with people. So we're talking about a guy, for good, bad, or indifferent, a guy who is completely into mutual aid. He's completely, and when he says, everybody should pay their fair share, he's talking about Marxism. He's talking about, everyone according to their ability, everyone according to their needs. This is a guy that our society, our American society, has failed. And he is a guy that he grew up in a time where, like, you cannot even say the word socialism. And he's what, honestly, I think with a little bit of tweaking, a lot of tweaking, let's be honest.
Yeah,
a lot of tweaking to where what American socialism will look like in the future.
I don't know. Listen to his Trump comments. I'll just say, like,
Understood.
he's got some growing there.
I see the vision, Robert.
I understand what you're saying, and that's why
can I jump in here for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good.
You're jumping.
I want to remind everybody that the Republicans lied about Project 2025 after everybody knew that it was real for months, and then immediately after the election, they were all like, "Oh yeah, sorry, we lied."
Yeah,
but I'm not even
think that it's not that bad to lessen your rhetoric a little bit, and then go back to your full rhetoric. I think that's perfectly fine.
I'm not talking about him as a politician. I'm talking about him as a man on the street. I'm talking about him as a bellwether, a canary in the coal mine, whatever. Our socialism in this country is not going to be hammer and sickle Marxism. They're going to have to call it freedom share or something else.
Yeah.
And then it'll be
Howard Stern, when he ran his campaign for New York governor, he was very much in the same vein as Curtis Sliwa. And the thing is, this is my favorite part about this. He would have won.
Democratization in the economy is what I call it.
Yeah,
I just your mic up a little bit.
Oh, me?
Yeah, just a little bit. Or get closer.
Oh, here, my bad.
No, you're good now. That was great.
I really got to stop talking.
No, you're fine. But no, my thing is, he, as a guy on the street, as like, I'm not saying you have to go out there and make it your life's mission to convert everyone to Marxist theory, but I'm saying you have to be able to see who you can work with. I have a ton of things I disagree with that man, and when that man is a racist, but he's a racist in the kind of way I can work with.
In the New York subway kind of way.
Exactly. He's going to be like, he's going to say, the joke I've been saying is, Curtis Sliwa is the kind of guy I can deal with, because he's going to say, he is racist, but he's going to say, Robert Newman, I'm not racist. I love everybody. I love the boop and the boop and the boop. And my daughter's married to a boop. And I'm like,
he does the uncle racism. He thinks the uncle's not racist.
I'm like,
Curtis Sliwa is less racist than my MAGA chud uncle. I'll say that.
His first wife was black.
I don't know. Out of all the candidates, he's
okay.
Doesn't mean you can't be racist. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Of course it doesn't mean you can't. He is absolutely racist. But the Guardian Angels as an organization is always.
I think it's more New York brain rot.
Because they're literally like if you see the pictures of the Guardian Angels from the 80s, they're completely multiracial. And that's kind of always been like there's black.
It's just people who like feeling like they're Batman. That's what they feel like.
No, I mean,
like they read The Dark Knight in the 80s and they're like, okay, I want to walk around the streets like the fucking
so my thing is, let them do that.
It's like the cops who get the Punisher tattoo.
Exactly. But it's like
Graham Plattner.
First of all, that's a little not Punisher-y.
Shameless plug. My Daredevil review breaks down their anti-cop stance in that new show. And Punisher specifically going after cops who were wearing the Punisher tattoos and whatnot as like a symbol of
the Punisher would literally punish the cops.
He did in that show, dude.
Yeah.
Dude,
yes!
In the comics
those
too.
scenes are scenes I watch a lot because Punisher does some shit. Okay, and I'm surprised it's still on Disney Plus. Okay.
First panel of the new Punisher's run that just came out is literally a dude from S.H.I.E.L.D. became the Punisher and he started doing work with the cops, and then Punisher punishes him. Literally, like first panel.
I mean, John Barenthal's coming out with a new show that it's like a Punisher special that I think is also going to go deeper into this. fucking Curtis Slowa. Again, I see the vision looming about like this is what American socialism could look like a version of it, like one portion of these scattered, varied versions of socialism or leftism or whatever the fuck we call ourselves.
Yeah.
But just these policies, these wants of like, we can use money from the government. Government can help people. We've seen it. The tax credits, the UBI.
And I have a thought on that too.
I'll leave it at this, and I'll let other people go. But I mean, what I mean is, society has failed guys like that. There's our society in my utopia should be.
I have a point on UBI actually.
To where a guy like Curtis Lewa, who is completely, totally into mutual aid, can be plugged in. You want to have the guardian angels? Fine. What the guardian angels are going to do is they're going to go check on Miss So-and-so up the block in her brownstone, and they're going to make sure she ate today. That's what the guardian angels are needing.
The guardian angels are the Cajun Navy.
Yes. And I'm saying I will leave it alone after this. Zoran needs to get this man. I'm serious.
That's what the police should do. The police's job should be to go around and be the public servant. The police's job,
it's their tax dollars paying for it.
Should be to go help the old lady put her groceries in her car.
I'm gonna leave it
to help someone cross the street. Like that should be their job.
Put him in charge of the rats.
I actually have to dip. I'm gonna say hello and goodbye to everybody. I'm sorry that I couldn't individually say hello to all you guys. It's nice to meet you guys. If I have never seen you, hope to work with you all in the future. But I did realize I am.
Hit me a DM. We got to talk soon.
Yeah. So I will catch you guys later. Catch me on Pep Talks TV on YouTube, and I will leave this, and hopefully somebody's here to jump in. So, all right. Thanks. I will catch you guys. Bye.
Carlos, do you got to say something?
Carlos,
difficult truth.
Yeah, I'm gonna be heading out. This was honestly not as like there was a couple of little like fireworks that happened a little bit, but this one seemed a bit more tame. This debate seemed a bit more tame.
Even
I don't know if it's because it's the last one.
Yeah.
You know? But
the last
I mean,
one's
honestly,
always like, come on, you know.
I think Mamdani's got it. I don't think that there's anything that any one of that they can do to switch that. I think he's done. He's gonna be the mayor. For
you
sure.
got Trump freaking out right now.
And that's all I need to know.
Can I look at Trump? I'm gonna
look at that. That's so hard.
How is this man not a socialist?
This is my opinion though, and this is one of my friends who's trans was telling me. She's like, so many right wingers like socialist leaning policies when you word them a certain way, like, the ACA instead of Obamacare, whatever. It's because a lot of white folks just don't want minorities to have these same things than white folks. Really, they don't like seeing minorities get the same benefits that we as white folks do, and that's the thing that they can't comprehend is that this is supposed to be for everyone.
Okay,
right, and that's kind of like the problem, right? Because like we can't. While I get like the whole point of trying to massage it in a way that they'll get it. But it's like if the root problem is that you're just mad that only that minorities are going to get it too, then like we have to kind of solve that problem too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vizor, did you want us to play that TikTok? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Oh, and Carlos, if you got to go, man.
Yeah.
Yes. Play the.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yes,
thank
please.
you.
I do have another one that I'm currently looking for. The one that I have. So the TikTok that I
for
have
sure.
is what right wingers think that New York would look like.
Okay, here we go. Set up. Let's go. I'm excited.
Oh.
A day in my life in Ayatollah Mamdani's new socialist Islamic caliphate of New York City. We, of course, wake up and the first thing we do is we must pray to Allah because we've all been converted to Islam, but we love it. No God but God. Despite Supreme Leader Donald Trump's best efforts, abortions are not yet illegal in the socialist caliphate of New York City. And thanks to Ayatollah Mamdani's free childcare, I have carried all 8 of my pregnancies to term because the basket he gives you when you give birth has a Louis Vuitton bag in it. Thank you, taxpayers. Then I head out to my $30 an hour minimum wage job. Despite my new lucrative salary almost closing the wage gap between me and the billionaires, Ayatollah Mamdani made buses free. So now I ride them every day with the criminals he released from jail and the former homeless people who now live in affordable housing. Then I head to one of the city-run grocery stores. Gristetti's is closed for good, but this one is just as expensive. But it doesn't matter anymore because Comrade Mamdani made sure all city grocery stores can only charge the same price for everything. That's communism. So after cleaning house at the grocery store, I made sure to run down to the East River so I could watch the nightly drownings of the billionaires. Inshallah, am I right? Welcome.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. We do have a clip from the debate. This is
Inshallah. Like, that's what they really think.
It is. I mean, it's hysterical. But here, let's show this instead.
Alex, are you prepared to take it? Sorry, Alex, are you prepared to take the Shahada, to say the Shahada?
In 2021,
all praise to
13
Zora
different
Mamdani.
women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
So on that point, again, I cannot help but like look at somebody who like who came out as the Me Too candidate for Senate, Kirsten Gillibrand, and like she was the one that was saying like we need to make sure that we're taking all care of all those sexual harassment stuff. This is what you would do, elect me for that. And then that motherfucker goes and endorses Cuomo, and it's just like another one of those sorts of things where you sort of see this division where these sort of liberal frauds are getting split away from like normal people, and it's a really easy and really good time to point that out.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Again, like a lot of my older Jewish friends from New York are like, just they don't care.
There's an
that
active
Andrew
effort
Cuomo
right
did
now
anything.
to draw from the center and from the right-leaning libs.
Yeah,
Radicalized normies. Robert says it all the time.
Radicalize the normies, and I've even had to do a lot of mea culpa on that. Is
They're
why
trying to build a nationalist party.
Because where like Jeff and I clash a lot of times is like Jeff is like, you got to reach out to the normies, and I'm like, I'm not trying to convince people of.
They're gonna start saying anti-billionaire rhetoric about like the right.
That's 100%, and like. But things like I poo-poo stuff like the No Kings protests and all that, but I also have to realize like that kind of lived up stuff isn't for me, and that's okay. But it's for the people that are attending, y'all need to understand that hey, there's a lot of like baby leftists trying to use their little egg tooth to crack out of their liberal shells, and we need to find them and radicalize them. And I think that's the benefit of this stuff. So it's like, I'm sorry for being such like a lib hater, but I want to peel off who we can. I want to
They've been arresting people from those protests like illegally.
I will just say this:
they're just
too,
disappearing them.
I'm just better at tanking the cringe than you are. I think.
Yeah,
that's all
I
there is
am.
to it.
I just don't have. I don't have
NSPM 7 is already being active.
Yes.
Yeah, and also too, like a lot of people don't understand that. Like I know, Fox News was making fun of like older white folks going to the No Kings protest, but every Monday,
technically, right now, like.
Yeah, every Monday, it's older white liberals who are protesting for free Palestine down the street from me every Monday evening to like cheers and
this is their audience.
Like it
they can't talk shit.
Some people did not abandon Woodstock or the
white
60s.
People that they were complaining about, those older white people, saved us all from Insurrection Act that day.
Yeah.
Their plan that day was to go wait till it got dark, use their people to go like light fires and do violence just like they did during George Floyd, and then blame it on us and then declare the Insurrection Act. But there was so many old white people, everyone went home at like 4 o'clock and there was no chance for them.
Well, I hope y'all can
We left them
understand
so blue-balled that those ICE agents probably went home and beat their wives that night.
Yeah, I hope y'all can understand this when I say it's like cynically, but it sounds cynical, but I just hope you get it. Like, as far as protest actions and direct action, stuff like that, we need older white people to be the vanguard.
Yes.
We need them body blocking up front. It's the same. It's the same strategy of like the Freedom Riders.
We need the white
kids got killed and blown up by the Klan.
We need the white suburban moms to be the Fedayeen.
Go look at the UK.
Yeah, it is what it is.
In the UK, they declared Palestine protests terrorism. And what happened? They had a lot of seniors. They had a ton of seniors show up, sit down, and they all got arrested for terrorism, like 15-year prison sentence. And when they got interviewed, they were like, well, we had our whole life. We did our part. Now the young people have to fight. We have to protect them so they can actually do the fight.
Hell yeah.
Just want to quickly say welcome in your old pal, Jake Draugelis from What You Can Do and Left Past 10.
Hi,
Hello,
Jake.
Jake. Thanks for joining us. Thanks, everyone.
My
for joining
pleasure.
us. Just want to say one quick policy. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to talk. And if anyone does need to bail anytime, because this is come and go as you please, just interrupt and make sure that you get a chance to chime in before you leave. But anyway, back to you.
Yeah.
I think all the older white people with their children moving back in their 30s and 40s is also helping radicalize. Like the material reality of this system collapsing at that speed.
I got to get them out of here.
You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of millennials, you know, they became of working age during the recession.
Middle-aged white women have flipped. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot because of that same dynamic that we're talking about. Yeah, everyone, you know, follow us all, share the stream. I think Zoran, again,
awesome.
we just played the clip of the crowd outside the debate, like cheering on Zoran. He's going to Trump voters. He's going to regular people who don't pay this much attention to the news. And don't pay this much attention to what politicians are doing day to day and know their names and know their fucking voting records and shit offhand. So these people, they vote for this guy because he sounds more real than the other guys. That's why a lot of people voted for Trump in 2016. He looked at the whole 16 other Republicans and said, I donated to all of you. I donated to the Democrats. I'm the guy. I'm telling you the truth. Because I'm the guy who's been paying all of them to say what I want to say. And
Shocker, being authentic is, popular.
And Bernie was popular because he did the same thing, but for, good things and justice and whatnot. It's like for Donald Trump doing it for himself. I think you guys are right about having the older white people out there because, Deter talks about it on American Wasp. Follow him as well. Shout out Johnny, by the way, in the chat and all the mods in the chat. Shout out the chat, but for posting all the links and whatnot. But fucking, I think you need the right messenger for the right audience. Yeah, we need the right messenger for the right audience, and getting people like Jennifer Welch from the I've Had It on CNN. Getting Emma Vigeland from Majority Report on MSNBC. That's good shit.
Are saving us all.
I want Andrew Cuomo to talk about Hassan Piker more. Get him more fucking interviews in GQ and the New York Times and whatever the fuck.
We need to
get
think
him on the
about
panels.
the
on
future
news.
strategically, psychologically.
Give Hassan the thing that Cenk always wanted. Also, that was just so fucking funny. Because Cenk wanted to be the guy who would be on CNN and have his own show and whatnot. Have his own network.
Also, isn't it great that this space is basically what TYT was supposed to be?
Yes, this space is the real home of progressives.
Speaking of that, I'm super interested in Sandee, what do you have to say about this discourse? Because I've been a fan of yours since the TYT fallout. And so you've worked in the Lion's Den with the most libbed up libs who've ever lived. And I just really want to get your take on what we're talking about. Are these people worth picking off? Not even your take. This is a real question for me because sometimes I feel like I'm spinning my wheels.
Oh, Lumen doesn't know Hank, but Sandee, please go ahead.
So,
this meeting Vasora.
Can you narrow down what the question is?
Question is, what do you think about this? This idea of reaching out to liberals and radicalizing them. Are they even obtainable?
Are they reachable?
Or even if they do come over to our side, will they just try to not be the physical vanguard, but actually just co-opt leftist movements into liberalism? Since, you have a ton of experience in this field.
It would depend on the liberal. So if it's an unplugged
I have
liberal,
points on this that are really important.
Okay.
If it's an unplugged liberal, they don't know what's going on, they are probably reachable because they're being affected by everything that we're being affected by. But if it's a liberal out there that is actively working against your policies and stuff like that, that's because they're working for the right wing. And those people are not necessarily reachable. They're scared for their own butts. Like you look at people like Ezra Klein and stuff, he's worried about his relevancy disappearing under fascism. So he's going to kiss their ass. But
Cory
when it
Booker
comes
is not
to
reachable.
so there
I
will
met
be
Cory
some
Booker.
liberals that are not reachable, but then there are liberals who are just simply unplugged and they have no clue what's happening. And if you start, explaining things to them in a non-aggressive way, they can easily be switched over because they're in pain too. They're feeling it. They're feeling it. Like in the US, in Canada, in most Western countries right now, we're all feeling it, but they don't have names for it. They're scared of the discourse because of all the people who constantly are saying, oh, if you say anything, the progressives, the leftists will attack you and stuff. So they're actually afraid to get engaged. So it's very important to be friendly and to gently bring them in. Don't accuse them of being, their heads in the sand and stuff, because
I'm like dying
we're
here to
not,
say some stuff.
we're not educated in politics. Like we here are because we choose to, but the general public is not, because their main source of media and knowledge is the mainstream media, and they're not doing a very good job of educating people on what communism is, what socialism is, what liberalism is, what neoliberalism is, what capitalism is doing, because they're all still part of the system that is keeping us down and they don't want it to change. And the way it would change is through people being educated. So they're not going to be helpful, but it is, so there are some that are reachable, and that goes across the board for most things. It's never a monolith. Even some right wingers are reachable if you know how to talk to them, if you know how to change their emotion. You're never going to change their mind, but you can change their emotion. And then that would lead into the other.
Got you. Yeah, I think that was a big realization for me. It's just understanding that politics is my neurospicy special interest and not necessarily everybody else's. But yeah, that kind of changed my mind. Yeah, I agree.
Azor, what's your take?
She's losing it.
There we go.
So here's the thing, right? Like Sandee, everything Sandee said is 100% correct. But to add into that, the education of not just politics, right? Not just politics, the education of the ability to be introspective, understand your own emotions, because a lot of this comes from these people can see what's happening when it's in front of them. But when they have to apply it to themselves, it's too difficult. It's too uncomfortable. And we have erased the ability to sit in discomfort comfortably without having to do something about it. I talk about this on my channel all the time. I beg people to spend 5-10 minutes in a room with no input, with nothing going on, and just not even meditate, but just exist, because it's not comfortable. And when you're talking to I've had this experience just today with my parents. My parents watch my stream, right? They see what's going on.
Oh, lucky
they
you.
understand everything is bad. They believe it. But when you apply it to them personally, be like, you're in danger, instantly you get deflected. Instantly you're overreacting, you're being emotional, I will be fine, because they don't want to comprehend it. They just physically are taught to push it away. Part of that is this, because we have built a system to remove any concept of boredom, thought, introspection, and all of that is required to do critical thinking, and critical thinking is required to understand politics. Yeah. We are not just uneducated in politics, we're several steps behind. But
not just that.
You can bring these people over. Liberals, you can bring over if they seem interested. If they want to talk to you and you talk to them nicely, rationally, you can't logic someone out of a position that they didn't logic themselves into. But you can ask questions and they can logic themselves out of it. And even Republicans. Just this week, I had a Republican, a proper Republican who voted for Trump twice, decided that he understood that they are Nazis, his own words, and said, I'm a conservative. I like George Bush, but I'm politically homeless now. And he came in my community. He sat and he listened to me talk. I wasn't aggressive to him, but he also wasn't easily offended every time I said, like, Republicans or this or that, the other thing. He even subscribed to me and came back because this is a person who realized something. You can deprogram people, but they have to want it. The mindset of the right is the same as a drug addiction. You can't get an addict to stop using drugs unless they want to do it.
Right. Good. Okay. Great point.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I don't want to drop that.
She's on a delay, folks.
Sorry, this is
We are giving her a
literally
space to
all
talk.
the way around. But like, if anybody wants to respond to that, please do.
Yeah.
But I want to give Forrest and Hank a chance to chime in as well, because we haven't heard from them yet. And Lumen and everyone, just so you know, Hank can spill tea on TYT all day long. because
Yeah.
the guy worked there as a producer in studio,
Right.
progressive,
Hank. Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what
he's coming on DMC soon, hopefully.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
absolutely. I'm gonna.
But those
yeah.
are good points, and
Anyway.
I do think there's a lot of talk about. Let's just take it back to the debate for a moment, because leading up to the debate, all the talk is about, is Sliwa going to drop out now before the second debate? He didn't, but then who would his votes go to? Where would his support lie after
Probably
that?
still to him.
Okay, so what do you think, Forrest?
Well, first, all right, a couple of things. So nobody's name that drops out at this point is off the ballot, and then the votes still count. So I don't really, this obsession with getting Sliwa to drop out, and I guess it's just to get him to pretty much campaign for Cuomo, like to go around and do events or whatever, and stop hitting himself, because none of the people that dropped out, including Eric Adams, their names are not off the ballot. They dropped out too late. Everybody's name, because early ballots have already gone out. And I wanted to say about the conversation on, like, older white liberals. I think we put people into boxes a little bit too much. Like, a lot of the conversation around can you reach liberals inevitably goes to people like Ezra Klein, or people in the top of our society, the 1%, right? Like the millionaires already who are making a lot of money off of stuff, rather than like the probably like millions of liberal voters, people who have liberal inclinations, who are a lot more reachable because they have the same material.
The managerial class.
Well, it's not even the man. Like, there are normal people that watch TV and watch like MSNBC or whatever and consider themselves liberals that maybe haven't thought about socialism as an idea, or maybe haven't thought about these things as ideas because their political horizons have not been expanded. So it's like, a lot of the time when you're having these conversations, are you talking about reaching someone whose pocketbook, like Ezra Klein, or like a Democratic politician who's No, go ahead, Basora. I know.
She's on like a long delay.
Like, we talk about socialism, but they hate that word. But socialism really is just democratization of the economy. We could just say, I want democracy in the economy, just like we have democracy in our politics. It is the same concept. It's just wording it differently.
Yeah.
I
agree with
That's
that.
how human history worked for most of human history up until like 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Did you say Devil Eagle Share? I agree with that. Eagle Share, Freedom Share. We can call it anything you want to call it, as long as people live a decent life.
Sliwa Share.
Sliwa Share. I'm down with that.
Sliwa
Everybody,
Share.
a red beret and everybody's haberdashery.
I don't think Sliwa is a socialist by any stretch of the imagination. I think he's closer to, like, I don't even know. Like, I'm not saying
The
he is, but,
average
like,
person?
Well, no, I'm saying he's closer to like what somebody would call like a social fascist, in the sense that
he could be.
He's
a libertarian.
His obsession with the crime thing, I think, leads him to some pretty insane, I guess, points. But I do find it
Put
interesting.
me in a room with Kanye West for 2 weeks with like 3 months worth of lithium and capital.
But
a
like,
lot of that, though,
He'll
too,
come out,
is
Comrade like Yee, and like spread his money around.
a lot of that with
brain is too
Sliwa,
broken.
where you're like, oh, he has this urge to do mutual aid, but he doesn't. This is the way he chooses to, like, in his whole life to express that. A lot of it has to do with toxic masculinity. You take a guy and that where he grew up like that. Where else? How else can I join the Marine Corps? I was in the Marine Corps. I was a United States Marine and a cop.
I know you did.
And people ask me, why did you do that? And I go, that's a good question. I go, let me answer your question with a question. What in our society would tell a young man that's not the thing to do?
Yeah. Well, we talked about this when I came on, and talked to you.
Back, yeah.
But, I think that I don't know. I just feel like Sliwa comes out of a time when New York City really was also like running, rampant with crime, and
I mean, crime in New York, got away because Rudy Giuliani killed all the homeless and like people from the Midwest were no longer afraid to go to New York City.
He's such a time capsule, and that's why I find him infinitely interesting.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100% that he's interesting. I don't know if I'd say that he's a reachable person, but I do find he's interesting also in the way that he's kind of like a weird media figure, but he's not.
I say is Curtis Sliwa irreachable, when I ask that question, I'm not let me rephrase that. I'm not talking about Curtis Sliwa. I had somebody tell me, it's like, y'all are on Twitter or whatever, they said y'all are obsessed with Curtis Sliwa, but you got to understand he's just a New York guy. We got 1 million of them. And I'm like, okay, that's what I'm saying. The archetype of Curtis Sliwa, that guy, is he
he literally is just New York.
Is he reachable?
He's not as walled off in the same way as someone like Cuomo or the libs and stuff. Like, he doesn't have that kind of glorification around him. But I do actually agree. Like,
he's 100% reachable if you use the same strategies that the right did, but in reverse without all of the lies and the bullshit. They had to lie because they didn't have reality on their side. We do. Just use the same tactics. Keep asking questions and get them to get to the realization. Like, I know a person who moved from California to Florida because of wokeness and DEI. And this person it was a friend of mine. Just by asking questions, I got this person to realize, oh, I fucked up. I should go back to California. And also that they are queer, like that they're trans. I literally trans their gender and turned them away from MAGA. This was someone who went to TPUSA.
Let's do this. I want to play a video link. I want to play another TikTok that Azor provided us. But real quick, I just want to make sure, Hank, Hank, were you finishing a thought there? I don't want the delay to.
Well, I just look at the Sliwa thing is like he perceives violence violence as a source of safety. I think that's a major cleave in the culture. Is like we need to work towards other sources of safety, such as community care, mutual aid, socialist principles, community, all that sort of a world that builds universal dignity. I don't necessarily know enough about Sliwa to say he doesn't push for those things, but he does push for violence as a source of safety, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's always the wrong thing. But a gang that roves around using muscle and intimidation to make people feel safe is the guy's project, and that's that's all I had to say about that. And anyway,
right, and I just want to do a tiny bit of just real quick throat clearing again, and just say, when I say like, oh, is this guy reachable, or people like him, should we be trying to reach out to them? In no way am I saying we take our values and we move them over to his. What we do is we lay the breadcrumb to get him to step in to our world. Because I will not, there's so many things I am not movable on. Like when he was talking that foolishness about not closing Rikers and all this other fool, like, no, to get a guy like that to vote, I'm not moving at all. What I'm saying is we can talk about the stuff that we can talk about.
It shouldn't be so hard to talk people into better lives, but we're in America.
Yeah. I do want to point out one thing.
Really hard.
If it's possible. A lot of folks watching this will only know Sliwa from these debates. And from these debates, he looks like an eccentric, fun, slightly unrealistic candidate.
Yeah.
For background, Sliwa runs a violent street gang. Like, this really needs to be firmly stated. He runs a violent street gang that goes around assaulting people basically based off skin color. So drink that in. And if you think I'm being facetious, he did this live on camera, I think 2 years ago, while being interviewed by Fox. Yeah. They assaulted a dude.
He claimed the guy was an illegal.
he claimed he was illegal and that he was shoplifting. Neither of those things
The guy turned out not only to not have done the crime that he said that the guy did, but not to be an illegal immigrant. It was just some guy.
Surprise.
So when we're talking about when we're
whoever's running these campaign,
you say all that, and then you show me this, and I fall right back in love. No, but seriously, he was like running something off the Warriors, bro. Like I totally get it. I totally get it.
Sliwa has also lied. Sliwa has also lied several times. Pretended that he was saving somebody from the tracks that had gotten pushed by a homeless person when the person just fell onto the tracks and it was part of one of their things. He also did another stunt that was he admitted to like the New York Post or something years later that several of the things they did were stunts that were not actually, they were media.
So he
stunts.
was a marketer pre-internet. What is he supposed to do? No,
if
that's
you are
awful.
watching this and this is your first time hearing about Curtis Sliwa, just understand this is where the Republican Party has fallen to. This is how low it is. The leader of a gang is the top person they can get. And if you're wondering why he isn't in prison, that's another great question that you should be asking because we have corrupt police.
I've always wondered that, to be honest.
Let's watch this video. There's some music at the beginning.
The
It's probably
answer to that question
copyrighted.
is because the law is a threat of violence employed by the ruling class against their political enemies.
So this video's got a little bit of music, so it's paused. But I'm letting people at least see what it's about, right? How to talk to MAGA about communism. Check this out.
Yeah, Walter.
No one knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature. Right. Yeah. So in order to get rid of communism means get rid of the big banks. Yeah. Get rid of
It's
big
so
pharma.
good because it's
what else? Big tech. Right.
Yeah.
Land like these like landlords
96.
that are coming in and buying like hundreds of properties. You don't even know
Right,
what
like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
Zillow.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up and they're ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production. Right. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's why I support unions so much.
Well, it's funny. I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had an earlier for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump, non-union. They let the owners of the company sold a third of the company to the employees. So the employees have ownership of it, which is a lot. And
well, they're collectivizing.
Right. It's
Seize the means of production.
The families work there. The dad, the sons work there, and that's typically where America started. A lot of families did that.
Anyway,
they really just do believe the same. Like they want exactly what we do, but they just think it's immigrants that's the problem instead of billionaires.
Yeah. Yep, every time.
I think there's a way. I think if Zoran did offer him to be in the administration, I think that would be a good thing if he wins. Fingers crossed, knock wood.
Doing what? What would his job be in the new administration?
Something about animal rights.
Animal save the cats. Get rid of. We're gonna spay and neuter all the feral cats, and we're turning them loose on these damn rats.
I do like that plan. His recent plan where he was like, "We're gonna take feral cats and we're gonna solve the rat problem."
Yeah, if you want to keep the guardian angels, they can go after animal abusers.
Yeah,
like Willard,
there you go.
but cat.
And we're gonna have Adams. We're having Adams in the administration.
Wait, hold on. If Curtis Silva's gonna release cats all over New York and make it like Istanbul, I like him now.
Yeah, he'll go to the clubs and make it all gold and fucking velvet like in Istanbul.
Red velvet.
I want to set up this. I do want to also reiterate what Jake said. Curtis Silva runs a street gang and is funded by people like this. Vasor.
Yes, Silva's donor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. She's on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I wonder why he doesn't want to close Rikers Island.
My honest question, I'm not even joking about that. I'm like, I'm being dead serious. It's okay. I own Geo Group, right?
Me too.
Why am I giving Curtis Sliwa $1? Like he's not going to win.
Great question.
What am I doing?
Great question.
Yeah, I feel like your money would be better spent on Cuomo.
Yeah, that's so weird. That's weird, man.
I actually have an answer.
Because he says
I think they have enough money to give.
That's why it doesn't matter if he wins. He says the right words and he discredits the opposition.
Jake has an answer to that. I really am interested in this.
Yeah, and it's just going to be what Visora said, but with a hat on it. It's because they want to make it look like supporting these prisons, supporting the things that keep society evil, are reasonable. So even if they lose this election, a lot of the voters will walk around with the idea that, well, but if another politician comes along and supports these prisons, that's good. They don't want the conversation to get out of control, basically.
Yeah, but then still, you could give Andrew Cuomo the money to do that. You know what I mean? Like
they have enough money to give it to.
But he's the Democrat. No. I think
really
what Jake says is right. He's the Democrat, so you're not going to. Oh no, I'm sorry. He's the independent, so they're not going to believe that from him.
Right.
Go ahead, Vizora. Sorry. We are waiting on Australia. Just start talking whenever. I'm just filling the dead air with the love of our Lord.
So the Supreme Court is going to take up the idea of gutting the Voting Rights Act. They have gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of a bunch of states, and a Republican company now owns the Dominion voting machines and made them settle their several billion-dollar defamation lawsuits. If 2026 is a free election, it certainly won't be fair. I firmly don't believe that they plan on a real election in 28. I think you'll have one. I think you'll have people like Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Steve Bannon talking about how the Republican Party serves billionaires and how the Democrats are woke and we need an American nationalist party. And that will be the plan. And then all of your votes will just get channeled into that whether you want it or not.
I don't think so.
I just really don't see a path towards an electoral victory beyond like this mayoral election, especially if Zoran wins. They will press the gas down on that really hard.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I don't think they're gonna try and start their own party. I think they're like, we took over the Republican Party. We did it. The Tea Party did it. They won. Like it's theirs now. They're running the show. Even when Trump is gone, like it's theirs to fuck up, and they will fuck up.
They're already whining about the Republican Party, though. They're complaining about how it's bad.
I want to hear from Captain Election Jeff down there. He's the
whoa. When was that promoted?
He's the electoral champion. He's going to tell us how.
But like, I just know that it's a thing that has to happen. I will say this though, when it comes to like, and this was something that I actually kind of wanted to put a pin in from earlier. Like, we will likely, if the bad thing happens, have like the forms of like an electoral system like continue to exist. If you look at the like, sorry to be like a nerd about this for a second, but like if you look at the fall of the Roman Empire, like when they had like when you had the Augustus step in, he didn't like say, get the fuck out of here, Senate, y'all don't exist anymore. Like that shit still went on and it continued for years in form, but the real power lied with that one guy. So like, it's a possibility we could end up with a Caesar, much like Andrea, who just stepped into the show to take over.
And that's cool, Jeff. So as we were saying, Doom is a trash game. No one should ever play it. And anyone who plays Doom is
wait, what is Doom? I've never heard of Doom. Is that a video game?
3D. Fighting words.
Forrest is like, what?
X2 Lumen.
It was fighting words.
Anywho,
all I know is that after a long stream of covering ICE, I really enjoy playing Wolfenstein. It is cathartic, and you get to say some things.
I
do Call of Duty World War II
online on my Switch, and I'm like,
you're the one. You're the one playing that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yep. I played that. I was hooked on that because that was like the only MMO. That was the only MMO that you could get like on a console before I had a computer.
Which game?
The DC Universe Online game. It's got to be like
Pokemon
25
Red, which is better than Pokemon Blue.
Dude, just flying around the cities is super fun in that game.
I know.
I wanted to just show Andrew Cuomo trying to reach out to the youth, trying to get that coveted manosphere, if you could call it that, vote here in New York. And this is just the first couple seconds of the Logan Paul show.
Pokemon Purple over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Cuomo.
Thank you.
Why would you want to?
Look how excited he looks to be hanging out.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Cuomo.
Thank you. Look how excited he is.
hanging out.
This is the wrong
He's a natural.
He looks like Hans Mole Man off the
If
Simpsons.
you're trying to like downplay the fact he sexually harassed women, going on Logan Paul's podcast is like something you should not
It's
be
so
doing.
humiliating, though.
It's like
it's
it's like going on with like imagine he's hanging out with Anna Ross.
I'm
What
Andrew
force?
Cuomo, and I'm here with the guy who went to Japan and took a video in the suicide forest.
Oh,
so humiliating.
He wants that fucking coveted Trump podcasting vote, and I'm sure Andrew Schultz and Rogan said no after the Trump embarrassment.
Well,
oh wow, you took
Alex, you didn't see that Zoran went on the Schultz show. He went on the Schultz podcast.
Yeah. Well, that's just gonna be a mainstay of every election from now on because
podcast.
It
You
worked
know what
really well.
podcast they should be these people movie night
Yeah,
extravaganza.
they should go.
What the force
they
should
should
I
pick a
host?
movie. They should
That's
pick
not
a
Good Morning,
movie.
Comrade.
They should pick a movie, and then they should say, and we judge them by their movie, and we tell them at the end of the episode based
I
on
still
the
have
movie.
to come watch Movie Night Extravaganza one day.
It's great.
You gotta come on. You gotta come on one day.
Yeah.
But yeah,
By the way, there's a thing that there's a it was a Brandon Wardell tweet, but it was it said sometimes 5 years is 1,000 lifetimes, and it's Trevor Noah sitting on the Ellen DeGeneres show, and it says Trevor Noah is a homosexual.
Oh god. Oh my god. It's like my one friend doing the TikTok evangelical like Zoran Mamdani's a scary name. Remember homosexuals? Let's bring that back. Remember that? That was during COVID too, when all this shit was
There
going
was
down.
this one I'll never forget it. There's this one article that was like New York women are coronavirus crushing on Andrew Cuomo because he's single, and it happened right before all the allegations broke. And I was like,
the video of him getting COVID test went viral too.
It was like a year before the allegations broke, and it was like I feel like it started here, and then
Because they were trying to get him ready for a presidential run.
Yeah, he wrote a book. He was trying to run
so
for president.
gross.
I remember people talking about his potential nipple ring.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And all I can
You had it
say
right
to
here.
that
Very important
is, yes, it was. And how do
Yeah,
I know? Because
that's
I
what
have one, and it looks like that sometimes when I don't have
No,
bra.
it was the
He's
fucking
not-
Yeah.
I mean,
Get a-
it better be a nipple ring.
Or else, what is it?
I think it's just good old fashioned, out of shape, fat man tit. You know.
Yeah.
And
I
I
think
know
that's
what
what Joe Rogan
I
did.
have
All
them
nipples
myself.
are not created
I
equally, by the
recognize
way.
them for the same reason as Sandy.
Weird
There's
how
this clip of CNN covering Silva's organization here. If you want to
Hey,
watch
well,
this.
Matt's away, by the way. Was I supposed to be the
Oh,
guy
this is-
providing
this is, wait, I got
face
this
video for this?
That video is Sliwa live quitting his radio show.
Okay.
Live
All
quitting
right.
his radio show this morning because the guy
This morning?
Yeah, because Sid Rosenberg, who was the WABC host or whatever, and like the billionaire grocery store mogul that owns the radio station are both telling him to drop out. So he had like a screaming match with
shit.
Sid
Wait.
Rosenberg.
Before you play it, I want to make a prediction out of ignorance. I think Sliwa sees that he's doing way better than he anticipated doing because he's been who he's been lately. And I think he's planning on running for higher office. So let's see
Probably.
if this quitting.
He's running for Senate.
Also, I want to take this time to say, share this stream, share this space, in all the Discords and Reddits and Twitters and
That would
Instagrams and
make
everything
sense.
that you
I
have.
could see
and TikToks.
him getting a spot in Mamdani's like administration.
Yes,
Oh, God, I hope
I
not.
think Vasor is
Mamdani
right.
better be smarter.
I don't.
Maybe down the line, and it's like handing a
'Cause this
little
man can
brother
be moved.
a controller.
He do
I hope not
he
to, but I
do
can
need
see it.
Associated with literally violent gangs. We don't need that association. with that.
Maybe not. You're right. You're right.
At some point, you've been on
Where
this
does
show
Sliwa
for
come on this space?
8 minutes, and all you've talked about is Cuomo. And I know you hate him. And I'm going to be honest with you, Curtis, because we've been friends for a long time. I don't feel like you're running against Mamdani anymore. I really don't. This hatred for Cuomo, which you've got 100 times over, like Janice Dean has enveloped you to the point.
Janice Dean, by the way, is a Fox anchor who came out and supported Lindsay Boyland when she came out against Cuomo for the sexual harassment. Janice Dean lost a family member in the nursing home scandal. You know, when Cuomo killed all the elderly people.
Well, I think you're losing sight of who you're running against. Cuomo's not in first. He's not in first. You have to leapfrog Cuomo to beat the guy in first. I go to your page, I got to go 12 goddamn tweets before I see Mamdani's name. This obsession with Cuomo has to stop. He's not winning. You can beat Cuomo and still lose the election. 8 minutes in, you haven't mentioned Mamdani once. Why?
Let me tell you, I'm talking to WABC now. I'm hurt. I have armed security guards now protecting my life and Nancy's life. I've been bribed by the billionaires to drop out of here. If anything happens to me or anything happens to my wife because of this frenzy that I hear constantly coming from some of your colleagues here at WABC, it's on you guys and you gals. That my life is on the line here, Sid. My wife, Nancy, was never harmed anybody who only cares about people and animals is under threat now. Even when the Gottis and Gambinos put a hit on me, 5 hollow point bullets, I never had armed security. The
Remember when I got
frenzy
shot?
that is coming out of people's mouths. And then you'll have influencers come on. Hey, what a great job they did. After October 8th. By the way, who was outside with you at Cooper Union soon after?
No, Seth Evans, I believe that is so was Boss at the radio station?
Yeah, it's Sid Rosenberg.
Okay.
Jewish kids were being attacked in the library by the Palestinian mob.
Kind of stuff,
I was with the Guardian Angels. There were only 40 people there. Where were all the influencers?
Who I said that a million times. I don't protect the influencers. I kill the influencers. And I give you credit for that all the time. All the time. You were out there at Cooper Union.
Let me suggest one thing.
Yeah.
You've had on that young lady, that conservative influencer, Emily Austin.
No, she hasn't been on in a while.
Emily Austin is the founder of Hot Girls for Cuomo, by the way.
She also got the Epstein files, by the way. She also did that photo op with Lives of TikTok, and I'm like,
oh, really? With the Epstein binders?
Yep.
You guys do realize that ICE tried to shoot a social media influencer journalist just yesterday.
Did they really?
Of course.
Who?
They are evil.
Who?
There's that picture with Netanyahu
In
front
Los
of all
Angeles, they accidentally ended up shooting a police deputy instead.
This is what this is what I seriously do not understand. So, okay, Sliwa drops out. How are those votes just automatically going to Cuomo? Because you're saying like his voters hate Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah,
so it's like they'll just stay home or they'll vote Mamdani.
Yeah,
just to
they'll probably
spite.
stay home or vote Mamdani, or maybe they'll vote for Cuomo.
Help me out. I don't live in New York.
I think
so
as a New Yorker, it'll be mostly they won't vote. Then secondly, they'll vote for Mamdani. Then thirdly, they'll vote for Cuomo.
How many New Yorkers are here right now? May I ask?
Oh, Forrest.
Sandee.
I just gotta say, I finally figured it out. It's been bugging me since I first saw him in the first debate. Sliwa reminds me of Dennis Hopper in the 1993 Super Mario Brother movie.
Yes.
Oh my!
Ironically, based off of Trump.
Why
He's the king of the Koopas.
Pull that
parodying Trump
right now.
Oh my God.
Bowser.
That's who
He's the king of the
I'm
Koopas.
Andrea, what were you gonna say?
Great
I'm noting that
really-
almost none of us are from
Not
New York.
interesting in
and
this
yet
after
we're
this.
talking about.
They just yell
I'm
back
committing-
and forth about it.
I'm committing voter fraud on Zoran's behalf. He's definitely gonna win. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? He does. I see it now.
Especially the tongue.
And Christ.
Oh my God.
I'm not even sure I'm going to be allowed to
also-
vote
I could
anymore
also-
because they said no more mail-in voting.
Yeah.
I could also see
Military can't vote then.
I could also see Dennis Hopper in Blue Velvet, where he's the
Yeah, remember when Anna Kasperi was on for that one?
Where he has this whole gang of people and he's like, baby wants to fuck, like that guy. Like I can see him with, and then the guys behind it, like his little posse or whatever, they're all the Guardian Angels.
Do we want
I
to
was
watch the
thinking
rest
more
of
like
this? So
Dennis
quitting?
Hopper
It's
in.
not-
I was
nothing
thinking
that
more like
interesting.
Dennis Hopper in Speed.
Nothing that
Speed's
nothing
great.
that
He's
interesting.
more like Waterworld Dennis Hopper, actually.
Nothing really that interesting
Let's
happened.
finish
after
this
that.
clip of him
Which
quitting.
Dennis Hopper role is
I-
Curtis Sliwa like the most? Let's
try to
like
name
a-
all the
lady, that conservative influencer, Emily Austin.
No,
You
she hasn't
better
been on in a
talk-
while.
Right. You better talk to her. She created Hot Girls for Cuomo on Tuesday. Didn't even secure the domain.
Yeah.
Somebody else grabbed the domain and put up all the sexual harassment
that
charges of
Bernstein
Andrew
did, I
Cuomo.
think.
He's running.
Who did that?
I think Matt Bernstein, I think, is his
Oh,
name.
that's so funny.
Yeah.
He bought the domain.
It's a horrible campaign, shit.
And
Can you at least
it's
acknowledge?
the lawsuits, the sexual
Right.
harassment
Yeah.
lawsuits against
Yeah,
him.
No, I don't know because I want you or him to win. And now we're 10 minutes in, and you're still talking about Cuomo. I mean, what's wrong with you? You got to beat Mamdani. You got to get over.
Yeah.
Whatever your friends are in Middle Village or Staten Island or Brooklyn, F Cuomo, F Sid, you got to get over it. You're going to lose, and you're going to lose badly, embarrassingly.
You know this. You're the one who said that Cuomo would win the primary, didn't you?
No. First, yes, I did, and everybody else, because nobody saw Mamdani coming. So stop with the Cuomo.
I saw Mamdani
Curtis,
coming.
I talked to you. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I spoke to you yesterday, and you said to me, good advice, good idea. Maybe form a coalition. Maybe the two of you.
No, I never said that shit. Don't put words in my mouth.
You didn't say good advice to me?
Let me tell you
Curtis,
straight up,
Curtis,
shit.
you didn't say good advice to me?
No, let me tell you straight up, shit. Right out of The Godfather. Whoever approaches you with a meeting, you know what the story is.
I cannot overemphasize how much movies like The Godfather and Taxi Driver and all that shit, all the mob movies and whatnot, Casino, have influenced just New York
so
culture
important,
and boomers,
Yes.
especially how they talk. My dad is black.
I'll allow it.
He talks like he's Italian, like, or he'll say things like, fucking gobble go. Want a little gobble go? And I'm like, dude, you're black.
They turned on you. WABC has turned on me.
This is not about ABC. It's about Sid. Forget about ABC.
No. This is about WABC.
No, okay, Curtis, you made your point. You made your point about the station. I'm okay with it. Fine. You got it. Now it's Sid and Curtis trying to have an adult conversation. The way you're running your campaign right now, you're going to lose and lose badly. You two guys need to figure something out. You've mentioned Cuomo for 12 minutes. You're still not talking about Mamdani. You're talking about WABC and Cuomo. That's not going to win you this goddamn race.
Sid.
That's fucking It sounds like Marty Funkhauser.
Cuomo's the problem.
It sounds like Marty Funkhauser and James Gandolfini having a conversation.
If you're putting this, like, even if he absorbed, like Sliwa says he's at 15%. I don't know if that's, I didn't look it up. He says he's at 15%.
He's
Even
between
if he
12 and 19.
Okay. So if he absorbs 12 points, which he would not do, he still loses. If he absorbs, he would have to absorb. Sliwa would have to be at 19, and then you would have to, God's honest guarantee that all 19% go to Cuomo for him to win. What are we talking about? How are they? They're trying to pin this on my man. Like,
and I've seen,
which is just not
I've
possible.
seen commentary that the reason why Cuomo, from Lindsey Boylan, by the way, who put this out during the debate. I am one of those women who have been legally abused by Andrew Cuomo for years and has been harassed by his staffer. Now he wants to be mayor. Shame on you, Cuomo, and thank you, Zoran, for speaking out on this injustice. I did an interview with her on this space. It's on my channel now. But she also pointed out that the reason Cuomo is blaming Silwa is so that he has a future in politics. We can blame my loss on him, and I can still consult or run again or be on MSNBC or CNN. I can still do speaking tours and make money. I can still be part of the fucking game. That's her analysis, and I trust her.
And no one's going to go through the math and tell him that's incorrect. You're right.
Exactly.
I just put a link in the private chat. Apparently, Cuomo had an AI generated hit piece on Zora that he quickly deleted.
And
the mini
criminals for Mamdani.
Terrible in the way of, it's terrible in the way, when I say it's terrible, it's not like, oh, it's so terrible what they're doing to Zoran. It's like, oh no, like, I'm embarrassed for you. Like, why did you release this?
I haven't seen this yet. I was gonna watch it the second I got on.
Hank, good point about
turn up the volume.
I don't know if we can do volume because they're playing music, so we got to be really careful about
That's
that. But Hank,
the
good point.
reason they didn't actually go through with this and release this ad
Can you make it full screen though?
is because there was a turban on his head at the end.
If it's since it's an ad, I think you probably can. It's probably royalty free, copyright free music.
Sometimes
him
it
look
isn't.
too much
we
like,
just need to
Osama.
read. We just need to read the words.
And Hank, good point about this should be illegal. I mean,
Also,
making
too, a man of color shoplifting in that. What the hell are you really thinking?
Was that Nick?
Oh my God!
What's with the Joker posse?
yeah, you can't
Someone on
post.
Twitter
Wasp
yesterday made an AI video of me, took my profile picture.
You need to be able to put this is AI generated bigger than just like the fine print.
Yeah.
It's like with YouTube, you can't upload videos without saying specifically that you did that or not.
I bet Letterhack would turn that guy in.
Yeah, this is outright. Yeah, whoever made this AI, I would definitely turn them in.
I think it's that one meme guy who's like who knows Trump that's working for Andrew Cuomo that did the fake Zor like hot guys for Zoran thing. So I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think it's the same guy who made me watch Martin Luther King wrestle Malcolm X. Go find him. He needs to go to jail.
Wait, was that Tim Dillon?
The guy with the cafe shoplifting? Yeah.
Wait, oh my God, a 70s pimp? Like, this is
Did you
fucking
guys see
crazy.
the picture of Charlie Kirk in heaven hanging out with Malcolm X? Where Malcolm X is like, you're all right for a white boy.
Oh my
My
God,
favorite,
no, I didn't.
my favorite
Jesus,
Charlie
I
Kirk
never
AI
won.
video was when it was like him hanging out with like, oh, here's
That
Peter.
broke so
I
many
was
people's
murdered for
brains.
my beliefs in God or whatever too. Those are my favorite Charlie Kirk.
I
AI
love
videos. Those are so
believing in
fucking cool.
God. It makes me feel good.
This is actually
Yeah.
based.
Same.
If you would just go to Rikers and just do
doesn't
that.
even,
That's
the AI
fucking
doesn't
great.
even look like Zoran. Like it looks. I don't even know.
And it's
I love
also
arguing
way
with
too
Christians
long
by telling
for
them
a
that they're
fucking
not
campaign
Christian.
ad.
Why'd
Yeah,
they take
it's
it
like
down?
long for a campaign ad.
My
Why-
new
why do
favorite
you think they
pastime
took
is
it-
arguing with
Racist
Christians and
and
telling them they are
outdated.
not Christian.
Okay,
did
why
they
do you
take it
think
down?
they would put it up and immediately take it down? What do you think that's all about?
Because it's just cringe. It's bad.
Because I think the
Whenever
first, like-
staffer put that up,
Too long.
another staffer came behind him and said, "This sucks, my man. Like
By
this
the
is
way, Matt-
cringe now."
I
Matt,
bet they
I
put it
gotta
up for like
ask.
5 minutes, and then all the comments. were
Yeah,
like,
they did. They put it up for five, like,
Yeah.
for,
Yeah,
like
and then
they
all the
put it up,
comments
and
were
then
like-
people were like, "What the
Yeah.
hell? This is like a
Christina,
few-
you're muted.
No, she's
Oh,
No,
not.
no, you're not. She's
Oh, I'm
good.
not muted.
I can hear Christina.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just
so-
because I have Christina, special Christina hearing. but
Yeah.
I'm like-
But like it's crazy because like the pimp, the man of color shoplifting, you know, like all these are such like the insane
say
clown
black guy,
posse.
it's okay.
They look like Halloween costumes that
Yeah,
you
like,
buy
this is
at Spirit.
These
It
are
was-
like
it was a black guy with a
outdated
keffiyeh.
stereotypes. Yeah, outdated racial stereotypes of New York in like the 70s.
Yeah.
He puts the keffiyeh on.
This is what conservatives in
Yeah.
the Midwest think of when they think of
Yes.
New York. But he's trying to appeal to voters who actually fucking live here today in 2025.
That is
It's
wild.
fucking ridiculous.
Of which I
and he's
don't,
already
and
putting
most
people
of
out
this
of
panel
work
does not.
because he's not hiring a video team for his campaign. He's just using an AI.
Guys,
generator.
there's currently from 2 days ago.
I'm sorry, it's been sorry.
No, you're good. I was gonna say no. That Vizora's when soon she starts talking, I'll stop.
Hey,
But
from 2 days ago, there's an article saying from Yahoo News, New York candidate Mamdani faces backlash after photo with 1993 World Trade Center attack, unindicated co-conspirator. The man was like, they're blaming
They
him
went to
for
the same
9/11 before 9/11, like the first 9/11.
He would have been
They
like,
went to the same church. That's it. They went to the same mosque or whatever.
That guy got a retraction out of Fox News because he's like,
Yeah.
I'm about to sue you for defamation.
Yeah.
He was
They were
born
like,
in
"We're
1991. He would have been 6 years old.
No, that guy's like a grandfather.
Sorry, not
But-
6'2".
No, he's talking about Mamdani.
Oh, you mean Zoran? Yeah, Zoran was. But there's that
2 years old.
Same that same imam that like that they blamed all that on also was invited to City Hall by Michael Bloomberg, and there was this huge scandal where Michael Bloomberg invited that guy to City Hall and shook his hand, and for like months the New York Post was just like, Michael Bloomberg invited terrorists to City Hall.
Oh my God, really?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Matt,
what
I
I've
got-
heard
hold
about
on,
that
I gotta
Obama is
ask
he's
Matt.
just another
I gotta
he's,
ask
he's
Matt,
just
is
another
he wearing-
kooky guy, right? in New
Matt,
York.
are you wearing a hate symbol on your hat?
There's
What?
Oh, what?
I wonder if this is
It's a skull and crossbones on your hat.
It's a Jolly Roger. We're reclaiming pirate symbology. So Nazi, fuck off.
No, Matt got that from Graham Plattner for Senate.com.
This is clearly a pirate flag, Jolly
From the
Roger,
Pirate Bay.
and crossbones. Okay,
It's time to talk about it.
I was about to go edit some video, but if
go
you want
buy-
to make
go
some
buy,
content, you want to make some content.
My
Let's
80s,
go buy
I would like
everyone to remember
15
minutes.
My
15
1980s skate rat inner skate rat is pissed off at anyone trying to, undo what's cool.
Just like
Look,
I'm sure
hey,
you
I
as a
think
fellow comic book fan feel the same way about the Punisher logo. or
exactly.
Batman logo.
I have hours of commentary recorded on that. But here's the thing: like, they're getting desperate in the final days of the election when. After watching SC Cup on, WNBC or no, it's Fox News 5, local Fox News 5 in New York. After seeing all of the Democratic consultants, attorneys, and strategists that she's having on there as guests talking shit about Mamdani, why doesn't Cuomo just be like, hey, everyone, lay off the AI ads and shit like that? Really, all I got to do is call into these liberal, soft conservative shows, get on with the Democratic strategists and consultants and just play nice. I mean, why doesn't he lean into the way everyone's going after it? Look, it's as if Cuomo has no idea that all of the rhetoric on mainstream media is anti-Mamdani and like giving him this pass. Why isn't he leaning into that, you think?
Because
like
he's an
reaching
idiot.
out to them.
He's a bad politician. I mean, Lindsey Boylan talked about it when I interviewed her. She talks about it all the time on social media. He is a bad politician. His dad was governor. He just got jobs through that and his name. Just like Trump.
Amateur.
It's the same shit. It's a Nepo baby. Yes, and Meghan McCain, same shit. It's just a fucking Nepo baby. Whenever he says, what job have you had? It's like, motherfucker, every job you've ever had is because your last name is Cuomo. That's it. Same thing with Trump. His only job in life was to allow companies that were building buildings or making steaks or opening universities to put the name Trump on there. That's the only thing Trump has ever fucking done business-wise in his life.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out because I know, stuff.
Okay, promote yourself, please.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Nice unicorn costume.
Trump doesn't do anything. He's not in charge.
Thank you. But yeah, you can find me at Cosmopolitics over on Twitch and also Movie Night Extravaganza with Forrest over at youtube.com/Movie Night Extravaganza. Anyway, this was a lot of fun. I'm sweating. I need the air on. This is
And
killing
please
me.
donate to Christina.
Yes, please.
Getting close to getting evicted. Please.
Yes, please. I don't like it. Anyway,
Needs some
peace
mutual
out.
aid.
This was
See ya.
fun. Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
she needs it.
Yeah, and like I was saying in the studio chat, anyone that needs a dip, we are going to wrap at 10, but
Yeah, we
anyone
should
who
dip.
needs a
See you,
dip
Christina.
before then, plug yourself, promote
Yeah,
yourself.
I'll dip because I'm not feeling that good, so I'll hop off next. So
I'm gonna miss the
do it
forest
one minute.
for the trees here in a minute.
Same.
Oh,
I'm gonna edit some
wow,
video.
good one. Jeez.
But yeah, what Christina said, Movie Night Extravaganza. Follow that, subscribe to that, like it. We do 8 p.m. on Tuesdays, and we're on this space doing it there.
301 episodes in the bag, right?
Yeah, that's crazy, right? It's
Yeah.
insane
for you
amount of
guys.
episodes. So
Awesome.
yeah,
I was on the last
one.
one.
Yeah,
You
Alex
were.
was on there yesterday. That's all.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna jump too.
He replaced Conan, who's currently on tour.
Good to see you, Forrest. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Sure.
Oh, it's the trees.
I'm
All right.
Jeff.
I will also
Good
be
job.
jumping.
Jeff and I are out.
Hey, that's great. Now we got the
Well
trees.
done, Andrew.
Good to see you.
Go ahead, Robert. You go first.
No, I was gonna say, subscribe to Good Morning Comrade anywhere you listen to podcasts. Jeff is on Good Morning Comrade. I'm on Good Morning Comrade. I'm also Lumen on Lumencast of Lumencast on YouTube and Twitch. I have 98 subscribers on YouTube, and my channel's only been around for 2 months. I am too short of 100. When I get 100, I'm going to celebrate, and what I mean by celebrate, I'm going to do nothing for the community and just celebrate on my own.
What's your?
But,
I have 3 YouTube channels. So what's
I-
yours again?
I don't want people who aren't going to watch it, Andrea. I know how you roll.
Whoa! I want videos. 'cause
And-
you-
Shots fired.
No, it's
You're
just
smart.
it's just Lumencast, LUMINCAST. 98 subs. I think I'm doing pretty good. But no, it's been a pleasure. You guys got to hear about my my
Are
love
these
for
AI
Siwa.
generated thumbnails?
Thanks for
absolutely.
letting us use your
100%.
slot. Thanks for
Yeah,
letting us
no,
use your
yeah.
slot tonight.
I don't
really
know if I can
appreciate it.
subscribe to AI.
That is fair
generated
enough.
content.
Understood.
Yeah.
As soon as I get enough money to have a team to crank out stuff like that for me,
it's called
I'll be all
download
about
GIMP.
it.
It's free. GIMP.
GIMP.
GIMP 3 came out recently, so
Hank
I'll
wants
Google
to
that. I'll check
lead.
it out. All right, I'm
Hank
out.
wants to lead tutorials live, a live stream tutorials for hosts
Yeah.
creating their own graphics.
Ooh, I should.
I'm working on that. Yeah, definitely.
We will be working with you. And so, but thank you again, Lumen.
forward to
Really appreciate it.
Tomorrow, by the way, just for GMC, we will be having somebody who's running against Mike Johnson for Congress. His
Good.
name is Conrad Cable. He is a farmer from Farmerville in northwest Louisiana.
Where is
he
he
will be
from?
a guest. He's from Farmerville, Louisiana, which is basically that's Mike Johnson's district. He's
Next to
running,
Combine Town.
Huh?
Next
as far
to
as I know,
Combine
he doesn't
Town.
have any. He doesn't have any. Nazi-related tattoos, so that's a plus for him.
Oh, good.
So I will be talking with him tomorrow.
I used to
You're
live in
gonna have
Plumber
to strip
City.
search him before
Yeah, take off your shirt before we talk to you. And yeah, Andrea, I am definitely down to talk about Roman emperors. With you
Ader,
guys.
good old Ader, my favorite emperor.
Ader.
By the way, chat.
Jeff, I'll
we
text
are
you
not.
to-
We are
or
not
DM you.
ending. There is more
Yeah, all
content.
right.
There's left past 10 coming up in 10 minutes. We're just.
Oh, we're
saying,
going all
wrap
night,
it up.
folks.
Thoughts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
we're
is gonna be
definitely
good.
going to be talking about
2-year
that
anniversary
tattoo, You
episode.
swear to Christ.
I will be hopping off though. I'm in severe pain. The fact that I was even able to do this is wild to me, considering the fact that like my doctor told me to go take a bunch of Valium and get high for 24 hours and chill out.
And you did
because I have a muscle spasm from stress. So I'm that committed that I'm still here. But thank you all. This was a fantastic panel. Love all of you guys. I love this space. Giant shout out to Jets, Etch, and Nick, all of the editors, all of the mods, all of the contributors. Big shout out to Letterhack, of course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can find me at these links, which actually Johnny beat me to sending.
Yes, shout out Johnny.
Got my YouTube. I mostly post live streams. I don't really cut videos, so you can go find them in the live section or in the full live VODs in the playlist. Twitch, my days are all messed up, so you'll find it. But usually around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a lovely, lovely, lovely night, y'all, and thank you for having me.
Thank
And
you.
Go Mamdani.
Take care. Thank you.
Take care of his.
But is she going to stay
Goodbye.
around long enough to hear the thank yous? This awkward meeting?
It's an amazing show.
Yep.
Yeah, she is.
Definitely
Yeah.
long enough. Yeah.
Azor Down Under is an amazing show Thursday
That's
night.
right.
It's fantastic.
All right. Have a good one.
Mars.
Hey, Sandee. I noticed you're dressed like this is a sock hop. I don't know if you saw the correct post, but it was a debate. What's going on? I mean, I love it.
Good.
Yeah, no, I was doing a theater show earlier today, which is why I couldn't do my regular 4 p.m. slot.
Working
and I
class
thought,
media, folks.
I thought I'd just stay in costume for this because I put a lot of effort into it.
I love it.
It's
awesome. I love it.
I almost wore the same thing.
Yeah. So
Almost. It was
everyone,
very
you can
close.
catch me on YouTube at Left of the Box. I posted a Charlie Kirk video not too long ago. It recently just picked up a little bit of traction, but I'm still only 700 views away from 1,000. So please go check it out. It's a really good, funny video, Canadian plight video. You can also check me out on social medias as Left of the Box and Sandee Lovas. I do artwork. You can check out my website, sandeelovas.com. Wrote a book, great for Halloween. It's a vampire horror loaded with my social and political commentary. My regular news live streams are Sunday evenings, but I'm thinking about doing a live stream this upcoming Friday to talk about the issues of when do we forgive people, like with what's his name with the Nazi tattoo?
Plattner, like
Plattner.
allowing a path to redemption and
Path to
Like
redemption.
going to
because,
Afghanistan in 2018 to defend
like
America.
there's comparisons because there was also like the Channel 4 guy that a lot of people seem to have forgiven really easily.
You just popped out of nowhere with a nice interview or whatever, and now all of a sudden,
But then there's other people that, like with Hassan right now and the dog, and everyone just kind of jumping on that, and just this. I have some thoughts in my head about that. So let me know in subspace if you actually want to see me do a live stream about that on Friday, and it'll be about specifically that. Other than that, see you on socials. Happy 2-year anniversary for
Thank you.
Oh, my 5-year anniversary of my channel is coming up on November 1st, and I have Dick all planned for it. So
wow, okay, cool. We'll be tuning into that. Sandee, thanks so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it.
Have a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Take care.
Is everyone jumping ship here? Are you guys jumping
Everyone's
ship?
they're leaving.
I'm chilling for
we
the
got
next
5
5
minutes.
minutes.
We got 5
minutes.
left. Yeah. This is
I'll
great.
stick around until you kick me out. I mean, I don't have any social skills.
Hank,
Fuck it.
are
I'll stay till
you
ever? Yeah, what?
Hank, you are awesome. Are you and I don't want to dox anybody, but if you lived in New York, would you be on the fence about who to vote for? And like if Mamdani suddenly dropped out for some reason, what would you do?
Oh, if Mamdani dropped out, I
Yeah.
wouldn't vote for Cuomo, no doubt.
You'd
I
stay
mean,
home
you'd
or
have to
you'd
roll your
vote
dice.
Republican?
Oh, I see. Yeah, you know, I don't consider. I was talking about this on my podcast today that I'm going to be posting tomorrow at some point, related to like the Graham
spoilers.
Plattner topic here. I know, but like, I don't think of my vote as a mark of my personal virtue. I think that people who see, like, we've all been conditioned to, not we've all, but a lot of people are conditioned to sort of really internalize and personalize what voting means about them and about their own life or about what their own.
They
sort
treat
of
it like a tattoo, you know, like it's a
Right.
badge that you're gonna wear forever, and it means everything.
Whereas sometimes people treat tattoos like something you do when you're drunk, or you know,
I was
various
gonna say,
degrees of
yeah.
thoughtfulness goes
Yeah.
into
Or
tattoo.
you don't
choice.
think about it and just start poking
Yeah.
yourself like Pete Davidson.
Right.
That's a good point, though.
So,
I
like-
like this angle.
I don't necessarily. So I don't look at voting at all as that. I look at it as a very flawed and meager form of agency. Generally, it's used to prevent us from demanding more change in our world, because we've all been taught that you vote every 4 years, maybe 2 if you're weird, and that's about the only democracy that's demanded of you. And I think America is just far behind in terms of how much more democracy we could have over our lives.
No, let me tell you why that's a great point, real quick. Because
sure.
when I vote Democrat, I'm not like, I don't want to do it.
No.
So like I get that. Like that just makes me feel better.
Like I didn't see voting for Kamala as like a moral failing on someone's part. I saw it as some, you know, I was hoping she would get arrested in her first minute of her presidency. You know what I mean? Like, but she's objectively better than the Republicans. It's like this is something I said in my show. Sorry, but like if you want to generate apathy, you would train people to associate personal virtue with who they vote for, and then give them terrible choices. So the decision between Biden and Trump is just like one of two horrible people, absolute narcissist monsters, emblematic of the political parties they both came from and the country that birthed them, like, you know, like Uruk-hai, like evil, evil embodied in the very soil of this rotten fucking society. And so therefore, okay, well, I can't assign my virtue to these two terrible people. I'm just going to check out. It's not even a conscious thing people do. I think that's just a good way to make people feel apathetic about the whole process. So who would I vote for? Probably I'd write in somebody, honestly. Write in
Good
Lindsay.
call. Yeah.
Get
And
direct
sorry,
Lindsay.
I should have said you don't have to answer that. I remember
No,
one
it's okay.
time when I was like
Handle
9
it.
years old, I asked my grandmother, who are you going to vote for? And she goes, how dare you ask me that? Now, boy, do I
Yeah.
long for those days when people just shut the fuck up about it. And went about their-
Dave Chappelle had a great bit
sometimes
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
About how white people in their votes. They'll talk about like banging their. I got to watch my language.
No,
but
I remember.
You bring up
the
the vote,
yeah.
and it's
I remember,
over the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I don't.
thanks for hanging out.
I don't want to invite myself on your show. I'd love to come on Left Past 10 someday, and I'm starting to get back into the podcasting swing.
I was going to
So,
invite
cool.
everyone
Yeah.
on, but it's our anniversary show, so
That's
we
all right.
kind of got to.
Yeah.
Just
We got a
support
whole
us.
thing we got to do.
I
got
appreciate y'all.
78
You gotta
hours
shut it
ceremonial at
down,
this
making
point.
fun of
Yeah.
Jake. 13
You got-
hours of harassing Letterhack. We got a lot to do tonight.
Yeah. I spent the day googling my tattoos though, just to see what they are.
Just
Gotta
in
make
case.
sure, yeah.
Right. yeah.
Hopefully there's nothing on there. I don't want anybody to see. But anyway,
No.
thank you guys. Just to plug, I guess, tellthetruthjank.com is my documentary about unionizing the Young
Nice.
Turks. about the battle for workplace dignity at the home of progressives, and looking to rally a big wind to finish that sometime next year. I was involved with unionizing the Young Turks, and I'm calling Cenk Uygur out for all the lies and for smearing his own workers in order to protect his political ambitions.
Get his ass.
Yeah, exactly. We can all be part of bringing a union buster to justice, which is one of the rarest things in society. Is a powerful person faces accountability for treating people like shit. That's my plug. Suck Professor on YouTube. I play video games and stuff and kind of just ramble. If anybody likes to check that out, that's a YouTube channel I've had for quite a while. But otherwise, Winners and Losers. Had Sandee on, Matt's been on. I'd actually love to talk to you guys too. Devil's Advocate. What's your first name?
Alex.
I knew it. I knew it was Alex. Like Alex, Andrea, Jake, everybody. I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. As far as my podcasting schedule, I just spent a bunch of the last few months working on Abby Martin's documentary, Earth's Greatest Enemy.
Can't wait.
Which I just went to the LA screening of that. I did assistant editing, very, very minor shit, but it was thrilled to be part of this project. Nice. It's an important film. It's about the environmental impact of the United States military, and you should all look for it in wider release next year. Bye.
All your links are in the chat.
Have a
by
good
the way.
one.
Fired
Peace
up.
out, y'all.
Thanks,
All
Hank.
right, go
Take care,
Mom
buddy.
Dame. Bye. See
Heard
ya.
that.
Bye, everybody.
Yep.
Alex.
Is it Mom Donnie? Folks.
Everyone's gonna know that name just fine in a couple of weeks. We're right there.
Fingers crossed, knock wood.
Yeah.
I am the resident New Yorker. I am Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions. I make reviews and reactions on my YouTube. I stream on Twitch. I got I was saying the Daredevil review of the full season. This one is like they go after the NYPD and they name it. They name it.
Good.
They show Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, coming as mayor and acting like Trump is acting now with ICE. It is a prophecy. I got lots of reviews. Andor. I just did Nas a little couple hours ago. South Park, the last South Park. If you haven't seen it, they go after Peter Thiel. I'm on Twitch as well. Same thing. Look for I got a tattoo that is. I know it's not white supremacist. It is satanic though.
Nice.
It is my Devil's Advocate logo. If you see that logo,
What does
that's
the
me.
text say?
Devil's Advocate production.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
I am on Twitter and Blue Sky as Devil's Advocate C, the letter C. And man, I'm on this space. Share this space, promote it, put it on every Reddit, every Discord you're in, every social
Every
media that
single
you're
one.
on.
Spam them.
Retweet it.
You gotta spam the shit. Go until you get banned. Yeah.
Spam tweet. Exactly. Yes. The real home of progressives. TYT is dead. Long live this space.
Woo! I mean, I didn't approve that, but I don't know. I don't
And
know.
I leave you,
I do,
folks, to left past 10. I will be streaming on Sunday on Twitch. Goodbye.
See you, buddy. Take care.
See ya. Oh,
Sandee, hey,
Sandee, would you like to plug your show and have and say goodbye?
No, look, let's do it. Let's do it officially, real quick.
I gotta move myself down here.
I just want to let everyone know. Please hang out. Please stick around. We've got plenty more content for you because Left Past 10 starts right.
I go in and watch the rest of it if I leave early, but I was sick. I mean, and then I didn't die yet.
This is the Left Past 10 upside down version of the world. We're not drawing any conclusions. This is completely unscripted, which is basically and very
What was that sound
form.
effect? Do that again. I destroy my sleep schedule every Wednesday night for this. I like to be in bed by 9 every night, except for this fucking show. But I decided, Matt came over to me like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and said, hey, we have to do a show called Left Past 10, and it's at 10 o'clock.
Somebody came in last week randomly. They'd never seen the show before. And they're like, I just popped in to see what this is about. And dude's wearing a kaiju hoodie. This is awesome. And I was like, because I had a Godzilla hoodie.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, is that all it takes? Like at some point be like, bow, bow, bow.
It's one stream. You're looking at one stream.
I know, but
we have one stream open.
can the pixels handle it?
they're gorgeous. They're just beautiful.
A little.
Do you think that
Yeah, the sound effect, that's good.
I just like the
Crazy.
idea
I
of
can't
drawing
believe
you
you did
both looking either angry or pensive or like something bad is happening in all these.
Yeah.
Or it's not a good moment in all
Something
these.
bad is happening. Jake's here. That's what's
That's generally the vibe I want to get. So when it's freeze framed and I can have the three of you behind me all going like
always just like
Whoa,
what?
wow, this is the first I'm hearing of it. But
Yeah, I guess maybe I've seen a few. I don't know. There is no one else saying you aren't able to do this. And if there is, then you be sure to tell them that the Letterhack said to go fuck themselves. Left past 10 starts right now.
have some fucking big dumb dork wearing a suit just fucking typing haha idiot on a fucking cell phone screen. Look at that. Look at that.
yes.
The of the three of us, you would think the fourth member would have been ready a minute ago, but this truly is left past 10.
What happened? There's four of us.
Oh, we are never
We have a
without
new member?
criticism on this. Yeah. Look, just
It's
everyone,
the only way to show up.
everyone has heard the news. Can't be more excited to have her back. Fucking A. Environmental Coffee House.
Yeah, baby.
She's back and better than ever.
She's back. Yeah, she's
Yes.
back. Don't shoot the messenger, man. She's back.
Best country on earth. What comes to mind?
Now, I see that as how we talk about it's not really left and right. It really is us down here and the billionaire class.
Bottom
It
up.
Really, yeah, it is.
You know, hopefully it works out well for them in South Africa. You know, there's a lot of white people down there. They need our help because that's what we got to do here in America. We're helping white people everywhere.
Left Past 10, which is another
It does.
really fun one. Have you been on Left Past 10?
Yeah,
that
I've been
one's
on it.
fun. Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. That's a really fun show.
Mm-hmm.
I love Matt.
Thinking they're being bold when what they're doing is gambling with other people's lives, and they have grown up at this point on propaganda where they're thinking no, these are the risks you have to take to do great things, but really what they're doing is having other people take risks for them.
2022 pickles.
Are those COVID pickles?
This
Those
is
pickles
COVID
infected
pickles.
or
No, they're not infected.
I'm not going to argue that I probably am the most right-wing person here, but I'm definitely more left than I think the audience gives me credit for.
Look at this
Captain
motherfucker.
in the-
Yeah, you know, the producer of the show sent me a text message to my personal phone number. It was like, man, is that crazy?
Whoa. You don't have their personal phone numbers? Isn't that a thing you get after being a member for like a year?
Hold on,
I
Jake.
think
Are
it would
you
be great-
retooling the show right now?
Yeah, let's retool real quick.
Okay, step one, shut it down. So real quick,
Shut it down.
Shut it down. All right,
Shut it all
show is
down.
shut. Retool.
Well, this I've had. I've had the worst summer of my entire
That's what
entire
I'm
life.
saying. It ruined your fucking summer.
Oh yeah,
That is
you
a cardinal
are not
sin.
allowed to say fuck. This is the new you.
I forgot. Yeah.
If you say fuck, you are going down. It is
always
over for
fucking
you
forget
if you
that.
say
I
fuck.
forget that shit
Okay.
every fucking time. God.
Okay.
You don't want to paint, you want to write a poem, then write a fucking poem. Left past 10 starts right now. I'm gonna leave the left. But
I honestly feel like if I left the left, it would somehow benefit the left. Like I feel like the best thing I could do for the left is become a deep red Republican.
we'd be like,
politician.
oh, thank God.
Yeah,
God, we could all see it.
Oh, he's gonna things up. Not even that. Just like, oh, he's gonna sincerely try to do something, and the opposite will happen. So good.
And I just think that sometimes if it feels like everything in your world is like mayhem and chaos, just tune in to Left Past 10 and we'll prove you wrong. Right? It could be worse. We'll
It
show
could
you.
definitely be worse.
We'll show you what it's like to not only hit rock bottom, but to splay yourself out flat and just stay there and then say, can somebody put rocks on me so I can remain at rock bottom? Like
Someone just
really
very
want to
flat?
be, let me be bottom of the rocks, rock bottom. Like as bottom to the rock bottom is bottomable.
this is the last time Seagal's going to be on set. So whatever you want to do, to make it look real, you can do.
Okay, well, oh geez, where's everyone? Come
Where's
on,
everybody?
how rude.
Well, here we are. Jake will be here. He wrote that he has to. Oh, there he
Boom.
is. He's
There
here.
he is.
Yay!
Okay, real quick. I'm glad to see everyone. Before we all get started, it's the first time I've seen Sandee since her first show, her debut last week.
Yeah.
Excellent job.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I
You don't
watched
need
it.
us. You don't need the three of us.
Just wait till
This is
tomorrow.
ridiculous.
Yeah, on that note,
Do it yourself.
I'm out of here. You guys got
See
it.
you. Sayonara. I'm going to bed. A wise man once said, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, how long we've been doing this for every show since then. But
A
it
while.
was good advice. It was good advice. They said, and I quote, "This show has hit rock bottom." It's time. That wasn't like an internal memo. That was audience feedback.
That was public. Yeah.
I
I will say it's and since we're 6 weeks, 7, 12, I don't know, out from that, like I look back on it and I'm like, I really needed that wake up call.
I think about it once an hour.
People who believe that they know how politics works, and they watch a lot of TV news and TV talk shows, and they only know about politics what major corporations have prescribed for them to know. They're just north of useless. But we can reach them. We can sway them. We can sway anybody who's ever been convinced to vote for a Democrat, because Democrat leaders pretend to have our morals. They don't have them, but that's their selling point, is that they are pretending to have our morals with some fictitious practicality that isn't actually practicality at all. It's just the means by which they take bribes.
Your art is yours until we choose to share it with the world. And if that world doesn't receive it, then look, it's actually quite simple. Just remember the Letterhack's first and most important rule. Fuck everybody. Left Past 10 starts right now.
Can we get audio? Can we get audio on this?
I don't. You
I want to hear
feel?
what they're saying. What are
I
they saying,
feel
Rick?
kind of like. I don't
Oh, can we get audio? Can we get audio good? What's wrong? I want to hear what they're saying. What
I
are
feel
you,
kind of like.
the ghost? Can we get audio?
No way.
Can we get audio good?
How long does this go on for?
Last night I was talking to a hypothetical ghost. I don't believe they exist, but I'm open to it enough that I'm willing to open my mouth and speak.
Home
even though I'm
alone?
completely
You're
alone.
home alone here talking to something. maybe.
Talking to something. And there's a noise. I'm trying to sleep.
See,
and
that
then
I won't do. If I hear
will
a
do that,
noise,
yes, I will do that.
if I hear a noise, I think to myself that I lock all the doors, okay, and then I think, is my house falling apart?
Celebrating with ice cream for me. If I eat
Huge
sugar,
power.
it makes me have a headache. I can't handle it. I
I'm
ate
that way with cocaine.
way too.
Two years.
That was
2
a
years
great
today.
video.
2
Great.
years. Who put that
Like that.
together? That was great.
I did that. I did
Matt, that's
Thank
great.
you.
Made myself laugh more than once. Oh, but fuck. All right. Sorry. So
You run the intro again. I'm
Just
I
wanna-
dropped my drugs. Run the intro again.
Just gonna
run it
repeat
again. Just
real
run it.
quick.
I'm not ready yet. Just run it. Just put it back
I am
on.
so sorry for talking over the intro at the beginning there. I was a huge flub on my part. I
gotta
totally
make
messed
a new
that
one.
up. I totally messed
Yeah,
that up.
2 years,
I
an
apologize.
opportunity, turn over
I
a new
can't
leaf, no
believe it.
talking
Yeah.
during the intro.
We'll start tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
2 years.
Hey, all right. 2 years.
Yes. Yes.
That's 2. You guys,
And I'm awake.
we've been doing this for quite a while. There's LT9K telling us to shut up again. Good grief.
Welcome,
How about you
everyone.
shut up, Looney Tunes?
Grab the mic and yell into it.
You fuck.
I just want to, I was putting that together and I was like, I have like hours worth of this. Not because we've been doing the show for 2 years, which gives us hours, but just in terms of like doing like greatest hits or a compilation like that, there's a lot of stuff that it's like, well, this is just going to go on way too long. but like there's a lot of
I
that's
noticed
not
that
even
there were a couple Hey Funny Book clips.
no, yeah. And it's almost it's not even like the fever dream that it could have been. Like that's pretty straightforward stuff.
It was relatively straightforward.
Yeah.
Relative to an arrow that crushed against a boulder.
But I
Very
will
forward, straight.
I will start out by drawing one conclusion. That's I like doing the show with you guys. I'm glad Sandy's back.
Yeah,
It was
me
miserable. A
too.
dark
I'm glad
time.
that
No,
someone
it
likes
was
That makes me feel
not.
good.
Yeah,
No,
the
it was a
same with
weird
that.
summer.
Yeah.
Yo,
very
it
weird.
was a weird summer. It was.
It
But
wasn't
we're
that
here.
weird.
I mean,
It
it's
wasn't that
already
weird.
the end of October. God.
I don't need to know
I
that.
just-
That's not necessary information for me. Thank you, but I'm
so
ready
ready
for
for
Halloween, though. I'm
Me too.
geeked up. I've been living in Halloween
I
for the
got
last
one-
few weeks. I've been in
one
a
Halloween
realm of various existential crises, of which are feeding at my psyche like termites
What?
against the
What do
lumber
you-
of our modern world.
So wait, Jake, you got stuff planned? Like, are you dressing up or dressing? Are you dressing up or like decorating the
I have a
place,
thought
or
for
what are you
the Left Past 10 outfit I might wear. I was thinking of doing like a scarecrow costume with a noose for a tie because, spooky, scary.
Yeah, that's how they do it in Batman.
Yeah, I gotta beat the Jack-o'-lantern.
That was good, dude. That was
feel
good.
like that was a good opener.
Yeah. that
The
was
Jake
good.
a lantern.
I was a burglar. I think I was a burglar, right? I don't remember.
No, we're not asking what you did shortly before the stream. We're saying what are you going to pretend to be for the stream? Should we wear a costume next week? Is that what we're implying? Yeah.
All right, wait
Wait,
a minute.
but
Look at
next-
my calendar.
So next week,
Wednesday is
yeah,
the 29th.
Sandy's like, I don't know if I'm available Wednesdays at 10. Again, this is like the last 3
I
weeks in a
didn't
row.
say that.
Sandy's like, let me check my calendar and see if I'm going to be
I
here
didn't say that.
for Left
I'm
Past
just-
10 because
no,
I'm not committing.
No, stop yourself.
So
And then
when
I'm
is
gonna
Halloween?
be-
Friday?
I'm-
Next
my-
Friday?
Yeah, I
Yes,
think.
good.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, me and Looney are going to do a show.
Oh, okay.
We don't know who yet. Well, we all know who he's going to be. I just
Okay.
haven't decided yet if I'm going to be the dead one, the dead wife, or the alive wife.
Okay.
Oh,
I'd watch either.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
I have to start I have to start practicing, but be best. Maybe we be best and try some things new. I have a Melania wig. I wore it to No Kings and walked around with the megaphone screaming, "Be best." Baden is a anger baby. It's fun.
I will
It's
say
true,
one
though.
thing
It's true.
that montage has made very clear to me is that this rash on my face is there constantly.
You It's not poor going thing. away,
Yeah, never
You're gonna
goes
be
away.
like, What is it? Is that,
I didn't notice
Is it lupus? Not lupus.
It might be lupus.
butterfly
I think it is
no,
actually.
No.
Holy fuck! I never thought of it like that.
Have you seen
Like that big
doctor?
spot right there? That's fucked. Yeah.
No, there's something else it's called. I forgot. Not eczema. And there's
I
another
have
name.
the
I'll think of
exact
it.
same thing. It's from
It's
wearing
your
my glasses.
butterfly?
Like it just dries out right underneath where my glasses
That
go.
is it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, the skin gets
Brutal.
super dry,
That's
and then
right.
you scratch at it, even though the doctor keeps saying don't do it, and then it gets infected.
And
then
it's
that's
dry
just it.
air season coming soon.
I
or
It's
now.
I like
already-
go
I
without my
already have it,
glasses. I
dry
just I'm
hair.
like I can't wear my glasses for a day or else.
I had to
you
take
know?
them off. I had to
Yeah.
take 'em
Now,
off
here's
during the
something that
stream.
helps with that is frequent hydration. If you drink a lot of water, your skin is more moist.
soda.
and
What
it
about
doesn't happen as
humidity? Does
Lots of
humidity
water.
count?
Humidity helps, but humidity destroys things like computer parts if it's too
I
humid.
feel
Well, it depends on what
Drink a lot of
room. Like I've got my
feel
wood stove
hydrated.
on, and I just brought in a ton
that'll
of wood.
dry out.
Yeah, but I've got a humidifier,
That'll dry
and
out.
I've got an air
That'll
purifier.
re-moisten you. Yep.
Yeah, that wood stove will dry
And
out.
then that part will dry you
Dry
out.
you
It does,
right out.
but I keep
Yeah.
2 humidifiers on.
How dry I am. Hey, did you guys hear
Washington
Alex
dry.
from Devil's Advocate Productions ask if I had hate symbol on my hat? Like
Oh, are we gonna do that early? Are we?
Wait,
gonna
that's me, right? Like
Say I have a hate
like-
symbol on my hat if you want.
surprise.
Because I'm down. I'm down to have that discussion. I just didn't know we were gonna do it so early.
I was trying to segue. I was trying to find a segue, but callback too. So no, I love Alex.
Would you
I
like to show us the
accidentally-
hat? Because we don't know what hat.
I accidentally called his show Devil's Due Productions. I don't know what I was thinking.
Ooh, that's not good.
This is a Jolly Roger.
Yeah.
This is a skull and crossbones. It's
Jolly.
we're like a week away from Halloween.
Oh, skull and crossbones.
I would love.
That's
I
not
would
anything
love-
but a nautical or a
I would
biker-
love to
biker
start
thing.
this conversation because I think I know Matt and Sandee's take. I don't know Jake's take. So welcome to the 17th edition. of
My take
Jake's
has evolved actually
So Jake,
over the day.
I would like your
Jakey
take on this
baby.
Nazi
Mwah.
tattoo situation. Is it real?
Oh.
Is it fake? Is it bad?
I don't
Let
know.
us know.
What for Graham Plattner?
Graham
Yeah.
the Cracker Plattner.
Yeah, I think I'll take him at his word that he was an idiot soldier
asshole?
in a tattoo parlor saying, "Give me the skull tattoo," because
And not knowing
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
what it
that
was.
Why
skull
not?
tattoo. Yeah, the one next to the swastika. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, stop. Listen, I've been in a million tattoo shops and I have friends that are tattoo artists, and most of them do not have white nationalist shit. But if that was in there, it may have just been a biker type.
My favorite part
thing.
about Graham Plattner's defense is like, I got the skull and crossbones, it's like everyone in the military, it's part of the culture. Yeah, the culture of killing people. So you put their bones on your body. And that's fine. The culture of death and murdering babies and sniping children in the kneecaps and then going back to Afghanistan for a private military corporation to defend America in 2018.
Yeah.
Totally fine. That's all part of the culture.
So
Let's do a
that's
background
Nazi-
check.
where-
No.
Do a
that's where I'm
background
at.
check on him.
This is where I'm. Well, listen, because you gotta assume that his campaign or whatever, there was a discussion. I don't know on what level or how serious they took it, but somebody would have had to bring up, like, well, do you think they're gonna try and cancel you, quote unquote, or do you think they're gonna go after you with a woke mob or whatever because of your military contract gig after your time in service? And so that would have been in line with the conversation in my mind, just assuming the world works this way or campaigns. But in my mind, that would have been part of a conversation with, so what kind of things could people potentially dig up on you? And tattoo that I had covered up, he did have it covered up, right?
He had it covered
Yeah,
up
it was on his-
today.
But what? Yeah, but I
After
mean,
the story
Oh,
came
today.
out.
it hurts.
Okay.
You know how
Geez,
much
so-
it hurts to have a tattoo.
But this is
covered
my
up?
thing. This is my thing is he would have probably brought up the tattoo in that point. And that just points to him being like, no, on the one hand, some politicians seem to get away with literally anything, and it's maddening. Whereas we'll hold somebody's feet over the fire, like, look how critical they are of Mamdani. It's ridiculous. But like,
Oh, they're terrible.
like in
I'll
this
tell you,
case, I
would
have to
take
think
the
he
fucking
was ready
Democrat
to.
who's good on issues that are mostly in relation to what the Senate works on. I'll take that over whatever
Yeah,
the fuck
but
that
I'll
guy
just
is.
quickly say I think Plattner probably had the opportunity to come up with some sort of defense against this early on because of the assumption that they would have had to talk about the Blackwater contracts and didn't in the end have anything prepared, which I think is dumb. But I don't know what it does.
a
with
lot of work is being
I
put
think
in.
Andrea is a Janet Mills fan supporter.
I just discovered
she
who
just
she is for the
loves
first time
that
today.
77-year-old
Yeah.
blood.
I
What were
looked
you-
her,
what
I
were you
looked that
saying?
bitch up and I was
Sorry,
like, no
Jake.
fucking yeah. I donated to her campaign. I didn't really.
I think a
would-
lot of
would never.
work goes into making sure we don't get taken seriously. And the main way that progressives are not taken seriously is we are given something shiny to chase and make an ass of ourselves over. So we're out here being given this story that he's a secret Nazi or whatever. There is a party where the secret Nazis run because they don't have to be quite so secret about it. That's the Republican Party. There are problems with Plattner. I don't like that he was not only in the military, but a private military guy. That's a level of involvement with the American
To defend America in
business end.
2018. He was
So I wonder.
No.
but I'm wondering. Wait,
That's
wait.
a level of involvement with the American military-industrial complex that
Yeah.
concerns me. But we will not have serious conversations about that if we're out there pretending like he's a Nazi or this, that, or the other thing. He's
But
not
you
because he said he's not, and he's running against those beliefs.
Yeah, let's listen to what the politician says. I'm sure he wouldn't be lying. There's no reason that the politician
this
would
out.
lie.
Listen,
Yeah, this is what a stupid fucking motherfucker would say.
I
Only a
personally-
dumb bitch for brains motherfucker
Stop,
doesn't know
leave
what that
Steve
shit
it
is, man.
alone.
I'm sorry.
I personally did not, and that's me,
That's
because
not
I
true,
was saying
Andrea.
earlier that I recognize that tattoo, but I do not recognize that as a Nazi symbol, and
Yeah,
I'm not
Andrea,
denying it is. I'm just saying, oh,
The
I
only response,
could have
if you
fallen
didn't
into
know
that
what
trap.
it was, is, "Oh, thank you for educating me."
Why
Like,
is
to
it
say-
available?
Yeah.
Why
mean,
is it in a tattoo shop? Has it been repurposed? I don't know,
well,
right?
it's
But
a
like,
tattoo shop in
Where-
Croatia, by the
in
way, and where
Croatia.
some military fucking groups go to.
In
A frequent
Croatia.
military bar. Militaries which have a right-wing extremism problem because they're a bunch of fucking child snipers and fucking
I think it
loser
would
drone operators. So the tattoo parlors that they're gonna go
Yeah.
to, they have all kinds of fucked up shit
and
everywhere.
and
And
you know
he
what's
needs to
you know what's
talk about
interesting?
this.
I have done this over the last 3 months for research for a book. I have done this, and the first thing I thought of was I've seen a lot of skull and crossbones insignia with like the KKK and the Nazis. I haven't seen that one, which I thought was funny. But then you read one article with some pictures, and you're like, oh yeah, obviously that shit is everywhere. Like, okay.
Yeah.
But I don't, Andrew, I'm not, I don't know if I buy the oh yeah, go ahead and trust the politician, because he's not a politician, right? Isn't that why everyone likes him? Because he's like new and
No,
he's
he
not,
is a politician
he's
by
running for
definition,
office.
yeah.
but he's not
He's
like
running
one of
for-
these.
He's an authentic working class politician with a family that owns restaurants, and you know, he's authentic working class by being in a private military.
But I thought you were
learning
saying,
about
He's not a
I
politician, even though he's running for
I
office.
thought you were
We are
saying,
learning about him, but can I say one thing about?
Yeah.
Yeah, go
being-
for it,
he's-
Sandee.
He's running for Senate, right? So if he has all this background, then he knows the deep bullshit that goes on. He's got inside info that a lot of other people don't. And if he decides that that experience is going to be turned into good, and take it and say, look, I was this, but I've learned from it. Just like that cop, what's his name? The one that was in J6, who's all over everywhere now.
yeah, I know who you mean. He's got a podcast. That's
He's
why I
turned it into good. How do we know that all of that experience he had isn't going to be for good, and isn't going to say, hey, Americans, I'm in the Senate, I want to be on the Armed Services Committee. We do terrible things. I mean, we don't know that. People have to ask him that. He's got to debate.
I do want to be clear. Overall, he doesn't strike me as a great candidate. I see a lot of problems with him, but the first I heard about him were unreasonable complaints, and that made me more sympathetic to him than the complainers were. I mean, it did the opposite of what the complainers were trying to do, and I think we should be cautious of that, because I think it happens a lot, and that's how we got Trump now, is that we failed to make our case, and I think we chased a lot of cars.
Yeah, and I wonder, that's not a bad point, but I wonder why. Let's say that there's some validity to the notion that he may be a plant, right? Like, okay, what do they get for that? And I know I've talked about this.
Know that they're plants. This is something that I would like to discuss.
benefits?
If you're a
My plants
plant,
do.
chances are you don't know you're a plant.
Who benefits though? I mean,
I'm a
that is
flower.
interesting, but he's
And,
like
yeah,
the
Who benefits
Manchurian
from
candidate.
Democrats
Yeah.
like circling around and cheering on a guy with a Nazi tattoo who worked for Blackwater in 2018.
Okay.
Who benefits? I don't know. The Overton window for the Nazi fascism culture that we're living
Yeah,
in.
I mean,
working for
I agree.
Blackwater
Normalizing
to
is
protect
bad, yeah.
America
Oh my
fucking
God.
7 years ago. Let's run this guy as our progressive champion. Give me a fucking break. Oh my
Well,
God.
Yeah. The only thing I said was he knows things that we might not, and that has to come out in a debate. He's got to.
Yeah, he knows what it's like to snipe a fucking kid.
Well, he's got to debate Janet, and we have to know what his record was. We have to know if he's hurt anybody, killed anybody, done any of that. We have to know what his position was.
He
I mean,
covered that
they-
tattoo today.
With some other fucked up shit, by the
Wasn't
way.
it up here where
like the
nobody
other
would see
symbol
it
you
anyway
got
for
is not
15
like
years?
it's not a Nazi tattoo, but it's some other weird fucked up garbage.
Did
thing.
he
Because it was
say-
a big black thing. How do you cover
He
that?
said he
It's
didn't know
hard.
what it was.
Yeah, so give me this.
So,
So, because I've been
why-
so
why would he-
preoccupied. I've been so preoccupied today, but like, okay, I was drunk when I got the tattoo, blah, blah. When did he find out it was Nazi symbols? Like,
According
when
to
did
an
he find
interview he did like today or yesterday that I saw, like he found out like a couple weeks ago.
which I call bull
How?
fucking.
Did he say how? Somebody saw him shirtless and was
just
like,
people
dude.
talk like he found out from the research, Oppo research.
Well, there's a big difference
Some
though
bull fucking
between
yeah.
Hegseth's tattoos and
Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out
The
if he
Platinum's
learned.
tattoo is the specific tattoo used to represent that you want to fucking pull the lever at the gas chamber. I think that that's as bad as it gets. I think it might be worse than the fucking
But
swastika.
was he notified
Did he
of?
think it was just a skull, like some kind? I don't know. Does anybody have a picture of it here to pull?
I
up?
don't want to show it, but
I mean,
yeah,
it comes
he.
down to Andrea. You don't believe his story that he says he didn't know what the tattoo.
I don't
means.
believe
She doesn't have to.
I don't believe fuck
Okay,
what he
so
says.
why?
You don't know
why are
him.
you saying? I mean, all right. Well, then if you don't believe that he, like, if you believe that he intended to get a Nazi tattoo and he's secretly been a Nazi.
I don't think he's secretly a
okay.
Nazi. I think he's openly someone who works for the private military corporations in 2018.
Well, if he's
which is
saying
not
he's
that
not
long
a
ago,
Nazi,
to defend America and
if
Afghanistan.
he's saying he's not a Nazi, and
Yeah,
that
I don't
means he's
care what he
secretly
said. What he
Nazi in your
says is meaningless. I care
How
about
much
his
do you get
biography.
paid?
You do care for the purpose of getting this sentence correct. So
Okay.
you're saying he's secretly a Nazi in that he is pretending not to be a Nazi, yes?
I don't think he knows he's a Nazi. Like his
Oh my
interview that he
God.
put out there said, like, I got a skull and crossbones. It's just what the military
Got it.
guys do. It's the military culture. Yeah, the military culture of fucking killing people.
So
Of
he
killing
learned
people.
about it.
Very
He's
all over
surrounded by
So, do you
fucking
think
freaks
that we
want
should
to
not
kill
have
children.
any veterans in
Yes,
veterans?
I don't think you should be. I don't think you should be. If you're a veteran,
politics?
please fuck off for the Christ's
Well, it's
sake.
not gonna happen,
Veterans, fuck
Andrea, and
off.
you're not
Veterans
right
are
here.
garbage.
Well,
And
Okay,
also, this
so-
guy's not a veteran. He
Veterans
works
are
for
not
Blackwater.
garbage. Oh my
Black
God.
fucking motherfucking
Okay, so,
water.
hold on,
That's
hold
not
on.
a veteran.
I
That's
don't
a
agree
fucking
that
mass
veterans are
serial killer,
garbage at
assassin,
all.
murderer. That's a fucking
Yeah.
freelance murderer for hire hitman.
Do we know
That's
what
The
he did?
second part,
What
I'm
did
with
he
Andrea,
do?
not the
Oh,
first.
okay, but what did he do? What did he do? Did he
He
do it
worked
for
for
the
a fucking
money?
private
But did
military
he do
corporation.
it for the money? Has he explained what his position was? Did
7
he
years
do
ago.
it for the money? They
I don't
pay
give
a lot
fuck
of
what he did it
money.
for. He went to Afghanistan in 2018.
I wish you could
as
be on
under
the committee.
Blackwater.
Yeah, it's gross, but
Do you think
I'm
people
just
that get,
I am playing devil's advocate here.
Sure, yeah,
I
yeah.
am
Do you
saying,
think
listen,
people-
we've got to add, these are the questions that have to be asked. These are the questions that have to be discovered. And believe me, when he's in a debate, if we have savvy people that question, it'll come out. When is the first debate?
do you
I
think
don't know.
people that get Chinese tattoos of their name, but it's actually the Japanese symbol for soy sauce, are secretly soy sauce promoters?
Big soy.
No, stupid. If you get a tattoo without knowing what it is, you're stupid.
So
That I
here-
agree.
Okay,
If
I
you go
mean,
into a Nazi tattoo parlor and you
happens
don't
a
know what
lot,
any of the
though.
symbols mean, you're stupid. And if
Happens
you
a
join
lot,
the
yeah.
military, you're stupid. And if you go to
But-
Afghanistan in 2018 to defend America
Andrea,
with a Nazi tattoo on your
Andrea,
chest, and you don't know it's
do
a
you
Nazi
under-
tattoo,
do
you're
you
stupid. You're just
understand that
dumb.
maybe
You should
not
run
for
Senate.
but maybe not for him, but the military is a way out of poverty for hundreds.
I will sell my
and
soul for
thousands of
killing
people.
children. I will kill
Yeah,
children so
look.
that fucking I
Well,
can put
do
food
you
on my
think the
table. Give me a
do you
Okay,
think
hold on.
every-
Okay, hold on.
Every
hold on. I'm
branch
sorry.
of the military kills children.
I
This
think
is
it's
not the
obvious.
IDF.
Sandy, you know the answer. She's not going to change her mind based on these questions. I'm sorry.
I'm
This
not
is
even close to that.
this
Yeah,
is just
I like
circular.
I'm having fun. I don't.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
still
but I
trying to
can't
figure
say
out.
that about veterans. I can't say anything like that, like you said. I won't.
I don't.
I know too many veterans, and
I know
that's not
veterans
right.
too, and I can tell you.
I know.
They should be
Okay,
in the
did
military.
this guy Plattner find out that that was a Nazi symbol because somebody said it publicly on social media, or did he come out and say, "Shit, guess what? I found out at a barbecue swimming pool party yesterday. Yikes! I got one right here. How did it go
Right.
down?" This really informs the
Claims
story.
that he found out through
Yeah.
the Oppo research. Like he found out before it went public, like a couple.
So they
weeks
said,
ago.
"We're going to spill this about you." What do you, haha,
Something like that. Yeah.
I
Like,
think he
within the
should have
last
been
few
prepared
weeks,
for
yeah.
this, and I think there was an opportunity for him to have just said, "I don't think it's a big deal," and blew it off.
If
I
he,
think
I
that's
would have
what happened.
honestly,
He feels
if he would have
panicked to
done
me.
that, I would respect him more. But instead, to come out here and do this whole fucking, I watched the interview he did with that one fucking liberal freak. I don't know his name, and he's talking about like the skull and crossbones. It's just normal military stuff. dude, like that to me says way more about anything else. Like he's inculcated in a cult of fucking murder and doesn't fucking know that it's evil yet. Like why would you say it's normal military stuff, dude? Yeah, we all get fucking poison Nazi tattoos on our fucking body about the shit that they put on the canisters.
I don't. Hey, look.
What we
I'm
all
just
did,
gonna
man.
say,
It's part of the culture.
once you're in the military, there's a lot. And this isn't an insult or a criticism of anyone who's been in the military, but I do think that like the purposes of boot camp and training and all the discipline and the drill sergeants, I really do think that there is a degree of brainwashing in there.
Absolutely,
and that if you're just going with the flow at some point, I'm not sure that we can hold people that accountable. It's a little bit more. It's a step further than just buying a t-shirt that said something you didn't realize it said. It's a tattoo. But like running out and going over it today, I feel that just feels panicky to me. And ultimately where I stand on this is I think people are just going to make up their mind one way or another. It takes all the focus off of fucking Susan Collins though. And it drives me insane that people haven't been talking shit about Susan Collins full fucking time.
There you go. We're in the primary. You think that this guy should go up against Susan Collins? Let's be honest and be practical. Let's be pragmatic. He's going to fucking lose and crater once Republicans won the Democrats or Nazis thing for and this guy actually has a fucking Nazi tattoo.
Now look,
like, you know,
here's my point. It's
listen.
easy to go up against somebody like Susan Collins who relentlessly signals that she's against the bill and then totally votes for it or whatever. This is what she does. The media thrives off it because they love to have a Republican that looks like, they can say Republican pushback. No, it's just Susan Collins. Let's all wake up and see what's really going on here. She's going to vote for it. That seems like an easy thing for the Democrats to organize against. That seems like an easy thing for them to have put up a candidate by now for that. Even if it isn't like, somebody who we progressives and leftists are like, oh, finally, a regular person.
They have that
candidate.
candidate.
Can we look at
Latinos? Former governor?
Can we look at Latinos' comment? I'm putting it up.
I do oh, never mind.
I'm putting it up.
Senator,
we should look into his current, we don't live in Maine, but we should look into his current geopolitical views. Notable historian Howard Zinn became an anarchist after serving in the military.
This guy today on an interview did not denounce working at Blackwater. Like on an interview, he said that he worked at Blackwater. But he said Israel's committing a genocide, so that means everything else he does is fine.
All right.
But he's making the case. He's making the case that this country drops veterans as soon as they come back. They don't give a shit about them. They don't take care of them. They come back here and they go, anyway, it's not war anymore. Please don't hurt anybody. Get to work. What the fuck are you supposed to do? Meanwhile, here comes Prince and all these like contract companies that are saying like, dude, the cash is banging, and also no drill sergeant bitching at you all the time, or like no, military hierarchy. We're pretty much just chilling unless we're gung ho.
Killed 18 kids already, so
it's fucked up. Okay, I agree, it's fucked up, but this is what I'm saying. It's a real set of circumstances.
No, it's definitely a fun conversation.
And
I agree.
Andrea,
it's not an easy call.
You are definitely the pacifist here. In that, and we all have respect for that because I'm a pacifist too. And we just have to take a breath and we have to say, okay, we don't live in Maine, but we're going to watch this very closely and we are going to comment on it because it does bring up a lot of emotions and it does bring up things that we may understand, we don't understand everything. We don't understand what it's like to walk a mile in any veteran's shoes because none of us are. None of us have ever had the desire to join.
It's like the fucking struggle with a real fucking job. How fucking easy is it to join the military, put a gun in your hands, and fucking kill a bunch of brown kids over?
It's not.
Everybody doesn't. Everybody doesn't kill.
Groceries for your.
It should be more difficult, but it's not that easy. And look, this is the psychological effects of being in the military are fucking real. Like it is.
No kidding. I have a friend who's got post-traumatic stress disorder from Iraq.
They need to be taken care of.
And they're not. But anyway, can we talk about something? Can we segue?
If you want. I mean, I'm down to talk about whatever.
All right, I'm going to segue
cold
to this.
as ice.
I'm segueing to this. I'm collapsing. I'm a collapsing economy. She's a dying environment. And he is a deeply divided nation. Boo! Okay.
It's fucking funny. That's
good. I can't see the artist big enough, but I thought it was a good one.
AI.
It's not
Good job.
AI, and I thought it was a good one to spur some conversation here because we're going to move on, and I respect all of you. Okay, I do, and Andrea, I love you.
Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm not trying to be offensive.
No,
I'm just saying what I
no,
think.
you're not. You're not. But I would like the thing about here is that collapsing economy. Now, economy is directly related to a dying environment. I mean, it's just it is, and then a deeply divided nation. Those are 3 hotbed issues, completely.
Yeah,
Our
but that was
economy
a
is
Nazi tattoo. That was some
very-
bullshit. That really was.
No,
some
that's
bullshit.
hot. That's hot. Yeah, but I mean, we can cover. Talk about this. The
I would be so embarrassed if I
economy
tattoo. If somebody was like, "Dude, Matt,
Thank you,
the
Jim.
fuck, man," I'd be like,
Thank you.
"Oh, okay." Look at that thumbnail. Hold on, I'll bring it up. This, I love this. Look at what Jet made. Jet made this and put it on our Discord. I think people have been sharing it, but check
I
this
haven't
out.
seen
This is
anything.
so good. I love this.
Oh, I like that too.
And those inflatable costumes are selling out everywhere.
Yeah, right.
Vanguard
one
interviewed
at,
a lady at a rally on Saturday, and she's at the No Kings protest, and she said, "I wanted a frog costume, but they were sold out."
Can I point out
that's a
that
great
I've been
story.
saying the way you dress affects how
Yeah.
the protest is
Soft
received?
power, cute power,
Absolutely.
soft power. Yeah. that
So,
works.
in addition to those costumes, I say again, if you're going to the protest and you don't have an adorable costume, do wear church clothes or the equivalent.
Although
Dress
I
like you're
have
there
seen
for an interview.
priests get throttled, but
Absolutely.
Look
but
at
that
this.
that is how you be a more effective protester. You
Well,
don't
I was
dress
I was
like
effective.
Mask is under the sunglasses, by the way. That would
I
be-
had. Well, it was outside. I
Well,
had
you were effective
Melania.
at looking like an anarchist that wants to
Well,
burn
I
down
was
the
effective at
country.
being Melania and talking about. I had my loudspeaker with the wig on, but no, I don't want to be identified. You should.
So you don't want to
mean,
be identified, so that you.
Nobody
so
knew
after the
who I
protest
was.
is over, you post your uniform online with your
It's
main
okay.
name attached. to it?
Nobody that lives here where I live is watching this. Trust me.
I would just recommend buying a new set of clothes next time you want to go outside, because
I can just
the FBI will definitely.
Did
use
I show
videos
you
like
this? The guy that made this is a biker tattoo artist, and this you could get as a tattoo. Actually, it's called Flash, and he made it into T-shirts. Flash is what you go into a tattoo shop, you see all the art, you sit and you pick out what you want. But he's definitely and that's a pretty cool thing that the biker class. I mean, I'm wearing my hat. who are-
8647 means basically remove the president.
remove. That's all. It just
Um,
means. It just means.
But do you
86.
see how you
all
have
we
to
said.
explain that?
I know it's disgusting. 86.
No. You have to explain that. And so the person that is getting explained to has to have the patience to first say, well, what does that mean? Instead
Right.
of assuming the worst. So
I
instead
never
what's going to
even
happen
ever-
is that
I
picture is
never-
going to be shared around conservative circles. Say, look what they're saying they want to do. Look at the double middle
I
fingers.
never ever thought
All black.
86. Never ever thought
You never
86.
thought.
No,
Other
nobody
people
I
do.
know ever did until recently, until Fox
Hey,
News
it's-
perverted
it's-
it. 86 was get out of here.
I would not
86 him
say-
from the bar. Get him out of the bar. 86
Yeah,
him
or
from the bar.
86 shrimp. We're all out. 86 bologna sandwiches, or that's when the kitchen
Nobody
yells
thought
out.
that,
But
Jay,
here's
until recently.
You're having to justify now, and
Yeah, it's
there's
disgusting
simply going to be
because of
no
these
opportunity. for
morons.
people to
yeah,
land
and I mean, it isn't as if Sandee has put up questionable images on screen
No,
here
it's
before.
a goddamn
That's
tattoo.
never happened.
It's a tattoo artist who is a biker. Who I was
I
really,
got that.
really
Yeah, I got
happy that he did that.
I'm glad you went to the protest. I was.
Yeah.
You know what? First of all, when you said no one in your area watches the show, I had the immediate vision of you being like, "Do you watch the show?" And they were like, "Huh? Oh,
No, I just know right
Have
here.
you ever
yeah,
read
no,
Press
yeah, I
Then?
think I did. I think I had it muted. I fell asleep.
Okay, maybe my friend. No,
I
no,
started
no,
to, and my house burned down.
Nobody does. But here, okay, there was an article in the little local pissant journal, the little newspaper, right, about the No Kings. The comments were vicious. Awful.
Ooh,
People
yeah.
are horrible here. They are repeating everything they see either on Twitter or on Fox or on OAN, and it was terrible. That's why I am not going to walk around being identified at anything here, mainly because I do.
Wait a minute.
YouTube.
You understand
just
that I'm
saying,
not
I would just
saying that you
suggest
should.
not
Nah, hold
posting
on.
your uniform
You
online, don't you?
understand that I was not saying that you should identify yourself, right?
I
You do
wanted to have
understand.
fun. I had fun.
But wait. You
Yeah.
do understand that that's not what I was saying,
No,
correct?
of course I understand that, Jake. Oh my
Fair enough.
gosh. Yeah. But I had fun, and I was, I had the Melania wig on, and I was like, and then this one woman, she takes a picture of me, and I know who she is. She did not recognize me. I was talking in the accent, and I said, I'm Melania. She got something, and she put it on with a picture, and she said, this is Melania. She and her husband are from Italy, and they live here. They escaped because they didn't like the fascist government. I don't know where she got all this from. They didn't like the fascist government of Italy, so they're here. Yeah, she thought she didn't know who I was. Nobody did. Not one person. Nobody did, because I had a wig on and I had a mask on. I looked.
Well,
but
let's also put out there for a
I had
moment that,
fun.
like, even if you weren't wearing a wig and a mask, there are people that might not know who you are. Like, can we agree with that? Like, there are.
I
Like,
live
not
in a
everyone knows
tiny
you.
shit little town. Everybody knows.
Right, but is it not possible that some people might just not
Sure.
know? Like, are you a local celebrity? Like, does
No.
everyone know you? Okay.
But I did work. I volunteered in organizations here. I've done things here. So I mean, and this crowd, not a lot of people. Maybe 250 is what the number was. But then, of course, all the people in the newspaper were saying, the little news rag were saying, "Oh, bullshit! There was not 250." And then it was on a bridge, so that was even worse. A covered bridge. It's like they put us in jail. It was just funny. It was funny. The Buffalo.
I'm glad
one
you had
was
a good
big.
time.
I did. And I had fun with my megaphone. Nobody was doing anything. So I'm like, this is what democracy looks like, doing the normal
Oh, you took the
stuff.
reins. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. And
Fuck
I
yeah.
did the same thing the first one, because around here, people are just kind of boring. They're all standing there. I'm like, come on. Finally more people came, and other people with megaphones and other people. But it wasn't. Ooh, what's Jake doing?
He's
Ooh.
getting his
Looking
clothes
good
on.
there, Jake. And by the way, I
thanks.
love the color combination. You look stunning.
Looking good there, Jake.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm just you're stunning.
Sandee, real quick, maybe you.
Yes, baby.
How do you think about some advice that I gave to a colleague earlier today? Someone we know as LT9K had a video taken down from YouTube, and he was very upset about it. And we were DMing, and I was like, you know what? On the one hand, get their ass. On the other hand, they haven't taken your whole channel down, so
it wasn't even a strike.
So I said, choose your battles. What do you think?
I think it wasn't a strike.
Like, maybe let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah,
forget it. Listen,
it's upsetting.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
But
what was the reasoning for the removal?
I was like,
bullying.
No, for LT9K.
That's not what it said. I don't.
Oh, I don't know.
It was some bullshit.
Oh, maybe it did.
AI,
Yeah, maybe it did say that.
AI decision.
It was wrong.
And-
It was wrong, and it was a parody video, and it's like really old. It's from like a long time ago. I'm not
I
sure
would
it's
say
as
on general principle.
Oh, he said it was promoting
objects
violence.
to the thing, but
Okay.
Understand that it doesn't.
Yeah,
just
I would
objectively
definitely
let it
file
go,
all the
right?
appeals.
For the sake of slowing
I
down
would
the
send
gear.
a message. It's not
Yeah,
like YouTube
let it
is
go.
gonna fucking really.
No,
I would
I-
send a
It's a
message
speed
to
bump,
YouTube.
buddy.
I would appeal, but like, would I go to the war
He
over
appealed.
it? Probably not. I wouldn't like try to do like a retweet campaign. Probably not. You don't want to blow your load on that.
So
but
they
go through
denied
all
the appeal,
processes, go for
move
it. You
on.
know, whatever.
Yeah, it sucks.
It
We
was
got your
not
back
even,
though.
but it wasn't even a strike. That's what I think. Now I got turned down for monetizing yesterday's, and so I changed the thumbnail. And I've realized now, don't have crosses in your thumbnail. Don't have anything, even if it's
No
describing
guns, no
nothing. Well, I
crosses.
wouldn't do that, but
Well, you've
you
done it
know,
before.
and my thumbnails.
No,
Why no
I'm just
crosses?
having
Oh,
Like-
well, no, nothing. Just make it bland and boring, and not boring, but so what I did was I redid the thumbnail, and I can pull it up, but I redid the thumbnail, and they reviewed it and monetized it. Not that I'm making any money. I'm not. I mean, it's really insane. I don't know what happened to my channel. Maybe it's me. I don't know. I'm not. Maybe I'm lazy.
I'm gonna
because
go
I don't
out
have
on
a
a
lot of
limb and say
interviews.
if anyone ever out there runs a YouTube channel and you haven't changed anything,
you have
and your audience of people that communicates with you is not saying you're stale, it's probably not you, and it's probably the website not showing your shit to people.
Well, that's what I think. After losing the channel and coming back, it's throttled, you know. And I do a lot of advertising. I mean, for yesterday's it was a half an hour show. That's all it was, because it was a video that I remade about how not to fall, you know, be it in a cult. And I redid it, and it was okay, but I think that I am totally being buried. And I advertise. I mean, I send out buy me a coffee. I have an email list of 226 people. I do all that, but I've not been working on getting interviews or anything really big like that, because I'm so busy here, although that's winding down.
I did not make it out to a protest. I couldn't get it done. So I do think it was impressive numbers. I think that for me, it's things are different this time around for sure. I think that makes sense, right? This makes sense. But what I keep thinking of is, okay,
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
We have to begin, and this is true of like a general strike as well. It's like, on the off chance that somebody's like, okay, you have our attention. What do we want? What are we asking for? And I know that there's a long list of things, and you can almost just say like all of our causes, no need to prioritize. We can all just go out to one protest and literally rally against them all or any of them. But like, we need the actual, no, this is what the fuck we're doing this for, not just, oh, I'm very upset. You know what I mean? Like, what are our demands?
Yeah. I think the general strike should commence in whatever form we're able to make it start ASAP. And I think it should continue and hopefully grow until all troops are removed from every U.S. city, until the National Guard is recalled throughout the United States and the president issues an apology acknowledging that he was wrong. That's what I think should happen. I
like that.
I gotta work with the general strike people, because I do want to make that happen.
I have something else that somebody posted, and I put it on Blue Sky and put thoughts, because
No interest in the general strike thing.
Yeah, but this is sort of that's why I want to ask you guys what you think of this, because you're talking about general strike. They're talking about, we're not asking, we're shutting it down, mass blackout, November 25th to December 2nd. The largest economic blackout protest in U.S. history begins November 25th. I don't know who's doing this.
That's the fucking, that's the exact time period people would be shopping for my birthday gift. But go ahead. No, I don't care. Go ahead.
I don't know who's doing
I
it.
buy your gift on the 9th.
I saw it, and actually on Blue Sky got a lot of variable answers. You know, but one of the main things people were saying says no restaurants twice, but doesn't that hurt small businesses to do
small
this?
business.
But it said to prevent I don't know who's doing this though. There's nothing. So I have to ask the person that put it on that sent it to me. What is it? That's why I put on Blue Sky thoughts. I got a lot of good feedback. I'm not involved in it, but I don't know. Coordinated national pushback. But who's the organization? What is it?
This is just, first of all, like, this is a solid idea. Interesting graphic. I think it's well put together, except for the no restaurants thing twice. But hey, you needed to have 6 there for synergy on both sides. Should have come up with another one. I think it looks okay. It looks decent. No organization means sorry, I don't give a fuck. If you're not going to put your name on it, it doesn't really matter. There's no accountability. Who
Not
cares?
these days. Right.
Announcing a protest, to me, I this goes for No Kings as well. I think it's a little weird to announce a protest, and then also to have an end date on a protest is also a little strange, to put an end date. Like, yeah, we're only going to be protesting for a week. How about you just stop doing that? Like, no restaurants. I mean, we're in a pandemic, so why would you go to a restaurant?
Would people need to
buying some
stock
plastic
up.
garbage. That shit's way too expensive. You need to save your money for groceries. You got to eat. No events. Like, name one celebrity worth supporting? Give me a break. Also, we're in a pandemic. No projects. What the fuck does that mean? Of course,
These aren't serious critiques,
I
are
can
they?
put a puzzle together. I can build a
Andrea,
fucking
okay,
Lego set.
but
I can do a project.
real quick.
You mean no projects?
Wouldn't you have to stock up on a lot of stuff like
Yeah,
beforehand?
that's what
and
they're
would that kind
saying.
of
That's right.
cancel this out?
I do
Would it
that
be like
planning?
No, they addressed that in the flyer.
yeah. So my thing is with the flyer that a lot of people will take it upon themselves to create graphics when there's something going on. This is true for like the movement around saving the post office, right? Like a lot of people make graphics and it just ends up out there and they're like, feel free to share it. And like maybe it's like a campaign video when it's like so-and-so, I'm so-and-so and I approve this. That if you don't have any approval, I don't know, maybe you just you feel like it's good etiquette to put it out there without attributing it to any organization. I don't know. But like maybe that's that. But so the reason I asked that question though is because that part was like in the fine print, right? That was like where I think most people would check out to prevent
Yeah,
spike
that's what you
spending.
would read if you found the first part of it, the big words, to be
And
intriguing.
community
and
owned.
it maintains your attention. So
Yeah.
then you might read a little bit more. I don't see how you could have any complaint with that. And
I
what
would-
the answer to your question is to prevent the spike spending, as they call it, you buy from locally owned stores.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
Makes
I do.
total
exactly.
sense.
Yeah,
But I
And also
live
I-
just
my
I get
life
it.
spend
like
less
that.
money. It
You
doesn't really
can
matter if
design-
spike spending versus like gradual doing it for 2 weeks. So that doesn't mean anything. You're giving them the money
It
either
does.
way. You need
You
to
can
reduce
design it
the
without it
amount
being a
of bullshit
secondary
you
is
buy.
my
Stop
point.
buying garbage. That's the main thing. here.
Here's what I see about this that is really smart and speaks to the strategy they're using. This will be a demonstration of the economic power of the people who are willing to withhold their dollars and capable of withholding their dollars during a specific time. The reason you would start to give a start and end date is so that you can very clearly demonstrate to the people that need to hear this or see this what your power is. Now, the reality is we don't know if this will have any effect at all, if it'll even get noticed. And probably it won't. Probably it'll be like throwing a pebble at a battleship. But we got to start somewhere, and we got to develop those muscles. I think this
Okay,
is a great thing to try to get people to participate in.
But this is kind of what I was getting at, was like I just feel like there could be a little bit more follow through.
In what way?
Because there's
people how to cook for themselves, reduce the amount of money they
sustainability. There's a
spend.
greater issue here that could easily be addressed in the same way. And it's like you can you want to avoid spike spending or whatever. You want to, put a dent in the system. What if suddenly everybody all year long was, I don't know, choose a percentage that would be significant, that much more sustainable, or living in a way that, like, I heard Killer Mike was at city council or something, and he was like, who here knows how to hunt? Who here knows how to skin their kill? Who here knows how to fish? Well, then none of you are ready for a revolution. I was like, damn, we got to go back to like hunting wildlife. If a revolution, what are you talking about? What if we just do a general
There's
strike?
not enough wildlife left.
So here's my point. Maybe a better, more constructive way of him saying that is, let's be more sustainable. Oh, by the way, there's this mass blackout movement coming up. And if you were more sustainable, this is how we could do mass blackouts monthly or all the time.
Right.
And then we would fuck the system, right? So, okay,
Maybe
great
I'm
start.
living that
I
way.
think this is fine. I'm not criticizing it.
Right.
Who cares if I'm just me. Who cares if I do or not? But what I'm saying is I always kind of walk away with, like I was saying with the protests, it's like, what are our demands? Where is the addressing the greater issue? Why is Susan Collins getting off the hook, whether it's a primary or not? I'm always like, the shiny object, as you say, Jake, I think can come in many forms. And I'm always looking for somebody who's like, no, and also will be sustainable. But this flyer you could showcase to prevent spike spending. You can make that more part of the overall message.
Yeah, I support the idea,
Not
but
that they
I
have
think
to, but you
we need to. The main thing we need to do is educate people. We need to educate people on how to survive in this economic disaster because their parents aren't doing
I'm
it.
trying
Their
to.
parents grew up in fucking La La Land in the 80s and 90s when shit was simple and easy.
I
You could get an
no,
apartment for
it was-
$300 and you
It
could
was
buy a
never.
fucking house at
It was
29.
never simple and easy. See, that's where I have to tell people. It was never simple and easy. It was never simple and easy for me, and it was never simple and easy for a lot of people. We worked
Well,
hard.
relatively
We
speaking, I should
lost a
say.
house. My ex-husband, my first one was a truck driver. It was never an easy life, and there's a lot of people. Everybody thinks, oh, 80s, 90s, so easy. No, it was
It's a
never
lot
fucking
easier than
easy.
nowadays, is my
Never
point.
easy in this country. I paid 11% interest for my first house that we scraped together, that was up on the mountain on a dirt road. I mean, it was never easy. I don't know where people think that it was so easy, you know?
Well,
I
it's
had
a lot
fucking
easier
hard
back
life
then than
my
it was
whole
now.
life.
That's my point. I'm not trying to say or discredit any of the struggles that you had. I'm just saying, like, buying a house was something that was possible when you were my age. A lot of people my age, buying a house is something they'll never even think of.
Well,
They don't
yeah,
even
we didn't
start
have
thinking about it because it's never going
the
to happen.
ridiculous bidding
It's like, oh,
wars.
can I go to like outer space? Can I go to Jupiter? When you're 5, you start thinking, oh man, what am I going to do when I get to Jupiter? Then when you're
Right.
7, you realize it's never going to happen, right? So that's what I'm trying to say, right?
That's
so
true
yeah.
because my daughter's looking. She wanted to buy. She wishes she never sold her house, and she was young. She bought a house when she was 25, I think, the first house. But I was working then, could help her. But that was the thing. We could, but now she says it's insane. Dumpy houses that 4 years ago were 85,000 in shitty areas in Buffalo are now 200 something thousand because they're flip houses, and the bidding wars are insane. I
Yeah.
got lucky where I live here.
Real quick.
The caste system is locking the door that it's like the subway train, like you want to get on the train before the door closes, right? Whatever train number car you're on, like that caste system is locking. Mobility is going to cease to exist. If you are in a lower class, your family will be there forever if these people get their way. Like, again, like I was saying, if you're my age or whatever, buying a house, that's just not possible. If you're 15 years old, you don't even think about it. When you're 6 years old, you think that like, I mean, you don't really think about after 6, right? You're thinking about bumblebees or whatever. I don't know. But like, my point being is like, like the ability to like actually save money is like something that we need to like teach people how to do, because like teachers don't teach that in school. They don't teach you how to save money in school because they want you to spend money on garbage. They want you to be addicted to nonsense shite. That's why they give you soda in schools and juice boxes, which is basically soda without carbonation and all this other garbage. They want you addicted, dumb. They want you with just enough money to waste it all on their shitty fucking toys, and not enough to like buy a house or anything that could actually help your life out.
I'm down with that week blackout, though. I would do that.
You like it?
The week.
I'm not gonna do it.
Why
by
not?
I'm gonna
I
find
mean,
out. I do it all the time. I don't leave my house for days.
And I'll put it this way.
I have prepped. I mean, I'm a prepper. I have.
I'll
all
put it
that
this way.
shit.
If anybody wants to hear any of our, my family's tips on sustainability, I'd be glad to
Yes.
share those with you.
Love it. Make a
Massive
video.
Let's do
gardening
it closer
going
to
on
the
here.
date.
This
Yeah,
appears to
see,
be
massive cleaning up here because it's cold now. I didn't pick the cabbage yet because it's not freezing and it's raining finally. We're getting water finally. We've been in a drought. So yeah. But
this appears
Matt,
to be
I would
the
love
second
that.
attempt at this that they're
Yes.
doing.
Oh. So you're looking it up, you're getting information on this?
All
Matt?
right, Jake,
I
fill
mean,
us in
Jake?
here.
Yeah.
This appears to be the second attempt at this that they're doing.
See, I think everybody should hold back on federal taxes, but that's, I have a
They'll
theory.
fucking come right
So-
after you, though, right? I mean,
Well, God,
Here's the
not with
thing.
the IRS with nobody working there.
Yeah, if you get enough people at once to do it, that changes the math. But I do think that's the sort of protest we should be arranging. Like, if you can afford to run from the IRS, then I think, yeah, you
Well,
should. We should
I
throw
will-
any wrench we can into the
I
gears
know how
of
to
this
do
government.
it. I was a payroll person. I
okay,
know how to
but
do
you
it.
also can't really talk
Legally.
about that on YouTube.
No,
I don't
but
think.
this is not.
I
think
just
we-
want to say
But
on
I'm
this
saying
note,
it's
I love
illegal.
Trump, I
It's
love
just changing
Israel,
your
and I
withholding.
love.
We all pay
Afghanistan and
taxes. Of
Blackwater.
course,
Of
we're
course.
joking. Paying
It's
your
I love
taxes
Graham
is
Black.
fucking
Not-
awesome. We
it's-
love it.
It's
I love
not
paying
about
taxes. I love
not
the
paying your
military.
taxes. That's the thing.
love
It's
Just
changing
wish it
your-
went toward
changing your
universal
withholding.
health care.
Change your withholdings
Prosperity
till the
ahead
end
for
of the year.
Argentina. God
Wish it
bless.
went to public
Nobody
colleges
understands-
for all.
Nobody
That kind of stuff.
understands me.
May Charlie Kirk rest in peace. He was a beautiful soul.
I made a 3-minute video on my channel. Don't cry for me, Argentina. And I added this guy. It's good. You want to watch it? I mean, I played
No,
on my
but,
channel.
I mean,
It's fine.
yes, but not right
I
now.
played it
I
on
would
mine.
love to watch
I'm
it.
sure
Sandy.
it's
I was
fine.
watching
You
all
played
of
it
those
on yours,
videos you
which
sent me.
makes
I watched
sense
all
because
of
It
that's
was
your channel.
fine. It was fine. And
Okay.
it was the one guy was talking about, I mean, he's very angry. People are very angry. But I put it together with Millet, you know, how Elon Musk is talking about how let him do what he wants with his country. They're going to be prosperous. And then I juxtapositioned all this stuff. But you know, another thing I noticed is
I can't
when
wait.
when we make I made 3 videos this week, regular videos, but they it's going to be hard to compete with AI. I can see it with the way my video stuff is. I hope that that's not going to wreck it for all of us little video editors.
I don't understand what you mean. It's going to be hard to.
Fuck
Why are you
AI
competing
bullshit.
with
There's
AI?
going to be a contingent of people that just say no. And honestly,
I'm
your
trying.
videos are really well done. And honestly, I would watch 9 million of those videos before I watch a single AI bullfuck. So
You watch
Yeah,
Bunker
I
Babies.
feel like
I watched
somebody-
that show that the one that you sent me. That shit was awesome. man.
Bunker
I-
Babies.
I feel like somebody going for
Thank you, Steve.
AI videos, like as a viewer, isn't going to be. You know what I mean?
I
Like
those
they're
are just zombies.
deliberately.
They're not even
looking
humans.
for
They're
that.
Mr.
zombies.
Newberger's
Soulless
AI
stuff.
videos. Mr. Newberger. But David Feldman uses AI, but he says he does. You know, he does AI graphics. I don't know.
He's a
All
little
kinds of people
different,
like
yeah.
that shit.
Wears it
Now,
on his
I
sleeve.
know with Canva and Storyblocks, the subscription services, you have to like all of the clips that I might get from Storyblocks have been there a long time. They're old. They were actually stuff that's uploaded by artists and filmmakers that they get paid for. You have to specifically click and go to another part of these platforms to get AI. I don't do that.
I think it's pretty safe to say that when it comes to AI art, that's just bullshit. It's theft and it's not good and it's just I hate slop. I just haven't seen anything about it that I liked. But like the ChatGPT stuff and the data centers going up, very harmful to environments
I
and
did the whole
areas
show
and
on that on on this space.
I know,
did.
yeah. I mean, I have too. We all have. But I'm just saying, in relation to AI, I think a lot of people use it, and then right away, there's always some sort of like, I don't know if it's, if they're making an excuse or they just, you know, this is their only reasoning is that, well, it's going to change the world, but it really does need to be regulated, and we need to stop throwing all of our money at it, right? Like it's like, okay, but it needs to be regulated, but until it is, oh well, I'll keep using it. And that's what I don't. That's why I think it might be more of an excuse. But
I
whatever.
used it in yesterday's. I did actually, but I didn't actually make
Don't
it.
do it. You don't have to do
I
that.
put it in because the visual made sense for yesterday's half hour. You know, when I re-edited it was from 2023.
Is that I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But is that like saying I used a copyrighted song because it made my movie scene better? But I got to pay for the well, now my movie doesn't work. Okay, well, maybe it was always.
I
the
don't
song
believe
and
in the
not
concept
your,
of copyright, but I hate
Yes,
AI.
I know, but
AI
I'm
companies
saying
who are
like
doing that, so.
if stealing somebody's art in some twisted way makes your art better,
I don't know if
is
this
that
what this person
worth it?
did. This clip.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, but AI only uses existing art, is what I mean.
That's not
So,
the
like,
problem with
it's
AI, in my opinion.
totally not. I'm just saying, and as far as using AI art to enhance your art,
Right. Because most
I have
of
a moral
stuff
problem
is
with
from Storyblocks, and it's
I don't believe in it.
actual
Yeah.
either Blender. It's using Blender, you know, Blender, the graphic arts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people using Blender and selling. These are artists selling their stuff to Storyblocks. They make money that way. And these clips of clowns, I used yesterday, or no, which video was it? There was one with a lot of clowns in it. Oh, maybe it was Argentine. No, was it? I don't remember. But I have clown images, but they were all real people dressed up as clowns that were videoed and photography, you know, with videos, real video, dressed up makeup clowns.
it's
All
11:08 p.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Left Past 10, where we draw a couple conclusions. Not really, but it is totally unscripted, free form. It's like you and your pals just sitting around a bar or your living room or a cafe, just shooting the breeze. That's what we're doing here. Thanks for hanging out. You're watching This Space.
Yes.
If you're concerned
Maybe it
about
was Take Back from
Jake's arm constantly disappearing, don't be concerned.
We know
Jake
what's
is a
going
time
on.
traveler.
Doesn't
I'm
matter if
concerned
you
about
do.
his skin. I hope he's okay.
Now, I didn't hear Sandee say this, but apparently she was right, and you can change your withholdings till the end of the year. My wife
Yeah,
has
well,
been
that's what I'm
HR
trying to
before me.
tell you.
So none of us are CPAs here, certified personal accountants. None of
I
us
wrote
work for
a whole
H&R Block.
plan many years ago. You can just withhold it and pay it at the end of the year. You know,
I do appreciate the
and-
$5 super chat, though. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I,
I mean,
1 second? Let me. I want to get with you, Sandee, because this is a genius idea. If you let the government pull your taxes out ahead of time, what happens is they get to collect interest on that, as opposed to you get to collect interest on that. Now, it's not that big of a deal on the individual level because the interest you're going to collect is like $1, maybe a couple of dollars. But if you multiply that across the entire population of the United States that does this, that's millions and millions of dollars that the U.S. government has that it wouldn't otherwise have. Now, in this time that we're living in, when the U.S. government has millions of dollars, they use it to attack brown folks. So what Sandee is giving you to do is homework that is tedious and requires you to track your own taxes so you can be ready to
and
pay for them at the
put
end of
your
the year.
money, yes, and put
and
your money
necessary.
in a credit union.
Yeah,
Save
and
it in a
honestly,
credit
Let's not give them a curveball at the end.
Buy
Sandee,
gold,
you could
buy
explain in
platinum.
detail.
I
but
have it.
you're okay. So look, there are people you can talk to at work probably who could give you advice on how to do this. And
It's nothing.
my
You
wife
change
and I
your
use the
withholding.
exact same H&R Block rep for years. We were like, nope, we'll wait for their availability. We want to stick with this one person. And we were always like, okay, you have a working knowledge of our finances. We can basically just say, like, what else could we be doing? And you could say, I'll tell you exactly. There's no investigation.
Just
So
do
anyway,
married 10 on your federal, not state.
but
You
there's a
pay-
lot of
you
value
must
in
pay your state taxes. Never screw around with the state because
if your
that-
research seems tedious, ask for advice from a qualified
And this is the shit
professional.
we have to be
Fucking
doing
everywhere.
as organizers.
qualified.
Is putting
I
all
have-
this shit like Sandee,
I'm
make a course
qualified.
that's updated for the 2025 tax code, and then
Right.
we can
Where's the
fucking put that
video?
out there. And
Yeah,
if it's
I haven't
legal, if it's
looked
totally
at it.
legal, then it's not.
I'm not 100% sure, but that no, wait, it's legal. But if you let's say you do
99%.
No, this
Yeah.
is not illegal. If you do married 10, you withhold, right? You're not, you are not withholding much for your federal. There is there could be an IRS letter your job gets that says, okay, ABC are not withholding enough. I don't know because it didn't used to happen. I don't know if it does now. But you can do whatever you want with your withholdings as long as at the end of the year you have enough to pay it. If you pay it at the end of the year, and you're not doing anything illegal. You're just not giving the government all your money to spend all year. That's all.
That's basically it. And if you put your money in something that accrues interest or wealth, like if you purchase something and plan to sell it in 11 and a half months, that's the money that you get that you wouldn't have otherwise had. So, like if you want to invest in a stock or
Right.
whatever the fuck, or, buy gold bars because gold is going up, and it's probably not going to stop anytime soon. That would be something you could do. Then you could sell that same gold bar at the end of the year, pay your taxes, and you might have like a couple $100
Right.
left over. Buy a pizza, maybe buy 2 pizzas. Hell, get 3. I don't fucking know. And then put the rest of that money into something else.
I mean, the government in your job, they're not going to force you to claim what is you're signing your tax form, your W-2. You're saying, okay, married 10. That's it. I mean, it's not, and then right, you're not doing anything illegal if you have the money, it gets paid. But I'll look at that. I will look at that for 2025.
Why are we talking
But I
about
mean-
taxes now?
One of the things to understand about taxes is if you can make more money to outpace the fines that you're paying on not paying your taxes.
Right, it's not
That's
even a
how a
lot.
lot of rich people operate.
It's not a lot. The fines are really small when
So
you're
if you want to
small,
go into the red and start
Major
accruing some
corporations do
fines,
that.
as long as you're making more money on that gold bar or whatever the fuck.
They go outside of regulations and they're like, we can afford to pay the fine. But this is
I don't
the
even
thing.
know if
Like,
there is a fine for under withholding. I don't know anymore. I have to look at the
what?
people need to be aware of is because this is like a thing where people are like, do you have any advice for being like, you know, a podcaster or live streamer or something like that? And I go, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot of like learning curve and stuff, but like I always go straight to, well, is your goal to be self-employed? Is your goal to do this full time? Because you're going to have to start to take into consideration once you're at that level where your monetization's paying your bills and shit. You're going to have to start to take into account that you're like a you know, contract worker. Your tax situation is a lot different. You don't just do it once a year. There's things to take into account, like, you know, write-offs and whatever. But you know, I always talk about it. I always talk about it in the sense that there are things that you have to do in order to.
Everybody's different.
No, but like, what am I trying to say? Like, I'm trying to articulate the point that we need to play along in order to. There's too many different ways to look at it, but if you just cold stop paying your taxes or do it wrong, they'll come after you as if you did it, you know, in like nefariously, even if it was just an accident.
I am in no way advising.
I know. I'm off that. I've moved on. I've moved on from what you were saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, in terms of taxes and talking about this sort of thing in a year-round capacity, there are certain things that you should know are required so that you aren't penalized for it as if you just stop doing it. And so then once you do learn that stuff, you can sort of figure out, like, you know, oh, I can regulate how much income I make based on how much taxes I want to fucking pay. So then you start to live in a world where you're making the amount of money that you need versus as much as I can get, I need to make more and more. Hey, if you get rich, go for it. But like in the meantime, people will go broke trying to do that. So I always say, focus on what you need in your life. Focus on having the exact right amount, getting out of debt, and then everything becomes a lot more manageable, and you aren't just beholden to the IRS.
I'm still beholden for something, and
But
I
like,
am
you get away from the whole "how can we get out of this" to, oh no, it's manageable. Do you know what I mean? Do you see that? Like, it's a lot less stressy for me to be in a manageable situation as far as taxes go versus the whole fuck, I gotta pay taxes. I don't know what's gonna happen. Now, I know exactly what's gonna fucking happen. I figured it out. But like, I think, you know, everyone should be doing that, especially if you're gonna go, you know, contract work or like do full-time podcasting, which everyone seems to be doing these days.
Man, I gotta tell you, taxes are fucking. I hate that shit.
I do them.
Given that this is the 2-year anniversary, I'm wondering if we should do a little reflecting on 2 years of Left Past 10. Like, does
Very
everybody have a favorite
How much tax
moment?
have we paid based on our monetary
Zero.
Gain of?
I
this
don't
year?
monetize up here. I might, because I'm
a
not going to make
favorite-
enough this month to even get my payment from YouTube. That's how bad things are. Unless I donate to myself to make it go over the threshold of $100.
Yeah, you're just giving all the secrets out. But look, here's the thing. Jake asks if we have any favorite moment or moments.
Yeah.
Let's start with moment.
Just a moment over the last 2
That
years
comes to
of
mind.
this show.
Yeah.
My
Then that'd be
favorite moment has to be when Sandee played that video, and I think that was last week. And I know that seems like it's recency bias, but it really was my favorite moment, and I mean that sincerely.
Scott
My
Bethan
second favorite
telling you
moment
you
is
could
when
buy a
Jake went
house.
to the gas station. That was also really good. My third favorite moment was when Letterhack told us that story about how he almost killed a guy. He like went crazy. He started stabbing the air, like the guy ran off. It was wild shit. He almost
Now it
died.
happened, so that's weird. That's your favorite.
And that was my
happened.
third favorite moment. And really, it's all the rest is kind of a blur.
Filler.
Yeah,
I
between
think
those
if-
the big three moments.
No, if I was gonna have a single favorite moment, it would be I don't think we had a guest on, but remember where I was eating the pickle and peanut butter sandwich?
Oh yeah. How could we forget?
So
that?
there was like
Classic.
that was a great moment, but there was like a 30-day period surrounding that was like the show is crystallized in a funny way. Like it was where there was a moment where we were like, weirder the better, and I don't think we ever actually like wrote that down. It was just we figured out that if it was a fever dream show, when we've only just recently started using that term, which is funny, but if we figured out we can do that if we want to, and we were all just really cool with it.
That is my favorite George R.R. Martin book, by the way. Fever Dream. Look it up if you have it.
Oh, is that sci-fi?
It's I would think it would call it fantasy. It's set in the 1800s.
Okay.
And it's about steamboats. I like your suggestions thus far. I think the first thing that comes to my mind earnestly, if I'm talking about my favorite thing, was when we interviewed Antonio. And I think I like that
back.
Just because I
Which
realized
time?
it was possible. The first time. Very first time.
That was our first guest, wasn't it?
Yes.
The Wayback Machine.
And it went really well. And I remember thinking like, oh, this does work. Okay, good.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
I
good
can't
on you,
remember.
Sam.
We were talking
don't
about
ask me
fucking
for
Jesus and
specifics.
shit. That was crazy.
Yeah.
The-
You guys loved it because he's got
I
the
love
Temple
Jesus.
podcast.
He's one of my favorites. Yeah.
He's
the
he's got
for,
the Temple
the
podcast.
the part where we didn't go off air, where we stayed on air.
Yeah, you
all
really
night,
fucked yourself on that.
That
one.
was in the same. That was peanut butter and pickle era. See
Yeah.
what I'm saying? There was like a
Yeah.
time there where it was like,
Mm.
this is cool. We can be weird if we want to. Not that that wasn't totally natural, but you know what I mean? It was like normally you would kind of have guardrails up around that. Like, don't get too abstract. No, fuck it. We can be abstract. Do
And
whatever we
everybody
want.
talking at once going into the intro. That was lovely.
Oh my god, that was
good
so
one.
good. Because somebody, maybe it was all of us, were like, we can't do this, and then we nailed it on the first try.
I thought that was an easy task. You know, you just pick some horse shit. You just ignore everything. You know, I don't know. I think I like muted everyone
I
or
still
something. I
had
wasn't
purple
listening.
hair. That's the second one.
That's right. That's right.
Purple hair. God damn.
I think Matt had more color in his hair too at that time, if I may or may not be mistaken.
I got the whole playlist, the whole Left Past 10 playlist. I don't know if I have any
nice
favorite moments I can remember. Sorry.
I think
but my memory's
Jake
shot.
had more hair in general as well.
Yeah, that's true of literally every episode. Is I have less hair than the one before.
A day. Okay, so I think
I have more.
because I was going back through episodes, and I did compilation volume 1 at the end of last year, I think, and I used some of this episode. So I didn't do it this time, but I was thinking about it today. This was a tough episode, but we got through it and we made it fun at times and like funny even somehow. But the day after the election, last November, was a powerful fucking. That was
yeah,
time.
fucked up show.
I don't
go
think I
on
can watch
air
that.
and-
That
You
was
what?
like I was like drunk as hell. I was on like fucking 538,000 fucking milligrams of tetrahydrocannabinol
Getting on-
and other possible
Yeah,
undisclosed
I was in
substances.
Brooklyn.
I was fucked up.
But like going on air was kind of a big deal to do, and you got to do right by the audience to some degree. You just do. Why else are you on air, right? And I think we did that.
I'm
but I
on
think
air to
we
make
took care
myself
of
feel good.
ourselves too. I think we did that too. That's the thing. I think that was a great example of what we four hosts and broadcasters are capable of.
Well, thank you.
My favorites were the thumbnails. When you did all the thumbnails going through
guess what? I
all those
stopped.
beautiful thumbnails.
I stopped doing them because you weren't on the show and it didn't feel right. But those.
How many more left? Yeah.
so
Do we have any more left?
Look, you have an opportunity here, Matt,
I
to
love
reset
them.
with the
The
thumbnails because
the
you went apocalyptic on like the first one, and then there was nowhere to go. It got so intense.
good.
That's true.
You gotta
That's true. We
slow
kind of,
it
but
down.
to be fair, it did kind of all fall apart really quickly.
No, I have 15
That is also
more.
true.
I have 15 more, and there's a whole new world aspect.
Ooh.
It gets cool. I thought it
Well,
got cool.
I'm down to finish the series. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
finish it.
Okay,
How many
well-
weeks
They're
left in the
so
year?
gorgeous.
I mean, right now I'm I got 4 pages to
Brian.
go. 4 pages to go on my graphic novel, and then I'll be in a space where I can feel
All right.
comfortable doing other art. But like that, I added 12 pages, like a monumental fucking personal
Yeah,
challenge.
when you have
So,
time.
Good for you,
when
man.
you have time.
yeah, it's gonna be. I think I got it over 70 pages. It's a little crazy for me personally, just doing it all myself. But I keep looking at those every now and then, and I'm like, yeah, I got 15 more, and they're gonna be it's gonna be cool. But maybe what I'll do is just finish them and then just put them all together in one like 30-second video as opposed to like trying to do them once a week. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. One of my favorites too was when you were working. Remember that job, Matt? And you were telling us about going to work.
That was a fucked up
But
arc.
I like listening to you
Yeah,
every week
it's good.
telling us about your job. I mean,
Matt was
it was
slowly, his
yeah,
soul was
it was
slowly
tough.
collapsing in on
It was
itself to
tough.
form like a black hole of fear and
No,
torment.
okay, Brian, no, not that. A new world as in post-apocalypse. Like when
Yes.
everything is gone, there will be a new world. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
it's like-
saying? And there'll be a new
Yeah.
threshold.
Some more
But
shit like that, you know?
Yeah, I think about that job a lot. That I couldn't do it.
You think
It was
those kids are doing well? You think their
I see 'em.
lives
Oh,
are
yeah,
going
yeah, I
really
see 'em.
great?
It's a small town. It's a very
You see
small
them all
town.
the time. They're improving.
Some of 'em,
Everyone's
yeah.
learning. They're great. Everything's happy.
I don't know, but
just amazing.
I
Welcome
see
to
'em.
the
I mean,
apocalypse.
they look fine.
Do they go
They're
like,
"Dude,
"Hey,
help me."
I remember you"?
These are very, I mean, look, all children need adults. All children need support. They do. Some kids really figured out early on how to take care of themselves.
Yeah.
For
It's
better or for
unfortunate,
worse, they're
but on the
usually
one
in
hand, it
maladaptive
can be a
ways that
silver lining. So
boomerang back in really bad ways in 30,
they
40
got
years.
they got better survival skills than I do in a lot of cases. That doesn't mean they can't benefit from somebody like me, but anyway, yeah, that was a tough job. I wish it was I am cursed with I am cursed with being 2 weeks in on any job and being like, "Oh, I can see all the flaws. Oh, I can see how to fix them. Nobody cares what I think. Nobody wants to hear what I think. I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell them what I think. I'm going to tell them what's wrong." That's something that I constantly resist, which makes me suitable for being self-employed, honestly.
Yeah.
But like on the other hand, it makes me really sort of not everyone's favorite person to be around on a job. And so
Mhm.
that's why I always end up in these management positions where I'm like, okay, well, I can just put in the most hours and do all the sacrificing needed to be done to course correct and get everything on track. And even then, that's not appreciated. People are glad to take advantage of that sort of, quote unquote work ethic. But I feel like that job, there should have been like dozens of people trying to get in there to do that job. And then it would have been ultimately so successful. It just turned out to be a people problem. Like they say, don't just throw bodies at it. Yeah, fucking throw bodies at it. Get as many adults in there, giving those kids as much to do the entire time, nonstop. We were just spread too thin, I think. And that is not unique to this situation. That's all.
That's the problem with our society is also when you look at population growth, like the rate of children to adults, like that ratio, and also factor in adults that are capable and also like, safe to be around children, right? Like that ratio is really getting fucked up recently. There's a lot more kids than there were like, 200 years ago per capita or whatever. And then there's really not that many adults that are qualified to take care of them or want to. So just they fall through the cracks and then.
Oh yeah, but keep having them because we're.
Yep, don't forget, have 17 kids, get a picket fence.
The picket fence. We're heading for Gilead.
Have 78 kids, have 97.
With
just have
no
a lot
jobs.
of kids. You just
No
gotta keep
jobs
having
because
kids.
it's all-
Fuck.
Margaret Atwood, who wrote The Handmaid's Tale, she ended up doing a comic book fairly recently in the last 10 years. Yeah. And it's called Angel Catbird. It's about these angels that are part cat, part bird. And I was just like, this shit is crazy. Like, it is wild. It is
That
some
sounds
of the
good.
weirdest shit. And I was like,
I mean,
"Thank
young
you
me
for
would have
doing
loved that. I used to play a thing with my sister where we were half tiger, half hawk. Very similar. When I was
What did you
6.
call it?
I
Tiger
don't
Hawks.
recall.
Street Hawks.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That's pretty good. I mean,
Did you
Jungle
have
Hawk's
like
right there.
a tiger screech or a bird roar? Did you do
You know,
anything like that?
I'm pretty sure it was just pretty much tiger coming out of the mouth.
Did you go like this?
Yeah, a lot of that.
A lot of this.
that.
Yeah.
A lot of just
Okay.
holding them out while we walked around the living room. And then, you know, if you see an antelope on the plains below, you swoop down, you get that.
Okay. Did you ever have moments where your parents would walk through the room and just like kind of like just avoid looking at you when you were doing that? I
And
feel
the
like
parents are not looking at you because if they did, they would notice how far they've fallen in their current lives. and how they wish
like
they could
my
go
brothers
back.
and I would go crazy playing games and like having all the kids in the neighborhood. We were always doing all kinds of nutty shit. And I just remember my parents walking through the room being like, I don't want to engage. I'm not even gonna look. What the fuck are they doing? You know, we were doing like, I don't know. We were crazy. I once again, Boston Brian in the chat, really do appreciate
Brian,
it.
nice show. Today.
2 weeks in a row, opportunity to do an all in with us, Brian. I'm just saying, I'm gonna start putting the heat on.
Yeah,
I always
Brian,
say no
come on,
pressure,
left
but like,
past
No
10.
come on,
pressure,
Brian.
unless your name is Boston Brian, then there's a
We
lot of
want you
pressure.
on a
There's
come with
there's a
Maybe
lot
we get to
of
see you on
pressure.
election night. It's a Tuesday. I don't know if you're streaming on Tuesday nights, but election
Yeah,
night,
this fucking guy.
pretty good.
His grandmother
120 something
died.
grandkids.
Oh my! I will.
Oh, man, I'm
I'll
sorry.
never have any.
Could not
grandchildren.
stop. They could
No, I think
not
he's
stop.
saying
That
that's
motherfucker
like,
was an addict. So that's called what we call addict behavior.
That's a
120
big deal.
grandkids. Holy motherfucker.
Well, they have to have a whole lot of kids for
They
that.
they have
14.
not that much free time, you know, filling it all up.
My
with other
grandmother
activities. Holy
was
moly.
one of 9, and she said we were really poor, and I was like, yeah, I bet that's fucking
That's
a
a lot of
cost.
money or a lot of kids and not.
She said, well, back then it didn't really affect us that we knew how to stretch things. I was like, what do you mean? She was like, we'd have peanut butter sandwiches with butter.
Oh,
like butter and peanut butter, just to like it would last long. It would like really fill you up. Like if this is all you're gonna eat today, throw some fucking butter on that peanut butter.
By the way, Fox
hat on a hat,
News,
kind of.
Fox
Peanut butter,
News
extra butter?
is hawking. There's a big thing on Fox about, oh, guess what's making a comeback? Hamburger Helper.
Yeah.
A big thing because nobody can afford anything. So now they're saying
Remember
it like
the
it's a great,
glove? That was
like it's a
weird.
but like it's a great thing. They're saying, oh, Hamburger Helper's making a comeback to stretch your meals because they're trying to spin it on Fox that nobody can fucking afford food.
Yeah,
Why was
that's
it-
not an accident. They're trying to make it seem
imagine
like a
trying to
cultural
save money.
victory
Oh, go on,
so
Jim.
that
Yeah, but
when
where's
significant
RFK
complaints are
Jr.?
said, the people who listen to them respond by saying, wait, this is a good thing. Ping going
Yeah.
off in their head to get a little dopamine instead of fear.
Exactly, Jake.
Yeah. But by the way, that's what my sauce is looking to take advantage of as well. My delicious, delicious vegetable sauce.
That was a
Makes
favorite.
cheat meals tasty.
You know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
The animated glove for Hamburger Helper, its name was Lefty. I think we can use that. I think he's
Lefty.
one of us.
He's one
Yeah,
of
I like it.
Like, we're gonna have to reclaim
Lefty.
Hamburger Helper here. We'll call it
He's
plant-based,
God.
plant-based meat
If
helper.
That's a poor
I
person food, then I'm a
never-
fucking go.
Call it
That's not
plant-based,
poor, it's a brand name
plant-based
garbage.
meat substitute helper.
You know,
I
what
use
poor
I
food
think
is lentils.
I
beans,
use meat
rice.
substitute.
If the
I have to
left is
say.
not supporting the poor, if the left is not the people who care about the poor, then nobody does. Bullshit. I think the left does care about the poor. I think Lefty is a perfect name. We should absolutely take it back.
Brian's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take
Oh,
it back. He's
shit.
got 3 fingers and a thumb, which is very cartoon, but
Mhm.
maybe we can use what's the number 4? Can we use that somehow?
Because we would never say "F you" to the hungry masses.
L-E-F.
We don't need the middle
left.
finger.
L-E-F-T. 4 letters. And spell it on one hand.
This is good. This is good. I like where this is going.
He's got a clown nose. I'm sure we can use that somehow. Everyone start wearing clown noses to protest. Way more affordable. Right?
Yeah, good idea.
Fuck
I
up the
gotta go
facial
get a drink.
recognition.
I'll be right back.
It's 11:33 p.m. Eastern. Sandy's got to keep that cat from scratching.
Yeah, all 7 of them.
Whoa.
Hang on.
Whoa. Sandy is excited to keep the cat from scratching.
There's,
Some more information.
Sounds like a euphemism. I don't know for what.
Me neither. That's the thing. We're
We
still
used to
trying
eat
to find
hamburger helper daily though. When I was growing up, that was it.
What?
That
Okay,
was-
can I ask what is Hamburger Helper? What is that?
It's just like a box.
I've never had it
of-
because I was an actual poor person.
It's like a box of pasta with a seasoning packet, and you buy ground beef and that and mix them. It's Hamburger Helper. So it's like just take regular hamburger, which everyone's buying anyway.
So it's
add this stuff and
overly
different flavors.
expensive brand name.
It's like mac and cheese, beef
What,
stroganoff,
Andrea? You are
that kind of stuff.
You can
the
get like
most
pasta for
plastic
dirt fucking
progressive.
cheap.
God damn. Are you just looking to be angry for the sake of the show?
Have you not picked up on that?
Oh,
Well, yeah,
my
two
God.
I
years
just don't
in.
I
understand.
just
Like,
figured out the act.
I just don't get it. Hamburger Helper it's a brand name.
Do you
It's
think she
just
really
pasta,
hates us?
But more expensive. Pasta with more.
I just
expensive.
thought you.
Well, and this is before.
It's not more. We need to get this clear.
bulk.
It is something that costs less than meat costs that you
Yeah.
add to meat to stretch out your meal.
And
But I
then,
don't understand how.
and
it's
then being
different
able to
than
buy
pasta.
bulk kind of killed that because you would just buy all your ingredients and the bulk food aisle.
But
in
if
most
you're
grocery
poor,
stores
why are you buying
coincided
meat?
with the
Because
death
meat
of.
is extremely expensive.
need
It's like
some
with all these
meat.
tariffs and all the farm fucking shit.
This wasn't that big of a deal.
Can't actually be confused by this.
Maybe you're talking about Fox News trying to bring it back, but in the 80s and 70s and 80s, late 70s, I guess, and 80s, it wasn't that.
Oh, it was a
It
different.
wasn't
continent.
like we were.
Wasn't a lot of-
Damn, ground beef's expensive as shit. We didn't have that problem.
Yeah, it was a different world.
Different time.
I
different
just don't
time.
understand how it's any different than pasta. I don't see the difference.
It's not.
Well, we
Well, it
would do
comes
that
with seasoning
too.
pack.
But
It comes
yeah,
with
it's
instructions. That's the only difference.
this is like pre/early microwave days, and it was an example of the evolution of convenience. Food being conveniently packaged or pre-prepared for you, prepared in advance for you, for the working class, for people who don't have time. Then and this was TV dinners, kind of evolved into something more like
Man, TV dinners, that shit.
more like
tastes
hamburger
horrible. I
helper.
ate so
And then
many of those when I was a kid. Holy fuck.
and then it went back to TV dinners in terms of like just being able to pop something in the microwave. So like these things sort of like were in flux. And once again, I think if you just find that bulk food aisle, find
Yeah,
5
I'm
minutes.
telling you, man. Like when I was really poor, I'd just steal cans of beans. I would just beans.
I did steal my way through my early 20s, I gotta say. The Meyer in
Absolutely.
Ypsilanti, Michigan was basically getting raided once a week. I
Hell
pioneered
yeah.
some
In
of
your early
the theft
20s.
techniques that they defend against now. The putting heavy things on the scanner, heavy cheap things like 2-liter bottles of soda, while
Yep.
simultaneously putting light expensive things like cheeses on there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, I've done
Good
the
time.
same shit too.
Ah, Jesus
Oh
Christ.
man. And Sandy is just scaring the.
I'm
absolute
going to
fuck
become
out
the
of us.
cat. Wow.
Holy fuck.
That is fucking with me. It's also a lot of fun, I gotta say, but terrifying.
That's
way too realistic.
realistic. I don't like
Yes.
it. The depth of the
Yes.
ears is what gets me.
Yeah,
The
Jesus.
cat with
This
the
is
Harley
fuck-
hat on.
This is bad. I don't like the stream. This is slowly becoming the worst stream.
Some people
This
are
is
turned on by
ridiculous.
that sort of thing. Some
I don't
people
know,
find
man.
it
Holy
pretty
fuck,
hot.
Scared.
Some
I'm gonna have
people are afraid
nightmares
and
from that
turned
shit.
on.
Holy motherfucker.
You know what I find to be like a turn on in like a really funny way. And I'm not the kind of guy that's like always out there going, this is what turns me on.
Okay.
You know, I'm really not that sort of a dude, but
What turns you on, Matt?
but like when you know Maria is it Maria Bamford, the comedian? When
Yes.
she does I think she calls it the BMW lady voice. That's
Yeah.
hot. Yeah,
It
that's
is.
like
It's
she's
weird, though,
very
'cause
cool
I'm not-
anyway, but
I'm not prepared to be attracted to Maria Bamford. And then she puts on that voice and it's not her stage voice that she uses, and it's like a fancy lady. And it's suddenly kind of hot. Yeah.
it
it's
would be
not
like a
very
good
uncomfortable.
it would be a very like as a phone operator, would just bring me right. I'd be like, anything you say.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know any of those things. I don't know about BMW operators.
Just
I
talk like
don't
a
know
real,
about
like,
Maria.
Catalina Island snob or
Bamford.
something like that. But the way she does it, I'm like, it's kind of hot. She has an
Are we gonna
episode.
get a sample here, or are you just gonna?
I don't know if we can, but she has an episode of her show Lady Dynamite where she's doing it for a gag at a dinner party, and some guy like falls for her, and she has to maintain it, which is really funny. And then
That's
she's
good.
like, "This is my real voice." So even she knows like that's a thing. It's funny.
It's like if Bobcat. Do you know who Bobcat Goldthwait is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like if he did
Shake
his
the
like
clown.
90% of his act the way he did it, and then suddenly he talks like very suave and sophisticated. It just comes out of nowhere.
Yes, right. And remember Shakes the Clown? Remember
No.
that movie?
No.
Oh, that's like that became like a cult classic. Robin Williams plays a mime instructor in that, but Shakes the Clown because he's an alcoholic.
Jesus.
It's fucking funny. It's funny as shit. There's rodeo clowns, the mimes, the party clowns. There's all kind. It's like a good exploration. I think it was 80s comedy.
Clowns
It's
are
really fun.
scary.
They can be
Clowns are awesome.
like if
I'm
they just come
sorry.
out of the woods
They're
with
hits.
no explanation.
Yeah,
That's
that would
scary.
be creepy. I would
But
be
if you
honest.
go
here's
to the
my-
circus and see a clown, kind of
Here's
in
my
context.
clown theory. I think that a lot of things people are afraid of are based upon ancient legitimate fears. Like people have a fear of heights because that'll kill you. People have a fear of spiders maybe because back in the day there were spiders that were poison enough to kill humans. What if the fear of clowns is based on some natural predator that is from ancient days haunting the woods on honkish feet? Who's to say?
Aliens.
On what?
Aliens. Aliens.
Honkish feet.
Honkish.
It's the killer clowns from outer
Honk,
space
honk,
theory.
honk, honk.
Yes.
We were
totally.
invaded by aliens 5, 10, 100,000 years ago, and
Drove 'em
we
off
almost
the
all died. And the ones who survived were just like really fucking scared. Like they look at the aliens and like those guys are fucking weird. And everyone else was like, "Oh, look, they're pretty cool." They walk up, they get zapped, dead, dead, dead. Everyone else is like, "Ooh, those guys are weird. They're hiding in the cave somewhere." Boom, fear clowns.
Gets Seltzer in the face, melts their face skin off. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd fuck me up. Yeah, I'd be traumatized.
They
I'd be
reach in,
traumatized
grab
for
your
generations.
intestines, pull them out, and then
I'd
a
be
bunch
so
of, like,
traumatized
rats.
that my great grandkids are gonna look at a clown in a circus and be freaked the fuck out. That's
I
how
hate them.
traumatized I am.
They
Did you know,
are
by the way, that
traumatizing.
trauma actually modifies your sperm cells when you engage in a horrific trauma? And you're whoa, what the fuck?
Makes sense.
When you
I'm just
engage
pulling
in a
your
Look at
horrific
this guy.
trauma, it modifies your sperm cells. I
That
don't
makes
mean
I
sense.
did not know
Magic
that.
tricks?
I can
No
see
wonder
that.
my sperm are so afraid.
Have you asked them lately?
I can see.
Yeah, well,
that.
we don't talk often, but when they land on my face and I'm like, whoopsie.
Oh,
catch up.
TMI.
It's just because I'm trying to balance the jars as I'm walking through the facility, and
Oh,
it's a
you're
slippery
funny.
floor.
Oh my god. Oh gosh.
The questions
Yeah.
are mounting.
It is
Clowns.
11:42 p.m. on the eastern seaboard of the North American occupied continental region of America.
I think let's
Yes,
call
it
it
is.
there. Call it at 11:45.
I'm
I'm
falling.
tired,
I
man.
haven't.
Hell
yeah,
no,
we're
dude.
gonna-
I'm going on
Wow.
6 hours. I'm not gonna bail 15 minutes before 6
No,
hours.
we're gonna make it.
But
till
no, I mean,
12,
as
and then we'll
usual,
see.
anybody feel free to.
2 hours. No, I give myself the 2 hours. I'm tired, and I have my show tomorrow at 5, which means I got to work on it tomorrow because today I did outside shit before, outside stuff and inside stuff.
I went outside
yeah.
today for about
outside every day.
30, 40 seconds. It
What?
was raining, so I went back inside.
Oh, I love being outside.
We put up a YouTube short today on this space with Sandee that broke a record for most views in
What
a
Sandee?
period of time. You,
Sandee, killing it.
Yeah.
No
Hey,
shit.
here's a comment on a short that we put
Hell
up
yeah.
about
Really?
from last week's debate. You know, this is New York City mayoral debate. The comment is, New York is a crap hole and is only getting worse. Okay.
Probably not wrong. Probably
Listen, it's not as big of a crap hole as it was in the 70s if you ever went down to Times Square.
Here's
Oh
another
boy.
one. As the New Yorker, now I should tell you both of these are at first name 4 digits, which is sort of a tell as far as like automated traffic online goes. But they say, as a New Yorker, I want a mayor who actually cares about New York first, and that is Sliwa. I don't want a mayor whose main concern is fighting the president of this country. Mamdani has his priorities all wrong. So that's just like
No shit.
Yeah,
that's
that's a
just
bot
like
for sure.
bot central casting right there.
Yeah.
It's getting obvious. But what do you think about New York is a crap hole and it's only getting worse? There's something
Probably not
poetic
wrong.
about
Yeah, I
that.
think everything
really
is
like
that applies everywhere, right? You know.
I don't know if I agree with it, but I'll keep it because comments get us in the
Stimulate.
algorithm.
Yeah,
that's
So
hilarious.
I'll allow it.
So no one
Yeah.
even wasted energy on it. Oh, except for the
Well, thanks for putting those shorts up. I didn't even see it.
Come on, what do you mean?
That's
You should
one
be
of the benefits
reposting
you
that
get.
shit on
Yeah,
your
but
social media.
I will. I was not on today. I had to take a bit of a break until you guys came on because I can't. I'm overwhelmed.
We're taking breaks now? We
from
get
social
breaks?
media. Yeah, because I'm overwhelmed. It's too much, and
I've been in
feeling depressed.
I've been in Left Past 10 Industries HQ and I have not seen a break room.
Yeah. Where is
What are
it?
you talking? Do they have like
I think Jake's in the break room.
do they have motivational posters up in there?
Oh, always.
Like about taking breaks and how it's good self-care? Because I'm not seeing those. I'm missing those. Okay, look. Now, if anybody wants to leave, they may. It's only our 52nd episode. Whatever.
Jake will
Leave
be-
early.
52nd. I have 66.
54th. 54th.
I have
Because it's-
66 videos in that playlist.
104th.
In that
But
playlist.
I would like everyone to realize that it's perfectly you aren't shirking your responsibility if you leave early because we don't say what's early and what's not early and there's no defined period of time. So if you
2
want to leave
hours.
early, go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes we leave at like 10:17 p.m. We'll just say I'm not really feeling it tonight. See you guys, and then we all leave.
Yes, Kim said Gacy dressed like a clown. He sure did. Serial killer. Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the but don't blame that on clowns.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Like there's if you go to the circus and there's clowns, you don't go, the fuck are they doing here? No, that's normal, right?
Yeah.
But if you're at a rest stop, it's 4 a.m. You just had to stop. And there's a bunch of clowns in there. You should be like, what the fuck are they doing here?
Yeah, that would be really
That would be alarming.
Nightmare. Oh my God.
If you ever get locked up from a protest, they throw you in the deepest, darkest cell with
the
a clown. Be a little on edge. But if you're at the circus or a kid's party and there's a clown, it's probably okay.
I've met a lot of clowns.
Remember those videos that were going around? This was, I don't know, like 2014, 2015, where clowns were just like coming out of the woods. And people were like, but this was the first time I can remember ever having the thought, yeah, but who filmed that? Because they're like, somebody filmed a clown coming out of the wood. And I'm like, yeah, because they were just pointing
all
their
those goddamn clips are on story blocks.
they were just pointing their phone at that one section of the woods for no reason. And then they saw a clown.
Yeah.
I'm not buying. It sounds manufactured, but there were a couple that were like Bigfoot footage, shaky cam, where it was like, and then they focused on the clown like running back into the woods. I remember one of those. They were creepy.
I've got a ton of those clips in my clip library from Storyblocks, and they're real people. It's real photography, real
Pennywise.
video. But yes,
Joker's way more popular than Pennywise.
Joker's not a clown.
Oh, I've used
Not a
that.
clown. Pennywise
Joker's
is
not
a
a
real
clown.
Joker's not a clown.
I've used the Joker in my
he's the clown prince of
one. I have to
crime.
send you, Andrea.
I
If they call him that, that's stolen valor.
Andrea, have you read one Batman comic?
I've
with
read
the
exactly
Joker?
one, and he wasn't a clown in that one. He wears a suit most of the time I've seen him. He smokes cigars. Clowns don't smoke.
He does not smoke cigars?
He doesn't have the fucking frilly oval like circular
Clowns
hair.
smoke cigars all the time.
No,
He
doesn't
sometimes
have the fucking
does
Pennywise
that?
is a
honk honk
creature.
nose. He doesn't
that
have
looks
the
like a
fucking
clown.
big ass shoes. Have you seen Joker in big ass shoes? I haven't seen him in big ass shoes.
Yes.
Called
What are you
clown
talking about?
for a
Yes,
reason.
he does the clown.
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he's not a clown. And even if he were a clown, Pennywise is still better and more popular. Pennywise would eat that fucker
What?
for breakfast.
Yeah, everybody remembers the constant Pennywise costumes we're gonna see in about a week. Yeah, the Pennywise costumes that are at
I see
Spirit
them all the
Halloween
time.
all
They're
the time.
coming out of the
Yeah,
woods, you know? They're just
Heath
weird.
Ledger's Pennywise is unforgettable. Totally.
But I just refuse to say that Joker's a clown. I've seen The Dark
Yeah, I don't
Knight.
think
He
it's a
wasn't a
clown.
clown in that movie.
No,
I've
it's a
seen the one
Joker.
with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He wasn't a clown in that movie. I've seen the one
He wasn't in that movie. Okay.
He wasn't.
all
well,
right,
what,
all
I've
right.
seen
This
that
is
one.
getting a
Regardless,
little.
I
This
just
is getting a little silly.
He's not a clown. I'm just putting that out there. He's not a clown.
Fair enough.
There's the biggest clown of all.
Now that's a clown. That's one hell of a clown.
That's a
Oh,
clown.
that's a real big ass.
I like that they don't have to mess with the hair at all for that.
Yeah.
They worked
Oh,
this clown hair. Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, the perfect hair. That's an old one. Man, I've had that in my clip file since probably, I don't know, 2016.
Hold on,
61.
everyone. Hold on. The plot thickens. We got votes.
It's just. I mean, it's just.
Joker's not
Joker's
a clown.
not a clown.
You know,
Not a
you can.
clown. Not a
Look
You
at
can have that
this.
personal opinion, but it is not in any way definitive. He's called the Clown Prince of Crime.
He's called that by
Clown.
who?
Oh,
Illiterate
really?
fucks.
The Clown Prince of Crime, huh? I didn't think it was a clown. I don't know. Joker is Joker. It's a genre of its own.
Pennywise, spoiler, is a spider, a giant spider, right? Isn't that what he really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that what
Actually,
he
I
really
gotta.
is? Who's to say
withdraw
what he really is? If he lives
The
most
book. That's where the book kind
the
of
fuck
bottoms out.
So if he spends 90
Where you're like, oh, it's a
making
spider? Come on.
consciousness as a clown, and he spends like 3% of his life as a spider, because when is he ever going to go into the spider verse? Never. He's going to be a fucking
Spider-Verse.
goddamn clown, so he can walk around and freak the fuck out of Georgie, right? So he's a clown. Right?
Clown.
What am I, a clown? I'm here to
I'm not seeing
amuse
the
you.
logic.
What are you
Saying I'm
clowning
here to
around?
amuse you. I make you laugh.
But like fucking Joker puts on clown shoes in episode 17 of one show, and that makes him a clown forever.
Did you know?
Tarnish the image.
Okay,
Andrea.
just to be clear, when I'm talking about comic book characters, I'm not talking about movies or TV versions of those comic.
Yeah, well, that's all I watch. You know how I am.
So anyway, I think if you're just talking about popular media, Joker. Joker's more.
Joker's not a
popular,
clown.
I
That's the thing. That's the big issue here.
think. It's like such a silly thing to say, but okay.
You might think
So-
it's silly, but in popular media, think about it. Who watches the movies and the TV shows versus reads the comics? Right? I argue to you, if I, someone who's watched 8 Batman films, don't think that Joker's a clown, I think most Americans would probably say, yeah, Joker, is he really?
Pennywise is in all the It movies and TV shows, but the Joker's not necessarily in all the. I mean, it's not even a third of them, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like,
he's still not a clown. He wears
Two.
fucking makeup, but that doesn't make him a clown. Is JD Vance a clown?
he doesn't wear makeup. Okay, see, so
Wait, I thought
I don't know what
Vance
you're
wore
talking about.
eyeliner.
What do you mean he doesn't wear makeup? He doesn't put on lipstick, mascara. That's not mascara.
on top of, okay, anyway, look, I'm not gonna sit here and nerd out with you about this shit. Like, technically,
Nerd out.
Technically.
Baby. That's a nerd out.
Also, yes, I think that's the one thing that makes you a clown is dressing like a clown.
But he's not. He doesn't dress like a clown.
Purple suit.
That's not a clown suit. What is purple? Why does that make? Why is purple clownish? He wears.
I
a
mean,
suit.
I do own a purple suit. So I
Does
don't
that
know
make
what
you a
I'm
clown
saying.
when you put that on? Does
It
that make
might.
you a clown now? You transform into a clown? It's
Jake
a suit.
is
If it
not
was a purple,
clown.
like let's say polka dot suit, right? And the polka dots were all different colors, then maybe it's a clown. Maybe that's a clown suit. Purple, that's not clown. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I got purple pants on.
Then
Does
what
that
is
make
he?
me a
Are you
clown?
saying
Am
he's
I
a regular
clown?
guy?
Am I a clown? Do I look like a clown to you? Am I funny?
No.
Do I
If
make
he's
you
not a
feel
clown, what
funny?
is he?
You're funny.
It's just like, you're not a clown. Oh, I guess I'm a regular guy. Dressed like that? I don't think so.
He's not a
Looking like
regular
that?
guy. He's a fucking freak show, but he's not a clown. Definitely not a clown. Stolen Valor?
He could be like an emo rocker, I guess.
Yeah. He's definitely in like a boy band of some sorts.
About as much of a clown as Robert Smith.
All I know is that fucking like I watched that movie with what was it? Jack Nicholson as Joker. Wasn't a clown. Not a clown. Not even one scene did he look like a
He had
clown.
a
He looked
fucking
funny.
hand buzzard.
Not a clown. That's
He had
not
a
clown.
flower that sprayed hydrochloric acid.
That's not a clown. That's a criminal. He's trying to kill people. That's not a clown. Clowns don't kill people. What are you talking about? I don't get it.
Have you seen
John Wayne Gacy?
Boy, we really go down some rabbit holes
Have
here.
you seen the newest Joker movie? Okay, I'll put it. Here's where I will.
I haven't
I'll
seen
give
any
you some ground. Here's the only place. If I saw somebody dressed as the Joker step out of the woods, middle of the fucking day, but I'm alone in a field next to the woods, and somebody dressed as the Joker steps out, I'm going to be like, okay. But if a clown stepped out, terrifying. Like, so there is sort of there's a dynamic there that the supposed like worst villain of all comic book history in real life, okay. But like somebody just in a clown costume in the wrong place, bad.
Not good. Yeah, it's a really bad situation.
So
If
it's
I saw
scarier.
someone dressed up as like Heath Ledger or whatever in the woods, I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
You'd be like,
know,
you
if I saw
kind
someone
of got the
dressed up as a
costume. You
clown, I
look
would
like
get
him.
That makes sense.
voice
I
isn't
wouldn't
right.
feel that way at all, and I live in the
If
woods.
some guy had some weird like white face paint and some lipstick on and was hanging out in the woods, yeah, why not? I'd
Be like, you do you, buddy.
Yeah.
But if you step out of there dressed like a full blown clown, we got problems.
Not good. You go in there looking like the
You're gonna
Joker,
catch
you might
these
come out
hands.
looking like a clown. I'll put it that way.
Well, hunting season's coming up here, and a lot of those guys look like clowns.
That's true.
I
That's
used to
true.
hunt clowns, but the meat tastes funny.
Good
It's
one.
the
Good
clown.
one. Wow. So I'll save my dad joke
That
for
was
next
good.
week. That's pretty good.
I wish you
Um,
had that sound effect, that boom boom sound effect.
Hey,
Ooh,
you
I
got a
do-
soundboard. You're a host. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
good
right.
point.
I have.
I do.
They're
have
all
this.
in eCam. Oh, they're all in eCam. I'll have to make it.
Was that a
new
Tiger Hawk?
folder
Sweet,
with
dude.
sounds.
Good
Yeah, that was
callback.
good.
That was the bird roar. Tiger screech.
Clown
Okay.
is
Anyway,
alive.
it is just about midnight. Should we wrap her up? What do you guys think?
I
Was this
know.
a good,
Let's wait until midnight.
Wrap
good
her
anniversary?
Well, yeah,
episode?
at midnight.
We have to wait until midnight. We'll do it at exactly midnight if you really want to go. Here's the
Two-year
deal, everybody.
anniversary.
Matt told me privately this
I have
morning, and I'm
AIDS.
leaking the correspondence. Matt told me he stayed up all night. He didn't get any
Oh, no.
sleep. He went to bed and he was up all night reading Batman comics. And that's
No,
why
I
he's
wasn't.
so defensive today.
I was
when
laying in
have
bed
the
wide
gall-
awake. I was not
not to be
reading
confused
Batman.
with the ancient civilization. But when I have the gall to
Yo, it's
suggest
up all night reading Batman.
that the
Thanks.
Joker is not a clown, it really makes him upset because he last time he slept was he fell asleep for like 45 minutes yesterday at like maybe 6:00 a.m.
Ugh.
And so he's been up all night reading Batman, and he's working on his graphic novel where he accidentally found himself like drawing Batman, and then he had to like redo a couple pages, and then he
I always do that.
this situation, and so that's why he wants to end the show so early. That's why he's looking over. Someone mentioned it earlier. Matt's like doing this, just like looking at the clock. It's like,
Yeah, we don't all need to be talking at once.
and he's going through some sort of Joker type of psychosis episode where he sees clowns coming out of the
I
woods.
really did like
Jokers like popping out of the pages, like Sadako from the fucking TV. But
all
it's still
night. It was like 15 minutes out, up for
like a
45
Babadook
minutes, down for
situation.
10, up for 20, down. It was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know what
The
happened.
worst.
last
I'm
night, but-
sorry.
Anyway, surprise! I do have
Hi, Jake.
one more clip to play, and
Oh, we're doing clips.
well, I was rooting through older clips,
Oh, okay. A good clip. I see.
And I found, I don't know what, there's a longer version of this on my channel, I think, but I found an edited thing. I don't know why I did this. It's mostly me because it was going on my channel, but this is
It's mostly you, like most of the clips that you produce of the show.
it's a 4-minute edit of the first 5 or 6 minutes of our 52nd our 1-year episode. And I thought it would be neat to go back and look at that exactly a year ago because we look like fucking babies. And I'm not saying that like we're in the Mad Max phase right now, but I kind of just feel like everyone grew up a lot in the last year.
Oh, since
Not just us, but like
Orange turned-
every fucking body.
Yeah, I'm getting
And
old.
so
See it.
anyway,
Yeah.
I thought I would just show this real quick and then I'll roll the end credits and we'll be out of here. But thanks for hanging out, you guys. I
thought that this
appreciate
was
it.
a great episode. I learned a lot
It'll
from
be
this
better.
episode. I'm gonna have to go cover up some tattoos later. And I had a great time with the show.
My tattoos.
And I hope we are still here in a year from now. I hope none of us are in
Me too.
CCOT. I hope none of us are dead. I hope none of us have been
Me
banned
too.
again. And so
Yeah.
that's really all I got here.
Thank you,
Also, did anyone notice that Letterhack made his lighting red to match the background, which is also red? Very good, very nice.
Ooh, very cool, dude.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah. That's
Dark
nice.
side. Dark letter hack. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'll see you next week. Really appreciate everyone hanging out for our special debate coverage. That was fun.
Oh, we're leaving.
Yeah. And
Good night to my people. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for joining. Kameshwari, Kate. Hi. We've got 2 Canadians here tonight. Yes, it's nice.
see y'all
And
next week.
See you, buddy.
Get me out.
My God, that was awesome.
That was hilarious.
Oh,
Oh my
I
God.
was like all at once
Oh.
drowning and being like delivered
Oh,
by
that was
the
great.
water. That was
I don't
awesome.
know how
That
many
was
takes
great.
that was.
So good.
That
Oh my
took a
That made
while
me
to
so
do.
happy.
A little bit.
I loved it.
That
I
was
loved it.
great.
Very nice. Thanks for doing
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like
I
the
loved it.
beat, the new beat on the intro song.
I
That
can
was
send you the
great.
full version if you want. Like
Terrific.
a
Oh yeah.
Well, happy 52.
Yeah. Hey, that was a
Happy
great way to
52.
kick it
Is
off.
this identically like 1 year? Like what's the
Is
the
it?
date?
It's our
52 episodes. I think so. Yeah, because
Well, we
to
skipped.
everyone know, this is our weekly panel show where we are
Uh-huh.
unscripted, free form, just
Mhm.
chatting like you might do in a bar or your living room or a cafe or whatever. We're
Yes.
just shooting the breeze.
Waiting room
Anything can
outside
come
of an
up.
orgy.
That's right.
Shooting the
Anywhere.
shit.
You
Shooting the
know,
shit.
the application line for your local cult, whatever it is.
Sure.
All right. Well,
But yeah, so there was one guy who tuned into the show a few weeks ago and was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. The Majority Report seems to think I should be watching this. you're looking at a map for some socialist you're not even going to vote for, and they were just rambling, and I was like, okay, hold on. Not every episode's the same, buddy.
It's offensive
Relax.
to me that they got triggered by something you did and not something I did. Because
Well,
I
they said
try to make people upset, and they're mad about you looking at a map. Like, come on.
they said
Well-
if you want some honest feedback, I'm 10 minutes in, and I don't know what the fuck this. And they were like losing it.
No,
I
we
was
don't.
like, you're only 10 minutes in.
Do have to explain that this is my week of my Wednesday nights of having fun and levity, and it's not about the climate crisis or anything. Just sometimes we talk about politics, sometimes we talk about climate, sometimes we talk about just nothing, whatever we want. We talk about Matt, and he's a cartoonist and he's amazing. We talk about Jake, what he's doing, and Andrea's work, but it's not scripted, and we have fun and we like each other.
It's not scripted, except Matt says the same thing every time the show starts. This is an unscripted show. I'm gonna say it the same way.
That's the scripted part.
Well, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, likewise.
I'm
Um,
happy we're all here.